Chapter 1. The Arctic Ice Guardian. Cold. Biting cold. Huo Yu stood on the white expanse, greedily surveying the icy world before him. Behind him stood a small research station, standing alone amidst the ice and snow. "You can still regret it now," the team leader, wearing heavy protective gear, spoke from behind. "I won't regret it," Huo Yu replied with a carefree smile. "You all can continue with your mission. I can handle it." The team leader sighed lightly. "God knows why you voluntarily applied to guard this research station 249. It is too close to the North Pole, almost the most dangerous outpost-level research station, and no one has been here for many years." Huo Yu smiled and asked, "Team leader, did my request get approved?" "They did. To be honest, your demands are quite outrageous. You want weapons, autonomy, and why do you need live streaming rights? You make a decent salary. Do you really need that little extra tip?" Huo Yu smiled but said nothing. "What do you want me to do? I can't just tell you I have a live streaming system, right? This place may be lacking, but fortunately, the outpost is well-resourced." The team leader took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Huo Yu. "There are dozens of abandoned research stations nearby, over 30 outpost level and 4 station level, plus 1 semi-abandoned base-level research station, all marked on this map." Huo Yu quickly took the map and carefully stored away. "I can use the materials from these research stations, right?" Huo Yu asked. The team leader waved his hand dismissively. "They're all abandoned, of course. You can use them freely." Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Huo Yu seemed completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, the team leader said sternly, "Don't be careless. The temperature here is low, and the nearest research station with personnel is 200 kilometers away. If something goes wrong, no one can save you." Huo Yu nodded seriously. The team leader had repeated this many times on the way, but he had his own plans and needed to reassure the team leader in return. "Well, it'll be off then. They'll definitely pay attention to safety." The team leader formally saluted Huo Yu. The other research team members also saluted in unison. "Thank you for your dedication, Ice Guardian." Huo Yu quickly returned the salute. Although he felt uneasy, the team leader still led the team away. They had a mission to collect samples near the pole. Before leaving, the team leader handed Huo Yu a small handgun. Such a thing was not supposed to be issued to Huo Yu first. His rank was insufficient, and second, outpost-level research stations were generally not allowed to use firearms. The team leader had put in a lot of effort to negotiate with the higher-ups, and considering Huo Yu's voluntary request to stay at outpost 249, they finally allocated him a small handgun. In the Arctic, the self-defense effectiveness of a handgun was quite limited, more for psychological comfort. Huo Yu secured the handgun and turned to face the somewhat shabby outpost, taking a deep breath of the cold air. This is a parallel world different from his previous life. Although the overall trajectory of this world is similar to his past life, there are still many small differences. Under the influence of global warming, extreme weather has become frequent, and natural disasters have increased. Scientists from various countries formed a united organization to monitor changes in the world's climate in real time. The Ice Guardians, upon crossing into this parallel world, Huo Yu also bound a system called the Ice Guardian system. For this reason, as a polar exploration enthusiast, Huo Yu resolutely devoted himself to the Ice Guardian cause. Ding! The host is detected to be in the Arctic, and the Ice Guardian system has been activated. Ice Guardian system is at your service. Host: Huo Yu. Level: Apprentice Ice Guardian. Identity: Station Master of Outpost 249. Current recognition points: 126 points. After a while, Huo Yu finally understood the usage rules of this system, that he needed to obtain recognition from others regarding the Ice Guardians through various means, earning recognition points based on the intensity of their recognition emotions. Recognition points could be used for lottery draws or exchanged for various goods in the marketplace. And in this desolate, icy world, the only way to earn recognition points was through live streaming. Currently, he had only a pitiful little over 100 recognition points, which should still be contributed by the team leader and his team. Live streaming function is being activated. Scanning signal sources. Satellite signal acquired. Strengthening. Live streaming function activation complete. Would you like to start streaming? A black spherical object appeared above Huo Yu's head, hovering in midair. Start live streaming. Creating live streaming room for you. Live streaming title. First day report of the Arctic Ice Guardian can be modified. Current viewers: 31 people. A transparent virtual screen appeared before Huo Yu, displaying real-time, streaming images and bullet comments. What the hell? Live streaming in the Arctic? Is this real? It can't be special effects, right? Ice Guardian? What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it. Honestly, this scene is so beautiful. It really looks like the Arctic. Is there aurora in the Arctic? The first batch of viewers entered the live stream, and bullet comments began to appear sporadically. Huo Yu quickly spoke up. Hello, everyone. I am an Ice Guardian, and this is the Arctic. In front of me is the research station of Huo Yu, and like everyone else, this is my first time here. In the coming days, I will be alone guarding this research station for at least half a year. Huo Yu's voice was magnetic, immediately capturing the attention of all viewers in the live stream. Wow, it really is the Arctic, so hardcore. The host is so handsome. An Ice Guardian? Are they national researchers? Is this Huo Yu's research station? Why does it look a bit shabby? The pixel quality is so high, even the frost on the ground is crystal clear. Is this filmed by a drone? What exactly is the Ice Guardian profession? Can the host not provide some information? Huo Yu smiled slightly at the bullet comments and continued. I know everyone has many questions, and I will answer them slowly. But now, we have something more important to do. In this icy land, let's raise the flag of Huo Yu. Having said that, Huo Yu took out a flag from his backpack and solemnly held it to his chest. The Ice Guardians face dangers not only from nature, but also from poachers. And this flag is my protective talisman. It can help me deter the wicked and also strengthen my resolve. Most importantly, it proclaims that this icy expanse is protected by Huo Yu, and anyone wanting to poach here must think carefully about the consequences. Huo Yu climbed to the highest point of the outpost using the ladder and tied the bright flag to the flagpole. The live stream camera automatically zoomed out, encompassing the entire outpost within the streaming frame. In the desolate and beautiful ice and snow, a vivid splash of red silently bloomed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 12 recognition points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 9 recognition points. Chapter 2. The Arctic Thick-Billed Murre. I am Huo Yu, proud of my country's strength. Ice Guardian, are they the Huo Yu researcher station at the Arctic? Love it. Seeing the Huo Yu flag raised in the Arctic, my blood is boiling. This is the unique romance of Huo Yu people teary-eyed. Pride is pride, but as far as I know, no one lives in the Arctic, right? What's the point of being stationed here? Huo Yu couldn't help but smile at the continuously incoming recognition points. Organizing his thoughts, he spoke to the camera. The duty of the Ice Guardian is to study climate change in the Arctic region and address global warming issues. At the same time, they must combat poachers, search for new resource points, and research the unique biology of the Arctic, among other things in today's world, where extreme weather is frequent. The Ice Guardians are the first line of defense for humanity in the struggle against nature. Against the backdrop of global warming, the temperature rise in the Arctic region is greater than the global average, which is known as polar amplification, or simply the amplification effect. To this end, countries and organizations around the world jointly established the Ice Guardian organization 3 years ago, stationed in the Arctic and Antarctic in an attempt to mitigate the harmful effects of the greenhouse effect on our blue planet. This is the Ice Guardian. After this passionate speech by Huo Yu, the audience in the live stream room fell silent for a moment, then erupted with excitement. Is this the Ice Guardian? The guardians of all humanity. Salute to the Ice Guardians fighting on the front lines of climate warming. I'm sorry, I only just learned today that there are people quietly working for our blue planet in the icy polar regions. I'm teary-eyed, brothers, let's send some gifts. The popularity of the live stream continued to rise, and some viewers began sending gifts. Huo Yu secretly communicated with the system and turned off the gift function. The salary of the Ice Guardians is not low. They do not need this little gift money. More importantly, sending gifts would diminish the audience's sense of identification with the Ice Guardians, affecting their income from recognition points. Between the two, Huo Yu knew which was more important. Let's skip the gifts for now. Let's explore this outpost briefly. Don't be fooled by its dilapidated appearance. The outpost is fully functional. It's just been unoccupied for too long. As the camera continued to move, a simple outpost came into view. The main body of the outpost is a 2-story building, covering about 50 square meters. The first floor is spacious, with a studio, storage room, and control room. The second floor has a hallway and a bedroom with a bathroom. In addition to the 2-story building, there is also a warehouse attached to it. Outside the warehouse is a black snowmobile and a solar power generator. Huo Yu powered up the generator and casually cleared the snow that had blown into the building. Then he used the smokeless coal from the warehouse to start a stove, and the once desolate little building finally showed some signs of life. These conditions are too harsh if it were me. I might not last a day. Be more confident. Remove the might. Be more confident. Turn days into hours. To survive alone in such a place requires a strong physique. Can the host handle it? Looking at the flames in the stove, Huo Yu replied, "Don't worry. Every ice guardian is both a warrior and a scholar. I studied Arctic geography for 4 years at university, served in the military for 2 years after graduation, and then joined the Ice Guardians. Although surviving alone here is difficult, I have confidence in myself." As Huo Yu said, he not only has strong research talent, but also possesses great physical strength. He is the type with a developed mind and a developed body. Most importantly, he has a cheat. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, reaching a popularity of 5,000. Huo Yu patted his thermal suit and stood up. "All right, next we're going to patrol outside. This is my territory." Huo Yu walked outside and started the snowmobile. After putting on his gear, the snowmobile made a buzzing sound as it sped toward the distant ice field. The live stream's little black ball floated leisurely beside Huo Yu, transmitting the visuals to the audience. Finally going out, "I can't wait. Am I the only one who thinks the host looks cool riding the snowmobile? Will we see Arctic animals? What animals are there in the Arctic? Penguins? El Mayo, hey, race a joke. There are penguins in the Arctic." Through his goggles, Huo Yu saw the comments and couldn't help but share. The Arctic used to have penguins. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream room erupted in chaos. "Is that true? I haven't read much. Don't lie to me, host. The Arctic has polar bears, and penguins are only in the Antarctic. Isn't that common knowledge?" I was starting to believe the host was an ice guardian, but now I'm not so sure. Ignoring the doubts in the comments, Huo Yu continued, "There was once an animal in the Arctic called the great auk. People referred to this animal as penguin, which is the English name for penguin. However, it's not accurate to call it penguin, as the great auk resembled a penguin but had no blood relation to it. Instead, it was closely related to the razorbill, the Atlantic puffin, and the common murre. Like penguins, the great auk was an aquatic bird, unable to fly, but capable of swimming underwater using its wings, and it had a cute appearance. The wind noise from the snowmobile was quite loud, but fortunately, the livestream's little black ball had excellent audio capabilities, and Huo Yu's voice clearly reached the audience's ears. Oh, the Arctic used to have penguins. I learned something new. Professional as expected, followed. I just searched it on Baidu. The Arctic really had this animal, but what happened to them? Why are you stopping mid-sentence? They went extinct on July 3rd, 1844. The audience in the live stream heard Huo Yu's calm voice. The meat of the great auk was delicious and fatty, but what drove humans to slaughter them was their feathers. The feathers of the great auk could be taken back to Europe to make mattresses and fashionable hats, which are highly favored by humans. Therefore, the extinction of the great auk was caused by the excessive killing for their feathers. July 3rd, 1844, is the day of the great auk's extinction on Fire Island near Iceland. The last pair of great auks was brutally killed by humans while they were incubating eggs. Since then, humans have never seen this adorable and gentle creature again. The great auk became an extinct species. The livestream room fell silent instantly. The audience then realized why Huo Yu mentioned that the Arctic once had penguins. Before the audience could gather their thoughts, the snowmobile suddenly braked sharply, stopping in the snow. Huo Yu looked serious as he gazed at the ground, softly saying to the viewers in the livestream, "It seems we are in luck. There are animal activities nearby." As the livestream camera zoomed in, everyone saw that this patch of snow was different from the other neatly white areas. A large area of messy and uneven footprints. Chapter 3. Infighting among the wolf pack. Footprints, so many? Host, what kind of footprints are these? They look a lot like my huskies. They're quite beautiful. They resemble little plum blossoms. Could be a pack of dogs from another research team. Huo Yu slowly drew a dog-leg knife from behind and walked carefully to the area of footprints. This is the footprint of an Arctic wolf. Huo Yu looked up to see a large area of wolf tracks covering the snow, endless in sight. There are a lot of footprints, roughly estimated. There are at least 30 or more. The Arctic wolf pack typically consists of about 20 to 30 members. This is a big family. White mist escaped from Huo Yu's mouth. Scary, are there really wolves nearby? Host, why aren't you leaving quickly? This is a wolf pack. Are Arctic wolves the pure white ones? I seem to remember the little white wolves are especially beautiful. Ignoring the viewers' thoughts in the live stream, Huo Yu, holding the dog-leg knife, followed the footprints. We can't leave live Arctic wolf packs have significant research value. I need to collect first-hand video footage. Excitement flashed in Huo Yu's eyes. Arctic wolves are a rare endangered species, and documenting their group behavior would be a major achievement for the Ice Guardians. Moreover, Arctic wolves are social animals, and since it's spring, there is no possibility of migration. This suggests that their den is likely nearby. Huo Yu held a dogleg knife and slowly followed the footprints. As he went deeper, the wolf tracks on the ground became clearer, indicating that the wolf pack was getting closer. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but worry for Huo Yu. This was a real wild wolf pack, completely different from solitary wolf. Huo Yu's footsteps suddenly halted. In the silent snowfield, a wolf howl echoed. Following this howl, dozens of wild howls responded in succession. Huo Yu's expression changed as he quickly walked behind a large snow mound, hiding his body and only exposing his head to observe the situation ahead. The livestream camera flew over, clearly capturing a group of Arctic wolves with glowing green eyes standing in the snow and ice. The viewers in the livestream were all amazed. We found something seemed off about this wolf pack. The dozens of Arctic wolves were vaguely divided into two factions. One group had more than 20 wolves, while the other group had less than 10, leading the larger group with a young and robust male wolf, with a full physique, shiny fur, and an imposing presence. The smaller group was led by an elderly wolf, whose fur was somewhat sparse and muscles a bit slack. However, through the old wolf's green eyes, one could still faintly see cunning and perseverance. Huo Yu lowered his voice and said, "It looks like this is an internal conflict within the wolf pack, a war initiated by the strong young wolf for the position of leader. That old wolf should be the original leader of the pack. The old wolf subordinates are down to just these few, yet they still show no signs of surrender. The strong young wolf has rallied most of the pack against the original wolf king, launching a rebellion. I can't get any closer. Arctic wolves have extremely sharp noses. Fortunately, the wind is against me, so my scent won't reach the wolves." The livestream room erupted again, with many people taking screenshots and videos, and the viewership surged once more. Huo Yu also started recording, and the system immediately began to operate, capturing this rare scene. At this moment, the young wolf finally lost patience and charged at the old wolf king's group. In an instant, the previously confronting wolf packs surged forward, baring their fangs and tearing at their former kin. The air filled with a bloody scent, and the fresh blood stained large patches of snow. Before long, the old wolf king's faction was at a disadvantage. The old wolf king, frail and aged, had most of his subordinates being elderly wolves around 7 to 8 years old, while the average lifespan of Arctic wolves in the wild is only about 7 years. The young wolf was incredibly fierce, striking the old wolf king on the head with a claw, leaving several bloody wounds. After landing a successful hit, the young wolf retreated, circling around the old wolf king, looking for another opportunity to strike. The old wolf king's subordinates had already fallen in pools of blood, leaving only the young wolf's followers, who surrounded the old wolf king. There was no doubt that the young wolf's rebellion had succeeded. One of the old wolf king's eyes was clawed out, and one of his front legs hung limply, clearly broken. His white fur was drenched in blood, and his hunched figure appeared tragic and desolate. The little black ball recorded this battle clearly even through the screen. The viewers could feel the chilling brutality. Huo Yu lay in the snow, frowning as he quietly said, "The old wolf king is doomed logically. He should flee or move away from the pack. Such a situation of battling in two factions rarely happens. This old wolf king seems unusual. There appears to be more to the story." The old wolf king and the young wolf faced off for at least 3 minutes before the young wolf finally couldn't hold back, leading the remaining wolves to rush at the old wolf king. In the wind and snow, the old wolf king's painful howls pierced through the snowfield, and steaming wolf blood splattered everywhere. Ultimately, the old wolf king lay stiffly on the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The victorious young wolf stared deeply at the old wolf king lying on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, it howled and led the pack away. "Finally, it's over. That scared me to death. What just happened? I just got here. What is this live stream? My goodness, is this a movie special effect? It's too realistic. I have to admit, even through the screen, I almost peed my pants. I admire how calm the host was on site. The old wolf king was so pitiful. The host looked stunned. He's lying there motionless. The wolf pack had vanished over the horizon, and Huo Yu remained lying still in place. Don't underestimate the wolf pack. Their collective intelligence is on par with humans. It's not a good idea to show yourself now. Huo Yu crawled on the ground and spoke to the viewers. Is that for real? The host is too cautious. They've already left without a trace. Ha ha. No need to explain. That's a wolf pack. Feeling weak is nothing to be ashamed of. Huo Yu ignored the comments and stayed where he was. 10 minutes later, a snow-white Arctic wolf appeared in front of the camera. The comments discussing the previous battle suddenly came to a halt. That young wolf. No, the new Wolf King really had returned. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings until confirming that there were no other creatures before quickly running to the previous battlefield. Huo Yu's lips curled up as he gently drew the dogleg knife from behind. Chapter 4: The First Pet, a little wolf cub. Seeing Huo Yu slowly walk towards the new Wolf King, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. What is the host doing? No, it's too dangerous. What are you waiting for? Call the police. This is the Arctic. What is the use of calling the police? Huo Yu, holding a dog-leg knife, touched the gun hidden at his waist, tiny beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. It wasn't that Huo Yu was seeking death. He had compelling reasons to go. As if sensing the commotion, the new Wolf King's erect ears twitched slightly, looking over cautiously. Upon seeing Huo Yu approaching, the Wolf King bared its white fangs and let out a series of low growls. Huo Yu did not back down, boldly pressing forward. His bulky winter clothing making him appear extremely large. In the animal kingdom, size determines everything. The mere presence of an unfamiliar creature was enough to put the new Wolf King on high alert, especially since this creature was even larger than it. The Wolf King's eyes were filled with wariness and astonishment, emitting a series of murmurs. Clearly, this was a warning from the Wolf King to Huo Yu. Huo Yu was not intimidated. Instead, he quickened his pace, continuously waving the dog-leg knife in one hand. The Wolf King, uncertain, instinctively took a small step back. Its momentum instantly deflated. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched the tense standoff in silence, not daring to breathe. After a while, the Wolf King shot Huo Yu a cold glance and turned to flee. Huo Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but kept his eyes fixed on the retreating Wolf King until it completely vanished from view. The laws of nature are cruel. Survival of the fittest is the basic principle among animals. Yet, the Wolf King, clearly in its twilight years, still fought fiercely, indicating there was a reason it couldn't flee. Given that it was spring, it was very likely. As Huo Yu explained to the viewers in the live broadcast room, he walked over to the dead, old Wolf King's body and gently pushed aside the snow behind it. A small wolf cub, pure white with no other colors, peeked out, its eyes half open and its tiny body trembling slightly. The audience's hearts melted instantly as they realized that the old Wolf King had fought to the death to protect this newly born little wolf cub. Huo Yu unzipped his winter clothing and placed the little wolf cub into his arms. The cub seemed to still be dreaming, letting out a soft whimper without resisting. So soft and adorable. What a cute little wolf cub. It's too cute, host. Take it away. The Ice Keeper can definitely raise a wolf. Yes, its father is dead. It can't survive on its own. Since Huo Yu had taken the risk to save this little wolf cub, he naturally wouldn't leave it to die. He looked up at the sky, feeling the warmth of the cub in his arms, his heart inexplicably softening. It was about to snow. Leaving this little one here would surely mean it wouldn't survive the night. According to regulations, ice keepers cannot engage in self-dealing or domesticate protected animals. However, rescuing an abandoned Arctic wolf pup does not violate the rules. Huo Yu smiled gently, stroked the little cub's soft fur, and softly said, "Little one, since you're all alone too, let's keep each other company." The popularity in the live broadcast room had risen to over 10,000, and the comments were filled with cheers. Congratulations, congratulations, you've got a furry child. The Ice Keeper raising an Arctic wolf is a must-follow. Ah, the little one is finally safe. Huo Yu made a small opening in his winter clothing to ensure the little wolf cub could breathe. He then turned and walked toward the snowmobile. Although he didn't know why the new Wolf King had returned alone, he couldn't stay here for long. He needed to take the little one to the outpost first. Huo Yu had a premonition that he would definitely encounter that new Wolf King again. The little wolf cub had already been startled awake by the commotion, adjusting to a comfortable position but still lying obediently in Huo Yu's arms without moving. Huo Yu heard it making soft whimpering sounds and couldn't help but reach out to touch the little wolf cub's head. The snowmobile roared to life and sped off, leaving the snowy expanse behind. Because the little wolf cub's body was still weak, Huo Yu deliberately slowed down to avoid any jarring that might harm the cub. Despite its cute appearance, Arctic wolves have no natural enemies in the Arctic and are at the top of the food chain. Their main enemy is humans. Due to deforestation, pollution, and waste, they have lost their habitats. According to incomplete statistics from ice keepers, Arctic wolves are facing an endangered situation, with poachers killing at least 200 Arctic wolves each year. In summary, Arctic wolves are not harmless, cute creatures. They are actually fierce beasts, and one should not be misled by their appearance. If you encounter one in the Arctic, the best course of action is to run away. As an ice keeper, Huo Yu didn't forget to educate the viewers. A cute appearance doesn't mean harmless. Even the national treasure giant panda is a fierce beast. Humans should always remember to maintain a safe distance from wild animals. While driving, Huo Yu took a moment to glance at his recognition points. From the moment the wolf pack appeared to when he rescued the little wolf cub, the system's recognition point increase notification hadn't stopped, so he had to temporarily choose to turn off the alerts. Current recognition points, 24 points, not bad, as the number of viewers had exceeded 10,000, bringing him a significant income boost. Once he returned to the outpost, he could draw some rewards and buy a few things from the store, as the 249 outpost was indeed a bit run down. Feeding this little one was also a concern. It seemed there was no milk or similar food among the supplies at the 249 outpost. Meanwhile, the topic of ice keepers was trending wildly online. Among the viewers in the live broadcast room was a relatively famous content creator who edited a video of Huo Yu rescuing the little wolf cub and posted it on a video platform. As soon as it was published, the creator's fans eagerly clicked on the video. A desolate yet beautiful northern snowy expanse appeared before their eyes. The cold wilderness, cunning wolf pack, the fiercely fighting old wolf king. The fans' hearts were tightly wound until they saw the host emerge from the snow pile with a soft little wolf cub. Everyone's hearts melted instantly. The ending shot of the video froze on the host speeding away on the snowmobile. Viewers eagerly called for more, flooding the keyboard with requests for the creator to update. The creator took the opportunity to post a link to Huo Yu's live broadcast room. Viewers who had watched the video rushed into Huo Yu's live broadcast room, and the popularity surged once again. Chapter 5. Welcome to the 249 research station. Back at the post, the stove was still burning brightly, finally bringing a bit of warmth to Huo Yu. He took the little wolf cub out of his arms and placed it on the table. Huo Yu began a series of physical checks for the little guy. First, he performed a careful full-body examination to see if there were any unnoticed wounds on the cub. Then he boiled a pot of hot water and used a warm, damp towel to gently wipe the cub's body. The little guy looked like he had just been born for less than half a month, so it was naturally not suitable for a bath. Throughout the process, the little wolf cub kept its eyes tightly closed, letting Huo Yu handle it, surprisingly obedient. After the cleaning, the now clean little wolf cub looked even softer and cuter, like a delicate little doll. Suddenly, Huo Yu felt a warm, wet sensation at his fingertips. It turned out the little wolf cub had stretched out its pink tongue and licked Huo Yu's hand. At the same time, the system suddenly issued a prompt. The Arctic wolf feels very comfortable, gaining 129 recognition points. The Arctic wolf feels safe, gaining 212 recognition points. The Arctic wolf considers you family, gaining 572 recognition points, and entrusts the system to gift a polar big gift package. Huo Yu was slightly taken aback. So many recognition points? And a polar big gift package? People say wolves are ambitious, yet he ended up adopting a grateful little wolf cub. Does it think of him as its dad? Would you like to claim the polar big gift package? Huo Yu silently thought. Claim it. Ding! The little wolf cub thinks your nest is too shabby. Entrusting the system to gift a luxurious doghouse set, an automatic temperature-adjusting sleeping bag, 5 boxes of UU milk, a piece of beginner Arctic combat gear, 1 handgun upgrade with unlimited ammunition, and 1 body quality enhancement. The above rewards have been automatically sent to the warehouse. Please collect them yourself. Wow, you're an Arctic wolf, and a luxurious doghouse is what you send? Luckily, you little guy still know how to show gratitude and even sent your dad a sleeping bag. Huo Yu stroked the little wolf cub's soft fur, but his thoughts were already on the big gift package. It seemed that generating recognition points from pets was simpler than from humans, and the values were higher. Unlike the recognition felt towards humans, animals' emotions are simple and straightforward, driven more by instinct. Thus, animals bring not just recognition points, but also various items and skill rewards. These rewards seem to be determined by the pet's inner desires. For example, the little wolf cub wanted a more comfortable living environment. So the Polar Big gift package included a mattress and Huo Yu milk. The little wolf cub's whimpering sound pulled Huo Yu's thoughts back. Seeing the little wolf cub staring at him with wide eyes anxiously, Huo Yu immediately understood. The little guy was hungry. All right, I'll get you something to eat. Keeping the camera focused on the little wolf cub, Huo Yu got up and walked to the storage room to find a small iron basin. He exchanged some Huo Yu milk from the system warehouse and poured it into the iron basin. A sweet, rich, milky fragrance wafted out. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. The milk produced by the system was indeed top-notch. The strong, milky aroma in the air was so delightful that even he, who didn't tea like milk, felt tempted. Huo Yu glanced around, leaned down, and took a sip from the iron basin. A burst of sweet milk flavor exploded in his mouth. Huo Yu widened his eyes, and couldn't help but lower his head for another big sip. This stuff is really delicious. Thinking that there were still 5 boxes of this Huo Yu milk, Huo Yu lifted the iron basin and drank it all in one go. On the other side, the little wolf cub, who had been waiting for a long time for Huo Yu to return, struggled to crawl forward a couple of steps. The live stream instantly flooded with comments. It's moving, the little guy is so cute. Like a rag doll. Such a cute little wolf cub. Would it cry for a long time if I punched it? Although the little wolf cub had just been born, its sense of smell was vastly superior to that of humans, and it had already caught the scent of milk in the air. The hungry little wolf cub kept moving towards the direction of the milk scent, completely unaware that it was getting close to the edge of the table. The viewers in the live stream finally sensed something was wrong. Oh no, if the little wolf cub moves any further, it's going to fall. Host, don't prepare food anymore. The little wolf cub is about to fall. With a wolf's physical ability, it should be fine if it falls, right? That's hard to say. After all, the little wolf cub has just been born, and falling from such a high table could cause injury, even if it doesn't die. The little wolf cub couldn't see the comments and had no idea of the danger it was facing. As it kept moving, it finally reached the edge of the table. The little wolf cub took a small step forward, and suddenly its feet slipped away, causing its whole body to disappear from the viewer's sight. The audience in the live stream gasped, and the comments disappeared in an instant. The next second, a pair of large hands picked up the howling little wolf cub, which reappeared in the live stream. It was Huo Yu, who had gone back to the storage room to refill the milk for the little wolf cub. The comments were directly visible to Huo Yu, and he had seen them long before the audience reminded the little wolf cub. Huo Yu immediately set down the iron basin and hurried back to rescue it. Thankfully in time, Huo Yu smiled as he placed the little wolf cub back on the table, gently poking its head. You got some guts, little guy. I've only been gone for a few minutes, and you've learned to jump off the building? After such a scare, the little wolf cub became much more docile, closing its eyes and letting out a few aggrieved cries. Huo Yu placed it as far away from the table edge as possible before going back to the storage room to get the iron basin. Smelling the sweet aroma of the milk, the little wolf cub's nose twitched and its eyes suddenly opened wide. As soon as Huo Yu placed the iron basin on the table, the little wolf cub scrambled over in a hurry. It stood up on its hind legs, eagerly pawing at the iron basin with its front paws. Huo Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The little wolf cub was too small, and the iron basin was still a bit high for it, making it impossible to reach. Seeing the little wolf cub's impatient demeanor, Huo Yu had no choice but to support it with one hand while using a spoon to feed it little by little. Taking advantage of the little guy's mealtime, Huo Yu turned his head to look underneath the little wolf cub. Wow, it turned out to be a little boy. Seeing Huo Yu's action, the live stream also started joking. What is the host doing? What did the host see? Is the little wolf cub a boy or a girl? By the way, the host should give the little guy a name. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Huo Yu spoke to the camera. It's a boy. As for the name, it's spring now, and the little guy should have just been born not long ago. According to the dates, he is a Pisces little wolf. As for the name, let us call him Huo Yu. Huo Yu held the little guy's front paw and gently said, Welcome to the 249 research station, Huo Yu. Chapter 6 System. Are you a spy sent from Antarctica? After finishing the milk in the iron basin, the little fish let out a satisfied burp and lazily lay on the table. Its fluffy little belly was round and swelled with each breath of the little creature. Huo Yu helplessly watched as the little one half closed its eyes and gradually began to snore softly, eating and then sleeping. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu got up and walked to the storage room to take out the luxurious dog bed from the system warehouse. Fortunately, this luxurious dog bed didn't look too outrageous. It was just a simple sponge cushion with a nylon canopy on top. Unlike those exaggerated luxury dog beds on the market that resemble small villas, Huo Yu reached into the luxurious dog bed and immediately felt a wave of warmth. Although this dog bed looked plain, it actually had hidden features. It even had a temperature regulation function, seemingly simulating the optimal temperature of a mother wolf's body. After moving the luxurious dog bed to the bedroom on the second floor, Huo Yu picked up the little fish that was sleeping soundly on the table. The little fish's body trembled slightly, and upon seeing Huo Yu, it relaxed and fell back asleep. The viewers in the live stream saw Huo Yu pick up the little wolf cub and began to voice their thoughts. Where is the streamer taking the little fish? It's the Arctic Wolf's sleep broadcast. Let us watch a bit longer. Watching this little one sleep, I won't get tired all day. Put down that wolf cub, streamer. Come to me. Seeing that everyone was reluctant to part with the little fish, Huo Yu could only say, the little one was just born not long ago and has gone through such a battle. It needs to rest well. So I'm taking to the bedroom first. The viewers in the live stream expressed their desire to see the bedroom. Huo Yu smiled and said, I refuse. The bedroom is a private space, so I won't be streaming from there. Today's live stream ends here. See you tomorrow. Ignoring the audience's cries, Huo Yu directly disconnected the live stream. Although the popularity of the live stream was still rising, Huo Yu had more important things to do. With the system in place and the unique advantage of live streaming from the Arctic, his live stream's popularity would only increase in the future. As for now, it was time to reap the rewards. Huo Yu's eyes sparkled as he opened the Ice Guardian system. Current recognition points: 68452, 60,000 points. This is a huge profit. It's only the first day of streaming, and even with just over 10,000 viewers, there's already this much recognition point income. The future is promising. Huo Yu continued to look at the other interfaces of the system. Currently, the system only had 3 interfaces, one for personal attributes, one for the lottery wheel, and one for the system store. After looking for a while, Huo Yu's expression suddenly twisted, revealing a face of disbelief. So expensive. A single draw costs 10,000 recognition points, newcomer discount. It costs 10,000 recognition points for one lottery draw, and that's with a newcomer discount. Fortunately, the system also clearly indicated the probabilities. White items 70, green items 25, purple items 4, and gold items only 1. There's not even a guaranteed item. Isn't this just pure pay-to-win? System, tell the truth. Are you a spy sent from Antarctica? Why do I feel like your developer is a black and white penguin? After a few complaints, Huo Yu looked at the system store. There were quite a few items in the system store, but most were in a non-purchasable state. The few items that could be purchased were also extremely expensive. There was even a way to exchange recognition points for money at a ratio of 1:1. Huo Yu didn't want to consider this at all. There were many ways to make money, but recognition points could only be accumulated slowly. Besides, he wasn't short on money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have closed the tipping function without a second thought. In addition, there was a category of products that caught Huo Yu's attention: skill cards. The cheapest were talent skills, like chess, music, painting, etc., with recognition points ranging from 100,000 to 1,000,000. However, talent skills weren't very useful for him. He wasn't a talent streamer, and this would only add a bit of entertainment value. So it was not a priority. Next were life skills, such as cooking, maintenance, and driving, which mostly cost over 500,000 recognition points. Survival skills like climbing, design, fighting, and hunting started at 1,000,000 recognition points. There were also some unopened skill cards. Although their prices were not visible, they were likely even more outrageous. The unopened skill cards came in 2 types: special skills and technological skills. These skill cards didn't specify prices, But there were a few big words below. Unlock after system upgrade. Huo Yu looked gloomy. Wow. It seems the store is open, but not fully operational. He thought 60,000 recognition points were a lot. But at the system's merchant, he couldn't tee even by the simplest talent skill. Since that was the case, he could only try his luck with the lottery. Speaking of which, he had decent luck when playing games. He wasn't exactly a lucky star, but he wasn't a jinx either. Let's start with 5 consecutive draws to test the waters. 5 consecutive draws cost 50,000 recognition points, which instantly drained Huo Yu's savings. But recognition points are meant to be spent, and living alone in the Arctic, improving his strength was the most important thing. Huo Yu specifically went to wash his hands with melted snow water before clicking on the lottery wheel. The wheels slowly spun, and the pointer gradually passed over various sections. In Huo Yu's desperate gaze, the pointer slowly stopped in the white area. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a case of high-concentration vodka. Huo Yu widened his eyes. This white item seemed quite good. In a place like the Arctic, high-concentration liquor is a valuable item. Not only can it ward off the cold, but it can also invigorate, and in emergencies, it can be used for disinfection. Huo Yu's expression eased, and he quickly clicked on the second draw. A flash of white light, and it was another white item. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a case of seasonal fruits. This one is also good. Replenishing vitamins in the Arctic is a major issue. Not to mention his small makeshift research station. Even large base-level research stations are short on fresh fruits. Huo Yu took advantage of the momentum and finished the next 3 draws in one go. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a case of Highland yak jerky. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, a set of fine-grade compound bow. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item, archery skill card, master level. Huo Yu instantly beamed with joy. What is the most feared thing in the Arctic? Besides the harsh survival environment and loneliness, it's the threat from poachers and ferocious beasts. Although Huo Yu had been a soldier with certain combat skills, facing a real beast would be a minute's worth of torture. The physical qualities of wild beasts are on a completely different level than humans. Does anyone really think everyone is like Wu Song? But with a master-level archery skill and a fine-grade compound bow, things would be different. It's important to know that the power of a compound bow is quite significant, even comparable to small-caliber firearms. With a compound bow, he could easily hunt medium-sized prey, such as deer and sheep. Some higher-poundage compound bows can even hunt wild boars. Huo Yu took this compound bow out of the warehouse. A line of information instantly appeared in his mind. Compound bow, level fine grade, traits stability, accuracy increased by 10, attached skills. None besides this, the set of compound bow also came with a quiver, which was also a fine grade item. Quiver, level, fine grade, capacity, 30-30, traits, regeneration, when the quiver is not full. 1 arrow is automatically generated every minute. Attached skills. None. Huo Yu felt delighted. It seems that fine-grade weapons come with special effects. He gently pulled the bowstring, and it felt like at least 60 pounds. To know that an ordinary person can pull a 50-pound compound bow is already quite strong. Fortunately, Huo Yu has a very strong physique and has no problem pulling this bow, especially with the previous physical enhancement gift. With this in mind, Huo Yu took out the archery skill card and chose to use it. A wealth of archery knowledge flooded into Huo Yu's mind. At the same time, he gained a significant amount of muscle memory for archery, making him no different from a master archer who has shot tens of thousands of arrows. Taking advantage of the momentum, Huo Yu also used the physical enhancement. Feeling a noticeable increase in muscle density, Huo Yu felt a wave of comfort inside. Although he had been exercising diligently every day, he only had the physique of an ordinary soldier. Now, this physical enhancement instantly improved his physique to that of a special forces soldier. This boosted his confidence in surviving alone in the Arctic. Casually pulling out the handgun given to him by the team leader, Huo Yu said softly, "System, upgrade this handgun. Handgun has been upgraded. Upgrade item. Unlimited bullets." Great. Looking at the handgun with unlimited bullets in his hand and the composite bow on the table shining with metallic luster, feeling the power within his body, Huo Yu couldn't help but smile. What a fantastic start. While others start with a dog and rely on scavenging for equipment, he started with a wolf. and the system directly gifted him a set of excellent gear. How comfortable! After putting on the gear, Huo Yu walked into the storage room and stuffed all the supplies from the warehouse into it. The small storage room was instantly filled to the brim. After the headquarters learned that Huo Yu would be guarding the 249 research station alone, they sent several research teams along the way to stock up the supplies at the 249 research station, along with the milk, vodka, fruits, and beef jerky gifted by the system. The supplies at the 249 research station could last for more than a year. Of course, relying solely on the Iceman headquarters for supplies was not what Huo Yu desired. After all, he had a system, and farming was the way to go. Just now, while browsing the system mall, Huo Yu saw an item called Polar Greenhouse Planning Technology. This technology was in an unopened state, and the required recognition points were probably terrifyingly high. Wearing the beginner Arctic combat suit gifted by the system, Huo Yu pushed open the door, and the biting cold wind immediately rushed in. Although he could feel the cold wind on his face, he didn't feel the previous bone-chilling coldness. Does this Arctic combat suit also have temperature regulation features? The products from his system are indeed all high quality. Battling against the not-so-cold wind, Huo Yu walked outside the outpost. After looking around, he frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh. The 249 outpost was still too shabby. The warehouse next to the outpost looked run down, with rusty iron sheets that made a crackling sound when blown by the wind. However, Huo Yu wasn't too anxious. This was just the beginning, and he would definitely renovate the base in the future. Huo Yu climbed the ladder to a metal sign in front of the second floor of the outpost. The sign was covered in ice, making it difficult to see the writing on it. After a moment of silence, Huo Yu took down the sign and returned to the outpost workshop. Finding some tools, Huo Yu cleaned off the rust and ice from the sign. Then, he carved a few large black characters back onto the sign. Research Station number 249 in operation. Chapter 7. The Old Man is quite trendy. This unremarkable black iron sign is actually the station sign for the 249 research station. It was previously abandoned, and with no one stationed there, the sign got corroded and covered by snow and wind, making it nearly impossible to notice without close inspection. Cleaning the sign and rehanging it signifies that the 249 research station has been reactivated. Once headquarters updates the status information for the 249 research station, other research teams venturing into the Arctic will consider coming to the 249 research station for supplies and to regroup. He will also need to start patrolling the areas radiating from the 249 research station and report back to headquarters. The reports will include information on glacier melting, animal tracks, temperature and weather changes, etc. In the Arctic, even the smallest changes can contain significant information. The Ice Guardians will monitor the polar conditions by compiling reports from various research stations and respond accordingly. After all, the phenomenon of global warming has become very serious. And due to the amplification effect, the anomalies at the North and South poles are even more severe. Affected by the greenhouse effect, sea ice is gradually disappearing, which will have a massive impact on the areas surrounding the Arctic. Moreover, without glaciers to reflect sunlight, the ice will melt even faster. Huo Yu sighed deeply. He is just an ordinary ice guardian now, feeling helpless in the face of such global environmental issues. But he has a system at his disposal. And this ice guardian system is incredibly magical. Perhaps in the future, it will find a way to solve this world problem. As darkness fell, Huo Yu tidied up the internal space of the outpost and went up to the second-floor bedroom. Many people think that all regions of the Arctic experience 6 months of polar day and 6 months of polar night, which is incorrect. The duration of the polar day and night alternation changes with increasing latitude. The higher the latitude, the longer the durations of polar day and night. Between the polar circle and the pole, the closer one gets to the pole, the lengths of polar day and night approach 6 months. While the closer one is to the polar circle, the lengths approach 1 day. In other words, in regions within the polar circle, the lengths of polar day and night vary based on latitude. The situation of having 6 months of polar day and 6 months of polar night only occurs at the North and South poles. When Huo Yu entered the bedroom, the little fish in a luxurious doghouse was curled up inside, sleeping soundly. Huo Yu couldn't help but smile at the little fish's adorable sleeping posture. Resisting the urge to ruffle its fur, Huo Yu walked over to the bed. The bed had not been used for a long time and appeared somewhat weathered and shabby. When he sat down on one half of the bed, it creaked and groaned as if it might collapse at any moment. He decided to take out a sleeping bag from the system's storage and spread it next to the doghouse. This sleeping bag was incredibly comfortable and also had a temperature regulation feature. Once he crawled inside it, Huo Yu felt a great sense of relaxation wash over his body. Closing his eyes, he gradually fell into a dream as he listened to the little fish's faint snoring. After an unknown amount of time, Huo Yu suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for the handgun beside him. He heard a chorus of wolf howls from outside. Huo Yu's expression turned serious. Generally, there would only be one wolf pack in a given area. Therefore, the wolf pack outside the outpost should be the same one from during the day. Huo Yu glanced at the little fish beside him. The little guy seemed completely oblivious to the howls of its kin, sleeping soundly without any sign of waking up. Huo Yu let out a long breath. The little guy, despite being a wolf, not only lacked a wolf's heart and lung, but also seemed a bit carefree. Logically speaking, as an ice guardian, he should return the little guy to its pack. However, the little one was the offspring of the old wolf king, while the wolf pack outside belonged to the new wolf king. The new wolf king abandoning the pack to come find the little fish. The offspring of the old wolf king likely meant to eliminate witnesses. The consequences of handing the little guy over could be imagined. Huo Yu listened carefully. The wolf pack seemed to be quite far from the outpost and showed no signs of approaching. He crawled back into the sleeping bag, ignoring the howls of the wolves. Going out to confront the wolf pack in the dark was clearly an unwise move. The improvement of the outpost needed to be prioritized, given its current state. He wasn't sure if it could withstand an attack from the wolf pack. Fortunately, Arctic wolves are cunning and suspicious animals, and they would never recklessly attack a human base. With mixed feelings, Huo Yu fell asleep once more. Meanwhile, outside, the video of Huo Yu saving the wolf cub under the wolf king's nose drew attention from various parties. In the imperial capital, at the Ice Guardian Research Center Huo, a young man knocked on the iron door of the laboratory, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face wearily lifted his head. "Teacher, the doctor said you shouldn't stay up late," the young man said somewhat reproachfully. The elder waved his hand. "The complexity of this gene identification is too great. I can't rest easy without personally handling it." The elder, named Xie, is a pioneer in polar zoology and one of the leaders of the Ice Guardian organization. "Teacher, there's a video circulating online about Arctic wolves. I think you might be interested." Xie's eyelids flickered, and he said robustly, "Oh, let me see." The young man took out his phone, found an edited video, and handed it to the old man. Xie took the phone and immediately saw the scene of two factions of wolves confronting each other. "What is this?" Xie's eyes lit up. "Is there infighting within the Arctic wolf pack?" The Arctic wolf population is scarce, and the Arctic is a frigid place, so there is very little visual data on Arctic wolves. Moreover, this footage of wolf pack infighting is the first time it has been recorded so clearly and completely within the Ice Guardian community. As the video showed the little wolves giving orders, the two groups of wolves instantly began tearing at each other, and the scene became gruesome. Xie frowned and asked the young man, "Why is there a mosaic?" The young man replied helplessly, "This is a screenshot of a live stream from a broadcaster. The original is also mosaic covered." "A broadcaster?" Xie was momentarily taken aback. Which reckless broadcaster would dare to live stream in the Arctic? The young man hesitated. Xie glared at him, and the young man immediately backed down. "From the footage, it seems to be one of our Ice Guardians, but I don't know which research station." Xie gave the young man a strange look, but said nothing further. The work of Ice Guardians does not require confidentiality. In fact, the Ice Guardian organization has repeatedly promoted its work through various channels. The Ice Guardians are a large organization backed by several world powers, yet the number of members remains scarce. Perhaps it's because the entry requirements to become an Ice Guardian are too high, needing not only professional knowledge, but also strong physical and survival abilities. Furthermore, being an Ice Guardian is a profession that is isolated from society in a fast-paced modern world. Becoming an Ice Guardian signifies a disconnection from society. For many reasons, even though the Ice Guardian organization has frequently promoted recruitment for new members, very few young people join, leading to a lack of continuity in the current membership. The promotional videos of the Ice Guardians have also been drowned out in a massive sea of short videos. And aside from polar enthusiasts, most people are completely unaware of the organization.S existence. CSCA continued watching the video. Most of the subsequent content showed the brutal struggle of the wolf pack. For an ordinary person, the scene was too bloody, but for CSCA, a seasoned zoologist, it was merely a small skirmish. When he saw that all the followers of the Old Wolf King had perished, but the Old Wolf King still fought without retreating, his expression grew serious. "This Wolf King is not right," CSCA murmured. The young man nodded, suppressing the urge to spoil the details for his teacher. It was only after the wolf pack left, and Huo Yu remained in place, that CSCA nodded in approval. "This young man is quite good. Find out which research station he belongs to." After lying down for a while, the new Wolf King returned, and CSCA frowned again. He always felt that something was off. Seeing Huo Yu draw his knife and move forward, CSCA's eyelids twitched. Did this young man discover something? Huo Yu confronted the new Wolf King, and in the end, the new Wolf King retreated. A determined voice from Huo Yu came through the video. "The laws of nature are cruel, and the principle of survival of the fittest is a basic rule among animals. However, that Wolf King, despite already being in its old age, still fought relentlessly, which indicates that it has a reason it cannot escape. Furthermore, since it is spring, it is very likely." CSCA's pupils shook violently, and he instantly understood Huo Yu's meaning. Sure enough, Huo Yu pulled out a wolf cub with its eyes tightly closed from the snow pile behind the old Wolf King. The video ended here. CSCA took a deep breath. "Do we find out who it was?" The young man quickly replied, "We found out." Although we once encouraged the Ice Guards to promote through live broadcasts, the effect was not good due to the boring nature of their daily work, so they gradually stopped. Currently, there's only one person among the Ice Guards with live broadcast privileges: Huo Yu, the newly appointed head of the 249 Research Station. CSCA rubbed his temples. Puzzled, a head so young? I don't remember such a character. The young man cleared his throat and whispered, "Teacher, the 249 Research Station is the closest active research station to the pole. This head Huo is a newcomer. He was just promoted to a junior Ice Guard today and just took office today. Due to being a post-level research station, coupled with harsh conditions and a lack of personnel, the 249 Research Station currently only has head Huo as the Ice Guard." CSCA's face darkened, and he said irritably, "This is ridiculous. Such a dangerous position. And they let him guard it alone? What were those old guys in the personnel department thinking?" The young man fell silent. His teacher's seniority allowed him to scold the leaders of the personnel department, but he couldn't. "Tomorrow, let's send a message to Huo Yu and ask him if he wants to join the biology department." "Teacher," the young man whispered, "isn't this against the rules?" CSCA glared. "Does it comply with the rules to send him alone to such a far-off research station? Those old guys are blind and out of their minds, unable to recognize talent. I am different. This Huo Yu is a treasure boy." The young man's mouth twitched, nearly laughing out loud. "Treasure boy? This old man is really trendy." Chapter 8. The good show has just begun. The dawn arrived as expected. As Huo Yu opened his eyes, he saw a fluffy white ball curled up beside his face. "You little guy, isn't that nice dog bed enough for you to sleep in?" Huo Yu affectionately rubbed the little fish's chin. The little fish stuck out its pink tongue and licked Huo Yu's hand in response. Huo Yu smiled. "Good morning to you too." He poured a bowl of milk for the little fish and had a simple snack of beef jerky himself. After getting dressed, Huo Yu started the live stream. As soon as he went live, thousands of viewers poured in. Huo Yu was taken aback. Had his popularity risen this high? "You're streaming so early. What are you doing today? You've gone viral on Douyin. Where's the little guy? Show us. Is this the streamer who raises wolf cubs? So handsome. Will we see the aurora today?" Seeing the colorful barrage of comments in the live chat, Huo Yu finally understood the situation. It seemed that his live stream from yesterday, where he adopted the little fish, had been recorded and posted on a short video platform, leading to a surge in traffic. Huo Yu glanced at the viewer count in the live stream, which had quickly surpassed 10,000 within minutes. Thinking about how these people would provide him with recognition points, Huo Yu's smile grew even brighter. Today's tasks were numerous, starting with the routine patrol at the outpost, and he also needed to assess the condition of the bays for any necessary repairs. The little fish is doing well. Everyone can rest assured. Huo Yu adjusted the camera to focus on the little fish who was lying comfortably in its dog bed after eating. Little fish, say hello to everyone. The little fish tilted its head in confusion. The live chat exploded. Ah, the head tilt attack. It's definitely the head tilt attack. Help! I've been single for so long. Even a wolf looks handsome. Streamer, ask the little fish what color sack it likes. All right. Huo Yu shifted the camera away from the little fish. It was still too young and untrained to accompany him on tasks. Ignoring the cries of disappointment from the chat, Huo Yu made sure the little fish was settled and walked out of the outpost alone. The outpost had limited diesel, so he wouldn't be riding the snowmobile today. Theoretically, the patrol radius for a research station at the outpost was 200 meters. Huo Yu pointed to the glacier ahead, and using the circumference formula 2R, he calculated that he needed to walk at least 1256 meters around the perimeter. In addition to walking, he also had to check the thickness of the ice, measure the temperature, and record any climatic changes or anomalies. In the cold Arctic environment, tasks that usually took just a few minutes became arduous. This was the daily life of an ice guardian. Before Huo Yu finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have gained 11 recognition points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 17 recognition points. Huo Yu's lips curled slightly as he silently turned off the system notifications. Walking towards the measurement point 200 meters away, Huo Yu took out a metal measuring rod and plunged it into the ice layer. This measuring rod was a black technology product of this world. It didn't need to reach the bottom of the ice layer, but only had to penetrate 10 centimeters to analyze the thickness of the ice. Huo Yu explained to the viewers, in the Arctic, you need to be careful with your metal tools. As soon as he said this, the live chat filled with confusion. Why? Please explain. Ha. As a northerner, I get what the streamer means in a second. It's well known that the iron railings in the north are sweeter than ice cream. By the way, isn't the temperature in the Arctic lower than in the northernmost part of Huo Yu glanced at the comments and said seriously, this is not a joke. Metal products can be really dangerous. I have a friend who was climbing an ice mountain in the Arctic. He took a spiral ice pick out of his backpack and bit it while zipping up his backpack. In those few seconds, the ice pick froze firmly to his lips. When he tore it off, his lips, tongue, and mouth were bleeding profusely. Huo Yu pulled out a dagger, took off his right-hand glove, and pressed the dagger against his palm. Seconds later, he released his grip on the dagger, showing the blade stuck to his palm to the camera. Look, it immediately stuck fast. He added, if I try to tear it off, it would definitely rip off my skin too. The live chat erupted. Wow, that's so exaggerated. It really stuck. The streamer is just creating something out of nothing. Am I the only one curious about how the streamer is going to take the dagger off his hand? Huo Yu smiled slightly and said, there's only one way to take it off. You pee on it. After saying that, he turned around, facing away from the screen, and secretly took out a thermos from his backpack. The system even specially applied a mosaic effect to his lower body to cooperate with him. Hot water flowed from the spout of the thermos, washing over his palm that was exposed to the camera, creating a mist. What the heck? What's he doing? Stop that. The moderators are coming. The moderators are coming. Is this explicit? Is this something I can watch for free? As the hot water washed over, the dagger slipped from his palm and fell into the snow. Huo Yu pretended to adjust his pants before picking up the dagger and seriously said to the camera, trust me, although rinsing it with pee is gross, it's better than getting hurt. Your injury can go from bleeding to freezing in just a few minutes. But my friend had the ice pick in his mouth, and that was a different matter. Huo Yu wore an indescribable smile on his face. With Huo Yu's outrageous antics, the live chat was in chaos, and his popularity surged again. It was no wonder the viewers were so shocked. Huo Yu's hardcore streaming style was something they had never seen before. In this world, outdoor streamers were already rare. Some streamers would just jog on the Great Wall, go outdoors for a barbecue with friends, or even just stroll around, and that would count as outdoor streaming. What's more outrageous was that some people streamed themselves sleeping under the guise of outdoor streaming. Yet, thousands of bored viewers would watch streamers sleep. Huo Yu had a mature and systematic plan for his streaming style. Not only did it need to be hardcore, but it also had to be entertaining. Previous Ice Guardians had also tried using live streaming to promote and attract people to join their ranks. Their styles were similarly hardcore, but the effects were minimal because the daily life of Ice Guardians was quite boring. Huo Yu, however, mimicked the style of the top man in the food chain from his past life on Earth, instantly ramping up the entertainment factor. He had saved wolf cubs right under the noses of Arctic wolves and even rinsed a frozen dagger with pee. Viewers had grown accustomed to other streamers claiming to do outdoor streaming while merely engaging in outdoor activities, but they had never seen anything like this. The streaming effect was no less than giving an ancient person who drank low-concentration alcohol a shot of Huo Well, you couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Were they stunned? The good show had just begun. Chapter 9. Chicken Soup for the Soul. Harvesting sympathy like crazy as time passed, the ice layer measurement work came to an end. Huo Yu looked at the values on the measuring rod and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 249 research station is closest to the pole. Located deep in the Arctic, where the ice layer is still relatively thick, so there's currently no need to worry about the risk of ice layer rupture. Many research stations near the Arctic Circle have ice layers that have become dangerously thin. The ice guard stationed at those research stations live in constant fear, and many have already evacuated. Even when they sleep, they are on edge, afraid that the ice beneath their feet might suddenly crack, plunging both them and the research station into the frigid seawater. Fortunately, there are no abnormal conditions with the ice layer at the moment. Huo Yu smiled at the camera. Suddenly, Huo Yu's expression changed, and he said with a serious face, "Emergency quiz. What is the area of land in the Arctic?" The barrage in the live stream instantly decreased by more than half. The area of Arctic land? I haven't studied that. It's over. Isn't this touching my knowledge blind spot? I remember it was taught in geography. It seems to be over 20 million square kilometers. Damn, I'm just watching a live stream. Why do I feel like I'm being quizzed by my teacher again? After a few seconds, Huo Yu spoke. Time's up. The answer is 0. There is no land in the Arctic. It is an ocean covered by floating ice, the Arctic Ocean. In other words, Huo Yu stepped on the ice beneath him. What is beneath my feet now is just ice and snow plus seawater. Of course, there might be a few scattered islands within the floating ice, so it's not entirely accurate to say there is no land. What I want to tell you is that with global warming, once the Arctic floating ice beneath my feet completely melts, the Earth will suffer a significant blow. Scientists among the ice guards believe that the complete melting of the North and South poles will lead to a global sea level rise of 66 meters, or even higher. The rising seawater will engulf many cities, completely changing the current appearance of the Earth's land and coastlines. Huo Yu looked deeply into the camera. By that time, most of our coastal cities will be submerged, and the country that has been living well, the Neon Country, may very well turn into a marshland, becoming history. So, Huo Yu pulled out the measuring rod stuck in the ice layer. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Every day, I see news about the greenhouse effect and global warming. And it turns out to be so serious. I live in a coastal city, doesn't that mean? Our current peace is thanks to countless ice guards like the streamer who are carrying the burden for us. Thank you, streamer. Thank you, ice guards. Looking at the barrage filled with praise, Huo Yu's feelings were extremely complex. The ice guards claim to be an organization protecting the North and South poles, but in reality, they can only observe and prevent. Global warming is a problem for the entire Earth's ecosystem. Relying solely on ice guards won't solve it. However, when Huo Yu saw the surge of recognition points, his mood improved a bit. Although the ice guards cannot stop global warming, he has the ability to do so. As long as he continuously gains recognition points, upgrades the system, and unlocks more rewards, he might just succeed. Huo Yu looked through the camera, his gaze seemingly traversing the void, landing on the audience in a live stream. In Huo Yu's eyes, the viewers in the live stream appeared as some kind of green vegetables. You can't blame me. To solve the global warming issue, I have to serve you a dose of chicken soup every day and harvest a wave of sympathy. Holding the measuring rod, Huo Yu walked toward the outpost. The 249 research station is too remote, and long periods without anyone stationed there have led to severe damage to the outpost. Being far from other research stations makes resupplying a challenge. Of course, we have to tackle the repair of the outpost first, one step at a time. As the camera zoomed in, the full view of the 249 outpost was captured. Just as Huo Yu said, the building looked dilapidated, with the surface metal already rusted. Surrounded by a deathly quiet expanse of white, only the shabby outpost and a bright red flag stood out, standing lonely and proud against the cold wind. Look at that warehouse. Huo Yu pointed to the distant rundown warehouse. This warehouse has not been maintained for years. It can't withstand any blizzard. So I can only store unimportant supplies here. Huo Yu then pointed to the snowmobile. That snowmobile was sent by another research station. I'm considering whether to let them take it back. The 249 research station has no garage, so I can only cover it with a windbreak cloth, but snowmobiles need maintenance. And without walls to shield them from the wind and snow, they will eventually become a pile of scrap metal. Moreover, last night, I heard wolf howls around the outpost, probably from the pack of wolves I saw yesterday. Little Fish is the offspring of the old Wolf King, and I suspect these wolves have ill intentions. Seeing Huo Yu frowning, the viewers in the live stream quickly offered comfort. So the environment the streamer is in is so dangerous. It's so dangerous. Can't you light a bonfire? Didn't they say beasts fear fire? You can build a wall with ice blocks, just like Chow Chow in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That works. Isn't it said that Eskimo houses are built from ice blocks? Whoa, I feel sorry for the streamer. Huo Yu looked at the barrage and smiled. You're right. But this method is not suitable for the 249 outpost. The significance of establishing a research station is not only to monitor and collect data, but also to provide help and shelter for people who encounter danger in the Arctic. As you know, the Arctic is all snow. Too much snow can cause snow blindness. If I surround this place with an ice wall, and if the wall is too high, people in distress passing by might not notice this outpost and lose their chance of survival. If the wall is too low, it loses its defensive function, considering the Arctic wolves can jump quite high. Most importantly, such a large project is too much for me to handle alone. The viewers in the live stream fell silent. They meant well by suggesting ideas to Huo Yu, but at this moment, they also realized that they could not help him from behind screen. At this time, Huo Yu was checking the rising recognition points in the system, struggling to keep a straight face. Current recognition points, 113871. The recognition points have broken 10,000. Haha, just like that. First, serve chicken soup, then sell sympathy, and harvest recognition points like crazy. Why not build a snow wall? Because there are better defense systems in the system mall. That warehouse looks shabby, but it actually has 2 layers of doors, and the supplies inside are stacked to the brim. Last time I had to exert a lot of effort just to close the door. As for the snowmobile, who would want to return it? Although I currently have no garage, maybe if I go back and feed Little Fish some food, it might happily commission the system to send me a garage. I'm really a clever little guy. Chapter 10. Little Cub, you're so filial sigh. Although the streamer is handsome and interesting, it's actually quite difficult. Every day, he has to risk his life. Why doesn't the streamer enable the gift feature? We want to support the Ice Guardians too. Yeah, does the Ice Guardian accept donations? Do they need funding? Same question. Huo Yu looked at the barrage and said, I don't accept gifts because I don't need money. I'm not interested in it. If you want to support me, you can follow the official Weibo of the Ice Guardians and support the cause of protecting the Arctic and Antarctic. There are also many popular science articles about the polar regions there, which are worth reading. If you're interested, you can check it out. Huo Yu felt ecstatic inside, not accepting gifts, but instead helping the Ice Guardians with publicity. What do you call that? That's called having a vision. It's unacceptable for the higher-ups of the Ice Guardians not to promote him or give him an award. This round was a disaster. They harvested the leaks and did publicity for the Ice Guardians at the same time, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Got it. Already followed. Wow. This official Weibo has so many high-definition pictures of the Arctic and Antarctic, taking it all. The higher-ups of the Ice Guardians publicity department never expected that their department's hard-operated Weibo account, which had been running for 3 years, barely broke 10,000 followers. Yet, when Huo Yu casually mentioned it in the live stream, it gained 6,000 to 7,000 followers in just 10 minutes. After returning to the outpost, Huo Yu first went to the second-floor bedroom to take a look at Little Fish. Little Fish was still lying in his luxurious dog bed, sound asleep. Animal cubs, like human infants, spend a lot of time sleeping every day. Upon hearing Huo Yu's footsteps upstairs, Little Fish instantly perked up, sticking out his tongue to greet him happily. Looking just like a husky, Huo Yu pointed the camera at Little Fish, and the live stream was filled with love. This little guy's ability to attract fans is stronger than his. Many viewers who stumbled and saw the adorable little wolf cub and immediately felt they couldn't leave. Suddenly, a comment caught Huo Yu's attention. Streamer, does the little guy have some illness? Why is he always sticking out his tongue? Huo Yu instinctively looked over and couldn't help but laugh. Little Fish was lying obediently in his dog bed, his pink tongue hanging out of his mouth, looking adorably dazed as he stared at him. The little guy was just born not long ago. He probably forgot to retract his tongue. Huo Yu reached out and helped him tuck it back in. Once Little Fish had his tongue back in, he didn't stick it out again. It really was just forgotten. Ha ha! Little Fish is too adorable. This guy is the offspring of a wolf king. Can you believe it? For a wolf, he's a bit too obedient. Little Fish, I'm not sick. I'm just silly. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live stream was quite lively, Huo Yu decided to let the camera automatically follow Little Fish while he got up to prepare lunch. Little Fish should be a little milk wolf born less than half a month ago, so he could only continue drinking yo-yo milk. Generally, wolf cubs begin to wean around 5 weeks and can eat some minced meat by then. Although there's a box of beef jerky in the storeroom, the meat is too tough and not suitable for him. So, regarding the wolf food issue, Huo Yu still needed to think of another way. Feeding wolf cubs is actually quite a troublesome issue. Unlike humans, the most scientific way to feed them is to have small meals frequently. During the day, they need to be fed approximately every 3 hours, while at night, it can be longer, about 5 to 6 hours apart. Moreover, most wolf cubs under a month cannot feed themselves and need breast milk or a bottle. Fortunately, Little Fish is relatively easy to care for. He can be fed with a spoon. Otherwise, where would he get a bottle in the Arctic? Carrying Little Fish's exclusive milk bowl back to the second floor. Before Huo Yu even entered the room, the little guy caught the familiar sweet scent and waddled over. Huo Yu placed the milk bowl on the floor and held Little Fish in his arms, feeding him the milk spoonful by spoonful. In theory, canids are not suitable for drinking human milk because it contains many food additives and their digestive systems are fragile. However, the yo-yo milk in the big package is specially formulated for young animals, containing no additives and actually beneficial for their growth. Little Fish was indeed very well behaved, holding onto Huo Yu's arm throughout the feeding without fussing or making noise. Those who have experience feeding animal cubs know that it is hard for them to stay calm during feeding. Once they finish one bite, they want the next, and if not fed in time, they will make anxious sounds. Little Fish only murmured a few times when Huo Yu entered with the milk bowl, and afterward, he drank the milk obediently. Little Fish thinks the milk is delicious, gaining recognition points 321. Little Fish feels very happy, gaining recognition points 460. Little Fish thinks you should drink milk too, gaining recognition points 487, and the commission system gives a basic dairy farm and 1 premium Holstein cow. Huo Yu's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly, spilling half the milk. Little Fish called out in a confused and aggrieved manner. Huo Yu quickly scooped another spoonful of milk and fed it to the little guy. Only then did Little Fish contentedly start licking with his little tongue. Huo Yu's thoughts were extremely complicated. So filial, a domineering wolf? Thinking the milk is tasty, wanting me to drink milk too, and then gifting me a dairy farm along with a Holstein cow? Holstein cows are an excellent breed of dairy cattle and the most famous dairy cows in the world. This breed originated in the Netherlands and is the highest milk-producing cow in the world. The current record for the highest milk yield for Holstein cows was set in February 2010, producing 740 kilograms of milk in 365 days. That's an astonishing production rate, yielding 30 tons of milk in a year. If this dairy farm could be put into use at outpost 249, Huo Yu could declare himself free from milk dependency. Unfortunately, although this dairy farm is great, it cannot be used right now. It's not that he is worried about temperature issues. The dairy farm provided by the system must have temperature control functions. The most important issue is the waste disposal from the dairy farm. You see, dairy cows are not only high milk producers, but also high manure producers. An adult dairy cow produces about 20 kilograms of manure and 10 kilograms of urine per day, which is on the lower side. Depending on the size of the cow, a single cow can produce over 12 tons of manure annually. These wastes can be handled well in other places and can even be reused as fertilizer or fuel. But this is the Arctic. The ice guardians and countries around the world have explicit regulations on polar waste management. Solid waste, food waste, chemical waste, and combustible waste must be treated differently, and random disposal that harms the environment is strictly prohibited. Huo Yu sighed and patted little fish's little head. Little cub, what you gave me is a good thing, but I can't use it right now. Chapter 11. Wow, the golden legend. After feeding the little fish, Huo Yu and the audience chatted for another half an hour before ending the broadcast. The popularity in the live stream was steadily rising, about to break 50,000, but Huo Yu, familiar with the live streaming routine, still didn't extend the broadcast. No matter how good something is, overexposure can still lead to fatigue. Live streaming isn't something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a steady flow. A few hours today, a few hours every day, rather than jumping straight into a 24-hour live stream. Only by doing this can you engage the audience and maintain popularity. After bringing the sleepy little fish back to the doghouse, Huo Yu calmed himself down and opened the system. Current recognition points, 231,467, with 230,000 recognition points. He could take off right away. Huo Yu didn't want to keep these points. He decided to use them all for a lottery. The current 249 outpost looked calm and peaceful, and Huo Yu seemed to be living a good life, but that was just an illusion. The outpost hadn't been repaired, the wolf pack hadn't been dealt with, and the food for the little fish after its full moon was still uncertain. Huo Yu was someone who prepared for the worst in times of peace. He was a steady player when it came to games. When he played strategy games, his favorite approach was to maintain steady defense in the early stage, continuously farm and climb the tech tree, then stockpile a massive wave of troops to crush the opponent. Although accumulating a large number of recognition points and then buying skill cards in a mall would be more cost-effective, Huo Yu didn't plan to take that route. At least not for now. After all, you never know which unexpected event or tomorrow will come first. System, I wanted 10 consecutive draws. Ding. 100. 000 recognition points have been deducted, and 1 lottery chance has been granted for the 10 consecutive draws. Huo Yu grinned. Is there such a good thing? System, you really are a penguin spy sent from Antarctica. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Music skill card, master level. Oh, today's luck is pretty good. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Chess skill card, master level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Calligraphy skill card, master level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Art skill card, master level. After 4 draws, Huo Yu's face suddenly darkened. What the heck is this? A big gift pack of chess, music, calligraphy, and art? For green items, if you say Huo Yu lost. That is not entirely true. After all, these 4 skill cards would sell for a high price of 200,000 to 300,000 in the mall. And a 10 consecutive draw only costs 100,000 recognition points, so he at least made 10 times the profit. However, this stuff is useless to Huo Yu. Who am I going to sing to in the Arctic? A polar bear? Cross-border singing king. Starting from singing to polar bears, this is ridiculous. Huo Yu mumbled discontentedly and clicked 6 times in a row for the lottery. White light flashed 6 times. The entire room was illuminated in a glaring white. The 6 white items included a box of flint, a barrel of diesel, a box of dust masks, a box of vacuum-packed chicken breast, a box of self-heating hot pot, and a box of junk food. Huo Yu pouted. These 6 white items were acceptable, at least usable, better than nothing. Rubbing his hands together, Huo Yu clicked on the last free draw. As everyone knows, free things are the most expensive, and what S given is the best. The spinning wheel slowly moved, eventually stopping in a glimmering golden area. Suddenly, the room was filled with golden light. Huo Yu's eyes widened like saucers. Wow, the golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden item. Special skill beast taming, upgradable. Special skill detected. Personal attribute panel has been activated. The personal attribute panel had previously been in a gray locked state, but now it was finally lit up. Huo Yu immediately clicked on it. Name. Age. 25 years. Physique. 8. The average physique for adult men is 6 points. Affiliated research station. F-level outpost. Personal skills archery. Master level. Music master level. Chess. Master level. Art. Master level. Calligraphy. Master level. Firearms use, master level. Geography, entry level. First aid, entry level. Fighting, entry level. Special skill, beast taming, upgradable. In addition to the skills obtained from the system lottery, Huo Yu surprisingly had 4 innate skills. These skills were learned during his school and military years. However, he didn't just possess these skills. It was likely that other skills hadn't reached the minimum level recognized by the system, hence they didn't show up. On the other hand, his marksmanship was indeed quite good. He had been the first in the military district's new recruit competition back then, and the system recognized his firearms proficiency as master level. Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction. From this panel, he could be considered quite versatile. Perhaps after retirement, he could even become a music teacher or something. Huo Yu closed his eyes, feeling the special skill of beast taming in his mind. Special skills do not require use. They are directly infused into the brain. At this moment, Huo Yu's mind was filled with information related to beast taming. After a moment, Huo Yu opened his eyes in surprise. As expected of a special skill, the effects of beast taming were incredibly unique. In addition to a complete set of methods for taming animals, it also granted Huo Yu the ability to understand animal body language. Previously, when he looked at the little fish, he could only think it was fluffy and cute. But now, looking at the little fish, he could judge its current mood by the amplitude of its tail wagging, the strength of its breathing sounds, and its overall body posture. For example, right now, the little fish's state was comfortable, relaxed, sleepy, hungry. Huo Yu, didn't you just eat? Ignoring the little foodie, Huo Yu continued to study beast taming. Besides taming animals and understanding their body language, beast taming had another function that could be considered bug level. That is, it increases Huo Yu's affinity with animals. To put it plainly, any kind of animal, as long as it has intelligence and a brain, will have a good first impression of Huo Yu. This effect was somewhat mystical. It was likely the reason why beast taming could be called a special skill. With this effect, combined with the set of methods for taming animals in his mind, Huo Yu could even attempt to tame any animal. It's worth noting that throughout thousands of years, the number of fully domesticated animals is extremely few. The definition of domestication is directly and completely controlling animals. Even cats, which are common pets, are actually in a semi-domesticated state. As for the tigers and lions in circuses, that doesn't count as domestication. It's merely domination after their wildness has been extinguished. Now that he had this taming skill, he needed a scheduled training for the little fish. The little fish is an Arctic wolf, a top predator in the Arctic ecosystem. If he could fully tame it, he would undoubtedly gain a powerful animal companion. However, the training process in beast taming is complex and tedious, and both he and the little fish would have to endure some hardship. But it is worth it. In the Arctic, no matter how strong an individual is, it's difficult to survive alone. Huo Yu's thoughts soared as he unconsciously reached out to pet the little fish beside him. The little fish looked up in confusion, a sense of foreboding rising inexplicably in its heart. Chapter 12. Renovating the base, regaining his composure. Huo Yu prepared for another 10 consecutive draws. So far, the cost-effectiveness of a lottery remained high. Although he sometimes drew useless items, overall, it was still a profitable venture. System, let's do 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item. Multifunctional survival knife. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item. A box of fresh cucumbers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Small temperature regulation system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Solar power generation device. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green item. Small hidden basement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item. Wooden. Protective fence. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. The old issues with the outpost had always been a thorn in his side. The outpost had not been maintained for too long, and the temperature regulation system was unreliable. Last night, the indoor temperature was only in the single digits. The solar panels on the roof were also more than half damaged, with energy consumption far exceeding the solar energy collected. The several green items he had just obtained finally addressed his urgent needs. Next came 4 consecutive white draws, all of which were trivial supplies but could satisfy some cravings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item, a bag of special dog food. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item, a box of large tongue ice cream. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item, a box of stinky and spicy snail rice noodles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white item, a box of glass-packed peanut syrup. As he watched the last draw slowly spin, Huo Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple item, ice layer stabilizer. Huo Yu looked over in confusion from the name. It seemed to be a device for stabilizing ice layers. He eagerly clicked on the item description. Ice layer stabilizer. Maintains the integrity of the ice layer within the research station's area. Huo Yu was secretly astonished. There was such advanced technology. It should be noted that the main structural design of the Ice Guardian research station was mostly made of stainless steel structures elevated from the ground. This elevated method was used to prevent snow accumulation from burying the research station, temperature drops, and unstable ice layers. The 249 research station was built earlier and did not adopt this elevated design, instead using a foundation method. The advantage of this construction method is that it can withstand blizzards, but once the ice layer cracks or melts, there is a risk of the building collapsing. With this stabilizer, it meant that the ice layer under his research station would never crack, and all problems would be easily resolved. Although his research station was small and its role was not yet significant, it could be expanded. The Ice Guardian rated research stations into 4 levels: outpost level, station level, base level, and city level. The 249 research station was currently at the lowest outpost level, just a dilapidated small outpost covering only a few hundred square meters. However, a station-level research station would cover an area the size of classroom. A base level would need to cover the size of a soccer field, and a city level would be a small city, comparable in area to a smaller county in the country. If you could build the 249 research station into a city level, leveraging the incredible effects of this ice layer stabilizer. The ice layer beneath the 249 research station would become an everlasting glacier continent. By that time, the 249 research station would become humanity's stronghold in the Arctic. Of course, it was still too early to talk about this. Constructing a city-level research station was exceedingly difficult, and the total number of such stations in both the North and South Poles combined was not more than a handful. Moreover, most of these research stations were located in Antarctica, where there is land. After the excitement, Huo Yu looked at the ice layer stabilizer in the warehouse and felt troubled. This machine looked highly advanced and was not small, almost the size of a small generator. But if placed in the 249 research station, it would be too out of place and too conspicuous. He couldn't explain its origin. He needed to find a way to hide it. Suddenly, Huo Yu had a flash of inspiration and remembered the small hidden basement he had just drawn. System: use small temperature regulation system, solar power generation device, small hidden basement, and wooden protective fence. Boom! As soon as Huo Yu finished speaking, he felt the building shake as if it had encountered a minor earthquake. The little fish in the doghouse suddenly raised its head, whimpering in fear. Huo Yu quickly picked it up, shaking it gently like a child. The little fish then quieted down, burying its small head in Huo Yu's arms. The shaking lasted less than a minute before stopping. Huo Yu wanted to put down the little fish and go outside to check the changes at the outpost. However, as soon as the little one was put down, it began to whimper again, its big watery eyes staring at Huo Yu as if it had been scared. Huo Yu sighed helplessly and had to pick it up again as he walked out the door. Stepping out of the outpost, the scene outside had changed dramatically. A half-meter-high wooden fence surrounded the entire research station, with wooden gates on all 4 sides for easy access in emergencies. The old solar panels on the roof were completely renewed, replaced with brand new high-tech solar panels. The entire building appeared bulkier, as if it had put on a thick down jacket. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that an insulation layer had been added to the building to retain indoor temperature. Re-entering the building, Huo Yu could clearly feel the significant temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. Huo Yu went to the control room and lowered the indoor temperature to around 15 degrees Celsius. A large temperature difference between indoors and outdoors could negatively affect the body, especially since this was the Arctic, where outdoor temperatures could drop to -60 or 70 degrees. After lowering the temperature, Huo Yu opened the internal structure diagram of the outpost and selected the thermal imaging function. Previously, the thermal structure diagram was entirely white, indicating that the indoor temperature was too cold. Now the thermal structure diagram was green, indicating that the indoor temperature was appropriate. If the thermal structure diagram displayed orange or yellow, it would indicate that the indoor temperature was too high. The current temperature was just right, as indoor temperature could affect the lifespan of the building. Huo Yu closed the thermal imaging and began to carefully check every corner of the first floor. However, After looking for a long time, his eyes became tired, and he still did not find the so-called basement. Truly worthy of a name, hidden basement. It was hidden even from the owner. System, where's the basement? How do I open it? Ding. To maintain secrecy. The control room does not display any information about the basement, and the basement can only be opened through the system. Huo Yu chuckled, this was great. Others use voice control, while he used brain control. Open the basement. A sound came from beneath his feet, and Huo Yu looked in the direction of the sound to see the bricks on the ground slowly parting, forming a passage that could only accommodate one person. Chapter 13, Aurora. The thickness of the ice layer in the Arctic glaciers is about 2 to 4 meters, with the glacier at the 249 research station being thicker, reaching a maximum thickness of 4 meters. After stepping into the basement, Huo Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. The entire basement reaches a depth of 4 meters, with a floor made of double-layered tempered laminated glass. This is a type of safety glass made through multiple processes including tempering, high pressure, and heating, and is used in glass walkways in certain scenic areas, making it very sturdy. The basement covers an area of about 100 square meters, and under the white light, the underwater scenery is fully visible. The seawater is originally colorless, but due to the selective absorption and scattering of white light by the seawater, it appears blue. Standing on the tempered glass, Huo Yu looked down and felt as though he was immersed in the azure sea, experiencing a sense of being in the moment. Various marine creatures were drawn to the light beneath him, swimming around the beams cast by the tempered glass, seemingly unaware they were being watched by the humans above. Huo Yu even spotted a 1-meter-long Arctic jellyfish radiating a rainbow-colored halo. He placed the little fish on the ground, and it immediately frolicked joyfully, eagerly leaping towards various marine creatures. Huo Yu sighed deeply. The scenery before him was so stunning, but unfortunately, he couldn't share it with others. As the origin of this basement was difficult to explain, if only he could do a live stream right now, he would definitely attract a huge wave of followers. Huo Yu didn't rush to leave, but sat on the floor, watching the little fish play and frolic with the various beings in the water. Immersed in this marine world, he felt as if his soul had been cleansed by the blue seawater, and his heart was filled with tranquility. Nature is the most brilliant psychologist. It always manages to wash over the human soul unconsciously, saving lost spirits. Unfortunately, most people in modern society are unwilling to approach it and reluctant to be healed by it. After spending about an hour in the basement, Huo Yu returned to his bedroom with the still playful little fish. The little guy was still young, and his body was too delicate. It was best not to overplay. After checking the condition of various places in the outpost, he prepared himself a relatively rich dinner, and the sky was completely dark. After dinner, Huo Yu stretched and stepped outside. Outside was an endless snowfield, with solid ice covering the winding coastline and towering snow-capped mountains. In the starry sky, thousands of stars twinkled with their own light, filling the air with a sense of calm and solitude. Such a starry scenery can only be seen in the Arctic, where there is no light pollution or smog. Everything before him was no less impressive than the underwater view of the basement, and Huo Yu immediately started a live stream, ready to attract a wave of followers. His fans received the live stream notification and entered the room with confusion. What is going on? The host started streaming again? A conscientious host, still streaming so late? Just as I was eating, I was looking for a TV series to watch while eating. Wow, it's so beautiful. Huo Yu smiled mysteriously at the camera, placed his index finger on his lips, and then pointed at the sky. The camera followed Huo Yu's finger, revealing a stunning view of the starry sky in the live stream. Oh my God, so many stars. The sky is full of stars. It turns out that such scenery really exists on Earth. Thank you, host. I've never seen so many stars in my life. Will the aurora appear? I really want to see the aurora. The host must be very happy living here. It's no surprise that the viewers in the live stream were amazed. Indeed, very few people who grew up in cities have seen a sky full of stars. The visible limit magnitude is 6, with fewer than 5,000 stars at this magnitude. In fact, people with good vision can see stars of magnitude 6, 5, and above. The limit magnitude refers to the faintest magnitude that a telescope can see. Assuming an even distribution of celestial bodies, the northern hemisphere can only see a little over half of the stars, estimated to be around 3 000. While 3000 may not seem like many in a dark night sky, it's almost a starry canopy. However, due to light pollution and atmosphere pollution, the actual number of visible stars is far less than this. In typical rural areas, without light pollution and atmosphere pollution, the limit magnitude is about magnitude 5. In cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the limit magnitude is only 3, and there are only about 100 stars visible. At this moment, Huo Yu noticed a viewer in the live stream, named Chaser of Light, who asked a question about the aurora. Huo Yu had a deep impression of this viewer, as they always ask questions about whether the aurora could be seen during each live stream. They must be an aurora enthusiast. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu replied, "The aurora is not present all year round. In the northern hemisphere, it only occurs around winter. It is March now, so there's a possibility of seeing the aurora, but it is not very high." Looking at the live stream chat, it seemed that Chaser of Light had not responded further. Huo Yu did not mind and continued speaking. "The aurora is known as the greatest light show on Earth. This unique natural phenomenon in high-latitude areas is something I have never seen before. In Finnish, the aurora is called foxfire, and people believe that the aurora is the sparks created by foxes running across the frozen tundra, reflecting onto the sky. Of course, we all know that the aurora is a natural phenomenon, and the Finnish explanation has no scientific basis." Huo Yu smiled slightly, but that doesn't diminish its romance. Huo Yu looked up at the sea of stars and continued speaking to the audience. "I once heard the legend of the Arctic fox and the aurora, which seems to reflect a romantic understanding between humanity and nature. In September, when the cold night descends over the fields and hills, it is the season when the Arctic fox appears. The tail of the Arctic fox sweeps across the frozen land, and in an instant, the aurora rises. The northern night sky shines brightly, like lightning without thunder. Please remember, when you gaze at the aurora, you will feel that beam of light splashing into the depths of your soul, flowing into every corner. The aurora becomes increasingly crimson, and the night grows ever more romantic. It is said that when you see the aurora, happiness will come as promised." Huo Yu's gentle voice resonated in the polar night, reciting the legend of the aurora like a hymn. There were only a few sparse comments in the live stream, as everyone seemed to be lost in a romantic reverie, until one comment broke the tranquility of a live stream. "Host, turn around quickly. There is something behind you." Will you turn to look? A brilliant and colorful light emerged on the horizon. It floated gracefully like a little elf in the night sky, shimmering and flickering with red, blue, green, and purple lights. That was the aurora. Chapter 14. The lucky ring. In a high-end villa in the imperial capital, a delicate-looking girl sat in a wheelchair, with a colorful aurora projected on the screen in front of her. The girl's name was Yang Tian. A sudden illness had left her paralyzed from the waist down, taking away her ability to walk. Yang Tian loved nature, and her greatest aspiration was to see the legendary aurora. To witness the aurora with her own eyes was her lifelong dream. She had once been an outdoor enthusiast, leaving her footprints in various scenic spots across Huagua. However, since falling ill, she had not stepped outside again. Her parents searched everywhere for doctors to treat her condition while also managing the family business, leaving them no time to take her out for fun. Yang Tian knew that her parents loved her dearly and supported her dreams. To make it easier for her to watch live broadcasts, her parents bought her a projector and transformed an entire wall into a projection screen. They hired the best caregivers and nurses to take care of her around the clock. The caregivers were very responsible, but because Yang Tian had limited mobility, they were afraid to take her out to play. Now, she couldn't even walk, and traveling had become a luxury. This was also why Yang Tian became fascinated with outdoor live streaming. At least through the internet, she could explore various scenic spots from behind the screen. Her ID was Chasing Light. Outdoor live streaming was a relatively niche type of broadcast in this world, as venturing into nature required resources. In the fast-paced modern society, the distance from home to the outdoors and from a city to nature felt like being worlds apart, always just out of reach. Some people ranked high on their friend step count leaderboard, taking thousands of steps every day without fail for 10 years. But in reality, they had only walked one path in those 10 years, from home to the office. Yang Tian spent her days behind the screen, watching outdoor streamers travel through cities, villages, and seaside locations, checking in at various internet-famous spots. These places were entertainment venues, small eateries, and amusement parks. But she was never satisfied. She always felt something was off. Outdoor live streaming didn't seem like it should be this way, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Until yesterday, when she accidentally stumbled in a Huo Yu's live stream. The endless snowy plains, the adorable and clumsy Arctic wolf cubs, and the handsome ice guardian with a gentle and confident smile. This was the outdoor experience Yang Tian envisioned. Most importantly, this was the Arctic, her dream destination. Just a few minutes ago, she watched the night sky in the Arctic during the live stream, listening to Huo Yu tell the legend of the aurora, and her heart felt incredibly fulfilled. She never anticipated that her dream would arrive so suddenly. Yang Dad and Yang Mom sat tiredly on the sofa, discussing where to seek a doctor next to treat their daughter's leg ailment. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass came from their daughter's room. Yang Dad's expression changed in shock, and he quickly got up to push open his daughter's room door, with Yang Mom following closely behind. They saw their daughter standing in front of her wheelchair, tears streaming down her face, with glass shards scattered across the floor, seemingly broken by accident. She stood with great difficulty, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She stared intently at something across the room, her eyes shining with excitement. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Following her gaze to the wall, Yang Dad saw the projector displaying a breathtaking image on the white wall. It was the aurora. In an instant, Yang Dad was in tears. At that moment, Huo Yu was unaware that his spur-of-the-moment live stream had miraculously caused a paralyzed girl to stand up. He, like the viewers in the live stream, held the little fish in his arms, staring in awe at the lights on the horizon. Huo Yu had heard a song called Aurora long ago, which had instilled in him an infinite yearning for the aurora. Love is a light so wonderful, guiding us to the future we desire. The magical aurora, a fantastical prophecy. Hurry to find the extraordinary love. Aurora is the goddess of dawn and morning in Roman mythology, and in Latin, it also represents the aurora. People tend to assign special meanings to certain things. The aurora, a beauty beyond measure, is one of them. Huo Yu had once been an Arctic enthusiast in his previous world and had studied at a top university in his country. Until the day he stepped into the Arctic Circle, he thought the aurora was just a beautiful natural phenomenon. It was only at that moment that he realized the aurora described in the song was truly so dreamlike and beautiful that it took one's breath away. This beauty made one feel that the aurora indeed had a kind of magic. The Arctic night sky resembled an endless ocean, vast, serene, and mysterious. The stars twinkled in the sky, quietly overlooking the dark ice and snow below. Suddenly, a magical rainbow-like light beam floated down, like smoke and mist swaying and still, like flowing clouds and water, eventually transforming into an enormous halo surrounding the Big Dipper. At that moment, the brightness of the halo increased sharply, resembling a bright moon hanging in the sky, casting a soft silver light over the land, illuminating the entire ice field. Everything around became clear and vivid, all shadows visible. Everything came to life. The brilliant light fell on a person and a wolf, as if draping them in a colorful robe. The horizon connected seamlessly with the depths of the ice field, like a pure white painting. The aurora was like a stroke of dreamy color floating above the canvas, surreal and enchanting. Such a beautiful scene prompted the live stream audience to almost simultaneously start recording, capturing this heart-stirring moment. Huo Yu and the audience didn't notice that the little wolf cub in Huo Yu's arms had excitement sparkling in its eyes. Suddenly, Huo Yu's enchantment was broken by a system notification sound. The little fish thinks the aurora is beautiful, gaining 323 recognition points. The little fish feels very happy, gaining 401 recognition points. The little fish hopes you become happy too, gaining 520 recognition points, and trusting the system to gift a special item, a lucky ring. Lucky ring is a symbol of brightness, said to bring good fortune to the wearer. Huo Yu smiled silently. He turned away from the camera, extracted the lucky ring, and observed it in the palm of his hand. The ring did not appear luxurious, lacking in dazzling brilliance, and was even somewhat simple. Its shape resembled a circle of aurora cut from the horizon. Strangely, Huo Yu felt at first glance that this ring could truly bring him good luck. Unable to discern its significance, Huo Yu decided to ignore it. After all, it was a system product. Let it be mystical. He put the ring on his finger and affectionately patted the little fish's head. Huo Yu felt refreshed, with an unprecedented sense of peace in his heart. Reflecting on the legend of the aurora, Huo Yu's expression turned peculiar. It turned out that when one saw the aurora, happiness truly would arrive as promised. Chapter 15, I also want to be an ice guardian. The aurora is a vivid display of the interaction between the Earth's magnetic field and charged particles from the sun. Its duration is unpredictable, sometimes fading away in just a few minutes, while other times it can last several hours. Scientists believe its duration is related to solar energy. Regardless of how long the aurora lasts, witnessing it is a stroke of luck. For example, when chasing the northern lights in Finland, some people have waited in Rovaniemi for several weeks during winter without seeing any aurora, while others have seen a sky full of auroras on their very first night there. With a level 5 Aurora Outbreak Index, there are even those who can see the aurora every time they visit the Arctic Circle. This probability is truly difficult to explain scientifically. The aurora feels more like a chance encounter between humans and nature, and forcing it only leads to disappointment. The aurora that Huo Yu saw lasted over 10 minutes before eventually fading into the night sky. After the aurora disappeared, the popularity of the live stream continued to rise, with everyone excitedly discussing the stunning scene they had just witnessed. Wow, I saw the aurora. This stream was totally worth it. It's so beautiful. How can something so lovely exist in the world? Thank you, host. Really, thank you. Am I late? What has happened? I recorded it. DM me for the footage. For a fee. Huo Yu glanced at the comments and saw someone trying to take advantage of the situation, quickly reminding everyone. The live stream has a historical recording replay. You can watch it for free. Don't fall for it. The scammer angrily left the live stream. Huo Yu smiled and said, looks like we are really lucky today. Generally, the aurora doesn't appear at this time. Those who didn't see it shouldn't be disappointed. You can watch the replay. Next time I find the aurora, I will go live right away. All right, the temperature is starting to drop now, so we'll end today's stream here. See you all tomorrow, bye. Ignoring the flood of question marks in the chat, Huo Yu quickly ended the stream. As long as I run fast enough, the question marks can't catch me. Meanwhile, at Yang Tian's home in the capital city, Yang Tian, with the support of her father, was carefully pacing around the room. Yang Dad's eyes were filled with tears, his expression excited, while Yang Mom could no longer hold back her joy and was crying tears of happiness. Human life is truly remarkable. It can be fragile enough that a serious illness leads to paralysis of the lower limbs. Yet after paralysis, one can be strong enough to stand up again in moments of excitement. Yang Mom, her voice trembling, asked, Honey, is our child's leg really better? Yang Dad, equally excited, replied, Of course it's better. Can't you see our daughter is walking? Yang Mom wiped her tears but remained worried, saying, Shouldn't we take her to see a doctor just to be sure there are no after effects? Yang Dad shot her a glare, quickly interrupting, Poo. Don't say that. Hurry up and pu. Yang Mom hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, saying, Poo. I was just saying nonsense. Yang Tian smiled as she looked at her parents. In her memory, it had been a long time since they had been this genuinely happy. Although her parents smiled at her every day, Yang Tian understood that it was just a forced smile. Thinking of this, Yang Tian recalled the big boy in the Arctic, whose face always seemed to bear that genuine smile. He appeared to be happy every day, and why wouldn't he be? He was doing such meaningful things every day. Besides, he was also quite good-looking and had an interesting way of speaking, though sometimes he could be a bit inappropriate. As if recalling a certain memorable moment, a faint blush appeared on Yang Tian's face. Sweetheart, although you can walk now, you still need to go to the hospital with Dad for a thorough checkup tomorrow. Yang Dad's words brought Yang Tian back from her memories. Yang Tian quickly nodded with a red face. Yang Dad, not noticing his daughter's awkwardness, continued talking. I never expected that your legs wouldn't get better after going to so many big hospitals, and in the end, you stood up after watching a live stream. We really have to thank that host you were watching. By the way, what does he stream about? Dad, he is not just a host. The live stream is to promote his work. He is an Arctic ice guardian, Yang Tian quickly explained. What ice guardian? Yang Dad looked at his daughter in surprise. The Arctic ice guardian is a scientist who studies the Arctic, contributing to the environment of our blue planet. Yang Dad nodded thoughtfully. So he is a scientist? Huh? I thought he was quite good. Yang Tian suddenly spoke up. Dad, once my legs are fully healed, I want to be an ice guardian too. Yang Tian looked nervously at her father. Before her legs had issues, her father had always opposed her traveling outdoors for fear of her getting into danger. Moreover, her father had previously mentioned wanting her to take over the family business, but after his accident, he hadn't brought it up again. Sure enough, Yang Dad's expression changed instantly as he looked at Yang Tian seriously. Sweetheart, during the time you were ill, I thought it over. As long as you are happy and healthy, whatever you want to do, Dad will support you. As long as the doctor says your legs are fine, Dad supports you becoming that ice guardian. Yang Tian didn't expect her father to say this. Her mouth slightly opened as she looked at him, the ice guardian. Yang Dad's face flushed red, quickly changing the subject. Aren't you tired? Your legs just got better. You should rest a bit. Yang Tian smiled slightly and softly replied, At this moment, a hot search related to Huo Yu quietly climbed the rankings online. Keywords such as Arctic, Aurora, and Ice Guardian frequently appeared on major platforms and browsers. The system's camera was so clear that the captured Aurora video was stunning, leaving every viewer captivated by the more than 10 minutes of Aurora. After the video ended, viewers, still wanting more, began to frantically search for the source of the video. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was feeling somewhat conflicted. Huo Yu was their treasured host. This man was so charming that they were reluctant to share him with others. Although Huo Yu's popularity was high, it was only at an average level on the streaming platform, and they wanted more people to see Huo Yu and gain public recognition. Just as the fans in the live stream were torn, the platform Huo Yu was on made a post. The aurora in the Arctic is beautiful, but the ice guardians fighting on the front lines of environmental protection are even more beautiful. This was a successful case of using the streaming platform as a medium to promote the work of Arctic environmental protectors. With the arrival of the self-media era, streaming platforms would become increasingly formal. This Ice Guardian-S program elevated the entire outdoor live streaming industry and pioneered live streaming in the Arctic. The streaming style was humorous, content-rich, not dull, and could promote positive energy concepts of environmental protection, and the platform was generous in its praise for Huo Yu. Thus, Huo Yu welcomed his first explosive rise in popularity. Chapter 16, Training the Little Fish, the Sudden Rise of Huo Yu took the live streaming platform by surprise. Since the start of the broadcast, Huo Yu's popularity has risen in an inexplicable exponential manner, and his retention rate is terrifying. This left the back-end staff of the live streaming platform baffled, wondering where this master came from. Even more outrageous was the discovery that Huo Yu had signed the most basic contract with the platform, giving them no control over him. He could leave whenever he wanted. By the time the live streaming platform wanted to contact Huo Yu to upgrade his contract, they were once again stunned. He was in the Arctic. How could they reach him? They could send him private messages on the platform, but Huo Yu had never responded. It was a joke. Huo Yu left the broadcast faster than a small fish every day. Where would he find the time to check private messages? The live streaming platform was at a loss, as Huo Yu wasn't one of those small streamers without a background. He was a certified ice guard, not someone they could easily manipulate. Most importantly, Huo Yu stood for a great cause. He didn't accept gifts, didn't script his shows, and didn't promote products. As an ice guard in the Arctic and a pioneer in environmental protection, with so many halos surrounding him, Huo Yu's streaming career was practically invulnerable, with no one able to stop him. If other outdoor streamers knew that Huo Yu had not only climbed to the top of the outdoor category in just 2 days, but also signed the least binding basic contract, they would probably be so angry they would spit blood. Meanwhile, Huo Yu was hiding in the warm outpost, facing off with the little wolf cub in front of him. The outpost was now as warm as spring. There was no need to light the fireplace, and the indoor temperature remained comfortable. With improved living conditions, Huo Yu placed training the little fish on his agenda. Training animals was not an easy task, even for Huo Yu, who possessed the skill of animal training. He had previously heard a dog training master say that to train a dog, one must learn to think and act like a dog, proving to the dog that you or its companion before you can become its leader. The ancestor of dogs is the wolf, just as humans evolved from apes. Through long-term domestication, humans transformed wolves into dogs, changing their wildness and living habits. So their fundamental difference is that dogs obey human commands and serve humans, while wolves do not. Therefore, taming a wolf is far more challenging than taming a dog. Like humans, dogs and wolves are social animals. But one cannot impose human emotions on animals, as they do not understand such complex feelings. For instance, Huo Yu made a toilet for the little fish out of scrap paper and picked it up to place it there when the little fish needed to go. This is the brilliance of animal training. Ordinary people find it hard to tell when their pets need to go. However, by observing the little creature's body language, Huo Yu could easily tell when it needed to go, allowing him to quickly carry it over. After a few repetitions, the little fish learned to go to the toilet. Huo Yu was pleased, thinking the little creature was quite clever. However, less than 10 minutes later, while Huo Yu went downstairs to boil water, the little creature ran over to his sleeping bag and relieved itself right next to it. Huo Yu felt helpless inside, but did not show any emotion on the surface. The biggest taboo in animal training is to hold a grudge. Animals can understand their owner's emotions through facial expressions. If your criticism and praise are delayed, even if you have evidence, it is ineffective. How to make criticism and praise more effective? In a word, catch them in the act. If you come home after work and see dog urine or feces on the floor, don't waste time. Just clean it up. Because at that moment, trying to criticize the dog is completely pointless. It has no idea why you are yelling at it about the mess. It might even think you want to fight it over that mess. The most effective criticism and praise occur right after the dog has done something, while it still remembers what it did. If it pees in the wrong place, sternly criticize it there. Then gently take it to the correct place and tell it that it should go here. It will gradually understand that it will be scolded for going in some places, while it won't be scolded in others. So Huo Yu quietly cleaned up the mess left by the little fish. Then he pretended nothing had happened, keeping a close watch on the little creature out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, half an hour later, the little fish began sniffing around on the floor, turning in circles as if trying to choose a spot to go. Huo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as the little fish went to the bathroom, anywhere, he could immediately stop it and teach it. The little fish took a little trot around and then ran straight to the toilet Huo Yu had made for it. Huo Yu, not believing in evil, he pretended nothing happened for another half hour, only to see the little fish once again run to the designated spot to go to the bathroom. Huo Yu felt a bit puzzled. Had this little wolf cub really learned to go to the bathroom in the right place? Was the earlier incident next to his sleeping bag just an accident? Or did the little cub know that going anywhere else was wrong? So it went to the designated spot when he was present, but let loose when he wasn't around? To prove his hypothesis, Huo Yu deliberately stomped downstairs and went to the control room. After staying in the control room for an hour, Huo Yu returned to the bedroom. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, his face darkened. Sure enough, next to his sleeping bag, there was a steaming little lake. Turning around, he saw the little fish innocently lying in its dog bed, yawning widely when it spotted Huo Yu looking over. Good gracious, this little guy did it on purpose. Wolves have a sense of smell 100 times more sensitive than humans, using their sense of smell to communicate in various ways and marking their territory with urine, which is a scent marker. Huo Yu had long analyzed through body language that the little fish regarded him as kin, even as a parent. So when Huo Yu conveyed the command to go to the bathroom in a designated spot, the little fish did not disobey. However, it must have been curious as to why Huo Yu didn't use urine to mark his territory. Its little brain was working quickly, immediately deducing that the sleeping bag was Huo Yu's territory. Therefore, to prevent other animals from invading, the little creature could only help Huo Yu by leaving its urine to drive away other animals. And since the little fish didn't want to disobey its orders, it snuck in a mark next to his sleeping bag when Huo Yu was not around. Understanding the whole story, Huo Yu stared at the stinky sleeping bag in confusion, then glanced at the little wolf cub, who looked innocent yet slightly pleased. Filial piety, how filial. You've made your father very proud. Chapter 17 Popularity soars in the basement of Outpost 249. Huo Yu held a compound bow with 3 arrows knocked on the string. Releasing his right hand, the 3 arrows shot out like lightning, accurately hitting the center of 3 paper targets on the wall. Multi-arrow shooting. Logically, Knocking multiple arrows at once would exceed the energy of the bow itself, causing the arrows to lose power and shoot weakly. If too many arrows were knocked, the bow's rebound would be inconsistent, resulting in the arrows receiving uneven force and scattering randomly without power or range. If it weren't for Huo Yu's master-level archery skills and the system's specially designed lightweight arrows, he wouldn't dare to attempt this. Even so, Huo Yu could only manage to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously. Any more than that would compromise his accuracy. Huo Yu had decided to convert the basement into a training area. The 100-square-meter basement was spacious enough to serve as a training ground for little fish. He also needed to commit to daily exercise. Although Huo Yu had the physique of a special forces soldier, maintaining fitness required consistency. Unfortunately, there were no gym facilities at Base 249. The system store did sell some, but they were special high-tech fitness equipment with unique effects and exorbitant prices. Fortunately, Huo Yu had read the book Prisoner Fitness, which allowed for short-term workouts without equipment. Regardless of the effectiveness of no-equipment training, Huo Yu's goal was not to enhance his physique, but to keep his body in an activated state to respond to any potential dangers. Moreover, archery was a skill that required daily practice to maintain the best feel. Like a sharpshooter, a marksman is trained through arrows. The system was not omnipotent. Some things could only be achieved through personal effort, such as hard work. After finishing his workout, Huo Yu wiped his body with a towel dampened with warm water. There was no bathroom in the outpost, making it impossible to shower, but he still had to ensure hygiene as much as possible to prevent illness. Once he dried off completely, Huo Yu prepared some yo-yo milk for little fish, then donned his gear and stepped outside. Huo Yu had slept well last night, undisturbed by howling wolves, and little fish had not urinated next to his sleeping bag again. However, the little guy was still too small, so Huo Yu planned to wait another week before taking him out on patrol. He couldn't help but admire little fish's clever appearance and the wisdom in his little eyes, leading Huo Yu to wonder if he had some undisclosed lineage from Sled Dog. As soon as he stepped outside, Huo Yu caught a whiff of what seemed to be blood in the air. Without hesitation, he turned and ran back inside, grabbed his compound bow, equipped his quiver, and stepped back out. Typically, Huo Yu wouldn't take his bow on patrol, considering the outpost patrol range was only about 200 meters. In the snowy plains, at such a close distance, he could easily detect any danger. Holding his compound bow and knocking an arrow, Huo Yu cautiously paced along the wooden fence, checking the source of the bloody scent. The next moment, Huo Yu's pupils constricted. Just under 100 meters from the outpost, there seemed to be an animal. Huo Yu focused on it, and the object that appeared to be an animal lay motionless on the ground. It was likely a corpse. The animal's body was about 3 meters long, standing a meter tall at the shoulder, with 2 pairs of forward-curving antlers on its head. It was clearly an adult reindeer. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. What a find. He might be able to have a feast tonight. However, reindeer were social animals. How could one be dead right at his doorstep? Was it injured and separated from its group? Or was it related to that pack of wolves? Unable to figure it out, Huo Yu decided not to dwell on it. Discovering a dead reindeer was a fresh occurrence, and he prepared to start a live stream to gain some recognition points first. It must be said that the live streaming platform had its structure, although they only signed a basic contract with Huo Yu and couldn't even contact him. After last night's Aurora event, the admin gave Huo Yu's live stream a significant promotional push today. Clicking into the live stream platform, one could immediately see the promotional poster for Huo Yu's live stream. An endless expanse of ice and snow, accompanied by the dazzling Aurora. The promotional title read, Arctic Ice Guardian, the pinnacle of outdoor streamers. With such traffic boost, many fans were already chatting in the live stream before it even started. The moment Huo Yu began streaming, countless fans flocked in. The platform was also on point, directly sending push notifications about Huo Yu's live stream to all users. As viewers entered the stream, they were greeted with a stunningly beautiful, snowy landscape. A lonely outpost stood amidst the vast snow, with a red flag fluttering in the cold wind. The high-definition holographic image far surpassed the quality of most cinemas, with every frame suitable to be used as a desktop wallpaper. As the camera panned, a rugged, chiseled face appeared on screen. He was carrying a compound bow that gleamed with cold light on his back, dressed in a black thermal uniform, with a dagger and a dogleg knife sheathed at his waist. As soon as Huo Yu opened the live stream, The screen was instantly filled with comments. In the first minute of broadcasting, the viewer count skyrocketed past 100,000, with countless curious onlookers pouring into the stream. Seeing Huo Yu's somewhat dazed expression, a veteran in the chat couldn't help but tease. He wasn't fazed by the wolf pack, he wasn't fazed by the knife sticking to his hand. But today, he's finally bewildered. Ice brother, you've gone viral. Wow, that gear looks so cool. Such a cute and silly streamer I just followed. This live stream's promotion is something else. What's the streamer doing? Where's little fish? Where's little fish? Huo Yu grasped the situation and smiled at the camera. Welcome to my live stream. Let me introduce myself to the newcomers. I am Huo Yu, the Arctic Ice Guardian. In this live stream, I will show you how to survive in the most extreme and dangerous Arctic environment on Earth. This is the closest scientific research station to the North Pole. And for hundreds of miles around, I'm the only human here. Even the indigenous Inuit people do not tread here. I will face the uninhabited Arctic ice fields, unveil the mysteries of the polar regions, and also teach viewers how to survive if they accidentally wander in. Here, without proper survival skills, you might not last a single day. With an opening statement reminiscent of Bear Grylls, he firmly captured the attention of newcomers entering the live stream. And a flurry of 666 comments filled the screen. As you can see, I am currently preparing to complete my patrol mission as an Ice Guardian. However, before starting the stream, I discovered something interesting. Please follow me. After speaking, Huo Yu turned and walked ahead, leaving the camera with a solitary back view. Chapter 18, A Reindeer Look. Huo Yu pointed ahead, where there was a dead deer. This is a gift from nature, truly a timely help. I could do many things with it. The camera turned to the bloody, dead deer on the ground, and there was a gasp in the live stream. The following footage was a bit bloody, so minors were prohibited from watching. Huo Yu frowned and spoke to the camera. As he said this, Huo Yu activated the block minors feature in the live stream. All registered users under 18 saw their screens turn black, but they could still hear the sound. On the screens of other users, an option appeared. The footage may cause discomfort. Please confirm that you are over 18 and choose whether to continue watching. Yes, continue access. No, switch to audio mode. Nowadays, the audience in the live stream had reached over 100,000, so attention must be paid to the impact. Although the blood of this deer had thawed and the following footage would not be overly bloody, it could still cause discomfort for minors with lower psychological endurance. I don't know what is going on. Even though it looks scary, I just want to keep watching. For the first time. I boldly ignore the risks and continue accessing. By the way, how did this deer die? Boo-hoo. Ice brother, how scary. I could punch a boo-hoo monster to death. Most viewers chose to ignore the risks and continue to access. There are also a few viewers who couldn't handle the bloody footage and chose to switch to audio mode. No longer watching the live stream, but continuing to listen to Huo Yu's explanation. This dead deer looked like it had been bitten by some animal, with many parts already missing. Huo Yu examined the reindeer on the ground closely and said, even so, I can still do many things with the remaining parts. First, I'm going to skin the entire deer. However, I'm not doing it to make a leather coat. As for what I'm making, that's a secret for now. Huo Yu crouched down and pulled out the multifunctional survival knife he won in the lottery from his waist. Although this knife was just a white item, it brought Huo Yu many surprises. This knife has a total length of 215 millimeters, with a blade length of 100 millimeters, and comes with a flint and compass at the bottom. Its features are compact and simple, making it very convenient. The first time Huo Yu saw this knife, he thought of Bear Grylls, the host of Man vs. Wild, and his specially made survival knife. That survival knife was very similar to the multifunctional survival knife in Huo Yu's hand, small and sharp, suitable for any place on Earth, and called by Bear the most versatile, strongest, and most practical knife. One memorable scene that impressed Huo Yu was when Bear inserted the knife into a rock crevice, stepped on it, and climbed up. A small knife was able to withstand the weight of an adult without breaking. Huo Yu held the survival knife and made a few gestures on the dead deer, explaining to the live audience, everyone pay attention, skinning deer should start from the legs. This way we can peel off the entire skin like taking off a coat. Huo Yu carefully used the blade to separate the skin and flesh from the deer's legs, trying to maximize the integrity of the entire deer hide. He was not very skilled at this skinning technique. He had only learned from the Inuit and his team during the Ice Guardian training for a few days. So now he proceeded as slowly as possible, not seeking speed but quality. It was about minus 30 degrees Celsius now. Without this set of self-warming basic combat gear, Huo Yu's fingers and toes would have already frozen stiff. I mentioned before that in such cold weather, things you could do in a few minutes normally become very laborious. Huo Yu exhaled a puff of white mist and said, "Once your body temperature drops, your mind begins to numb and your coordination is affected. This is how people die. I need to work quickly. This deer carcass is frozen hard, and to get what I need, I have to race against time." We had already skinned 3 deer legs, took a slight breath, and asked in confusion, "I just saw someone call me Ice Brother. What is that about?" The live stream audience immediately began to chatter. "Huh, the confusion from Ice Brother. It's not about you. Now everyone online calls the Ice Guardians Ice Brother. Because of your sudden fame, we all looked up the profession of Ice Guardian. You guys are so cool. Ice Brother, how friendly. By the way, the host just said his name is Huo Yu, right? Sounds pretty nice." Huo Yu smiled. It turned out Ice Brother was a term of endearment that netizens gave to the group of Ice Guardians. Not to mention, it sounds quite friendly. The Ice Guardian, a unique profession on Blue Star, fighting in the coldest regions of the Arctic and Antarctic, indeed deserves the respect and affection of the public. After a while, Huo Yu finished processing all 4 deer legs and said, slightly out of breath, "If you, like me, are lucky enough to find a dead deer in the wild, then when you're skinning it, I suggest you build a campfire. This task is not as easy as it looks. It takes some time. In such extreme environments, working so hard might cost you your life. One moment you feel cold, the next you are sweating profusely. In the wild, that's like a death sentence. Specifically, sweat will freeze on you, and then you'll find yourself in big trouble." Educating about survival knowledge and sharing survival skills in a live stream has been a long-standing tradition in Huo Yu's broadcasts. Although most viewers are unlikely to go to the Arctic to skin a deer, Huo Yu still felt it was necessary to teach everyone some knowledge. Most of the people watching his live stream are driven by curiosity, and this attraction won't last long. One day they will grow tired of it. If he changes his live streaming style to a mix of practical skills and educational content, the audience's engagement will increase accordingly. After all, curiosity and the thirst for knowledge are indelible instincts inherent in human nature. This deer is a typical Arctic reindeer with tender and juicy meat. Enough for me to eat for many days. Huo Yu wiped the drool that was almost freezing at the corner of his mouth. I haven't had fresh meat for several days. It's common for Ice Guardians to go a year without fresh meat. After all, not everyone is so lucky to encounter deer meat delivered to their doorstep. While speaking, Huo Yu glanced at the lucky ring on his finger. Sure enough, the system products are guaranteed to be high quality. Encountering this dead deer should be when this lucky ring started to take effect. Besides the deer hide and deer meat, other parts are not very useful to me. Reindeer do not have research value, so I can handle this deer myself. These antlers are quite beautiful. It would be a shame to throw them away. Chapter 19, My Sled Dog, is amazing, right? As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of comments flooded the live broadcast room. Lottery, lottery, lottery. Fish Dad, give it to me. I could do a lowly voice. Fish Grandpa, sell it to me. I'll pay. Wow, that's too sly. Isn't a lottery better? Everyone has a chance. Fish Grandpa, give me those antlers. I can make you he. It's impossible to sell it to you all. Don't even think about it. Huo Yu said with a serious face. Although I didn't kill this reindeer, it is a protected animal, and selling protected animals is illegal. However, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. According to the relevant provisions of the Ice Guardian management regulations, if an Ice Guardian discovers the carcass of a dead animal, they only need to submit samples of scientific value, and other parts can be dealt with independently. I was still thinking about how to give back to the audience for their love, and now there's something to work with. So I will give these antlers to a lucky fan through a lottery. Of course, the time it takes to get them is uncertain. It could be a year or half a year. After all, there is no express delivery here. The live broadcast room instantly erupted in cheers. Although everyone understood that there were already over 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, only one person could win the lottery. But no one cared. What mattered was the sense of participation. Some viewers who weren't short on money had already privately decided that when that lucky person appeared, they would buy the antlers themselves. Reindeer antlers aren't rare, but they are valuable yet have no market. Reindeer are the most numerous species in the deer family. According to a survey there were 3.9 million wild reindeer worldwide in 1986, so antlers actually aren't very expensive. We'll talk about the lottery later. Huo Yu patted the reindeer's skin and said, "Let's take care of this big guy first." Now we pull the deer skin up, go around behind its ears, and cut it there. Huo Yu pulled hard on the deer skin, and since the obstacles on the four legs have been cleared, the whole process went very smoothly. Before long, a complete and well-preserved deer skin was peeled off. "Look, a sizable deer skin has been obtained," Huo Yu said excitedly to the camera. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Huo Yu's ear. Ding! Detected that the host skinning skill has reached the beginner level. Skinning skill has been activated. Instantly, a wealth of techniques and knowledge about skinning flooded into Huo Yu's mind. Huo Yu's eyes lit up as he immediately opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the personal skills section. Personal skills: archery, master level; music, proficient level; chess, proficient level; art, proficient level; calligraphy, proficient level; firearms use, proficient level; geography, beginner level; first aid, beginner level; fighting, beginner level; skinning, beginner level. So that is how it is. Once the skills I mastered reach the standards recognized by the system, it will improve the skill and give a rating. At this moment, Huo Yu could feel that if he skinned this deer again, he would be at least twice as proficient as before. After searching his mind for a bit, Huo Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that the skills he had previously mastered had also been improved to varying degrees. For example, in the first aid skill, he had only mastered the methods for treating external injuries before, but now he had all the first aid methods for acute diseases in his mind. Seeing the complete deer skin in Huo Yu's hands, the live broadcast room began to discuss what Huo Yu would do with this deer skin. "What I'm going to do with it is something Siberian hunters often do." Huo Yu glanced at the comments and said with a smile, "They usually use one deer skin and a wooden frame to make a flat sled. Then they can use this to carry the meat and bones of the hunted prey directly. Of course, some indigenous people use several deer skins to make large sleds, but this requires a very meticulous handmade process, which I can't complete by myself for now. Besides that, deer skin is also a good choice for making coats or robes, or for use as warm bedding." Hearing that Huo Yu was going to make a sled, the knowledgeable viewers in the live broadcast room chimed in. "Wake up, streamer. Even if you make a sled, you don't have sled dogs. Don't think we don't understand. Usually, 4 or 6 strong sled dogs are needed to pull a sled." The streamer does have a sled. Wolf? Oh, what sled, Wolf? The number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared, leading to a relatively lower proportion of older viewers. Many of these new viewers still didn't know about Huo Yu's situation. Huo Yu smiled slightly and said to the camera, "Don't worry. A sled made from one deer skin is very small, and this kind of small sled is usually pulled by a person, so it doesn't require sled dogs. Besides, who says I don't have sled dogs? I'll take you to see my sled dog later." After finishing that, Huo Yu ignored the comments and continued with his work. Although he wanted to make a sled, he still needed wood as material. The area around outpost 249 is all glaciers with no wood available, so the sled project has to be postponed. Right now, this reindeer is a fully grown male. An adult female can weigh over 150 kilograms, while males generally weigh over 90 kilograms. This deer has been bitten and eaten by beasts, losing some meat, but it still weighs about 80 kilograms. With such a heavy body, Huo Yu couldn't move it by himself. Huo Yu could only place the whole deer on the deer skin, wrap it up, and pull it back to the outpost. Once everything was organized, Huo Yu stood in front of the deer skin and shouted at the camera, "All right, it's all processed. Now let us take you to see my renovated outpost." After a small-scale upgrade yesterday, the outpost looked completely new. Old viewers could immediately see the difference. So Huo Yu simply didn't hide it and directly said he had renovated the outpost. Struggling to pull the reindeer, Huo Yu slowly walked towards outpost 249. Pushing open the gate on the wooden fence, Huo Yu temporarily placed the reindeer carcass outside, intending to break it down and store it later. Opening the door, warm air rushed out. Hearing the noise, Huo Yu, who had been sleeping in the room on the second floor, immediately perked up his ears. Huo Yu went upstairs while saying to the camera, "Now I'll take you to see my sled dog." Opening the bedroom door, Huo Yu, who was lying in the doghouse, immediately jumped up excitedly. As the days passed, the bond between the two had grown stronger, and Huo Yu had become more affectionate. Huo Yu laughed and picked up the little guy, holding him in front of the camera, proudly asking, "How about it? My sled dog is amazing, right?" Chapter 20. The bug-level Hawkeye, Little Fish looked perplexedly at the small black ball camera in front of him, his light blue wolf eyes crossed in confusion. Not all Arctic wolves have pure white fur. Some have gray and black mixed colors, and Little Fish looked very much like the old Wolf King, both having a full coat of white fur. Huo Yu brought him in front of the camera, and Little Fish let out a cute, naive bleat. "Oh, whoa." Seeing Little Fish's adorable appearance in front of the camera, the viewers in the live stream instantly melted. "What a cute little Samoyed. Hey, upstairs. While I also think Little Fish is cute, I still have to argue with you. He is clearly an Arctic wolf cub. Wow, those eyes, that tail. He really does look like a wolf cub. I know the streamer is hardcore, but I didn't expect him to be this hardcore. This is a wolf. Little Fish is here. Mommy hug. Haha. Why does this little guy have a tuft of silly fur on his head?" Huo Yu's keen eyes caught this comment. He brought Little Fish closer for a careful observation, and indeed, this little guy had a tuft of dense white fur on his head that playfully and stubbornly stood up. Huo Yu reached out to try to smooth it down, but as soon as he let go, the tuft sprang back up with a pop. Seeing this scene, the live stream burst into laughter again. Seeing Little Fish so popular and the recognition points skyrocketing, Huo Yu also showed a satisfied smile. "I didn't raise you for nothing. You can help earn recognition points for your dad." Huo Yu firmly believed that if he wanted to take a day off from live streaming in the future, he could just push Little Fish in front of the camera and let him live stream for a whole day. The audience wouldn't get tired of it. He simply put the little guy on the ground, allowing the camera to follow him automatically so he could take a good rest. Taking advantage of this time, Huo Yu opened the system to check the recognition points. Current recognition points, 680,000. Wow, that's quite a harvest. Huo Yu didn't plan to use the recognition points for a lottery for now. One reason is that lotteries are quite unstable. Last night, Huo Yu did 10 consecutive draws, and aside from the one free draw that yielded a green item, a multifunctional medical box, the rest were all white items. Isn't this just pure money grabbing? The previous few lotteries had good items, and then they started lowering the drop rates. However, after this lottery, the system all updated nonstop, unlocking many items. Among them, several high-tech props had extremely powerful effects that made Huo Yu particularly envious. So Huo Yu planned to save some recognition points to buy props in a mall. Huo Yu selected a few items in the system mall. Although they were ridiculously expensive, they were particularly suitable for him. The one he wanted to buy the most was an animal enhancement item. Beginner Animal Enhancement Bloodline Factor enhances the bloodline of animals, comprehensively improving their stamina, intelligence, and physical quality. Price 3,000,000 recognition points. With his black technology bloodline factor, Little Fish could grow to become Huo Yu's best helper. Due to the numerous secrets of the system, Huo Yu is not suitable to team up with others to guard the 249 outpost for a short time. However, if it was an animal, it would be no problem. Additionally, Huo Yu also had his eye on a bow. Hawkeye Bow. Description: a high-tech recurve bow from the Marvel world, used by the superhero Hawkeye, featuring various combat functions. Level: Epic. Feature 1. Lightweight. Using this bow greatly reduces the strength required to draw it. Feature 2. Guaranteed hit. When using this bow, your arrows have a 50 chance to hit the target 100. Skill 1. Blade Transformation. The Hawkeye bow has been modified to transform into a double-headed battle blade in combat. Skill 2. Eagle Eye. Instantly enhances vision, doubling the maximum visible distance. Price: 6,000,000 recognition points. From the panel, it seemed this bow had undergone a magical modification by the system, granting some of Hawkeye's abilities to the bow, which is why it could sell for such a high price of 6,000,000 recognition points. But in reality, the bow's power extended beyond that. First of all, the recurved bow's body was foldable, making it easy to carry. Moreover, the upper limb of the bow featured a laser-assisted aiming device similar to a sniper rifle. Most importantly, this recurved bow was easy to operate, with a button control terminal that could increase the arrow launch speed. If it were just this bow, Huo Yu wouldn't be so envious. The key was that the system mall also offered a matching quiver and an arrow generator. The quiver was not too expensive, 2,000,000 recognition points, and perfectly replicated the functionality of Hawkeye's quiver, with the added ability to automatically generate arrows. However, the price of the arrow generator was outrageous, reaching 12,000,000 recognition points. But although this item was ridiculously expensive, it was definitely worth the price. This device could generate over 20 types of arrows, including standard arrows, explosive arrows, guided arrows, and multi-arrow shots. It could even be upgraded to unlock special tips, such as PIM particle arrows, vibranium arrows, and adamantium arrows, which are all superbug level. With this epic bow and special arrows, combined with master-level archery skills, not to mention an Arctic bear, even if a dinosaur came back to life, he could take it down with a single shot. Huo Yu reluctantly withdrew his gaze. It was a pity he was still too poor. Otherwise, what boy could refuse to become a superhero? Although the superhero Hawkeye is quite overrated, if you think about it carefully, you'll find that Hawkeye is actually the Super C position in the Avengers. It is well known that every mission with Hawkeye ends in victory. Regaining his thoughts, Huo Yu picked up the little fish that was being cute in front of the camera. All right, the break is over. Next, I need to complete today as patrol mission. Huo Yu stood up and spoke to the camera. I still haven't seen enough of the little guy. Little fish is too small. It seems he can't go patrolling with Grandpa Fish, right? Grandpa Fish, can I take little fish with me? Seeing the nickname the audience had given him, Huo Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'm called Grandpa Fish, and the little guy is called Little Fish. Goodness. Isn't this just a super generational leap? Looking at Little Fish, who was raising his front legs and pawing at his pants, Huo Yu pondered. Perhaps due to the excellent bloodline of Little Fish's Wolf King father, or perhaps because the system's milk has magical effects. Little Fish has been growing rapidly in the past 2 days. He could barely walk before, but now he can run around the house. If that's the case, taking the little guy out for a stroll shouldn't be a problem, right? Little Fish. Huo Yu squatted down, patted the tuft of silly fur on his head, and asked, "Do you want to go patrolling with me today?" Little Fish didn't understand his words. He just comfortably closed his eyes and lazily responded with a "ow." Huo Yu immediately said, "You want to? Then let us go." After saying that, he picked up the bewildered little fish and strode towards the door. Chapter 21. After eating charcoal-grilled venison, even the Emperor cannot compare to me. For a keeper of the ice, patrol duties are a daily necessity, akin to daily quests in a game. The data collected during patrols must be compiled into a weekly report and submitted to the higher authorities of the Ice Keepers. Research Station 249 is directly under the base-level research station numbered 009, and Huo Yu's weekly report must be submitted here. Therefore, despite having the ice layer stabilizer maintaining the ice layer, Huo Yu still insists on checking the ice thickness every day, which is a rigorous trait shared by all ice keepers. Taking the little one out of the door, Huo Yu excitedly stepped on the snow beneath, leaving a trail of small paw prints shaped like plum blossoms. After all, being an Arctic wolf, the little one inherently has a fondness for snow. Now that it has finally stepped onto the snow, the little one completely let loose and ran faster and faster. Seeing Huo Yu run far ahead, Huo Yu subtly frowned and shouted, "Huo Yu, come back." Seemingly sensing the sternness in Huo Yu's voice, Huo Yu paused, hesitated for a moment, and then scampered back to Huo Yu's side. Only then did Huo Yu show a smile and affectionately ruffle the little one's tuft of fur. He usually spoils Huo Yu, but he cannot indulge in matters of principle. Wolves have a strict hierarchy, and he should establish the impression that he is the leader of the pack while Huo Yu is still young. As for what to do later, whether to release Huo Yu back into the wolf pack or keep it in human society, Huo Yu cannot bear to part with the little one. Although they have only spent a few days together, he has truly regarded the little one as family. Moreover, sending Huo Yu back to the wolf pack is definitely not a good choice. The new Wolf King is Huo Yu's father's enemy and may harbor thoughts of eliminating Huo Yu completely. Although Huo Yu does not believe it could defeat the grown Huo Yu, staying in human society is not a good idea either. Huo Yu does not want Huo Yu to become a plaything for people to observe in a zoo. Arctic wolves should run joyfully in the snow. At worst, he will stay here with Huo Yu until its life comes to an end. After being artificially raised, Arctic wolves can live over 17 years. However, in the wild, their average lifespan is only about 7 years. He is only 25 this year. Staying here with the little one for 20 years is not a problem at all. Huo Yu is completely unaware that, with the help of the system, The bloodline-enhanced Huo Yu living for 20 years is just the beginning. Arriving at the measurement location, Huo Yu took out the measuring rod and inserted it into the ice surface. Huo Yu looked curiously and cautiously at the long measuring rod in front of it, showing a timid expression. Who knew a little wolf cub could have such rich facial expressions? Huo Yu smiled and said, "Don't just stare. Later, after work, Dad will treat you to a big meal." The reindeer had just died not long ago, and the meat is fresh. Huo Yu's grown well, and its body is robust. Today is just right to try feeding it some diced meat. The nutritional content of reindeer milk is very high, but meat contains many nutrients that milk cannot replace besides being rich in protein. Huo Yu stretched lazily and spoke to the camera. Work is done. Now it's time to enjoy the prey. Venison is a delicious and premium ingredient, rich in protein, fat, inorganic salts, sugars, vitamins, and other nutrients beneficial to human health. Moreover, venison is warming in nature and has the effects of tonifying the spleen and boosting energy, warming the kidneys, and enhancing yang, making it very suitable for consumption by those who feel weak at certain times. Huo Yu winked at the camera, showing an expression that implied 666,666. Uncle Yu has transformed into a health doctor, wildly promoting. I have a friend who wants to know if what the host said is true. Let me down. This is not the bus to kindergarten. Haha, Uncle Yu, you understand so well. Huo Yu couldn't be bothered with this group of silly netizens and headed straight back to the outpost with Huo Yu. After sending Huo Yu back indoors, Huo Yu ran to the outdoor warehouse, rummaging through various usable tools and materials. Most of the supplies in the warehouse have been moved to the basement by Huo Yu, where the safety factor is higher, ensuring that the supplies remain intact. After digging out some old wood, Huo Yu carried it all to the yard. He dragged the reindeer over and used a dogleg knife to cut off a reindeer thigh. Such fresh venison would be a shame not to grill. Huo Yu looked at the reindeer leg, drooling, and said, "As we all know, everything can be grilled. Grilling is one of the earliest cooking methods mastered by our human ancestors, and it can be divided into several methods, including open grilling, oven roasting, clay grilling, bamboo grilling, and so on. But here in the Arctic, I can only choose the open grilling method to cook the venison. To avoid damaging the ecological environment, I will use this wood to make a grill and then use smokeless charcoal for grilling." Well, you simply bound 2 tripods with wood and laid a piece of wood across them to serve as the grill. The heat of smokeless charcoal is relatively weak, so my grill is placed closer to the ground. If everyone is using wood as fuel when setting up a grill in the wild, they should build it a bit higher. In addition, grilling with stones has its own unique flavor, which can be tried next time if there is an opportunity. The smokeless charcoal was obtained from the system lottery, and it ignited easily, not even needing kindling. Soon, the burning smokeless charcoal emitted a wave of heat. Feeling the temperature rise around him, Huo Yu brought Huo Yu out from the house. Grilling requires a variety of ingredients. He looked at the tender little wolf cub in his arms and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a good reserve food for such a special time. The food reserves at Outpost 249 are plentiful, and there is no need to tap into the emergency supplies for the time being. You prepared a reindeer leg. Cut it all into strips, along with some dried meat and easily preserved vegetables from the supplies. If it weren't for the fact that Outpost 249 is relatively far from the sea, he would have wanted to catch a couple of fish. The venison on the grill sizzled, with droplets of fat dripping into the charcoal, making a crackling sound, enhancing the flavor of the meat. Huo Yu sat by the grill, stroking the little fish in his hands, wearing a contented smile. After eating charcoal-grilled venison, even the emperor cannot compare to me. Watching the live stream at home, Yang Tian saw him with a warm smile, holding a little white wolf, speaking to the camera about his experiences, and a sense of longing rose in her heart. She wondered if everyone had seen the dopamine secretion ranking. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter in the midbrain that can directly affect people's emotions. Theoretically speaking, increasing this substance can excite people. In the dopamine secretion unit ranking, eating delicious food can secrete 120 units of dopamine, while petting cats and dogs can secrete 40 units of dopamine. And for someone like me, eating delicious food while petting Huo Yu can secrete a total of 160 units of dopamine, surpassing the 158 units secreted by repaying debts. Huo Yu smiled at the camera and said, "So, do you think I am very happy now?" "Wrong. You cannot even imagine my happiness. Chapter 22. Raising children is just for fun. The fragrant venison was chewy, and Huo Yu ate several skewers before educating the viewers in the live stream. I believe everyone loves barbecue. In the eyes of most people, skewers seem to be somewhat low-end street food. But I have to tell you, barbecue is one of life's great pleasures. In Northeast China, there's a saying, there's no problem that a barbecue can't solve. If there is, then it takes two. A life without barbecue is not perfect. The viewers in the live stream, who were initially angrily accusing Huo Yu of spreading toxicity, suddenly became lively after hearing this. If you're talking about this, I'm no longer sleepy. Our country's skewers are famous all over the world. Ha ha, that's right. Anything can be barbecued, and barbecue can solve everything. Is Lord Fish also a foodie? Huo Yu picked up a potato and threw it into the charcoal fire, continuing, moreover, barbecue is the oldest cooking method. With a rich historical background, and almost every country has its unique barbecue culture. For example, the well-known Turkish kebabs, Malaysian sauté beef skewers, Cambodian grilled corn, and grilled bananas. Our great Hua country even incorporates the strengths of these countries' barbecue cultures. No ingredient can escape the fate of being grilled. Hua country has a unique characteristic, compatibility. Many things that flow in from other countries can perfectly integrate into Hua country, preserving their essence while adding Hua country's attributes. Of course, Hua country also has a significant voice in barbecue culture. The unique barbecue model depends on the willingness of its people to try new things. For instance, grilled silkworm pupae may look ugly enough to make one's scalp tingle, but they are very nutritious. One silkworm pupa is equivalent to the protein of 2 eggs, and they taste fragrant with a pure protein flavor and no off-putting taste. There are various strange things like grasshoppers, locusts, garlic, and green onions. When I was in the army, I visited a small city in northeast China called Pingsheng, where the barbecue specialty was something called milk box, which is a particular organ from female cows. Huo Yu is quite a seasoned foodie. This hobby is a family tradition. His parents are very particular about food, loving delicious dishes and knowing how to enjoy them. Under this family influence, Huo Yu also developed a passion for food culture. While he talked enthusiastically about barbecue with the viewers, he skillfully managed the grilling without stopping for a moment. Various ingredients were placed on the grill, and Huo Yu even specifically purchased a spice box from the System Mall, which contained a variety of spices at a reasonable price of only 200 recognition points. After the mall upgrade, the variety of products inside became increasingly rich. Unfortunately, the mall does not sell ingredients, so Huo Yu's food source still mainly comes from lottery draws. The venison was grilled to a golden crisp outside while remaining tender inside. The potatoes and the charcoal looked black and unappetizing, but when the skin was peeled back, a rich aroma immediately spread out. The box of beef jerky obtained from the lottery was cooked by Huo Yu as a type of meat skewer called gamba meat, with distinct layers, tasting dry and flavorful. While Huo Yu enjoyed the feast, he did not forget the little fish looking eagerly at him. He took a more tender piece of meat from the reindeer, placed it on the charcoal fire for a brief grilling, and once the ice crystals inside and outside the meat melted away, he took the piece off. For canines, eating raw meat is a better choice. Most dog owners feed their dogs kibble for convenience and cost savings. Of course, there's also a fear of parasites in raw meat. But high-quality raw meat sources typically do not have parasite issues. Dogs raised on a combination of raw meat and kibble tend to have shinier coats and stronger teeth. Little Fish, being an Arctic wolf, has lived in such a harsh environment with Huo Yu, so Huo Yu naturally hopes for it to have better physical health. Using a dagger, he cut the raw venison into pea-sized pieces and tried to feed one to Little Fish. Little Fish licked the piece in Huo Yu's hand, and its light blue eyes immediately brightened. Then it swallowed the small piece whole. Huo Yu smiled slightly and gently said, "Eat slowly. These are all yours." Little Fish gave a little grunt in response and picked up another piece of meat to chew on. From the looks of it, Little Fish showed a slight food-guarding response, but no signs of aggression, which is the ideal state. Animals have an instinct to guard their food, and humans have a similar instinct, which is why some people feel that eating in a large group is more enjoyable. Food that comes too easily often seems bland. While Little Fish was eating, Huo Yu maintained a certain distance from it never reaching out to pet it at this time to prevent triggering its instinctive food guarding behavior. There are always pet owners who pet their furry kids while they eat, but this is actually a bad behavior. The fact that the furry kid doesn't bite you is because it has a good temperament, not because your behavior is correct. In the animal kingdom, any group of animals will keep their distance while eating. Many pet owners often complain that their furry kids are not well behaved, while others' pets are so obedient and cute. Little do they know, this is because they fail to think from an animal's perspective and instead apply human moral standards to an animal. The saddest thing is that purchasing an object comes with a manual, and learning to drive requires a driver's license. However, raising a pet requires no training or exam, and most sellers won't teach you how to care for it. Little Fish quickly finished a few small pieces of venison and then comfortably lay by Huo Yu's feet, exposing its snowy white, round belly to him. For wolves, chewing slowly is never a behavior they would exhibit. In the wild, every second of eating time carries risks. So they try to eat as much food as possible in the shortest time. Huo Yu looked at the stuffed little fish and smiled mischievously. Wow, you're full already? We still have soup to drink. With Little Fish's intelligence, it couldn't understand Huo Yu's dark humor and just stared at him adorably. The viewers in the live stream criticized Huo Yu's behavior, but he ignored them all. Pets are also like children. Raising children is just for fun. After teasing Little Fish, Huo Yu rummaged through the warehouse for an iron pot, cleaned it up in the outpost, and then hung it on the grill. Enjoying a bowl of soup after barbecue is also one of life's great pleasures. Chapter 23. The flying insect. Huo Yu's soup-making skills are quite impressive, even better than those of ordinary restaurant chefs. This impressive skill is thanks to his mother. Huo Yu's mother is from Guangdong province, hailing from a scholarly family, and is a gentle and elegant southern woman whose only hobby is making soup. While her cooking skills are quite average, she excels at making delicious soups, which has led both Huo Yu and his father to enjoy drinking soup. Huo Yu believes that his mother enjoys making soup more than drinking it, as after every meal, she would always bring out a small pot of soup from the kitchen, pour herself a small bowl, and sip it delicately while smiling at Huo Yu and his father as they gulp down their soup. Thinking of his family, Huo Yu couldn't help but zone out for a moment. He has a good relationship with them. He feels fortunate to have only crossed over into a parallel world. Despite some differences from his previous world, at least his family remains unchanged. A clay pot is the most suitable for making soup. It could be said that clay pots are specifically designed for this purpose. They simmer slowly over low heat, retain heat well, and produce incredibly delicious soup without greasiness. However, Huo Yu only has an iron pot and cannot control the heat for slow simmering. So, rather than saying he is making soup, it would be more accurate to say he is stewing it. Setting up the pot, Huo Yu glanced at the camera, hesitating to speak. He wondered if his mother was watching his live stream. If she saw him stewing fresh venison in an iron pot, she would probably furrow her brow and quietly complain about him wasting good ingredients. Huo Yu refocused and took a snow shovel from the warehouse, starting to scrape the protruding ice layer beside him. After a moment, he cleared the snow and picked up a hand axe, chopping vigorously at the exposed ice layer. What is Master Yu doing? Shock. A certain ice guardian is actually stealing from his own ice, chopping at the ice block with 30 strikes. Upstairs, the bookstore is going to collapse. Is Master Yu fetching water? Huo Yu chopped off a suitably sized piece of ice and placed it in the iron pot. This friend was right. Ice and snow are my daily water sources. Snow looks white and clean, but in reality, during its descent from the sky to the ground, snowflakes pick up many bacteria and impurities, making it unsuitable for direct drinking. We usually use it as water for daily living. Using melted ice for water also has its nuances. One should use new ice from this year, as such ice yields better quality water without contamination. Most importantly, old ice from the Arctic is primarily sea water that has frozen, making it ineatable, whereas new ice and snow have much lower salt content. Old ice from years past should be avoided unless absolutely necessary, as it contains many impurities and could even harbor ancient viruses that, if released, could have catastrophic consequences. This is not an exaggeration. During the summer of 2016, a heat wave hit the Yamal Peninsula in Siberia, accelerating the thawing of permafrost and exposing reindeer carcasses that had died from anthrax 75 years prior. Infectious anthrax spores were released into nearby water bodies and soil, entering the food supply chain. More than 2,000 reindeer grazing nearby were infected, leading to a small outbreak among humans, resulting in the death of a 12-year-old boy due to anthrax and at least 20 others requiring hospitalization. Global warming is causing glaciers around the world to shrink, which not only leads to the loss of viral and microbial archives, making it impossible for scientists to discover ancient viruses preserved in glaciers, but also introduces many pathogens that humans have yet to combat into the environment. Huo Yu sighed deeply and said earnestly, "Friends, we must take heed of this and regard the issue of global warming as an urgent matter rather than a precautionary one." The ice in the iron pot had melted more than half, with the remaining pieces floating in the water, bubbling gently. The audience in the live stream surprisingly stopped joking and fell silent. They realized that such a serious environmental issue was before them, yet they had no way to prevent the impending disaster. In fact, most of them had been unaware of these matters before knowing Huo Yu. Noticing the audience's guilt and helplessness, Huo Yu smiled and comforted them. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Countries and organizations around the world are beginning to pay attention to the issue of global warming. Our Ice Guardians organization was established for this purpose. If you want to contribute to combating global warming, please support my live stream and help promote our Ice Guardians. Ha ha ha, official advertisement, the most deadly. I've shared it in loving family, and now our whole family is watching Master Yu's live stream. I understand. I'm a teacher, and today I'll show my students Master Yu's live stream during evening class. In the future, if my dad says I'm not serious about my studies because I watch live streams, I'll show him the recording of Master Yu's live stream and totally slap him in the face. Upstairs, this is pure filial piety. Amid the teasing, Huo Yu had already prepared the ingredients and placed them in the iron pot. He controlled the camera to focus on the steaming iron pot, and the viewers watched as the hot venison soup bubbled, with pieces of red meat and small umbrella-like hazel mushrooms rolling around, causing their mouths to water. Hazel mushrooms are one of the few types of fungi that the Ice Guardians can eat, as they're vacuum-packed after being dried. A bowl of soup a day is better than any medicine. Huo Yu gently stirred the bubbling venison soup with a ladle. These were the words his mother often said to him. She is from Guangdong province and loves making soup. Making soup places great emphasis on the quality of ingredients and timing. The ingredients don't have to be complex, but the temperature must be just right. The timing for simmering soup is crucial. It should be done over a low flame, ranging from several days to just a few hours, without rushing or stirring. Feeling the soup's gentle simmer, cultivating a sense of tranquility, and allowing the delicious broth to come into being effortlessly. Huo Yu didn't even notice that a warm smile gradually appeared on his face as he spoke. His mother taught him these soup-making techniques from a young age, and through her influence, he also developed a love for drinking soup. By now, the venison soup had been boiling for quite a while, and its aroma had filled the air. Huo Yu couldn't help but take a deep sniff and said with a smile, "The ingredients in the Arctic are quite limited and not very refined. Plus, I don't have the time to simmer it slowly over a low flame. But this pot of soup excels in freshness. Let me taste the flavor." As a piece of venison went down, followed by a sip of soup, a wave of warmth spread from Huo Yu's stomach, gradually permeating every part of his body. In southern China, the culture of drinking soup is very prevalent. Making soup seems to embody a spiritual realm, emphasizing a state of calmness and contentment. Among all the foods we eat, soup is both nutritious and easy to digest. A survey by American nutritionists indicated that among over 60,000 people surveyed for nutrition, those who were well-nourished were precisely the ones who regularly drank soup. The Taoist culture of Huo emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. The human body, like nature, requires a balance of heat and cold. Too much yin or yang is not good, and only the right conditions are best. Making soup is a manifestation of this philosophical thought, adjusting the body according to different constitutions and seasonal weather. After saying all this, Huo Yu squinted his eyes and took small sips of the venison soup, remarking, "I don't understand all this cultural stuff, but when it comes to soup, I just have one word. It's delicious." Huo Yu firmly believes that no matter what bad things happen, good food can heal everything. Sensing the rich aroma of the venison soup, the little fish, which had been lying nearby and sleeping, wrinkled its small nose and nibbled a Huo Yu's pants leg. Huo Yu chuckled and joked, "Didn't you just eat?" The little fish stared at him blankly, a tear of sadness glistening at the corner of its mouth. Huo Yu no longer teased it. The warm soup was soothing, and he didn't add too much salt, allowing the little fish to have a couple of sips to satisfy its cravings. After the meal, the Arctic sky gradually darkened, and the temperature began to drop sharply. As night fully descended, the polar region fell into a silent darkness once again. The remaining firelight illuminated Huo Yu's face, and feeling the cold around him, he couldn't help but raise the temperature of his polar combat suit, tightly holding the little fish in his arms. Do you all know? In the polar region, what drives people crazy the most is loneliness and silence, Huo Yu said with some emotion. Many ice guardians have endured the cold and the attacks of poachers, only to ultimately succumb to loneliness, forced to retreat. Being an ice guardian is a profession that can easily cause psychological trauma. Fortunately, I still have the little fish and your companionship, so I don't feel too lonely. You all have known me for so long, yet it seems you still don't understand what kind of person I am. If you have any questions, feel free to send them in the comments. The comments section immediately became lively, with the audience eagerly asking various questions. Huo Yu looked at the rapidly refreshing comments on the transparent screen before him and smiled helplessly. There are too many questions, and I can't answer them all one by one. Why not just tell you my story? Huo Yu gazed at the distant icebergs and began to narrate. I was born into a well-off family. My father was a soldier, and my mother was a writer and a university teacher. Ideally, I could have lived my life comfortably, but the young me was not satisfied. I wanted to live a meaningful life, so despite my father's objections, I chose to become an ice guardian after leaving the military. My father was not the kind of strict parent. He didn't force me to become a soldier like him, just hoping that I could stay home and accompany the family. He always said that it was enough to have one man outside the home. I didn't agree with his thoughts at the time. I believe that a good man should have ambitions beyond the home, until I truly stepped into the Arctic. The 3-month training period to become an ice guardian nearly drove me crazy. Huo Yu added a bit of charcoal to the campfire and continued. I think many friends working far away feel the same. There's no child who doesn't miss their parents. Most just don't want their parents to see them in a difficult situation. Since I chose to be an ice guardian, I must wholeheartedly fulfill my duties, and this longing can only be buried deep in my heart. Listening to Huo Yu's heartfelt words, the audience in the live stream also fell into contemplation, and the comments became sparse. The little fish in his arms seemed to have played out and had already fallen asleep. Huo Yu stroked the little one's fluffy hair and inexplicably recalled a nursery rhyme his mother sang to him when he was young. Due to certain reasons, his mother found it inconvenient to sing and only learned this one nursery rhyme, and it was difficult for her to learn. She said, "As a mother, you should be able to sing a lullaby for your child, even if it's just one." The moonlight spilled over the snow, and Huo Yu's deep voice suddenly resonated in the Arctic sky. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow, insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing? Meanwhile, in a military family courtyard in the capital, on the top floor of a 2-story small building, a gentle-looking woman with a hearing aid watched the boy in a live stream, singing the nursery rhyme deeply. Her eyes reddened. Although she found it hard to hear the content of the song, she couldn't help but think of the time when she held little Huo Yu, trying hard to sing nursery rhymes. The stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither, the cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as you are with me. In a military base in the frontier, Huo Jinghuan sat exhausted in the back seat of a military jeep, habitually pulling out his phone and opening his son's live stream. As soon as he entered the live stream, a deep and melodious singing voice filled the jeep, and the soldier driving instinctively perked up his ears to listen closely. Huo Jinghuan's fingers suddenly froze as he looked incredulously at the boy holding a little wolf cub and singing the nursery rhyme. Accustomed to the resounding military songs, Huo Jinghuan had to admit that although it was the first time he heard this nursery rhyme, it was very catchy. Is this my child? Insects fly, flowers sleep. A pair is beautiful. Not afraid of the dark, only afraid of a broken heart. No matter how tired, regardless of east, south, west, or north. The clear and resolute face made many young girls slightly dazed, The clean and pure voice lingered in the audience's ears. Everyone could hear the mother's love for her child and the wanderer's longing for his mother in the song. Huo Yu's previous singing was not very good, and he was even somewhat off-key, so almost no one had heard his voice before. But now, Huo Yu possessed advanced musical skills, and his musical accomplishments surpassed those of most singers. This song had a melodious tune and a nursery rhyme style paired with romantic lyrics that could achieve the best effect even when sung a cappella. Therefore, even without accompaniment, this song Insects Fly still captured the hearts of all listeners. The reason was not only due to Huo Yu's advanced singing skills, but also because of the strong emotions embedded in his voice that resonated with the audience. After the song ended, the driver finally came back to his senses and turned to ask, "General Huo, where are we going?" Huo Jinghuan smiled and asked, "Was it good? My little guy is singing." The driver was slightly taken aback and replied earnestly, "It was good." Huo Jinghuan nodded, "Not bad, kid." In the study on the top floor, Yiluan had tears in her eyes, watching the screen with a gentle smile of Huo Yu. A mother and son share a connection. Even though Huo Yu didn't say any words of longing for his mother, she could still hear boundless yearning in his song. What puzzled her was why she felt that the melody of this song was so familiar, even though it was the first time she heard it. Perhaps in some parallel world, she was the one singing this nursery rhyme to lull her son to sleep. Chapter 24. Who is Little Fish? Huo Yu had not yet realized that in this world, when Yiluan sang to lull little Huo Yu to sleep, she was singing a different song, and that the classic song Insect Flying was making its debut today. It wasn't until he saw the barrage of comments flooding the screen that he became aware of the seriousness of the situation. So beautiful, so beautiful. What is the name of this song, streamer? Oh my gosh, this song is amazing. I know some people in the world are multi-talented, but you, Fish Lord, are just too talented. I can't find this song by searching for it. What is it? My mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. Huo Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that things were not simple. The song was called Insect Flying, an original composition that had not yet been uploaded online. As soon as this was said, those with ulterior motives hidden in the live stream began to smile. An original song that hadn't been uploaded online meant that it hadn't applied for copyright yet. These people rushed to copyright websites, extracting the lyrics and melody of the song from the live stream recording, intending to register the copyright for Insect Flying. However, when they submitted their copyright application, they were met with a formal and serious warning from the website. The song copyright you applied for has similarities to existing works. Please maintain originality. Undeterred, some immediately searched the music library for the song, and to their astonishment, they found Insect Flying, which had previously been unsearchable, now recorded in the original music library. Song title: Insect Flying lyrics. Little Fish composition. Little Fish performed by. Little Fish. Everyone exchanged glances. Who was this little fish? In the attic, Yiluan looked at the successful application for Insect Flying with a satisfied expression. No one knew how difficult it was for her, a hearing-impaired person, to completely transcribe the lyrics and music of Insect Flying. Even her music theory knowledge had been learned back when she was singing lullabies for little Huo Yu. And now 10 years had passed. Leaning back in her chair, Yiluan hummed Insect Flying, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she gazed at the confused Huo Yu on the screen, murmuring, "Little fish, you must fly freely." Her tone was somewhat peculiar, a common issue for many hearing-impaired individuals, as they cannot calibrate their tone. Despite the odd tone, her voice was as gentle as water. Women are inherently weak, but they become strong when they become mothers. At this moment, the audience in the live stream had already discovered that Insect Flying had been applied for copyright and began to ask Huo Yu questions. "Streamer, the song you just sang has already been applied for copyright. Did you upload it, Fish Lord? The lyrics and composition are by someone named Little Fish." Huo Yu, "Fish Lord, Little Fish, haha. This is clearly the streamer. This contrast is too cute. Fish Lord is so adorable. No wonder you named the little wolf cub Little Fish. Who isn't a baby?" Huo Yu looked at the barrage, somewhat bewildered. Little Fish. Wasn't that the nickname his mother gave him when he was a child? Ever since he entered middle school, he had resolutely resisted being called by his childhood name, with only Yiluan continuing to use it. This name should only be known by his family. Could it be that his family helped him apply for the copyright? Huo Yu immediately analyzed which of his family members could have done such a thing. His father was carefree and rough, always lacking seriousness. Some people appeared to be accomplished military leaders, but at home, they were just eternal children, so it couldn't have been him. His little sister was even less likely. She had been obedient and well-behaved as a child. Since growing up and entering high school, relatives and friends would laugh and say, "The second daughter is just like her father." In short, his little sister was cut from the same cloth as his father and wouldn't he be meticulous enough for this. His grandparents and maternal grandparents were too old and likely lacked the ability to do such a thing. Eliminating all possibilities, only his detail-oriented mother could have accomplished this. His mother was a typical Southern talented woman, knowledgeable in literature and music, yet she admired heroes, which was why she married his rough father. However, his mother had difficulty hearing. Huo Yu's eyes grew a bit misty, and he quickly wiped the corners of his eyes before saying, "Everyone, there's no need to guess. It should be my family who uploaded it." He vaguely shifted the topic without elaborating further. He didn't want to expose his family to the public eye, disturbing their normal lives. After eating barbecue and singing, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just as he was about to end the live stream, the little fish in his arms yawned and opened its eyes. Looking at its adorably sleepy face, Huo Yu couldn't help but stroke its little tuft of hair. Remembering his nickname, Little Fish, he increasingly felt that this little creature was truly like his own child. Alright, today's live stream ends here. It's very safe to sleep at the outpost at night. There's nothing to see. If any unexpected events occur, I will live stream for everyone to see. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Don't go. Stream a little longer. Short and weak, short and weak, short and weak. Fish Lord, keep the camera on. We'll help you keep watch. Yes, you sleep. We'll watch. Everyone do their own thing. Huo Yu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but think of those sleep streamers. As a viewer, he had always felt something was off and found it somewhat creepy. There's no need for that. I'm just going to sleep, not dying, so you don't have to keep watch for me. Alright, I'm logging off, bye. After ending the live stream, Huo Yu did not immediately get up, but remained seated, staring blankly at the nearly extinguished charcoal fire before him. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned somewhat melancholic, and his brow gradually furrowed. This was the first time since his crossing that he had heard news of his family. Before this, he had always unconsciously avoided thoughts of them. Although Huo Yu was in a parallel world, most of his friends and family had not changed. He couldn't help but wonder if the family in this world was still the family he knew. Or were they merely strangers with the same memories and personalities? What about his original world? What would his situation be there? Death, disappearance, or maybe another self had replaced his soul and continued living with his real family. All of this, Huo Yu had not dared to think deeply about before. Until today, when he discovered that his family in this world was still doing their utmost to love him. This thought could no longer be suppressed. Huo Yu sighed, picked up the little fish, and turned back to the outpost. There is nothing in the world. It is the mediocre who trouble themselves. Since he had already come to this world, he must work hard to protect his family in this world. Huo Yu could only comfort himself this way. Chapter 25, Antarctic Star Research Station. In the Arctic, the sun rises as usual. Today marks the 4th day since Huo Yu arrived in the Arctic, and everything at Station 249 has entered a routine. Once the weekly report for the first week is uploaded, Station 249 will officially begin operations. And other research stations in the vicinity will establish contact and cooperation with Station 249. The most important aspect of working in the polar regions is rigor. Therefore, until Station 249 proves its capability to survive and complete tasks in the Arctic, other research stations will not establish cooperative relationships with it. Yesterday, Huo Yu's spontaneous performance of Bugfly went viral online, showing signs of becoming a huge hit. This song, reminiscent of a nursery rhyme, was crazily requested and downloaded online. Within one night, it was played over 1 million times, instantly topping the charts. Music enthusiasts flocked to the scene, and major chart platforms began urgent investigations, suspecting that someone might be manipulating the charts. However, the conclusion was that this was a song performed live by a Chinese icekeeper station in the Arctic. At this moment, fans in Huo Yu's live stream began to explain to netizens what an icekeeper is and what kind of streamer Huo Yu is. A positive image filled with a spirit of sacrifice, dedicating youth to environmental protection, was deeply etched in the minds of netizens. The fame brought to Huo Yu by a single song far surpassed the previous viral Aurora video. This is the power of music. Modern music and literature in this world are different from those in the past, and this has inspired Huo Yu a lot. The ice keeper is a unique profession in this world, and to promote it well and make it widely known, simply relying on his live stream is not enough. However, if he can showcase some popular works from his past life to promote the ice keeper, it might yield remarkable results. In this way, the 4 skills of chess, qin, calligraphy, and painting extracted from the system will also have a practical application. Indeed, there are no useless skills, only people who don't know how to use them. However, Huo Yu is not ready to produce a song right now, as making music involves more than just singing. It requires instrumental accompaniment, arrangement, and recording. These steps are certainly difficult to carry out at station 249. Huo Yu put aside his thoughts and began to prepare breakfast for Little Fish. Little Fish, being the offspring of the Wolf King, has been growing rapidly, almost changing its appearance daily. Amusingly, not only has its body size increased, but even the tuft of hair on its head has grown significantly and is becoming more pronounced. Huo Yu poured a bowl of milk for the little guy and added some shredded chicken breast. Last night, he tried feeding the little one some raw deer meat, and to his surprise, the little guy not only showed no resistance, but actually enjoyed it. Huo Yu decided to include meat in Little Fish's diet, as balanced nutrition is important. Once he accumulates enough recognition points, 2 million, for the primary animal enhanced bloodline factor, he can further enhance Little Fish's physique, allowing the little guy to help during patrols. Thinking of this, Huo Yu checked his recognition points. Current recognition points, 153 million. The peak popularity of yesterday's live stream reached over 300,000 viewers, making such a high recognition point count unsurprising. Ding! Recognition points have exceeded 1 million for the first time, and the lottery reward has been upgraded. Huo Yu quickly checked the lottery panel. The main body of the lottery panel had not changed much, but the color distribution had been adjusted. The original probabilities were white items 70, green items 25, purple items 4, and gold items 1. The upgraded probabilities are white items 40, green items 30, purple items 25, and gold items 5. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. The drop rates have increased so much. The system is actually not scamming anymore. Has it turned from a little penguin into a polar bear? Ding! The prize pool has been upgraded, the novice discount price has been canceled, and the current single draw price is 100,000 recognition points. A guaranteed feature has been launched. With a 10 consecutive draw, aside from 1 free draw, there will definitely be 1 purple item. What the heck? Huo Yu grinned, realizing that it was indeed that little Antarctic spy penguin. However, although the price has returned to 100,000 recognition points per draw, the drop rates for gold and purple items have increased 5-fold, and their S also a guarantee. This round of updates isn't a loss after all. Suppressing the urge to do a 10 consecutive draw, Huo Yu quickly closed the system. The urgent task is still to gather 2 million recognition points to purchase the bloodline factor to enhance Little Fish's physique. After all, according to the system's description, the earlier such potential enhancing items are used, the better the effects. With this in mind, Huo Yu opened the live stream again. Hello everyone, it's a new day. Antarctica, Antarctic Star Research Station. This is the largest city-level research station in Antarctica and also the largest research station in the world. The headquarters of the Ice Keepers is located in this city-level research station, which also serves as a logistical base for half of the Antarctic continent. The Antarctic Star Research Station has an airport capable of accommodating large passenger and transport aircraft, with regular flights to various capital cities. Additionally, there are 2 small airports near the Antarctic Star Station for landing small planes and helicopters. There's also a large seawater desalination plant, a wind power station, and a large comprehensive repair factory. Less than 100 nautical miles from the research station, there's a large oil well, with all the oil produced supplied to the research station. The Antarctic Star Research Station is equipped with communication facilities, hospitals, telephone and telegraph systems, clubs, cinemas, and shopping malls. With more than 6 bars alone. In the various laboratories here, nearly 500 scientists conduct research in various disciplines during the winter and over 5,000 in the summer. including staff and a UN troop stationed to protect the research station. The Antarctic Star Research Station can accommodate up to 100,000 people. At the same time, it is also a tourist destination in Antarctica. Every summer, passenger planes from China, the United States, Australia, Spain, and other countries transport thousands of tourists here to visit the research station and admire the splendor of Antarctica. Therefore, in summer, the Antarctic Star Station is bustling, a genuine modern city known as the first city of the polar regions. Opposite the Antarctic Star Research Station is the Arctic Star Research Station, located in the Arctic. The Arctic Star Research Station is the frontline base for the Arctic ice keepers, where the ice keepers have their division in the Arctic. Compared to the Antarctic Star Research Station, the Arctic Star Research Station is much smaller, covering less than one-third of the area of the Antarctic Star Research Station, and its facilities are not as complete. After all, the Arctic has no land, making sourcing materials and construction much more challenging. At this moment, in the center of the Antarctic Star Research Station, in a conference room on the top floor of a 10-story central building, more than a dozen people of various skin tones, dressed in suits or research attire, are seated at the conference table, staring at the large screen in front of them. On the big screen, there is Huo Yu's live stream. Chapter 26. World Ice Guardian Ambassador in the image. The Ice Guardian, Huo Yu, is meticulously carrying out his patrol duties, detecting ice layers and collecting samples. At the front of the conference room, on a raised platform, there's a long table where 5 people are seated, all intently watching Huo Yu on the projection screen. Among them, 3 are men and 2 are women, representing a powerful faction within the Ice Guardian organization: the Ice Guardian Command, the Polar Environmental Protection Foundation, the Polar Animal Protection Association, the Polar Science Society, and the Polar Peacekeeping Navy. The elderly man in the middle has white hair, and his nameplate indicates his identity: Deputy Commander of the Ice Guardians, Wu Song. Each participant has a small stack of documents beside them, which contains Huo Yu's records from childhood to the present. As they see Huo Yu diligently completing his patrol task and joking with the live audience, a faint smile appears on Wu Song's face as he picks up the remote control and turns off the live stream. This kid is just like his grandfather. After a moment, Wu Song seems to realize his lapse in demeanor and quickly coughs twice to draw everyone's attention. Now, let's discuss the issues regarding the Junior Ice Guardian. Huo Yu. Wu Song's voice is somewhat hoarse and deep, as if his throat has been injured. Huo Yu is studying at the Geography Department of the Imperial Capital University of Geology. After graduation, he served in the Huo Army for 2 years. After retiring, he resolutely joined the ice protection cause and underwent 3 months of systematic training, achieving first place in his cohort. Wu Song doesn't even glance at the documents beside him and recounts Huo Yu's achievements like a well-rehearsed script. A woman in her 40s, still charming, gives Wu Song a strange look. She feels something is off about Wu Song today. Even though he's talking about that Ice Guardian, she catches a hint of pride in his tone. She ponders for a moment and looks at the university section in Huo Yu's file. Imperial Capital University of Geology? Isn't that the school where that old man Wu Song serves as an honorary president? The woman smiles lightly, causing the young researchers below to stare in awe at her sudden charm. Everyone laughs at Chow. Everyone is Chow. Wu Song continues regarding family background. Huo Yu's father is a brigadier general in the Huo Army, and his mother is a professor at Imperial Capital University. The Huo family has no bad records within 3 generations. Huo Yu excelled in university, and during his service, he won first place in the military district shooting competition. This young man is well-rounded. After completing his Ice Guardian training, he volunteered to independently guard the long-abandoned number 249 outpost, and was promoted from a trainee Ice Guardian to a junior Ice Guardian. Wu Song pauses before continuing. Let's stop here regarding Huo Yu's personal background. Next, we will discuss the ways the Ice Guardians will reward him. Before taking office at the number 249 outpost, Huo Yu made 3 requests to the organization, one of which was for live streaming privileges. After the organization agreed to his request, Huo Yu live-streamed for a mere 4 days, during which he obtained rare video footage of abnormal activities in a polar wolf pack and saved a polar wolf cub. Under his promotion, the official Weibo account of the Huo Ice Guardians gained 200,000 followers. In the past 3 days, the number of applicants for the Huo Ice Guardians tripled. The Huo Ice Guardian Foundation received 120 million in donations from various regions. Unconsciously, Wu Song's previously serious expression now carries a faint smile, and his previously hoarse tone has lifted slightly. These are the undeniable achievements of this young Ice Guardian. I propose to promote Junior Ice Guardian Huo Yu to the rank of Intermediate Ice Guardian and to disclose some top-secret internal information of the Ice Guardians to him. As if to persuade everyone, Wu Song adds, although Huo Yu's qualifications are a bit lacking, he has only just completed 3 months of his internship. Ice Guardians is a young organization that needs to embrace talent in unconventional ways to maintain its vitality. The remaining few on the stage exchanged glances. No objections. Agreed. Okay. In favor. The middle-aged black man in a blue navy uniform on the far left looked at Wu Song with expectation in his eyes and said, I hope that when Huo Yu's term is up, the organization can hand him over to me. I will make him an officer in the peacekeeping navy, managing a warship on his own. Wu Song shook his head with a smile. It's too early to say that. It all depends on his own thoughts. The black officer nodded and fell silent. Seeing this, Wu Song secretly scoffed. Is this old black guy already jumping in to claim him? I didn't even let the biological department's old Sia have anyone. And now you think you can just have him for the peacekeeping navy? The researchers and members of various organizations saw that the 5 leaders had all voted in favor, so naturally, there were no objections. After all, Huo Yu's achievements are undeniable. And although his qualifications are still shallow, it is not without precedent for someone so young to be promoted to Intermediate Ice Guardian. Satisfied, Wu Song nodded and continued, good. Now, let's discuss the next matter. The audience realized that the main event was coming and straightened their bodies. The promotional effect of Huo Yu's live streaming is evident to all. I propose to grant him the identity of World Ice Guardian Ambassador. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the audience. The other 4 on stage also slightly furrowed their brows. After a moment, a blond European man raised his hand. Wu Song nodded to indicate he could ask. The man stood up and said, Commander Wu, what is the position of the Ice Guardian Ambassador? This position has never been established since the Ice Guardians were founded. Shouldn't we consider it carefully? There hasn't been one before, but there can be one now. Wu Song replied expressionlessly, the ambassador, as the name suggests, is the spokesperson for the Ice Guardians in society. The responsibilities of the ambassador are to actively use their powerful influence as a public figure, continuously care for and support the Ice Guardian cause, and under the premise of fulfilling their primary duties, take full advantage of various opportunities to promote polar crises, advocate for environmental awareness, and guide the public, especially the youth, to participate in the polar protection cause, making due contributions to the development and progress of the Ice Guardian cause. Seeing Wu Song decisively deliver this formal statement, the man dared not question it further and could only sit down helplessly. Although Wu Song is just the deputy commander of the Ice Guardians, he is a powerful figure within the organization. The commander of the Ice Guardians is a practical person who does not like to stay in the background. He spends about 300 days a year at different polar research stations, guiding frontline work. In contrast, Wu Song, as the deputy commander, is more like the actual helmsman of the Ice Guardian organization. Chapter 27, let the audience see and think I can't afford to grind. At this moment, a middle-aged white man on the far right of the stage suddenly spoke up. Even if such a position is established, shouldn't we reconsider the candidates? The middle-aged man is the vice president of the Polar Environmental Foundation. The Polar Environmental Foundation is a financial institution that distributes funds from various countries and private donations, controlling more than half of the entire funding flow of the Ice Guardian organization. In other words, it is the biggest financial backer of the Ice Guardian organization. But even in front of the financial backer, Wu Song remained calm and said, does President Isaac have a better candidate? Is there anyone within our Ice Guardian organization who can surpass Huo Yu in terms of publicity achievements? The middle-aged man was left speechless. The Ice Guardian-S publicity department has worked for many years without making the name of the Ice Guardian known. Just like Huo Yu's former World Environmental Organization, the global public might know the Ice Guardian organization, but what exactly does the Ice Guardian do? What is the structure of the Ice Guardian organization? Most people, apart from some enthusiasts and professionals, do not understand and are not interested in it. After all, it is already difficult to live in this world. Who cares about seemingly distant environmental issues? Another elderly woman beside Wu Song looked at him deeply and also said, even if he is the best candidate, we should wait for some time before making a decision. The elderly woman is a respected scientist representing the Polar Science Society, and her words carry some weight. This time, Wu Song did not refute, as he understood that it was impossible to push Huo Yu to the position of the global Ice Guardian publicity ambassador in one go. The reason for doing this was to show everyone an attitude and leave a message in their hearts. Huo Yu is capable of serving as the publicity ambassador. The reason he did not pass is that his qualifications are insufficient. Leaving this impression in everyone's mind means that when the next discussion about the publicity ambassador candidates occurs, everyone will subconsciously think of Huo Yu. With this thought in mind, Wu Song smiled. All right, let us put this issue aside for now and discuss the rampant polar pirates. Do these people really think they are only targeting a mere publicity ambassador? That's too small-minded. I will eventually send my good apprentice to a high position in the Ice Guardian. At the outpost 249, Huo Yu had just finished his work and returned to the outpost with a little blackball camera. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he felt that something was off today at the outpost. Usually, when Huo Yu heard him coming upstairs, it would excitedly scratch at the door. But today there was not a sound at all. Huo Yu frowned, placed his right hand on the pistol at his waist, and turned the doorknob with his left hand. As soon as the door was pushed open, Huo Yu immediately looked around. Huo Yu was missing. He quickly walked towards the luxurious doghouse next to his sleeping bag and yanked open the curtain on the doghouse. He saw a small white fur ball curled up in the corner of the doghouse, and only then did Huo Yu breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled slightly, dragged the little fur ball out of the doghouse, and asked, "What is wrong, little one? Why didn't you come and greet your dad today?" Huo Yu looked at Huo Yu with a pitiful expression and let out a low, sad whimper. Huo Yu, puzzled, petted it and asked, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The animal training skill also included some veterinary medicine, and seeing the little one in low spirits, Huo Yu quickly held in his arms to check its eyelids, body temperature, and tongue coating. At first glance, it seemed there was no problem. Huo Yu then ran to Huo Yu's designated toilet. Lately, the little one had mastered the skill of going to the toilet in the right place, and almost all its business was done there. Just as he arrived, he saw a fresh pile, and after careful inspection, it also seemed fine. This was strange. Such a small wolf, although it was spring, shouldn't be in heat, and its health seemed fine, so why was it still down? Huo Yu observed Huo Yu carefully from the corner of his eye and noticed it was continuously looking nervously toward the corner of the doghouse, as if something was hidden there that it didn't want him to find. He walked over quickly and just reached for that corner when Huo Yu immediately called out anxiously. Huo Yu glared at it, and the little one fell silent, only lowering its eyes and tucking its tail between its legs, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Huo Yu groped around in the corner and instantly burst into laughter. He pulled out two white stick-like objects from the corner and threw them in front of Huo Yu, asking, "What is this?" Huo Yu whimpered and didn't dare to look up at Huo Yu. Seeing Huo Yu in this state made Huo Yu laugh even more. Those two white stick-like objects were just the teething sticks he had won in a lottery earlier. He had taken them out before because Huo Yu was too small, but now that Huo Yu had grown a bit, he had casually placed them in the doghouse for it to play with last night. Unexpectedly, the little one, though small, had sharp teeth, and in one night, it had bitten the teething stick in half. It was also possible that the little one didn't know it was for teething and thought it was some kind of food, so it bit it apart. After biting it, it was afraid of being scolded, so it staged such a drama. Understanding the whole story, Huo Yu's playful spirit surged. "What's wrong?" Huo Yu pretended to be angry and said, "Are you kidding me?" Upon hearing Huo Yu's tone rise, Huo Yu instinctively moved its little feet and took a small step back. "It's just a teething stick. If the audience sees this, they would think we can't afford to grind." Huo Yu raised its little head in confusion, seeming to realize that Huo Yu wasn't actually angry. Just this little stick, who can grind it? Huo Yu casually threw the two pieces of the teething stick into the trash can. Huo Yu's eyes followed the trajectory of the teething stick falling, and there was a hint of sorrow in its gaze. Unexpectedly, Huo Yu turned around and pulled out another teething stick from the corner box, boldly declaring, "Here is another one." Seemingly unsatisfied, Huo Yu pulled out a large handful of teething sticks and tossed them all in front of Huo Yu. "One a day." Huo Yu's eyes visibly brightened. happily barking at Huo Yu, and then pounced on one of the teething sticks to start gnawing on it. Huo Yu thinks you are very wealthy. Gaining 362 recognition points. Huo Yu feels cared for by Dad, gaining 469 recognition points. Huo Yu hopes you have more toys, gaining 643 recognition points. The system grants a PS5 game console set. Only then did Huo Yu smile, coming back to his senses and looking at the bullet screen. The audience in the live stream was already amused by his antics. Ha 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 ha, what is this operation? It's the first time I've seen someone play the role of a domineering CEO in front of a wolf. A little teething stick has made Grandpa Yu feel like he's serving caviar. Huo Yu, perhaps I'm not human, but you really are a dog. 30 years later, Huo Yu said to the nurse, pull out the oxygen tube for me. Let the other patient see and think I can't afford to pull it out. Huo Yu looked at the bullet screen strangely. Are the people in this world's sense of humor really this low? Chapter 28, The Icekeeper Chat Group, March 9th, 2022. Today is my first day at Research Station 249. The status of the research station remains intact, although some facilities are worn and damaged and need further repairs. Discovered a pack of Arctic wolves outside the research station and recorded the entire process of their internal fighting. Found a 2-week-old Arctic wolf pup and decided to temporarily adopt it. I named it Little Fish. March 10th, 2022. Today I began recording data near the research station. The ice thickness is normal, the temperature is normal, and the overall data shows no abnormalities. I have created charts of the specific situations and uploaded them. I have made preliminary repairs to the outpost, and its overall condition is good. Around 7:20 p.m., the aurora appeared. March 11th, 2022. No abnormalities in the data. Uploaded. Discovered a dead reindeer. Recorded the entire process. And the remaining parts will serve as reserve food. Applied to use the reindeer antlers for promotional purposes, hoping for organizational approval. March 12th, 2022. No abnormalities in the data. Uploaded. No incidents occurred, and Little Fish is growing well. Due to the uncertain status of the wolf pack, I am applying for long-term care qualifications. March 13th, 2022. No abnormalities in the data. Uploaded. This week's report has been uploaded. The research station is in good condition, and I formally apply for it to be put into use. In the control room, Huo Yu was forcing himself to write the weekly report. It wasn't that he couldn't write, but there were too many things at Research Station 249 that were hard to explain. He could mention that he learned carpentry and made the surrounding wooden fence from waste materials. However, other miscellaneous supplies and a complete set of temperature control equipment were not so easy to explain. Not to mention that his system warehouse still had a dairy farm and cows that he hadn't taken out. And then there was the issue of live streaming permissions. At the time, he estimated that the higher-ups had approved his live streaming request, thinking he was just bored. Now things had escalated a bit. Although the effects were all positive, he was unsure how the Icekeeper's higher-ups would decide. Huo Yu still did not know that he had been recommended by his chief teacher as a promotional ambassador for the World Icekeepers. If he had known, he would have been very happy. In fact, his current identity was somewhat awkward and limited. In the live stream, he was first an Icekeeper and second a streamer. This led to some issues that could not be delved into deeply, some things could not be presented to the public, and the live streaming effect could not be fully displayed. However, having this ambassador identity would be different. With this identity, he would become both an Icekeeper and a streamer. This would be tantamount to live streaming on official orders, promoting the Icekeepers in an official capacity. Undoubtedly, this would be a huge help to him. Huo Yu sighed and chose to upload the weekly report. He could only report a portion that could be explained. Creak. Hearing a sound, Huo Yu turned his head to look back. Little Fish was lying on the control room table, exaggeratedly chewing on a teething stick with its mouth wide open. In the corner of the room, the trash can contain 7 or 8 broken teething sticks. Huo Yu's face darkened. Was this little guy's biting power a bit exaggerated? You're only 3 weeks old. Little Fish sensed that Huo Yu was watching it, released its mouth, and hesitantly pushed the teething stick that had fallen in front of it toward Huo Yu. Huo Yu couldn't help but touch the little guy's tuft of hair and said softly, "You chew on it yourself. I won't." After patting the tuft of hair a couple of times, Huo Yu suddenly felt that the texture seemed a bit off. It wasn't that it wasn't as good as before, but rather too good. It felt like Little Fish's fur had increased significantly. After looking closely a few times, he felt that little fish's tuft of hair was more pronounced than before. Could it be that it grew longer from his touching? He had never heard of such a thing. Cough, cough. Huo Yu coughed a couple of times in embarrassment and helped little fish arrange its tuft back in place. Just a tuft of hair. It's quite cute. It should be fine, right? Just then, the satellite communicator in the control room suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Huo Yu quickly turned his head to look. This was the first time the satellite communicator had made a sound. A soft female voice came from the communicator. Attention all bases. Attention all bases. This is Research Station 009. This is Research Station 009. We are now conducting the work summary for the second week of March. Please have each research station leader personally use the satellite communicator to report their weekly updates. Huo Yu stood up and sat in front of the satellite communicator. Although he was just a junior ice keeper, he was also the leader of Research Station 249. The voice in the communicator did not stop, but repeated the previous content in English. Among the ice keepers, the number of people who use Chinese and English as their native languages is the highest. Therefore, to facilitate communication, each ice keeper must master at least one of these languages proficiently, and the other should reach a level that allows for simple communication. A minute later, the female voice continued in Chinese. Please report from each research station. Research Station 041 received, end. Research Station 052 received, end. Research Station 099 received, end. Research Station 179 received, end. Research Station 131 received, end. Each research station responded in either fluent or awkward Chinese. These research stations all belong to the command system of the 009 base-level research station. Since Research Station 009 is managed by a Chinese team, they generally use Chinese for daily communication in these research stations. In the organizational structure of the ice keepers, the first 20 research stations numbered 001, 020 belong to the exclusive sequence of base-level research stations. Research stations numbered after 20 begin to mix, including outpost-level research stations and site-level research stations. After all the leaders of the more than 10 research stations belonging to the 009 base-level research station reported, the satellite communicator fell into a brief silence. Just as the other research stations were wondering why Research Station 009 had not continued to speak, Huo Yu's voice sounded in the satellite communicator. Research Station 249 received, end. The communicator fell silent again, and after a few seconds, a faint and puzzled voice asked, Research Station 249? Isn't that station forced to halt operations due to being too close to the pole? As soon as the words fell, another lazy female voice chimed in. Research Station 249 has been activated? That's good news. Our Research Station 099 is finally not the closest research station to the North Pole. Research Station 099 is classified as a site-level research station, one level below base-level research stations. Site-level research stations can generally achieve a basic level of self-sufficiency, with decent defense and research capabilities. As for city-level research stations, such massive structures do not belong to the frontier research station sequence. Huo Yu could hear the curiosity and confusion from the other station leaders and picked up the communicator to say, Hello everyone, I am Huo Yu, the leader of Research Station 249, a site-level research station. Research Station 249 was reactivated a week ago and is officially in use from today. I hope everyone can take care of us. Okay, don't worry, Leader Huo. If you need anything, just contact Research Station 179 anytime. The voice of the leader of Research Station 179 sounded a bit rough, sounding like a rather honest person. What? Research Station 249 still has people stationed there? You must be having a tough time, exclaimed a leader who was living quite comfortably. Oh my gosh, I swear I once passed by that 249 research station, and the buildings there are even more broken than the cow shed at my grandmother's house in the countryside. I can't believe there are people willing to stay there. They're really something. Johnny, I beg you, can you please stop speaking Chinese with a translation tone? Yes, it's really annoying. Huo Yu listened in confusion as more than a dozen station masters started discussing animatedly, and the accent from all over the place made him dizzy. From their words, Huo Yu couldn't tell that these elite ice guards, the heads of the stations, were much smarter than his silly fans. Is the 009 research station group I joined going to be a silly organization? Just as Huo Yu was feeling lost, a sweet female voice from the 009 research station began to speak. All right, everyone quiet down. As soon as the female voice spoke, the other research stations in the channel immediately fell silent. Starting today, the 249 research station will officially resume operations and will be under the unified command and scheduling of our 009 research station. The conditions at the 249 research station are tough, so we hope everyone will take good care of the new members. Now, let us have Station Master Huo from the 249 research station introduce the situation. If there are any needs, please bring them up, and we will help you as appropriate. The Ice Guard organization is newly established, and the internal structure is relatively united, so there won't be any factional divisions. Thus, these research stations are quite friendly with each other. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Huo Yu, a junior Ice Guard, and currently the acting station master of the 249 research station. The 249 research station currently has sufficient supplies, and the outpost is in good condition, able to meet the supply needs of small research teams. There is currently one official member at the research station. The little fish beside him suddenly voiced her dissatisfaction with a grunt. Huo Yu helplessly said, there's also a little wolf called Little Fish. Puffed. As soon as Huo Yu finished speaking, a female voice filled with suppressed laughter came from the communicator. Saw thee, the lazy voice said. I have received professional training and usually do not laugh, but Station Master Huo's words are just too funny. Little Fish sounds like a cat. What kind of nonsense is it for a little wolf to be called Little Fish? Huo Yu looked at the control screen and found that the speaker was the station master of the 099 research station, who was closest to him. It's a polar wolf abandoned by a pack, and since it was too young, I took it in. After Huo Yu finished explaining, the female station master laughed even harder, gasping for breath. Ha 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 ha. Then why is it called Little Fish? Is it because your name is Huo Yu? This new classmate, are you bad at naming? Huo Yu's face darkened. Is your sense of humor this low? Hearing her call him bad at naming, he replied unhappily, that's because Little Fish was found on March 9th, which is Pisces, so it's called Little Fish. Goose, goose, goose. Unexpectedly, the other party laughed even harder at this statement, even making a sound similar to a goose. The channel was instantly thrown into chaos, and the silly atmosphere became even thicker. All right, Station Master Bai, please be serious. The pleasant female voice from the 009 research station rang out. Try to maintain discipline. Okay, Pepe. The low-humored Station Master Bai retorted. Bai Xiaoma. Don't call me by my nickname. Got it, Pepe. Bai Xiaoma. You're just a mere 99. How dare you be rude to 9? Baby, wake up. You are the communicator of the 009 research station, and I am the station master of the 099 research station. You. Huo Yu sat dumbfounded in front of the communicator, somewhat doubting reality. Ice Guard leadership, are you confused? Do you really have to rely on these silly people to save the world? What he didn't know was that the lives of the Ice Guards were quite dull, so joking with each other was a way to relieve negative emotions. There was even an unwritten rule when forming the Ice Guard teams. Every team needs a funny person to share the pressure. It's just that in the 009 research station and its affiliated stations, there are too many silly and funny people. After playing around for a while, until Huo Yu couldn't help but cough lightly, the channel finally returned to normal. Pepe, the communicator of the 009 research station, said seriously, there are 3 things to pay attention to this week. The first is the reactivation of the 249 research station. The second matter is also related to the 249 research station. Station Master Huo discovered a pack of wolves on March 9th, with more than 20 members, which may have moved south, so please be cautious. The third matter is based on the meteorological detection of the 009 research station. A major snowstorm may occur in a week, so everyone must pay attention to protection and safety. Pepe paused and then said, Station Master Huo, I'm here. The outpost of the 249 research station is old and may not withstand this snowstorm. I suggest you go to Bai Xiaomao, Station Master Bai's 099 research station to rest for a few days. At that moment, the Station Master Bai also spoke up. That's right, I have plenty of supplies here. I can take you in. Bai Xiaomao's voice was still lazy, but carried a hint of concern. Oh, by the way, make sure to bring your little wolf. I haven't tea-petted a polar wolf yet. Other research stations chimed in, inviting Huo Yu to take refuge at their stations. And Huo Yu could tell from their tone that everyone was genuinely concerned about him. His heart warmed, and he said seriously, "Thank you all, but the 249 research station has ample supplies, and the outpost has been repaired. I am confident that I can weather this snowstorm." Bai Xiaomo, seeing that Huo Yu wouldn't listen to advice, said, "What is wrong with you? Even if the structure of the 249 research station can barely withstand the snowstorm, your supplies won't last long. What will you eat and drink if the snowstorm lasts 1 or 2 months? I think the supplies here should be enough for me to last half a year." Huo Yu muttered. Chapter 29. The Optimistic Ice Guardian. How is that possible? Bai Xiaomo completely did not believe it. In her impression, Research Station 249 was just a shell. Even if Huo Yu had brought supplies when he took office, it definitely wouldn't be much. Wait, Bai Xiaomo's tone suddenly paused. Last week, headquarters ordered us to deliver a batch of supplies to Outpost 249, saying that a team of researchers would pass through there and needed supplies. That batch of supplies, it wouldn't all be left for you, would it? Huo Yu said weakly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be for me. Wait, previously a research team drew some supplies from our station, saying it was to support the newly opened research station. They wouldn't have given you that too, would they? Another station manager questioned. Speaking of which, last week our station also supported a wave of supplies, handed over to the supply team. Oh, my dear Huo, I just remembered I also sent a small team to deliver a batch of supplies to Research Station 249. Heaven! Huo, how much supplies did you receive? Can your damn warehouse hold that much? Jealousy twisted my face. The station managers were surprised to find that, except for a few outpost-level research stations that were relatively short on supplies, almost every research station in the channel had supported Research Station 249. Bai Xiaomo suddenly said gloomily. So, among everyone in the channel, besides Research Station 009, it seems that station manager Huo has the most abundant supplies? The channel fell silent. We was left speechless. You all think too much. Besides the supplies you supported, there are also a large number of supplies from the system supporting me. Right now, his warehouse, storage room, and basement are almost completely full. In a couple of days, Research Station 009 might not even be as wealthy as I am. Station manager Huo has a deep background, Xiaori suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Bai Xiaomo from Research Station 009 frowned beautifully and said irritably, "You, an outpost-level research station manager, weren't asked to support. What does it have to do with you?" Xiaori immediately fell silent. In fact, most of the station managers in the channel had realized that Huo Yu must have a background. Other research stations could at most have the higher-level research stations transport a batch of supplies to support them, and the station manager would bring another batch when taking office. Where could there be someone like Huo Yu, who directly drew such a large batch of supplies from research stations within several hundred kilometers? However, the station managers wouldn't become jealous because of this. People with connections are not annoying. It's those who are selfish and incompetent that are truly annoying. Just based on Huo Yu voluntarily guarding the Research Station 249, which is closest to the North Pole, no one dared to say he was incompetent. Moreover, he had discovered traces of Arctic wolf packs and saved a little wolf. Other research stations had to owe him that favor, as Arctic wolf packs are quite dangerous. Besides, Huo Yu had not hidden the fact that he had a large amount of supplies. His methods were straightforward. All right, Pei mediated. Research Station 249 has a special geographical location and harsh conditions. Station manager Huo's supplies were specially approved by the higher-ups and comply with regulations. Station manager Huo, if you insist on continuing to guard Research Station 249 during the blizzard, then I need to consult our station manager. After all, this is not a small matter. Huo Yu quickly said, "Okay, please help me consult." Pei responded and announced the end of the weekly report summary. Just as Huo Yu was about to exit the communication, Bai Xiaomo suddenly stopped him. Station manager Huo, wait a moment. Station manager Bai, is there something? Bai Xiaomo's voice became much more serious. As the Ice Guardian guarding Outpost 249 alone, I, on behalf of all members of Research Station 099, thank you for your efforts. The communication channel suddenly fell silent. Just as Huo Yu was about to respond, various accents began to fill the channel. Ice Guardian Huo Yu, all members of Research Station 041, thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your hard work. all members of Research Station 179. More than 10 station managers expressed their respect to Huo Yu. Guarding the research station closest to the North Pole alone, he deserves the respect of every Ice Guardian. Su Pei, the liaison officer from Research Station 009, on behalf of all members of Research Station 009, thank you for your efforts. All right, the communication is over. The channel will close. Huo Yu leaned back in his chair, quietly watching the communicator return to calm. To be honest, the enthusiasm from the Ice Guardians left him somewhat at a loss. The Ice Guardians are a young organization, with most of their core strength being young people, which ensures the organization's vibrancy. Because of this, there isn't the serious and rigid atmosphere found in other research organizations. Instead, it's like a gathering of idealistic adolescents. Psychologists have found that when people are unhappy, they're unwilling to talk nonsense. If a person's nonsense exceeds 90, then they are happier than most people. If the nonsense is below 50, then their sense of happiness is insufficient. Moreover, during communication, if a person's language lacks strong purposefulness, it becomes easier for others to approach them. If someone often talks nonsense with you, it at least proves that they see you as someone they are happy to talk to. From this perspective, it seems that my Ice Guardian colleagues are all quite happy and optimistic, just a bit too optimistic. Huo Yu shook his head, driving these thoughts from his mind. His colleagues are optimistic and positive little cuties. At least that's not a bad thing. He shifted his gaze to the electronic screen in the control room. With the operation of Research Station 249, the station's permissions had further increased. What Huo Yu was most concerned about was the opening of the surrounding map permissions. The map not only recorded the geographical information of the surroundings, but also marked the locations of nearby research stations. However, the marked research stations were all still in use. The abandoned research stations were not marked. Even among the abandoned research stations, some contained secrets that naturally cannot be boldly marked on the map. Moreover, some research stations were destroyed in an instant and lost contact. These research stations might still pose certain dangers. Fortunately, Huo Yu still had a map given to him by the captain, which detailed dozens of nearby abandoned research stations. Among them were more than 30 outpost-level stations, 4 station-level stations, and 1 semi-abandoned base-level research station. Huo Yu took out that map and leaned over the command desk, inputting the latitude and longitude coordinates from a map into the control room's map one by one. Research Station 099. After Bai Xiaoma closed her data computer, she made herself a cup of strong coffee. Stretching lazily, she revealed her perfect body curve and slowly walked to the window. Looking outside at the gradually swirling snowflakes and the lonely, desolate snowfield, her exquisite face showed a hint of distraction. Research Station 249. Huo Yu? One interesting man. Chapter 30. Abandoned Research Station 121. Huo Yu sat on the chair, panting, looking at the little fish in front of him, who was also gasping for breath. With a stubborn expression and constantly sticking out its pink tongue, he let out a long sigh and leaned back in the chair. Feeding a young creature medicine was indeed a world problem, and even his bug-like taming skills were of no help. After streaming for 4 or 5 days and accumulating 2 million recognition points, he bought the basic animal enhancement bloodline factor, with the hope of improving the little guy's bloodline and enhancing its potential. This bloodline factor was in capsule form, appearing as a transparent little capsule, similar to the legendary blue pill. According to the system prompt, the oral bloodline factor was painless, the modification process was milder, and there were no side effects, which made Huo Yu quite happy. However, he never expected that when he brought the little capsule to the little fish's mouth, it acted as if it didn't see it. He mixed the little capsule in a chicken breast and fed it with milk, but swallowed the chicken breast whole and spat out the little capsule after chewing. This operation made Huo Yu's head throb with anger, and he directly grabbed the back of its neck, wanting to force it down its throat. Who would have thought that the little guy would act as if it had suffered a great grievance, howling incessantly, its tuft of hair on its head swaying back and forth, looking less like a puppy under a month old and more like an adult husky, clearly intent on resisting to the death. Even if he forced it into its mouth, it always spat it out again. The standoff between the human and the wolf lasted from the afternoon until evening. For Huo Yu, this little bit of exercise was nothing, as his special forces physique was no joke. For the little fish, however, it was a bit too much exercise. But wolves have great endurance. They can sometimes follow their prey for days without eating or drinking, waiting for that fleeting moment of opportunity. In a way, hunting for wolves is a test of endurance. And catching prey is not easy. However, wolves have a significant intelligence advantage over their prey. They hunt cooperatively and choose suitable targets, such as the weak, old, or young, which inevitably gives them an upper hand in the predator-prey relationship. There is even a saying that the endurance of wolves is second only to that of horses, making them the second most enduring animal. Of course, this saying is not very accurate, as the attribute of endurance is difficult to quantify and is also related to intelligence and willpower. However, among carnivores, wolves indeed rank high in endurance, far surpassing lions and tigers. Looking at the little wolf cub cautiously gazing at him, Huo Yu smiled helplessly and proposed, "How about we call a truce? It's so late already, let's sleep first and talk about it tomorrow." The little fish did not respond, still watching him cautiously. Seeing this, Huo Yu ignored it and went to the sleeping bag, unzipping it. Before he could crawl into the sleeping bag, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness hit him and exaggeratedly yawned. As we all know, yawning is contagious. The little fish, noticing Huo Yu was about to sleep, had already relaxed its guard. Now seeing Huo Yu yawn, it felt a tickle in its nose and, without suspicion, followed suit and yawned. Unexpectedly, just as the little fish's mouth was wide open, Huo Yu abruptly stopped his yawn and quickly shoved a small object into the little fish's open mouth. The little fish was caught off guard and instinctively closed its mouth after finishing the yawn. In the next second, it felt the little capsule sliding down its throat into its stomach. Although, the little fish looked at Huo Yu with indignation, then rolled its eyes and collapsed into its dog bed. Huo Yu laughed heartily, as if he had accomplished something monumental. The system noted that when the bloodline factor modifies an animal's body, the animal would fall into a state of coma, which is also a protective mechanism. Huo Yu was not worried. He picked up the little creature's small body and placed it in the dog bed. The reason he was so eager for the little fish to use the bloodline factor, apart from maximizing its potential, was also for another reason. He planned to go out once before the snowstorm arrived. The target was the abandoned research station 121, located 100 kilometers away. Research Station 121 was not abandoned due to a lack of personnel. It was located southwest of Research Station 249, considerably farther from the pole than Research Station 249. It was abandoned because headquarters lost contact with it and its station personnel, and sending a team to confirm the situation revealed no traces. The 3 people stationed there seemed to have vanished overnight. There are many possibilities for such an occurrence, all of which are sudden events that prevent timely rescue. For instance, falling into a crevice in the ice, being attacked by poachers or other criminals, or being attacked by Arctic beasts like polar bears or Arctic wolves. Any of these situations could lead to the disappearance of the ice guardians, and their mortality rate is quite high. Regardless of what sudden event happened to those 3 ice guardians, it indicated that Research Station 121 was very dangerous and unsuitable for sending personnel to station there again. Thus, Research Station 121 gradually became abandoned. Apart from the team sent to confirm the situation, headquarters did not send anyone else there. The reason Huo Yu set his sights on Research Station 121 was to uncover the cause of its demise and disappearance. The distance between Research Station 121 and Research Station 249 was too close. So it was likely that the sudden events encountered at Research Station 121 could also happen at Research Station 249, which gave Huo Yu a sense of crisis. Moreover, since the incident at Research Station 121 occurred 6 months ago and no other research teams had visited since, it indicated that there were still many supplies inside Research Station 121. It is known that the supplies hoarded by ice guardians have a long shelf life, and the supplies from Research Station 121 could be used right away. Huo Yu did not plan to take all the supplies from Research Station 121 at once. There would be plenty of time in the future, as the distance between the 2 research stations was only 100 kilometers. The primary purpose of this trip was still to understand what had happened to them. Turning his head to look at the little fish lying comfortably in its luxurious dog bed, the little guy was sleeping soundly, completely unlike its defiant stance from earlier in the day. The little fish had grown increasingly plump. It was once a somewhat weak little wolf cub that made people feel sorry, but now it had completely evolved into a fluffy little snow-white ball, almost changing by the day, coupled with its tuft of contrasting hair. It looked somewhat like the pure white Vulpix from the Alola region in the anime Pokemon from Huo Yu's original world. Watching the little fish in its dream unconsciously smacking its lips as if it had eaten something delicious, Huo Yu's face lit up with a doting smile. Since he wasn't at ease leaving the little guy alone, he decided to take it with him to Research Station 121 tomorrow. With his master-level archery skills and the system support, even with such a little burden, there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 31, First Journey, March 15th, 2022. Arctic weather. Clear. Light breeze. Ground temperature minus 26 degrees Celsius. Suitable for traveling. For this trip, Huo Yu made ample preparations. In addition to fully fueling the snowmobile, he also made a large leather pouch from a reindeer hide and hung it behind the snowmobile. Lowering the pouch allows it to be used as an external storage bag. Furthermore, Huo Yu spent 200,000 recognition points in the system mall to exchange for a magical item. Permanent pointer. Description: a navigational tool from the anime One Piece. The permanent pointer can point to a fixed location direction without interference. Usage instructions: select and bind a location, and the permanent pointer will point in that direction in any chaotic hydrological and magnetic environment. The items in the system are diverse, in addition to some high-tech products. There are also various magical items from anime and GameWorks. The permanent pointer is one of them. While its effect may seem a bit useless in other places, it is a godsend in the Arctic. In the Arctic, the most common directional tool is the compass. Because the Earth's magnetic north is not at the North Pole, using a compass in the Arctic is more accurate than a north-seeking compass. However, at the North Pole, the compass will malfunction. Moreover, the compass can only indicate true south, requiring a sense of direction and cooperation with radar and maps. Even so, if there is a situation where the ice layer cracks or an iceberg blocks the way, it is possible to miss the destination due to a slight deviation. The permanent pointer is much more powerful, no matter where you are. You don't need to determine the direction. Just walk toward the direction indicated by the pointer, and you will certainly return to the selected location. Huo Yu strapped on his compound bow and called out to Huo Yu in the outpost. "Huo Yu, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure leaped out of the outpost and pounced into Huo Yu's arms. Huo Yu caught the leaping Huo Yu and rubbed its fuzzy head with his chin, complaining, "Be careful, you're already 3 weeks old. How come yours still so fuzzy?" Huo Yu, unconcerned, lifted its head and playfully licked Huo Yu's chin with its little pink tongue. After sleeping for a full 10 hours, the little guy finally woke up. Carefree, it had long forgotten about Huo Yu's sneak attack with the medicine. The first thing it did upon waking was to run in front of Huo Yu, acting cute and begging for food. The appearance change after using the bloodline factor was not significant, but it had grown in size, previously about the size of a Chihuahua. It had now grown to the size of a Pomeranian. Its fur was also softer. Before, there were some short, stiff hairs hidden underneath, making it a bit prickly to touch, but now it was much smoother. Huo Yu squirmed restlessly in Huo Yu's arms, and it was clear that the little guy's limbs were stronger. From its appearance, Huo Yu's limbs had developed a muscular streamline, looking much sturdier. However, although the little guy's limbs had become robust and its physical quality had improved, it still appeared not very fierce overall. Rather, it had become even softer and cuter, giving off a chubby and honest vibe. After observing, Huo Yu affectionately petted the fluffy Huo Yu and stroked its silly tuft of hair before placing it on the snowmobile. Given Huo Yu's current size, it was still too much of a strain to keep up with the snowmobile, so it was safer to keep it by his side. Huo Yu smiled at Huo Yu, who was looking at him from the vehicle, and bent down to check his gear. He was still wearing the temperature-controllable polar combat suit. On his feet, he had changed into a pair of snow tactical boots, which were waterproof and provided good grip, allowing him to walk normally even on ice. His entire head was covered with a cold-resistant mask, which had goggles to prevent snow blindness from prolonged exposure to the snowy environment. On his back was a half-full snow mountain backpack containing 2 days' worth of portable food and various miscellaneous gear. These supplies were issued to Huo Yu when he applied to be stationed at Outpost 249, standard equipment for frontline ice guards. Now, Huo Yu looked more like an armed-to-the-teeth polar warrior. In terms of weapons, he still had a multifunctional tactical dagger and a dogleg knife, along with a self-defense pistol and a compound bow as two ranged weapons, with a quiver full of arrows hanging at his waist, fully armed. On the ice field, as long as he wasn't ambushed, Huo Yu was confident he could take down any poacher team with these weapons. After carefully checking his gear and confirming that there were no omissions, Huo Yu finally felt at ease. When traveling in the Arctic, no amount of caution is too much. On the surface, it appears to be a beautiful ice and snow world, but in reality, it is a glacier grave for the careless. Here, you never know how nature's malice will strike. Perhaps 1 second, you are admiring the beautiful aurora. The next second, a blizzard could cover you, leaving you struggling without relief, until you become a transparent ice sculpture. In the face of nature, all humans can do is prepare as fully as possible to avoid being buried in the cold ice, waiting to be excavated by future generations for research thousands of years later. After all, not everyone is Captain America, who can sleep for 70 years in the ice and only miss a date without any other issues. After multiple checks with no errors, Huo Yu sat in front of the snowmobile and started the live broadcast. The little black ball instantly appeared beside Huo Yu, floating above his head. Nowadays, Huo Yu's livestream popularity is on a whole new level. Fans flocked into his livestream room as soon as they saw the platform's push notification. Hello, everyone. Today is a limited edition special program. I will be crossing a distance of 100 kilometers to an abandoned research station. Try to find out what kind of attack the ice guards there encountered, and if possible, collect and bring back some supplies. Due to the sacrifices of the ice guards at Research Station 121, Huo Yu's tone was somewhat serious. The little black ball flew in front of his side face, providing a handsome close-up shot. Huo Yu's facial features were very chiseled. Even though most of his face was covered by the mask, the audience could still see his determined eyes and facial expressions. Wow, today's live stream is so interesting. Oh my god, why does Fishmaster look even more handsome? An abandoned research station? Is it dangerous? Today, Fishmaster is in full armor version limited skin. I absolutely love this skin. Is Fishmaster carrying a compound bow? So cool. Observant viewers notice the compound bow on Huo Yu's body. The Fish Family Army is here, brothers, charge. Within just a few minutes, the livestream's popularity soared past 200,000 and continued to rise. Chapter 32, like father, like son, Huo Yu glanced at a few bullet comments, randomly answered some questions, and then took out a red national flag badge from his pants pocket, sticking it on the chest of his combat suit. Like most national flag badges, this badge was not just a symbol, but also a representation of the country. All the Ice Guardians were such a badge during missions, and when they sacrificed themselves, other Ice Guardians can identify the fallen through the badge. Huo Yu preferred to believe that placing the national flag badge on his chest would provide him with miraculous strength. This exploration mission might involve some confidential information about the Ice Guardians, so, at necessary times, I will temporarily cut the live stream signal. I hope everyone can understand. Upon hearing Huo Yu's words, the audience in the live stream expressed their understanding. Besides me, there was also an intern on this mission. Let us have them say hello to everyone. After nudging the little fish in front of him, it immediately stood up, gripping the safety belt on the snowmobile with its front paws, staring blankly at the camera. Intern little fish, applying for battle. Ha ha ha, the serious-looking little fish is so cute. Why is its silly hair sticking out so much again? It must have been Huo Yu who messed with it. I saw several times the other day Huo Yu secretly petting the little fish's silly hair behind the camera. Speaking of which, ISNT, it's supposed to get thinner the more you pet it? I was worried that Huo Yu would make the little fish bald. Isn't it strange that the silliness is getting longer? Huo Yu's mouth twitched slightly, wondering what nonsense was being said. Too lazy to deal with this group of silly viewers. Huo Yu took out a red scarf from his pocket and tied it around the little fish's neck. The red scarf had no special meaning. It was purely to prevent the little fish from running off, as its pure white fur blended perfectly with the snow, making it hard to find. The audience saw the adorably silly little fish with a red scarf around its neck, resembling a primary school student wearing a red scarf, and began to tease again. Huo Yu looked at the current appearance of the little fish and almost couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed quite amusing. All right, hold on tight, we're off. Vroom vroom. The snowmobile roared, instantly crushing the snow beneath it, creating a white whirlwind as it rushed into the vast snowy sea. A gust of wind blew, and the little fish's face was constantly battered by the wind, instantly distorting and revealing its pink gums, appearing both fierce and cute. The audience in the live stream laughed gleefully, eagerly taking screenshots to create memes. Huo Yu amusingly glanced down at the little fish's fierce expression on his chest and pressed its head down with one hand. Only then did the little fish feel the release of its wolf-like face, lying on Huo Yu's chest, gasping for breath. The snowmobile sped along the direction of the permanent pointer, and all that could be seen was a vast expanse of white. As the speed continued to rise, the boundless snowfield always ignited a desire for conquest. Huo Yu felt his heart beating strongly, dopamine wildly secreting within him, and the excitement in his head seemed about to overflow. This feeling was definitely far beyond the reckless acts of street racers in the city. Huo Yu simply decided to push the speed to the maximum, weaving through the icy world, experiencing the exhilaration of high speed. Occasionally, they would pass by some Arctic animals. The snowmobile transformed into a black lightning bolt, speeding past a polar snow hare. The poor little rabbit was knocked off balance by the gust of wind created by the snowmobile, falling into a snow pit. Just as it stood up to see what had happened, it heard Huo Yu's gleeful laughter gradually fading away. The snow hare, known for its speed, had never experienced such humiliation in its life. It never expected that this scene would be completely recorded by a little black ball, and tens of thousands of humans in the live stream would witness its embarrassing moment. It even made it onto trending searches. Huo Yu greedily breathed in the cold Arctic air, just like when he first set foot on the 249 research station. Many people don't know that temperature has a taste. That's why each season has its unique flavor. Huo Yu found it hard to describe what the taste of cold was made of. He didn't think being cold was a painful experience. The cold air passing through his nostrils didn't feel cold, but rather refreshing, unlike the murky feeling of warm air at home. The taste of the Arctic cold wind was uniquely special, reminiscent of a sea salt-flavored soda, sweet and carrying a hint of seawater. This taste was refreshing, inexplicably uplifting one's mood. Taking a deep breath was more invigorating than menthol. The further the snowmobile went, the more frequently animals appeared. After all, it was spring, the time of revival, and the hibernating Arctic creatures were returning to this world. The magic of spring was boundless. Even the cold Arctic could feel its arrival. Various birds circled in the sky. Occasionally, some solitary white animals could be seen on the snow, such as snow hares and Arctic foxes. Huo Yu tried his best to avoid these small animals. If they were caught in the tracks of the snowmobile, these adorable little fellows would lose their lives in an instant. Fortunately, these small animals had sensitive instincts, even if they had never seen a snowmobile before. Most would choose to dodge when they saw the speeding behemoth. Occasionally, a few dazed little creatures didn't manage to jump out of the way in time and were knocked over by the gust of wind from the snowmobile, scampering away while grumbling. That's the sixth one. Huo Yu is so bad. Laughing to death, I just saw that rabbit definitely turn around and cursed. Rabbit, please drive civilized. I showed it to my rabbit, and it shook its head, saying the cursing was too dirty. Huo Yu wore a mischievous smile, feeling extremely pleased. Little Fish thinks you're so bad. Gaining 419 recognition points. Little Fish thinks it likes you very much. Gaining 519 recognition points. Little Fish hopes you continue to work hard and do more pranks. Gaining 653 recognition points. The system rewards a gag prop gift pack. Huo Yu was taken aback, instinctively lowering his head to look at the little fish in his arms. Sure enough, the little guy was looking at a fallen rabbit with a mischievous smile on its face, checking the gag prop gift pack in the inventory. Wow, what a surprise. Electric shock pen, prank chips, fake hand, fake tongue, and a bunch of gag props Huo Yu had never seen before. It was truly a comprehensive collection. This little guy, with its big eyes and thick eyebrows, is also willing to engage in such antics? Truly, like father, like son. Huo Yu chuckled strangely, wondering if his little wolf cub was a bit dim-witted. You're giving me so many gag props. But there are only the two of us at the 249 research station. Besides you, I can't prank anyone else. Chapter 33. The Arctic, the canary of the world. As the snowmobile sped along, the frequency of small animals appearing around Huo Yu increased, and some scattered polar plants began to emerge from the snow. Don't be fooled by the short branches, which are only about 10 centimeters above the ground. They could actually be towering trees, with most of the trunk buried in the snow, leaving only a small tip exposed. Of course, in places with scarce soil within the polar circle, they are more likely to be shrubs. The presence of plants indicates that Huo Yu has reached the boundary between the permafrost and glaciers, and there may be small islands beneath his feet. Huo Yu began to slow down, partly to avoid hidden obstacles and partly to avoid accidentally harming these animals. The snowmobile is made of lighter, more durable materials and features a faster, more fuel-efficient engine, and Huo Yu's is no exception. All of this provides drivers with a more exhilarating driving experience, but it also increases the likelihood of accidents. After the initial excitement of reckless driving wore off, Huo Yu began to reflect. For the sake of his own safety and that of the little fish, it was better not to be so reckless. After driving attentively for half an hour, Huo Yu felt a bit tired and found a large rock to stop and rest for a moment. He placed the little fish on the ground and told it not to run around. The little fish, having consumed genetic factors, had significantly improved intelligence and could follow simple commands. He took out a map from his pocket. The 121 research station was marked as a point on the map, but it was by the sea, so its location should be relatively easy to find. After recalibrating his direction, Huo Yu took out a military water bottle and took a big sip. The little fish looked up curiously, sniffing the familiar sweet scent in the air with its little nose, realizing that things were not simple. Huo Yu smiled at it. As your guardian, isn't it reasonable for me to drink your milk? The little fish lay on Huo Yu's feet, its front paws resting on his pant legs, rubbing continuously. Haha, just kidding. You have some too. Huo Yu magically pulled out a smaller water bottle from his backpack. Opening the lid, it contained the little fish's milk. Squatting down, Huo Yu fed the little guy bit by bit. Tonk, 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 tonk. While feeding the little one, Huo Yu explained to the audience, our destination is the 121 research station, which is about 30 kilometers away in a straight line, so we are getting close. Both the little fish and I need to rest and replenish our energy, because we don't know what awaits us. The 121 research station suddenly lost contact with headquarters, and although they sent people to investigate, no traces were found, and the reason for the disappearance was unclear. Therefore, there could be many situations we might encounter next. The 121 research station may have become a den for wild beasts, turned into a base for polar pirates or poachers, buried and vanished under the snowstorm, or even entirely fallen into a crevice in the ice, disappearing without a trace. Anything is possible, and I am fully prepared. Wish me safety. After Huo Yu solemnly explained the situation, the audience in the live stream began to worry. Is the job of an ice guardian so dangerous? Did an entire research station's personnel go missing? Fish Master, how about we just don't go? It would be nice to see you interact with the little fish at the 249 research station. Damn, I was thinking of becoming an ice guardian after graduating, but now I'm a bit hesitant. The streamer must be safe. Huo Yu smiled non-committally. After spending these days together, the remaining audience genuinely liked Huo Yu's live content and developed a great interest in ice guardians. However, what they saw was merely a small part of the interesting aspects of an ice guardian's work, which actually accounts for very little. Seeing this small part of interesting work, the audience assumed they understood the job and responsibilities of an ice guardian, unaware that they were only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Being an ice guardian is one of the most dangerous professions in the world. How many young people come to this icy polar region with dreams, only to leave this world quietly? Huo Yu's tone was somewhat heavy. From the day we met, I have been trying to express a point to you. Being an ice guardian is a dangerous profession. Our duty is to prevent the blue planet from becoming a dangerous planet. You may have heard that the Arctic is called the canary of the blue planet's environment. Why canary? Because canaries are often placed in mines to detect the concentration of gas. If there is even a slight gas leak, the canary will die. The Arctic is similar, but the difference is that when miners find the canary dead, they can evacuate immediately. But if we humans discover that something is wrong in the Arctic, where can we run to? After finishing his statement, Huo Yu said no more, allowing the audience to contemplate on their own. Indeed, his purpose since he started live streaming has been to foster a sense of recognition for ice guardians among others, whether it is to gain points of recognition or attract more attention to ice guardians. The ultimate goal is to awaken everyone on the blue planet to the fact that their current lives are not safe. And for those who are attracted by Huo Yu's live stream and wish to join the Ice Guardians, Huo Yu hopes they truly understand why they want to join, rather than impulsively running to the Arctic to face the wind and snow. All right, time's up. Let's set off. After resting for 10 minutes, Huo Yu jumped up from the snow. He got back on the snowmobile and slowly passed by one ice hill after another. Sparse groups of trees began to appear around, and various large Arctic animals made their entrance. Huo Yu adjusted the camera towards a few large, fluffy animals in the distance with dark brown fur. Look, those are musk oxen. It seems that the recent temperature rise has been quite significant. These animals wouldn't have come this far north before. Huo Yu said excitedly. There are only a few musk ox herds in the Arctic region, totaling about 7,000, and they are on the brink of extinction. What we are seeing should be a small herd of musk oxen, which are very rare creatures. I will bring the drone a bit closer to capture some video footage. Huo Yu controlled the camera to zoom in continuously, presenting clearer images before everyone. Musk oxen differ greatly in appearance from other cattle. Their snouts and noses are completely bare, and they have tufts of hair on their foreheads. Their eyes are large and round, resembling bells, with pupils that are purple-blue, and their lips and tongues are also purple-blue. The fur of musk oxen is both tough and soft, capable of blocking cold and moisture, which is their key to surviving in such extreme Arctic conditions. If spun into fine yarn, it can be woven into luxurious sweaters that do not fade or shrink, vibrant and eye-catching, recognized as one of the world's high-quality natural furs. Musk oxen have short tails hidden beneath their long fur. Their limbs are short but strong, with wide, spacious hooves covered in white fur, serving as natural non-slip boots, able to walk on ice and snow without slipping. Interestingly, their left and right hooves are asymmetrical, yet they walk surprisingly steadily. If this were a past life, Huo Yu would have wanted to buy a cane. Chapter 34, who says only those standing in the light are heroes. Everyone pay attention to its horns. Huo Yu focused the camera on the pair of horns. The musk ox resembles an ordinary cow in appearance, and its horns are similar to those of cattle. But while ordinary cows' horns grow out from the sides of their heads, musk oxen, like other sheep, have theirs grow from the top of their heads. Its molars are similar to those of goats. The scientific name of the musk ox means sheep cattle, indicating that it is a transitional type between cows and sheep. A rare and magical creature. Listening to Huo Yu's professional and interesting popular science commentary, the viewers in the live stream were also amazed. Wow, such a big cow. So rare. Doesn't that mean we're very lucky? Sure, following Master Yu, we can see anything. Is this thing tasty? To the one asking about the taste, you're really something. Huo Yu looked at the comments and couldn't help but smile wryly. Lucky! If it weren't for the lucky ring working its magic, but rather this group of musk oxen already being active here, he would consider it a misfortune for humanity. It's not that he was deliberately selling anxiety, but because musk oxen generally do not inhabit the Arctic Circle, let alone this high-latitude area. The low temperatures within the Arctic Circle are not suitable for their survival. However, seeing them here now further illustrates the seriousness of the current greenhouse effect. Nonetheless, everything has its pros and cons. As he got closer to the 121 research station, he could still see so many creatures, which indicated that there shouldn't be a poacher base nearby. Animals are very sensitive. If a place often has poachers coming and occasionally kills a few animals, over time, other animals will instinctively avoid the area, judging by the density of nearby wildlife. This situation seems not to have occurred. This is undoubtedly good news, as poachers are usually ruthless and driven by money. Although Huo Yu was not afraid of them, that didn't mean he wanted to recklessly seek them out. Dealing with poachers is the responsibility of the Arctic Peacekeeping Navy, and it's better to leave professional matters to professionals. The duty of the Ice Guards includes stopping any form of hunting, but it also stipulates that stopping poaching must be done on the basis of ensuring one's own safety. Research stations at the outpost level do not have armed forces, which is also why it was so difficult for Huo Yu to initially request a pistol. Because in principle, Ice Guards at outpost-level research stations do not need to be equipped with weapons. Similarly, when outpost-level Ice Guards discover poaching activities, their job is to report it, not to intervene. This regulation is to protect the lower-level Ice Guards, but almost all Ice Guards choose to intervene when they discover poachers at work. and many ice guards have sacrificed their lives directly or indirectly because of poachers each year. Huo Yu did not stay here for long. He controlled the small black ball to search the area. This group of musk oxen was a small herd, consisting of 13 members. After carefully numbering each musk ox and recording footage, Huo Yu then drove away from the location. After reporting the footage, he believed the scientists in the Ice Guard's biological department would be interested in these gentle giants. He drove southward. Soon, a gray building came into Huo Yu's view, and the bare flagpole at the top seemed to express its helplessness and loneliness. The 121 research station had arrived. This place was originally manned by a 3-person Ice Guard team from Russia, but after the incident, the Ice Guards had removed the flag here, announcing that this research station was no longer in use. The snowmobile stopped not far from the entrance of the research station, and Huo Yu jumped down from it. He looked up at the bare flagpole, feeling a bit melancholic. The people who once stationed here shared the same beliefs and ideals as him, and this bond made him resonate strongly with them, even though he had never met them. Before coming to this land, they may have been idealists. Huo Yu gazed silently at the 121 research station and said, but after stepping onto this land, they transformed into guardians of the blue planet's environment. Even though they had perished on this land, they remained the protectors of the polar environment. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? Huo Yu faced the research station and saluted solemnly. Well said. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Let's pay tribute to the heroes. I never knew them, but at this moment, Master, you made me realize that they died for me. Farewell, heroes. Farewell, heroes. The comment section was filled with remembrances of the fallen Ice Guards. As long as someone still remembers them, the deceased are not truly gone. Huo Yu heavily lowered his right hand, and in a daze, he seemed to see 3 bearded Nordic men smiling at him and raising their vodka. Sigh. Huo Yu sighed deeply, then regained his composure. All right, it's time to get to work. Huo Yu began to organize his gear, tightening the compound bow on his back and drawing the pistol from his waist. The internal situation of the research station was complex. Each country, even each team's research station structural diagram was different. In this situation, using a pistol would be more flexible than using a compound bow, making it easier to respond to various possible emergencies. This was also the first time Huo Yu exposed his pistol to the camera. Fortunately, the live streaming standards of the Blue Planet were more lenient than in his previous life, and since Huo Yu's work had some official nature, the appearance of the pistol did not trigger any warnings. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu decided to lift the age restriction. He didn't know what emergencies he might face next. If there were some bloody scenes or situations where he had to fire, it could leave psychological trauma for minors. It was better to wait until he confirmed that there was no danger inside before lifting the restriction. After checking the condition of the gun and magazine, Huo Yu's gaze was somewhat unusual. This pistol had been upgraded by the system, and it was also the unlimited ammo upgrade from the polar gift package given to him by Little Fish. However, from its appearance and the condition of the magazine, this pistol looked no different from an ordinary one. But this was a good thing. He was still a junior Ice Guard, and every shot he fired was subject to restrictions, and he even had to file a report. If the system had really made a major modification to the pistol, then he might not even pass the report after firing. The door of the 121 research station was already damaged. Huo Yu stepped forward and gently pushed it, causing the remaining door frame to fall. Behind the door was a dark space, and a damp, decaying smell wafted out, making one feel apprehensive. Little Fish, let us go. Huo Yu held the pistol and softly called out to Little Fish behind him, then resolutely stepped into the interior of the 121 research station. Chapter 35. The emaciated polar bear. Though the Little Fish's combat abilities are questionable, its sense of smell is still very sharp and can assist Huo Yu in reconnaissance. Additionally, the genetic enhancements have boosted its intelligence, so Huo Yu simply allows it to stay by his side, alleviating his worries about leaving it outside. As one person and one wolf enter the research station, the decayed, cold, and damp air fills Huo Yu's lungs. Before his eyes is the hull of the 121 outpost, where black-gray dust mixes with snow blown in by the wind, forming a layer of black material that clings to the ground, making it slippery underfoot. A strong sense of unease rises in Huo Yu's heart, as if something is lurking in the shadows, watching him. He cautiously moves forward, inching along while observing the ground beneath him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens and his entire body tenses up. A dark brown stain suddenly appears on the blackened ground, resembling dried blood. Before Huo Yu entered, a survey team had already come and found no traces, which means this pool of blood definitely wasn't left by any members of the 121 research station. Looking down at the little fish, its ears are perked up, and its black nose is twitching. The next moment, a low growl escapes its throat. Clearly, the little fish senses something is off as well. The viewers in the live stream see the little fish reveal its tiny fangs, struggling to suppress the urge to roar. Even Huo Yu, who usually maintains a calm demeanor, now falls silent, his expression serious, causing everyone to tense up. Fishmaster, what is happening? Say something. Wow, I can even feel this tense atmosphere behind screen. What is going on? Pay attention, the little fish is acting weird. It has never shown its teeth before. Fishmaster, if it gets bad, let us run. A friendly reminder. You can breathe in front of the screen. The viewers instinctively hold their breath, as if any sound would awaken something terrible. Huo Yu's gaze follows the bloodstain, stretching forward until it disappears into the darkness, and he can't help but take a deep breath. After a moment of thought, Huo Yu takes a flashlight out of his backpack and decisively illuminates the dark area. What the beam reveals is a scene of devastation. Wooden splinters, dried blood, and unrecognizable fur. Various disturbing items all suggest that this place seems to be a scene of some kind of murder. Huo Yu whispers, "It seems that a large beast fought here. It can't be too long ago, and it's very likely still nearby." As he speaks, Huo Yu tiptoes deeper into the room, and apart from the breathing of him and the little fish, there is no other sound. His boots crunch on a mixture of blood, dust, and snow, producing creaking noises. As he slowly walks further into the room, a massive corpse finally comes into view. Huo Yu furrows his brow slightly, shock etched on his face. What kind of polar bear is this? Indeed, in front of him lies a giant polar bear corpse, looking emaciated and fragmented. Unimaginable how it met its end. The only thing certain is that it died very hungry, as it looks like a skeleton draped in bearskin. From its size and height, this polar bear is relatively small, likely an adult female. Seeing it reminds Huo Yu of a photo taken by a German photographer named Kirsten, which went viral online. In the photo, the polar bear stands on a piece of floating ice, emaciated and haggard, evoking immense sympathy. The polar bear in front of him looks even more tragic. Rather than a polar bear, it resembles a skinny horse covered in scars and bearskin. As the image sharpens, the sight of this gaunt polar bear appears in the live stream. Upon seeing such a harrowing scene, countless viewers collectively gasp, noting the severe impact of global warming. My God, this is too tragic. This can't be a polar bear. It looks like a dried corpse. This is the first time I regret ignoring the risks and continuing the visit. I mean, although it looks terribly starved from the wounds, it seems it was bitten to death. Wah, help, this is so scary. Huo Yu gazes at the female bear, lost in thought. Last year, in 2021, was the hottest year in recorded history. Global warming has accelerated the melting of Arctic ice, and the ice guardians have observed that more and more polar bears are starving to death as a result, especially female bears. Statistics show that a significant proportion of the starving polar bears are females. Perhaps to care for their cubs, they must remain on land, struggling to find food. And in the Arctic, it has become increasingly rare to see healthy female bears and cubs. Even so, polar bears still stand at the top of the food chain. Even in this starving condition, no polar creature would withstand a single slap from it. Their only natural enemy is humans. However, even the most reckless poachers would not dare provoke a starving polar bear. It's important to note that a starving polar bear is a completely different creature compared to a well-fed one. Compared to humans and other bear species, polar bears are generally more docile, and attacks on humans are not common. From 1880 to 2015, there were 682 known bear attacks on humans in Alaska, with brown bears accounting for 88, black bears 11, and polar bears only 1. This data is perhaps largely influenced by the opportunities for encounters between humans and polar bears being significantly lower than with brown or black bears. However, the more important reason lies in the natural behavioral differences between bear species. Unlike brown and black bears, polar bears do not have a strong territorial instinct. They roam thousands of kilometers on the ice each year, with ample food and no motivation to enter human communities. Zoologists have observed brown and polar bears feeding on whale carcasses together in Alaska. Despite the polar bear's larger size, it always yields to the brown bear when it appears. Many photos circulate online of humans petting polar bears, showing them as soft and adorable, and most of these photos are genuine. But those polar bears are well fed. As for the state of starving polar bears, we can hardly know. They are truly irrational beasts, and those who encounter a starving polar bear alone often become its victims. In the Arctic, no creature doubts a polar bear's attack power. Even a large pack of wolves would never recklessly attack a polar bear. The polar bear in front of Huo Yu has sustained mostly blunt and bite wounds, with no signs of gunshot wounds from hunters. What kind of animal would dare to attack a polar bear, especially one that is starving to the brink of death? Suddenly, Huo Yu, lost in thought, raises his arm holding the gun. He clearly saw the polar bear corpse in front of him twitch slightly. Chapter 36. The fallen little polar bear. The small black ball camera clearly recorded the scene of the corpse twitching. The audience in the live broadcast room stared in shock at the image before them. Beneath the corpse of the female polar bear, a fluffy snowball suddenly poked its head out. A wary and fearful bear face appeared in front of the camera, glaring at Huo Yu, who was holding a gun in a shooting pose. This was a little polar bear. The little polar bear seemed confused about the situation, letting out a light roar as if to demonstrate. However, at less than a year old, even its intimidating sound was still quite babyish. Huo Yu and the audience in the live room felt no threat. Instead, their hearts softened. Is this a polar bear? So fluffy and cute. Ooh, how pitiful. Master Yu, that dead polar bear must be this little one's mother, right? Thousands of viewers wrote blood oaths, strongly demanding that Master Yu take this little one away. If Master Yu doesn't take care of it, it surely won't survive, right? Just then, another baby cry came from behind Huo Yu. Ah, little fish, seeing that the little polar bear dared to demonstrate, became furious and immediately, scolded back without hesitation. Huo Yu sensed the little one's mix of defiance and fear and couldn't help but smile wryly. Little fish, don't make a sound. Polar bears are very sensitive animals. Any disturbance might trigger stress behaviors. Huo Yu put down his gun and slowly approached the little white bear. This little polar bear was about a year old, and at first glance, apart from its semicircular ears, its face resembled that of a Samoyed puppy. The viewers in the live room were right. Polar bear cubs typically stay with their mothers for 2 years, sticking close by her side almost all the time. This little one was tightly pressed against its mother's corpse, its small black eyes staring intently at Huo Yu, clearly indicating that the dead mother bear was indeed its mother. The little white bear was covered in white fur, but since it had no mother to groom it, the white fur had become dirty, covered in grime and some bloodstains. Although the little one was not as emaciated as its mother, it was still very weak. From the mother bear's frail state, it was evident that it had been struggling for a long time without food. Polar bears have a special ability to store fat. In certain areas, polar bears may go up to 8 months without food after leaving their dens, which is the longest food deprivation period among all mammals. However, the little white bear before him had clearly exhausted all its fat reserves. If left alone, it would likely starve to death within a week. Moreover, the sight of a small polar bear cuddling next to its deceased mother was already heart-wrenching. Huo Yu thought for a moment, took out a pack of chicken breasts from his backpack, and unwrapped it in his palm. This little polar bear was older than little fish, so its stomach should be able to handle meat. He extended his palm toward the little white bear and spoke in the gentlest voice. Are you hungry? Here. The little white bear remained crouched on its mother's corpse, watching Huo Yu warily, showing no signs of movement. However, the trembling black nose gave away its inner struggle. With its keen sense of smell, it must have sensed that the delicious chicken breast in Huo Yu's hand was the most tempting food it could imagine. Seeing the little white bear still not moving, Huo Yu remained patient, holding the food out and waiting. When communicating with animals, taking the initiative is never a good choice. A skilled animal enthusiast must be as patient as a scoundrel, waiting for the animal to grow curious and approach you, thus increasing the chances of being able to pet it. This is why domesticated cats always prefer those family members who ignore them, while they pay no attention to those who rush over as soon as they see a cat. Polar bear cubs are naturally adorable creatures, their cuteness rivaling that of any animal in the world. The little polar bear was very curious about its surroundings, often following its mother closely one moment, only to be distracted by something else the next. What attracted it could be something as simple as a patch of grass on the ground. Curiosity was the key for Huo Yu to entice, to earn its trust. Sure enough, after half a minute of standoff, the little white bear, seeing that Huo Yu had no intention of attacking, gradually shifted from wariness to curiosity. It shakily rose from its mother's corpse and took its first step toward Huo Yu. Bam! Perhaps due to being hungry for too long and lacking strength, or perhaps because it was too eager for the chicken breast. The little one tumbled off the mother bear's corpse, landing face first in the dirt. Ow! The little white bear lifted its head from the ground, looking up at Huo Yu with a pitiful whimper. Little fish, unable to hold back, let out a baby cry as well. Huo Yu looked over in confusion and saw little fish's eyes curving into crescent moons, its mouth slightly upturned, resembling a smiling angel Samiette. It looked not only incredibly cute, but also somewhat mischievous. One melodious note, Huo Yu thought to himself, feeling as if a herd of white creatures from the camelid family had trampled over his heart. He couldn't believe he saw a schadenfreude expression on the face of a wolf. The little white bear clearly had not inherited the enhanced intelligence that little fish possessed. It failed to notice that the little white wolf was mocking it. Struggling to get up, the little white bear curiously approached Huo Yu. Huo Yu smiled as he extended his empty left hand toward the little white bear. The little white bear sniffed, taking a few seconds to familiarize itself with Huo Yu's scent. Huo Yu firmly believed that animals with a sense of smell far superior to humans could identify certain information through scent, such as malice or kindness. Sensing Huo Yu's goodwill, the little white bear took a few steps closer, its front paws resting on Huo Yu's thigh. Only then did a smug smile appear on Huo Yu's face, akin to a scoundrel's triumph, as he reached out his hand to gently stroke the little white bear's back. The texture is nice, very soft. The little white bear trembled slightly, but did not resist. Seeing this, Huo Yu quickly brought the chicken breast to the little white bear's mouth. The little bear's black, pearl-like eyes instantly lit up. Without even sniffing it, it wrapped its paws around the chicken breast and began to devour it. Under Huo Yu's guidance, a simple logic gradually formed in the little white bear's not-so-bright mind. First, this guy was a harmless bipedal creature. Second, if it let him pet it for a bit, then it could get delicious food. At that moment, the innocent little white bear had fallen into a trap. Chapter 37. Saving the little polar bear. The little polar bear has great potential for an eating broadcast. It clumsily grabbed the piece of chicken breast with its two chubby front paws and anxiously stuffed it all into its mouth, eating it with great delight. During this time, it kept making gurgling sounds. Yes, it was the same sound a domestic cat makes when it relaxes, and the emotions expressed by the polar bear through this sound are similar to those of felids. Polar bears use the gurgling sound as a greeting. This little polar bear easily evoked the sympathy of most viewers in the live stream. In their hearts, polar bears have always been a symbol of beauty and strength. As the representative animal of the Arctic, they evoke a longing in the majority of humanity, like spirits in the snow. However, when the viewers saw the emaciated female polar bear, that beautiful impression instantly collapsed. It seems that the people of this world have yet to realize that polar bears are gradually disappearing from the blue planet, and the extremely famous photo of a frail polar bear has not gone viral online. Humanity never lacks empathy. When they saw the little polar bear crawling out from the skeletal remains of its mother, their hearts had already melted. Now, seeing the little polar bear devouring the chicken breast, it seemed no different from a human child. Since we failed to protect the last generation of polar bears, we must ensure the protection of these young polar bear cubs. Just then, a comment in the chat drew the viewer's deep reflection. It was shocking. Global warming has caused polar bears to end up like this. Must humanity continue to make mistakes? Once the comment appeared, viewers looked at the corpse of the polar bear mother on the screen and the gluttonous little polar bear, and a sense of guilt spread among them. It was at this moment that I realized perhaps they really died because of me. Initially, I felt sympathy for the little polar bear, but now I understand that we should not feel sorry. Instead, we should feel guilt and remorse. I decided to take the money I usually spend on skins each month and donate it to the Ice Guardians. I was teary-eyed. It was us humans who indirectly caused the death of the little cub's mother. I regret it so much. Grandpa Fish must adopt this little one. We owe it too much. Congratulations, host. You have gained 12 recognition points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 19 recognition points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 14 recognition points. Huo Yu silently watched the comments in front of him, turned off the system notification sound, but felt no joy in gaining a large number of recognition points. Regarding the viewer's requests, he did not respond immediately. Unlike adopting the little fish, adopting a polar bear cub as an ice guardian is against regulations. The little fish's situation was special. It was too young to survive in a wolf pack and could not live independently, which is why Huo Yu temporarily adopted it. However, the little polar bear situation is not much better. According to regulations, Huo Yu needs to report to the organization and apply for endangered species protection procedures. After that, it will most likely be taken away by animal protection organizations and placed in zoos in developed countries near the Arctic Circle to spend the rest of its life. The scarcity of polar bears is far greater than that of Arctic wolves. The organization allows ice guardians to temporarily shelter some injured polar creatures, such as reindeer, Arctic wolves, Arctic foxes, etc. But polar bears are not included. Each polar bear is a precious protected animal, and their research and conservation value far exceed that of Arctic wolves. So they receive more careful care and attention. It may sound unfeeling, but it is unavoidable. The resources of the Ice Guardians are limited, and they can only save the most endangered species, with polar bears being one of them. Huo Yu patted the little polar bear's head and said to the viewers, "I can't guarantee that I will be able to adopt this little one, but I can assure you that it will receive the best care from the Ice Guardians. We will not abandon it. In any case, Huo Yu must first take the little polar bear back to the 249 research station, then report the situation to the 009 research station and wait for the higher-ups of the Ice Guardians to make a decision." The little polar bear had finished the chicken breast in its hand and surprisingly did not ask Huo Yu for more. Instead, it obediently nestled by Huo Yu's feet, seeking warmth. Its eyes were fixed on the dead mother bear, expressing worry, sadness, and attachment. For a polar bear cub under 1 year old, death is something difficult to comprehend. In its impression, the mother is invincible. She can swim, run, climb, provide food, and stand up to danger. She is its guardian. Now, its guardian lies silently in place, having not moved for a long time. The little polar bear thought its mother must be tired and needed a rest. But this rest was too long. Seeing the little polar bear's actions, Huo Yu felt a pang in his heart. He bent down, trying to comfort this confused little one. "Little one, your mother is very tired. Just like before, she needs a long hibernation, but this hibernation will last a very long time." Huo Yu gently picked up the little polar bear and said. The little polar bear did not cry or struggle, but allowed Huo Yu to hold it. Its eyes filled with confusion. "Don't worry. In the days to come, I will take on your mother's responsibilities and do my best to protect you." Regardless of whether the little polar bear could understand, Huo Yu said earnestly, "So, come with me, okay?" The little polar bear tilted its head to look at him, its gaze still darting to the mother bear on the ground. "I'm sorry, little one. We can't take your mother with us," Huo Yu said apologetically, rubbing its tiny bare ears. Polar bears are the largest land carnivores in the world, with adult males weighing between 300 to 800 kilograms and a head-to-body length of up to 5 meters. Females are smaller than males, weighing 150 to 300 kilograms and measuring 1.8 to 2 meters in length. Despite this mother bear being in a pitiful state from hunger, she still weighed nearly 200 kilograms, and her large size meant that Huo Yu's snowmobile could not transport her. The little polar bear let out a sad call. At that moment, it seemed to understand that its mother had forever left its life. Just as Huo Yu was about to continue comforting it, he suddenly heard the little fish beside him let out an urgent howl. He looked at the little fish in confusion. It was baring its teeth, facing the direction of the darkness, and making a threatening growl. "Little fish, what's wrong?" Before the little fish could respond, the little polar bear in his arms suddenly began to struggle, and a hint of fear appeared in its black eyes. Huo Yu set the struggling little polar bear down on the ground and quietly drew his pistol from his waist. Clearly, there was still an animal in this outpost. A powerful creature that made both the top of the food chain little fish and little polar bear restless. Chapter 38. The father of the little white bear Huo Yu stared nervously into the darkness, secretly regretting his carelessness. He had been too rash, too unguarded, to have made such a low-level mistake. He was still too young and inexperienced. He should have realized that there could be other animals here. If he had thought back for a moment, he would have noticed that there were many odd situations before. Although the door of the research station 121 was damaged, it was tightly closed. How did the little white bear and its mother get inside? Moreover, although the little white bear's mother looked emaciated, her cause of death was not necessarily starvation. It was more likely due to the shocking wounds on her body. What kind of animal could injure an adult polar bear to such an extent? Creak, creak. In the darkness, the sound of a large animal stepping on the ice echoed. The footsteps grew closer, and from the sound, it was clear that this was a steady and cunning creature, approaching Huo Yu slowly and deliberately. Huo Yu held his breath, his heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of the footsteps, his heart feeling as if it would leap out of his throat. This was definitely a big fellow. Huo Yu tucked his handgun into his waist and pulled out the compound bow from behind. The power of the handgun was limited. A single shot might provoke the creature rather than achieve anything useful. The compound bow was different. Firstly, the power provided by the system was immense, comparable to that of a shotgun. Secondly, Huo Yu had brought a secret weapon that could only unleash its power when using the compound bow. As the footsteps drew near, the audience in the live stream had already descended into chaos. Everyone urged Huo Yu to escape quickly, not to lose his life here. The timid viewers had even closed their eyes, unwilling to look at the screen again. Huo Yu remained focused, not glancing at the comments, his full attention fixed ahead. Finally, a massive figure appeared before Huo Yu. His pupils dilated in disbelief. The beast in front of him had snow-white fur and a robust body. It was clearly a male adult polar bear. This polar bear, although also quite emaciated, was not as skeletal as the little white bear's mother. Its size was much larger, and the muscles under its fur were well-defined, weighing at least around 600 kilograms. Its gaze was extremely cold, and he could clearly see the spiderweb-like blood vessels covering its eyeballs. It made no sound but stared intently at Huo Yu, with red bloodstains still lingering at the corners of its mouth. Upon seeing this polar bear, the little white bear stood up nervously, gripping Huo Yu's calf with its paws, its small body trembling incessantly. Huo Yu glanced at it, and noticed its eyes were filled with fear and sadness, but there was also a hint of yearning and confusion. "Little guy, do you know this big fellow?" Huo Yu whispered. The little white bear trembled as it looked at the polar bear, letting out a mournful whimper. Could it be that this polar bear had attacked the little white bear and its mother? Huo Yu looked at the male polar bear with confusion. It seemed hesitant to act, perhaps deterred by the flashlight Huo Yu held, just standing there, staring intently. Huo Yu lowered his gaze to the polar bear's paw, which was covered in reddish-brown blood. He frowned slightly, then looked at the polar bear's torso, where several faint scars caught his eye. Like the little white bear's mother, these wounds are almost all fresh. Connecting the habits of polar bears with these clues, a horrifying thought arose in Huo Yu's mind. Polar bears are not highly prolific mammals. Most polar bears can only give birth to 2 cubs at a time, and the chances of having 3 are exceedingly low. Moreover, male polar bears, when extremely hungry or emotionally unstable, may resort to eating their own young. The little white bear's mother had become this thin yet still fought desperately against the polar bear in front of it. What was her motivation? Didn't she know to be afraid? Wouldn't she run away? The male polar bear had blood and fresh meat fibers at the corners of its mouth, although its abdomen was not distended. It was not contracted either, clearly having just eaten something. So what had it consumed? Other animals? Or the little white bear's twin brother? We recalled the little white bear's sorrowful gaze. If he were bolder, could it be possible that this male polar bear, which had resorted to cannibalism, was actually the little white bear's father? A father who cruelly devoured his own child and killed his emaciated wife, who was desperately trying to protect her remaining offspring. Huo Yu's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with sternness. "Little guy, this big fellow is your father, right?" As soon as Huo Yu finished speaking, the live stream erupted into chaos. "You sure? What are you saying? This polar bear is the little guy's father? Does that mean it has misunderstood the host?" Thinking the host, is going to harm its child? If that's the case, why not just return the little white bear to its father? Faced with these comments, Huo Yu remained expressionless and continued. The wounds on the little guy's mother are similar to those of this creature. They were caused by the same animal. In the Arctic, there are almost no animals that dare to attack polar bears. The audience in the live stream fell silent, the polar bear still standing still, silently watching Huo Yu. Though its impatience was nearly overflowing, hunger was controlling its rationality. Even though it did not understand the strength of the enemy before it, it could not help but want to pounce on Huo Yu, bite his throat, and drink his blood. Looking at its belly, although it was not distended, it certainly did not appear to have gone long without food. Combining this with previous analysis, the one who killed the little white bear's mother was undoubtedly it. Polar bears usually give birth to twins. Where had the other little polar bear gone? Huo Yu did not say it outright, but the real answer was becoming apparent. Killing a spouse and eating one's own offspring is something that is hard for humans to accept, but for animals, it is not. Do animals truly possess emotions? The answer is affirmative, but emotions are indeed a rarity for animals. The reason animals are animals is that their instincts far surpass emotions. After Huo Yu finished explaining, he silently raised the bow, an arrow in his hand, aiming at the polar bear. Humans are not the spirits of all things. As a human, I cannot stand from my perspective and condemn your actions. However, as a son of a mother, I despise your behavior. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on the little white bear. Chapter 39, Fierce Battle with the Polar Bear, Part 1. Arguing with a polar bear is a foolish and absurd thing to do. But Huo Yu did it anyway. As an ice guard, although he detested the polar bear for eating its own cubs, there was no way he could just beat the bear up to vent his anger on its cubs and wife. Whether he could win the fight was another matter. The main issue was that it was illegal. However, in the current situation, the polar bear clearly had the intention to attack, and Huo Yu was also protecting the little white bear. So if he took action against the polar bear, it wouldn't be considered illegal. It would be deemed an emergency defense. If Huo Yu were a bit more ruthless, he could completely consume all the supplies from the 249 research station. And when he was starving, he could run up to the polar bear, kill it, and eat its meat, which also wouldn't be illegal, as it would be an emergency defense, provided he could defeat it. The polar bear had clearly reached its limit. Its hind legs were already shifting on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Huo Yu's face was calm, as steady as a seasoned soldier. If one ignored the beads of sweat sliding down his temples, that is, suddenly, the polar bear roared, unable to hold back any longer, and charged at Huo Yu. Huo Yu pulled out a specially made arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and aimed it at the huge bear face, shooting an arrow. At the same time, he urgently shouted, "Little fish, take that little white bear and run to a safe place." The arrow shot out and struck the polar bear's face. The arrowhead embedding itself at least 4 to 5 centimeters deep into its fur, a vivid splash of blood blooming on its face. Little fish, whose intelligence was now comparable to that of a human child, dashed to the little white bear's side as Huo Yu shot the arrow, bumping into the little white bear and causing it to stumble. The little white bear finally snapped out of its daze, seemingly awakened by a terrifying memory, and immediately began to run with its short legs. Little fish rolled its eyes at the escaping little white bear, glanced worriedly at Huo Yu, and decisively darted toward the little white bear. Wolves are highly obedient animals, and the Wolf King's commands are always executed without fail. The polar bear, struck by the arrow, halted as if hit by a brake, letting out a pained roar. True to its experience in battle, even while enduring immense pain, it still raised its massive paw to shield its face, preventing Huo Yu from shooting it again. Without hesitation, Huo Yu quickly moved backward while pulling out another arrow from his quiver, aiming steadily at the polar bear. This arrow struck the polar bear's shoulder. Although it lodged in its body, no blood trickled out, indicating that it had not breached the defenses. Huo Yu frowned. If the special arrow did not penetrate, it would lose its significance. This special arrow was a tranquilizer he had made himself, simply coated with anesthetic on the edges of the arrowhead, and it would take effect upon contact with the target's blood. The anesthetic he used was a special type provided internally to the ice guards, called hydrochloride of torphine, also known as M99, named after a classic domestic semi-automatic sniper rifle. This anesthetic is generally used for animal sedation, and the version Huo Yu used was of extremely high purity, typically used to sedate elephants. As for how effective it would be against a polar bear, Huo Yu had no idea, but he knew very well how potent it was for humans. Just a tiny bit could be used as an euthanasia agent. The polar bear had recovered from the pain. Although its head felt a bit fuzzy, it could not suppress its rage at that moment. Just a small and strange two-limbed creature had caused it to suffer such a great loss. The polar bear roared and charged straight at Huo Yu. Its speed enough to shame any sprinter. Huo Yu decisively abandoned his bow, drew the dagger and dog-leg knife from his waist, and accelerated forward instead of retreating. The entire room was cramped and closed off, leaving no place to hide. Fleeing was a foolish thought. The polar bear appeared cute and clumsy, but it was still a bear. An adult polar bear can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour, which is 5 times that of any 100-meter champion in human history. Seeing Huo Yu not retreating, but charging forward like a madman towards the polar bear, the audience in the live stream turned pale with shock, their scalps tingling. Are you crazy? You're giving us science lessons here and there. But don't you know how capable polar bears are? ISNT this seeking death? Master Fish, what are you doing? It's all over. The host is going to be barbecued. This is really risking your life to stream. Master Fish, don't do anything reckless. There are many people waiting for you to come back safely. At this moment, Huo Yu had already ordered the system to block the comments, naturally unable to see the audience's confusion and worries. Even if he had seen them, it wouldn't change his actions. As a human, wanting to fight a wild beast relies on the tools at hand, an intelligent brain, and the courage to stake everything on survival. Huo Yu suddenly accelerated, his legs pushing off the ground, leaping into the air. In the polar bear's incredulous gaze, he landed a kick on its head while airborne, then with that force. His body seemed to defy gravity as it performed a 360-degree flip in the air. This scene, which could only be seen in action movies, left not only the audience stunned, but even the polar bear bewildered. This was not a movie. There were no wires, no post-production effects. There was only a human unleashing their physical potential to survive. Huo Yu agilely landed on the ground behind the polar bear, the dog-leg knife pointing downwards. Blood pooling in the blade-S trough, dripping to the ground. The live stream audience erupted. Not only had he completely avoided the polar bear's charge, but he had also managed to injure the polar bear with the knife while in midair. The polar bear had not expected Huo Yu to flip over its head as if he had lightness skills, leaving a shallow scar on its body as a bonus. At this moment, its consciousness was becoming a bit hazy, and an ominous premonition echoed in its heart. In almost an instant, it twisted its body and charged at Huo Yu once more. Huo Yu's eyelid twitched. Although he possessed the physique of a special forces soldier, he had not surpassed human limits. The fact that he had dodged the polar bear's attack in that manner was already his limit. A gust of wind rushed past, and in the blink of an eye, that massive bloody mouth was almost at Huo Yu's neck, a foul stench assaulting his nose. At such a close distance, Huo Yu had nowhere to retreat, nowhere to dodge. Chapter 40, Fierce Battle with the Polar Bear, Part 2. More and more people flooded into the live broadcast room upon hearing the news of Huo Yu fighting with the polar bear. The barrage of comments refreshed wildly, even causing the live stream to lag at one point, forcing the platform staff to urgently open multiple lines and servers for Huo Yu's stream. As a result, Huo Yu's live stream broke its peak number of viewers, successfully surpassing 1 million again. In the military family compound in the imperial capital, on the top floor of a 2-story building, Yilwan watched her son on screen, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make any noise. To others, he was just a reckless streamer, but in her eyes, he was her own flesh and blood, the closest person to her in this world. Yilwan was an open-minded parent. She had always supported Huo Yu in becoming an ice guardian and was proud of her son. Until this moment, her heart began to waver. At a military base in Huagua, in a simple office, Huo Jinghuan, with red eyes, forced himself to look at the phone screen. His right hand gripped the edge of the table tightly, so hard that the joints turned white, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. This kid, I told you to be an ice guardian, but I didn't tell you to fight a polar bear. Huo Jinghuan's ears buzzed, and the screen in front of him became blurry. At this moment, the youngest brigadier general in Huagua felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. His son was fighting desperately, and he could do nothing. Even if his son died in the Arctic, he would still be helpless. He couldn't just leave the army to shoot all the polar bears in the Arctic, could he? In Antarctica, at the Antarctic Star Research Station, Wu Song sat at the head of the conference room, frowning as he looked at the screen in front of him. Below him, dozens of high-ranking ice guardians were gathered, all watching Huo Yu fighting the polar bear on the screen. As fellow ice guardians, these people could resonate the most with Huo Yu. They understood his actions, lamented his misfortune, and respected his perseverance. At the same time, they were ready to mourn for Huo Yu's sacrifice. In Huo Yu's pupils, the image of the polar bear was reflected. At that moment, he felt as if the time and space around him had solidified. His mind raced, trying to find a glimmer of hope in this inevitable, deadly blow. The polar bear pounced from the air, and it was impossible to try the same trick again. To the left was some clutter, leaving no space to dodge. To the right was the corner. Even if he managed to dodge there, he wouldn't escape the polar bear's next attack. Now, the only chance for survival lay beneath the polar bear. In the next moment, Huo Yu decisively crouched down and rolled under the polar bear's belly. I'm going for a slide tackle. To survive, slipping under a polar bear's legs, isn't shameful. Whoosh! The polar bear landed on the ground, looking dazedly at its own paw, only to realize that this strike had missed once again. As time passed, the M99 anesthetic in its body gradually took effect, slowing its movements, which was one of the reasons Huo Yu could evade the second attack. Huo Yu gasped for breath, and the polar bear was facing away from him and the camera, which allowed all the viewers in the live stream to be surprised to discover that there was a dagger stuck in the polar bear's back. That dagger was Huo Yu's multifunctional tactical knife, which, like the special arrows, was coated with M99 anesthetic. We had stabbed the dagger into the polar bear's back while doing a 360-degree spin to dodge the polar bear's frontal assault. Due to the angle, none of the viewers had seen him stab the dagger into the polar bear's body. Blood flowed from the wound where the dagger had penetrated, dyeing the fur around it a deep red. In just a few breaths, the fierce polar bear finally succumbed to the effects of the drug, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Huo Yu sighed in relief and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily to calm himself. The viewers in the live stream watched Huo Yu, who was panting with his head down, filled with shock. In the next moment, Huo Yu lifted his head and revealed a radiant smile to the live stream. Phew. Although it was tough, I managed to win in the end. The tips of my arrows and daggers were coated with high concentrations of anesthetic. Even an elephant could be taken down, let alone a mere polar bear. Over 1 million viewers in the live stream were left speechless. After a while, a comment floated by, "Master Yu, awesome." This comment was like a spark igniting a prairie fire, and the live stream instantly burst into flames. "Master Yu, you're too ruthless. I'm really impressed. Awesome. Single-handedly taking on a polar bear. Single-handedly taking on a polar bear. Sure, Nine didn't deceive me. Honestly, I almost peed my pants just now. I can't imagine how the streamer managed to remain calm in front of a wild polar bear. Did no one notice Master Yu's skills? Goodness, it's like he knows martial arts. This is it. Foreigners will say all Huo people know martial arts again. I'm a Sonda coach, and honestly, I've never seen skills like Master Yu's. It's incredible, truly incredible. I want to say more. I'm going to change my pants." The barrage in the live stream refreshed wildly, and Huo Yu smiled as he looked at the heartfelt concern and admiration from the audience. Seeing so many people praise him all at once made Huo Yu feel a little shy, and he humbly said, "Everyone, calm down. It's just basic operations. Please don't spam 666. But seeing her son on the screen, not only safe and sound, but also starting to crack jokes, Yulwan finally smiled through her tears. As long as there were no classes, she never missed any of Huo Yu's live streams. Watching Huo Yu work happily every day made her happy too. She also liked the little white wolf, Xiao Yu, that Huo Yu had adopted. The best way for a mother to express love is through companionship, even if it's from the shadows. Well done, great skills. Huo Jinghuan excitedly slapped his thigh and suddenly stood up from his seat. He knew that Huo Yu had good shooting skills, having once won first place in a military competition. But he never expected that his son's fighting skills were also so advanced. All his previous worries about his son and the resentment of his own powerlessness transformed into pride at this moment. So what if he fought a polar bear? He was still my Huo Jinghuan's kid. Ha ha, really a good boy. He has a bit of his old man-ass flair. Hua Jinghuan's boisterous cheers echoed throughout the office and down the hallway. In the conference room of the Antarctic Star Research Station, all the Ice Guardians present let out a collective sigh of relief. It was simply too thrilling. In such circumstances, none of them dared to claim they could emerge unscathed. This required not only an extraordinary physique and calm thinking, but also extraordinary courage. Wu Song stood up on the stage and commanded everyone. Immediately organize a small team to reach Research Station 121 and deal with the polar bear issue. Codename, Ivan the Terrible. Chapter 41. Room and board included Ivan Vasilyevic, also known as Ivan the Terrible or Ivan the Great, the fearsome Ivan. There's a famous oil painting known across the blue planet that depicts one of this emperor's deeds, widely circulated around the world. The painting is called Ivan the Terrible Kills His Son. Saving a polar bear in such a small-scale operation didn't really require a codename, yet Wu Song still provided one. And it was a derogatory one at that. It is evident that the dignified commander of the Ice Guards harbored some resentment towards this polar bear that killed its wife and cubs. Wu Song was also a well-educated person, naturally aware of the polar bear's habits, a typical scumbag in the animal kingdom. Therefore, this resentment did not stem from the bear's malicious behavior, but rather from the fact that his beloved apprentice had nearly been killed by this scumbag bear with a single slap. Wu Song sat in his seat and let out a cold laugh. Once this scumbag bear was rescued, he would have to arrange for it to live in the worst zoo, assigning it a few ill-tempered bear roommates so that it could learn about the harshness of the world. Huo Yu was slumped on the ground, looking completely drained of energy. Despite only having exchanged a couple of moves with the polar bear for just a few minutes, the physical exertion was equivalent to running a 10-kilometer cross-country race. Humans are not naturally suited for combat. Unlike in novels, where Ma Chao and Zhang Fei fight from day to night, that is absolutely contrary to human physiology. If two big men were to brawl at full strength all day, the only outcome for them would be exhaustion and death. In fact, if humans were to fight continuously like beasts for half an hour, they could be at risk of life-threatening situations. Huo Yu understood that the 121 research station had now become the polar bear's den, and staying here was temporarily safe. He didn't know how far Xiao Yu and the little white bear had run, so he decided to recover to half full before going out to look for the two little cubs. To quickly regain his strength, Huo Yu took out a water bottle filled with Yu milk and gulped it down entirely. Glug, glug, glug. Burp. Not bad, the milk is still warm. Huo Yu chuckled to himself, seemingly feeling that it wouldn't sound good to say that warm milk was used to take down a polar bear. After finishing a bottle of milk, he felt his strength had recovered significantly. To further replenish his energy, he took out a smaller water bottle and made a shushing gesture to the camera. The audience burst into laughter. Wasn't this Xiao Yu's water bottle? Goodness. Not only did you steal milk from Xiao Yu, but you also planned to take the milk from his bottle? Huo Yu unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp, realizing there was only a third of the milk left in the bottle, so he capped it again. Gotta leave some for the little one. Feeling invigorated, Huo Yu stood up, full of energy, and said to the camera, I'm off. If I don't go look for those two little guys, they'll run far away. Before leaving, Huo Yu pulled the arrow out of the polar bear's face. The arrows provided by the system were three-pronged. Once shot, they would cause continuous bleeding, and pulling them out would also take a chunk of flesh. However, given the polar bear's constitution, pulling out the arrow and processing the wound slightly should not be fatal. From Huo Yu's perspective, he would rather the scumbag bear die far away. But from a standpoint of an ice guard, every polar bear deserves protection. After all, the tragic family drama caused by this scumbag bear was also related to humans. After removing the arrow and dagger, he used a lighter to cauterize the polar bear's wound and took a sample of its flesh, leaving the rest to be handled later. When he returned to the 249 research station, he would report to headquarters, and they could deal with it however they saw fit. Picking up the compound bow that had fallen to the ground, Huo Yu exited the 121 research station. After circling the research station, he didn't find Xiao Yu and the little bear, but he did notice a large hole about a person high on the back of the station. It looked like it had been forcibly broken open by some kind of beast, most likely the polar bear. This also explained why the door of the 121 research station was closed while the little white bear and her cub could get inside. Indeed, he had been too careless. These abandoned research stations were more dangerous than usual. However, 30 years of river east and 30 years of River West. Do not underestimate the ice guards. Once the two cubs at home grow up, he would redeem the Hawkeye, bow, and go have a showdown with the polar bear then. He would scatter its ashes. After wandering around the area, Huo Yu did not see any sign of the two little ones. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly spotted a flash of bright red behind his snowmobile. It seemed to be a red scarf. Huo Yu laughed heartily and walked straight toward the snowmobile. Sure enough, the two little ones were lying side by side there, with a red scarf tied around Huo Yu's neck. The two little ones looked like white snowballs, resembling a pair of twin brothers. Hearing Huo Yu's laughter, Huo Yu's little ears perked up instantly, and he looked over with surprise. Huo Yu dashed towards Huo Yu in a single leap. Huo Yu smiled and caught him, holding him in his arms and vigorously rubbing his little head. The little wolf cub in his arms stuck out his pink tongue and licked Huo Yu's chin, softly whimpering a few times. Huo Yu could hear the sadness and apology in the little one's vocalizations and smiled, comforting him. It's okay. You're still small, just a little white wolf. You can't help me fight yet. Huo Yu obediently leaned his head against Huo Yu's chest, silent. When you grow up and encounter a situation like today, it will be your turn to protect me. Hearing Huo Yu's obedient the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Then they all wore affectionate smiles. To them, it seemed like Huo Yu simply found Huo Yu's embrace comfortable and happened to make a sound. But Huo Yu knew that Huo Yu truly understood now, and that was a genuine response to his words. From this moment on, a bond began to take root in both their hearts, which would become inseparable as time passed. Holding the soft body of Huo Yu, Huo Yu caught a glimpse of the little white bear looking at him with a confused and envious expression. The little white bear's fur was somewhat dirty, and combined with its pitiful face, it looked miserable and forlorn. Huo Yu felt a tug at his heart, just like Huo Yu. The little white bear was also alone and forlorn. He really wanted to adopt this little white bear. He walked over to the little white bear while holding Huo Yu. The little one was not afraid of him, just staring at him with its big black eyes, frozen in place. Huo Yu squatted down, freeing one hand to gently stroke its soft fur. You little one, you still haven't answered my previous question. Let me ask you again. Huo Yu rubbed the fur around the little white bear's neck, gently asking, now that you have no home, would you like to come with me? The little white bear looked at him in surprise, standing silently in place. Room and board included. The little white bear stumbled over and hugged Huo Yu's leg tightly. Chapter 42. The 2-year-old little polar bear Huo Yu secured the two little creatures on the snowmobile and sped away from the 121 research station. Today was originally intended for exploring the truth behind the destruction of the 121 research station and collecting some supplies to take away. However, encountering this unexpected event changed everything. Given the current situation, continuing the exploration mission was definitely unrealistic. Even if his own body could handle it, the little polar bear might not be able to. The little guy was too frail. The priority now was to quickly take the little one back for proper care and nourishment. Huo Yu smiled, suddenly realizing that although he hadn't completed the exploration mission and hadn't collected any supplies, his gains were more substantial than he had imagined. A living little polar bear was worth more than any amount of supplies. Huo Yu let out a hearty laugh, and the speed of the snowmobile increased a few notches. What he didn't know was that the live stream video of him fighting the polar bear and rescuing the little polar bear had already been shared by many live stream channels and was spreading rapidly across the internet. Numerous influential bloggers were reposting it. A well-known rich second generation, humorously referred to by netizens as the principal, directly praised him in a post. I am someone who doesn't like to admit others are better than me, but today I met a true master who completely surpassed me in every way. Compared to those internet celebrities, this young ice guardian from Huo is far more worthy of admiration. This organization of ice guardians deserves more of our attention than those variety shows and celebrity concerts. This principal had a high popularity, and as a top-tier rich second generation, he was well known for his boldness and astonishing remarks, drawing the attention of many netizens. He attached a link to Huo Yu's live stream and the video of the polar bear fight beneath his post. The world-class, exquisite visuals, the unbeatable skills that seem to only appear in movies, the heroic and unconventional appearance, and the visceral impact of the actions in the video made viewers exclaim in disbelief. As the video went viral, doubts naturally followed. Is this a promotional clip for a new director's work? The special effects are so realistic. I can feel the budget burning. But this actor looks a bit unfamiliar, though he's quite handsome. What's the title of the film? Is this real? It feels so fake. It can't be scripted, right? Today's streamers really care more about money than their lives. No matter how good you are, you can't just brawl with a polar bear. Not to mention the danger. It's illegal. The internet is highly inclusive, allowing everyone to express differing opinions. However, in response to these doubts, criticisms, and even slanders, many others came to defend. I am a professional video appraiser, and I guarantee with my integrity that this video is 100% authentic content. The protagonist is named Huo Yu. He is an ice guardian, and he is still live streaming. If you don't believe it, go check it out. Scripted? Tell me how you would get a live polar bear to act? Think before you speak. Care more about money than life? That's hilarious. He's an ice guardian. Do you even know what that means? He hasn't even opened a donation channel in his live stream. We want to give him money, but he won't accept it. Netizens who were rebutted naturally felt unwilling and wanted to come up with something to counter, but they realized they knew very little about this streamer named Huo Yu. So, they rushed to various websites to search for Huo Yu's other videos. After watching 2 or 3 videos, these people quickly turned to become loyal fans of Huo Yu. Facing the Wolf King, adopting a little wolf, discovering the aurora, racing in the Arctic. This streamer not only had astonishing skills, but also possessed various survival skills, as if his mind was a vast knowledge repository. Most importantly, he was an ice guardian dedicated to the environmental issues of all humanity. This Huo Yu was undoubtedly an outstanding wilderness streamer. While there were many skilled wilderness survivalists abroad and numerous wilderness survival series existed, true wilderness outdoor streamers were rare in the country. Some streamers merely set up cameras outdoors and claimed to be doing outdoor live streams. As time passed and information spread wider, several trending topics on Weibo were dominated by Huo Yu alone. To the surprise of Huo Yu's fans, the first trending topic was Ice Guardian Huo Yu scares rabbits. Watching the video where Huo Yu drove the snowmobile, using air blast to flip rabbits and chase the Arctic snow hares in a frenzy, was truly amusing. Viewers in the live stream began to leave comments teasing, "Wherever Huo Yu goes, stray dogs must get a few slaps, and bird eggs on the trees by the roadside must get shaken to bits." Of course, this was just a joke from the fans, but it evolved into a meme circulating online. Following that, more videos were uploaded to Weibo, adopting a lonely little polar bear, fighting a brutal polar bear. Even a video of raising the Huo Yu national flag at the 249 research station, set to stirring music, was uploaded to video sites. Several official media outlets liked and shared it. In no time, the reputation of Ice Guardian Huo Yu shook the internet. At that moment, Huo Yu finally brought the 2 little ones back to the 249 research station, just like when he found the little fish. He first gave the little polar bear a complete massage service. It was unwise to wash with water directly, so Huo Yu carefully wiped the little polar bear's fur with a warm, damp cloth. The little polar bear was much dirtier than the little fish back then, and the warm water in the basin turned black after only a few uses. After cleaning, the little one looked much cuter and cleaner. Previously, its fur was so contaminated that the color was unrecognizable, with some areas tangled and looking filthy, making Huo Yu hesitant to hold it. After a thorough wipe, the little one was radiant, its body plump, and its fur became snow white. As Huo Yu dried the little polar bear with a clean towel, he addressed the audience. "In your eyes, the fur of a polar bear is pure white, right?" The audience was puzzled by Huo Yu's question and replied, "Huo Yu, even if I might be a bit silly, I'm not blind. How dare you question me? I scored a perfect 100 on my color blindness test. Of course it's white. Most polar creatures have white fur, right?" Huo Yu looked at the little polar bear lying upside down and smiled, saying to the camera, "Don't be fooled by how fluffy and white this little guy looks. It's actually your eyes deceiving you. First, you need to understand that the fur of a polar bear is different from its skin and has different colors. Secondly, polar bear fur is not white. It is made of colorless hollow tubes. The sunlight refracts within, making it appear white, and this hollow fur is waterproof and insulating, allowing polar bears to live in the cold polar regions. The white color perceived by the human eye is due to the rough inner surface of the polar bear's fur, which scatters light in a chaotic manner." After saying that, Huo Yu noticed the viewers in the live stream exclaiming, "I've learned something new," and he nodded in satisfaction. He then pointed to the little polar bear's black nose and continued, "And the little one's skin is black, which can be seen by looking at its nose. Black skin absorbs heat and helps retain its body temperature." Scientists studying the ice guardians believe that polar bear fur consists of tiny optical fibers that only allow ultraviolet light to pass through, which they use as a tool to capture temperature. The reason for this phenomenon is that these hollow hairs are waterproof and provide insulation, which plays a significant role for polar bears living in the cold Arctic. This is very beneficial for their survival. Interestingly, the first to discover this phenomenon was an American scientist within the ice guardians. He thought to analyze the polar bear's fur because he had inadvertently found that infrared cameras used for wildlife photography were not suitable for polar bears. These animals could not be captured on infrared film because their body temperature seemed as cold as the surrounding polar ice and snow. However, in ultraviolet imaging, the white fur of polar bears reflected light very strongly. For some unknown reason, their white fur absorbed most of the sunlight's ultraviolet rays that hit them. This led the scientists to begin researching this fascinating phenomenon of polar bears and ultimately discover the actual situation of their fur. This discovery also shocked biologists around the world. After mastering animal training, Huo Yu's technique for bathing and wiping animals improved significantly. Previously, when he wiped the little fish, it was somewhat uncomfortable and often made dissatisfied sounds. But now, wiping the little polar bear not only did not cause any discomfort, but instead made it comfortably squint its eyes, looking like it was about to fall asleep. After cleaning, Huo Yu began a full-body examination of the little polar bear. Animals have a high tolerance for pain, largely because their sensitivity to pain is lower than that of humans, and they have a higher capacity to suppress physical suffering. Some pet owners may have had painful experiences. Some people accidentally step on certain soft parts of their pets and hear them let out a scream, immediately becoming anxious to check if they are injured. However, aside from the moment of the scream, these pets usually do not make any more painful sounds and appear to be completely uninjured. At this point, most pet owners relax their vigilance, thinking the problem is not serious. Little do they know, these pets may have sustained serious internal injuries, but their high tolerance prevents them from vocalizing their pain, or they instinctively feel that making painful sounds is useless. This leads to missed opportunities for timely treatment, and days later, the injuries may manifest, leaving severe aftereffects or even leading to death. This is also why Huo Yu carefully examines the bodies of the little fish and the little polar bear. Unseen internal injuries are the most dangerous. After a thorough internal and external examination, the little polar bear was surprisingly healthy and showed no physical injuries, indicating that its mother had protected it well. The only issue was that Huo Yu initially thought this cub was under a year old. However, after the examination, it was revealed that the cub was nearly 2 years old. It was just that long-term malnutrition had stunted its growth, making it appear only 1 year old. Chapter 43, Contacting Research Station 009. The best way to determine the age of an animal is to observe its teeth. Specifically, this involves a comprehensive assessment of the growth of the teeth, the gaps between them, the degree of wear, shape, color, and other conditions. This method is also applicable to humans. The teeth, as an organ, undergo regular changes with age and are made of hard material that is not easily decayed, which is why they are often used by scientists and doctors for age determination. After finishing the cleaning and inspection, the little polar bear had collapsed on the table, panting and sticking out its little tongue. Huo Yu smiled helplessly and reached out to pat the little polar bear's head. The little polar bear feels your hand is very warm, gaining 113 recognition points. The little polar bear feels very safe, gaining 244 recognition points. The little polar bear feels it has regained a family, gaining 501 recognition points, and entrusted the system to gift a polar bear nurturing package. Huo Yu was slightly taken aback. He felt this scene was very familiar, a sense of déjà vu. Would you like to claim the polar bear package? Claim it. Ding. The little polar bear hopes you can take good care of yourself and entrusted the system to gift a luxurious doghouse, medium, set, an automated small fish pond, a box of high-purity honey, a box of fresh bamboo shoots, 5 boxes of milk, a box of universal veterinary medicine for external injuries, and special arrows, 20 capture net arrows. The above rewards have been automatically sent to the warehouse. Please collect them yourself. Huo Yu. This little polar bear is definitely a polar bear, right? It's understandable for a polar bear to want fish, so gifting me a fish pond is fine. But which proper polar bear would be interested in honey and bamboo shoots? That is clearly food for pandas and brown bears. Huo Yu scrutinized the little polar bear in front of him. Could it be some unfortunate albino brown bear? Huo Yu remembered a news report from his past life that was both amusing and ridiculous, which still lingered in his memory. A brown bear named Joey, who had a condition of albinism, was happily living in the forests of British Columbia, Canada. During one hibernation, it was discovered by animal protection personnel who mistakenly took it for a polar bear, thinking it had traveled thousands of miles in search of food. To avoid disrupting its life, the personnel injected it with an anesthetic while it was hibernating and transported the poor Joey back to the Arctic. When Joey woke up, it found itself in the icy Arctic, shivering from the cold and being beaten up by real polar bears. Fortunately, Joey encountered research experts who discovered it could not adapt to the Arctic environment, and although its fur was snow white, its size was far from that of a real polar bear. The most obvious difference was that Joey was smaller, with muscle bulges on its shoulders and neck. And since brown bears are omnivores with a significant plant-based diet, while polar bears are purely carnivorous. After identification by the experts, they recognized Joey's true identity and sent it back to its forest habitat. However, not long after, the same protection organization found Joey again and transported it back to the Arctic, where it once again froze and could not forage, and once again luckily encountered the experts, who rescued it back. Now, the Animal Protection Organization knew. Oh, it turns out this creature is a brown bear with albinism. To avoid misidentification, the organization dyed its fur, thinking this would ensure accuracy. But unexpectedly, Joey's new fur still grew back white, and after some time, people mistook it for a dirty polar bear and transported it to the polar bear exhibit at the zoo. Thus, this unfortunate creature was sent back to its hometown in the Arctic 3 times by the enthusiastic staff. When Huo Yu saw this news back then, he couldn't help but laugh. Now seeing his little polar bear actually liking bamboo shoots and honey, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He quickly inspected the little polar bear again and confirmed. This creature is a pure polar bear, definitely not an albino brown bear. The reason for the system gifting bamboo shoots and honey is simply because it craves. With the little polar bear's matter temporarily resolved, Huo Yu prepared to rise and report to the control room of Research Station 009. It was best if the reporting process was not leaked. So after thinking for a moment, he also brought over the little fish and placed them together under the camera. Brothers, I'm going to report today as situation to the superiors. I'll be back soon, okay? The live stream is left to these two for now, bye. Huo Yu had done this before, leaving the live stream to the little fish. The little fish had a knack for being on camera, and its recognition points surged faster than when Huo Yu streamed alone. Who knows how these viewers felt a connection to the Ice Guardian through a little wolf. Before the audience could react, Huo Yu directly changed the live stream title to, "Everyone, help me watch the wolf and bear, I'll be right back." The live stream was instantly filled with question marks. New viewers attracted by the title entered the stream and couldn't leave. They saw 2 fluffy, round white creatures lying side by side, their big eyes curiously staring at them, a scene sure to make anyone go, "Ah." Fishmaster is getting better at this. While Fishmaster is away, let's go steal the little fur babies. Am I here to watch the live stream or to be a babysitter? But I have to admit, these 2 little fur babies are really cute. Hurry back, streamer. I can't just keep watching your kids. I still have online classes to attend. In reality, I can't even be bothered to watch my own kids. Yet here I am, engrossed in watching someone else's fur babies online. Meanwhile, Huo Yu had already walked into the control room and opened the communicator. After a crackling sound, the communicator fell silent again. The internal communicator of the Ice Guardians is usually in a silent state. The silent state of the radio can be military or non-military, with different purposes. The Ice Guardian silent state is clearly a non-military silence, aimed at receiving emergency information promptly. To avoid interfering with maritime distress signals, Ice Guardian emergencies, and large-scale natural disaster rescue signals, there's a concept of a radio silence zone in internal communications. The silence zone refers to a period during daily duty when no telegrams are allowed to be sent, and the focus should be on listening for possible distress signals. Major research stations have personnel specifically responsible for monitoring the radio, with regulations stating that during the 24-hour period, the 15 to 18 minutes and 45 to 48 minutes of each hour are radio silence times. During this time, the communicators at these research stations must put aside other tasks and concentrate on listening for potential distress signals from other ice guardians. Pepe at Research Station 009 is specifically responsible for radio communication, while Research Station 249 is too low in rank, and with only Huo Yu as a member. There is no need to set such a position. Huo Yu sat at the command desk, watching the minute hand on his wristwatch move step by step. It wasn't until the minute hand passed the number 3 that he picked up the communicator microphone on the table. Research Station 009. Research Station 009. This is Research Station 249. There is an emergency situation that needs to be reported. Over. Research Station 009. Research Station 249 calling. There is an emergency situation that needs to be handled. Please respond. Over. After calling twice, Pepe's sweet yet slightly worried voice immediately came through the communicator. Research Station 009 received. Please report the situation. Over. What Station Master, what happened? Are you okay? Chapter 44. Old Sue is easy to get along with, don't worry. Pepe, it's not a big problem. After Huo Yu replied, he felt that calling her by her nickname was a bit impolite, so he quickly apologized. Sorry, I shouldn't have called you by your nickname. A melodious laughter came from the communicator. It's fine. What Station Chief, just call me Pepe. I quite like this name. In the corner, eavesdropping on their conversation was by Xiaomao, the station chief of the 099 research station. I call you by your nickname, and you get all worked up. But Huo Yu calls you by your nickname, and you like it? Is this for real? So, superficial in friendships? What kind of plastic friendship is this? What Station Chief? If the situation is not urgent, I can open a separate communication channel for you to report the situation. Before Huo Yu could respond, Pepe murmured softly, to prevent certain people from eavesdropping behind the communicator. Bai Xiaomao's face instantly turned red, and she said angrily in the channel, Pepe, who's eavesdropping? Who's eavesdropping? Cut out. With your little thoughts, I can see it clearly. You stick your butt out and I just, cough cough. Bai Xiaomao exclaimed in exasperation. She's slandering me. She's slandering me. Pepe, you give me. Before Bai Xiaomao could finish her sentence, the communication channel suddenly fell silent. All right, Huo Station Chief. The independent communication channel has been opened. Go ahead, Pepe said. Huo Yu rubbed his twitching temples and organized his thoughts before he started to narrate. Today I went to the abandoned 121 research station, and on the way, Huo Yu recounted everything that happened today in detail, and Pepe, the liaison officer of the 009 research station, was undoubtedly a great listener. When he mentioned discovering the musk ox herd, she exclaimed in surprise. When he talked about the weak polar bear mother, she also fell into sympathy and sadness. When he mentioned the brutal polar bear father appearing, she was equally furious, wishing she could rush to the scene and give that scummy bear a good beating. When Huo Yu faced the polar bear directly, she couldn't help but feel anxious for him. 10 minutes later, Huo Yu finally finished recounting his experience from today. Pepe, I'm here. Pepe's voice came through the communicator. Huo Station Chief, I'm here. Can you help me report this? I want to apply for temporary adoption of this little polar bear. It trusts me a lot right now, and I have the ability and confidence to take care of it. Pepe hesitated. Huo Station Chief, I'm sorry. Your situation is a bit complicated, and my authority is too low to help you report to headquarters. Huo Yu's face darkened. You can't report, but you're listening so intently? Are we here to listen to a story? But wait a moment, I'll call our station chief over, and you can explain the situation to him. His authority is sufficient. Explain again? What is this, a replay? Huo Yu said helplessly. All right, sorry to trouble you. No problem. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thud on the other end of the communicator, followed by a series of hurried footsteps moving away, along with Pepe's excited shouts. Station Chief, come over and listen to the story. I'm telling you, this story is so exciting. Huo Yu's expression suddenly froze. After a while, without making Huo Yu wait long, a serious voice came from the communicator. Huo Station Chief, hello. I am the station chief of the 009 base level research station. My name is Su Jian. Hello, Station Chief Su, I am Huo Yu, the station chief of the 249 Outpost Level Research Station, reporting to you. Haha, was Station Chief. I've heard a lot about you. Pepe said you have something to report to the higher-ups? Yes. It's like this with Station Chief. The grassroots ice keepers need to report any situations, which must first be verified and assessed by the higher-level research station before they can be reported. Huo Yu nodded, I understand. Okay, then please tell me again what happened today, so I can help you filter it. Huo Yu felt relieved. It seemed that not all ice keepers were as unserious as Pepe and Bai Xiaoma. This station chief, Su, seemed very reliable, with a kind attitude yet maintaining authority. No wonder he could become the station chief of a base-level research station. All right, today I went to the abandoned 121 research station on the way. Please wait a moment. Su Jian suddenly interrupted. Let me find some paper and a pen to take notes. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Yu heard a click sound from the communicator, like it can being opened. All right, Huo Station Chief, you can continue. Huo Yu was puzzled, but pressed on. He spoke in detail, and the other party listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions. What Huo Yu didn't expect was that, just as he was about to describe stepping into the 121 research station, there was another strange noise from the communicator. Crunch, 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 crunch. Huo Yu's face was filled with despair. It was clearly someone on the other side munching on seeds. Seeing that Huo Yu had stopped speaking, a cacophony of discussions erupted from the communicator. Why aren't you talking? You stepped into the research station, and then what? Station Chief. Grab me a handful of seeds. Don't eat alone. Ugh. I already said beer should be chilled outside for 10 minutes to taste good. This warm beer is undrinkable. Huo Station Chief, keep going, or we'll run out of seeds soon. Huo Yu. Is there anyone in charge? Is there any normal human left in the 009 research station? Haha. Su Jian's hearty laughter came through the communicator. Little Hua, don't mind them. In this icy weather, there really aren't too many entertainment activities in the research station. They just love to make some noise. You continue with your story. I'm taking notes seriously here. Huo Yu, I believe you. Despite constantly complaining in his mind, Huo Yu didn't actually mind the behavior of the 009 research station members. The daily life of ice keepers was extremely dull. They had to maintain a serious and rigorous state during work hours. Over time, many ice keepers would develop psychological issues. If telling his story could relieve everyone's mental stress, Huo Yu was still more than happy to do it. Organizing his thoughts, Huo Yu continued speaking into the communicator. Seeing that Huo Yu had no objections, the many ice keepers on the other side gradually became more unruly, occasionally erupting in gasps of surprise. Hearing about the polar bear father's atrocious behavior, they began to collectively condemn its scummy actions. With the uproar on the other side, Huo Yu found a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the days when he would have late-night talks with a few roommates after lights out in the dormitory. 10 minutes later, Huo Yu finally managed to clarify everything again. Speaking continuously left his throat a bit dry and itchy. So he picked up the milk container beside him and took a big gulp. Little Hua, do you mean you want to personally adopt this little polar bear? Su Jian on the other end of the communicator asked. Yes, Huo Yu quickly replied. Station Chief Su, can you help apply to headquarters? Su Jian hesitated. Little Hua, to be honest, the likelihood of your application being approved is very low. Seeing Huo Yu fall silent, Su Jian continued to explain. There have been precedents of ice keepers adopting polar bear cubs. But those were all base-level research stations that could apply because they have better conditions and the ability to take care of a polar bear. However, outpost-level research stations are already in harsh conditions. And moreover, Huo Station Chief, you are stationed alone. Headquarters will take all these factors into consideration. Huo Yu's eyes dimmed. Su Jian's words made a lot of sense. Adopting and protecting animals is no small matter, and the headquarters, out of a desire to protect the animals, naturally has more considerations. However, Su Jian's tone shifted, indicating that there was still room for negotiation. Huo Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Director Su, do you have a solution? From your words, I can sense that although you and that child have only known each other for a short time, your bond is quite deep. We can approach this from that angle, explaining your relationship and feelings to the headquarters. The child's unfortunate background means that separating you carelessly could impact its mental and physical health. If all goes well, The headquarters should consider this more carefully and may even send zoologists to your research station to assess the situation. At that time, you just need to show the investigators that you have the ability to take care of this little polar bear, and the headquarters might make an exception for you. Huo Yu felt reassured. The 249 research station is located in a remote area, and by the time the investigation team arrives, he would have surely accumulated enough recognition points to buy a lineage factor for the little white bear. After using the lineage factor, the animal's emotions and intelligence would further improve, making the bond between him and the little white bear as unbreakable as that with the little fish. By then, if they wanted to take the little white bear away, they would have to ask the little white bear if it agrees. After understanding the relationship, Huo Yu decisively said, "All right, let's do it this way. Director Su, please help me apply to the headquarters." Su Jian smiled and said, "Not a bother at all. Xiaohua, you're a role model for us ice guards, stationed alone at the most remote 249 research station. Young people are quite bold." Huo Yu quickly modestly replied, "Not at all, Director Su, you flatter me. I'm just young and impulsive." Su Jian laughed heartily and then said to Huo Yu, "Let's leave it at that for now. If there are any updates, I'll have Pei contact you right away." "Okay, Director Su, good vie. Xiaohua, goodbye." After putting down the communicator, you could still hear Su Jian calling out to everyone on the other end. All right, the story is over. Go on, get back to what you were doing." Huo Yu smiled softly. This Director Su is quite interesting and easy to talk to. In theory, Su Jian is actually Huo Yu's direct superior. And the 249 research station is a subordinate station to the 009 research station. If Su Jian found the matter troublesome and didn't help Huo Yu apply to the headquarters, Huo Yu wouldn't have much to say about it, as the request he made was somewhat unreasonable. But Su Jian unexpectedly helped him with this. And not only did he not find it troublesome, but he also offered suggestions. Of course, the relationships within the Ice Guard have always been harmonious, as they share similar ideals and naturally look out for each other. Huo Yu sighed. Old Su is a good person. He really takes action when there's something to be done. Chapter 45. The Second Barbecue Feast 009 Research Station. The refined-looking Su Jian put down the communicator and gently said to Pei beside him, "My daughter, later you can report to the headquarters in my name," explaining the situation with Huo Yu, and do your best to help him. Pei puffed out her cheeks and glared at Su Jian. "Director Su, this is a research station, not home. You can call me Xiao Su, but you can't call me daughter." Su Jian smiled indulgently. All right, Xiao Su, could you please take care of this matter?" Pei finally showed a smile and leaned closer to whisper, "Dad, do you really think so highly of Huo Yu, putting in so much effort to help him?" Su Jian replied speechlessly, "If you can call me Dad, why can't I call you daughter? Don't change the subject, just tell me honestly." All right, Su Jian said with a smile. "It's not just I want to find a good son-in-law. What do you think of Huo Yu? You've seen his photo on the Ice Guardian's file. He looks decent, he's accomplished, graduated from a prestigious university, and his family background is a bit better than ours. But don't worry, Dad will work hard for a few years, and definitely won't let you marry someone who mistreats you." Pei blushed and shot Su Jian a glare. "You really never forget your matchmaking intentions, do you? How about it? Think it over. I know his parents, we understand this kid well. His character is definitely good." Seeing Pei blushing and silent, Su Jian quickly seized the opportunity. "If you agree, I'll contact his parents shortly, and we can arrange the engagement during the next holiday. In a few days, I will apply to the headquarters to transfer you to the 249 research station." Su Jian completely didn't notice that Pei's little fists were already clenched so tightly that her knuckles were turning white, and continued, "If you have a grandson, you don't have to worry. He can be sent here to the 009 research station. I'll help you take care of them." "Hey, don't pull your dad's ear." "Ouch, I want to say it anymore, really want to say it." At this moment, Huo Yu was still unaware that he was almost arranged for a marriage, as he was preparing dinner for himself and the two little ones. Since another team member had joined, it was only right to hold a feast to welcome them, and since the reindeer still had some leftovers, he decided to have another barbecue feast. The venison was frozen in a snow pile outside and needed to be brought inside to thaw. The other ingredients and vegetables were ready and could be directly placed on the grill after being washed with melted snow water. After nearly an hour of busy preparation, Huo Yu returned to the two little ones. The two little ones had also tired themselves out today and were now cuddled together in a deep sleep. This was somewhat unexpected for Huo Yu. Both little ones had their own sense, so he wasn't worried about them fighting. But he didn't expect them not only to avoid conflict, but also to get along harmoniously. When Huo Yu reappeared on camera, the live stream chat exploded. "Oh, isn't this Master Yu? You know to come back? The boss made me work overtime, but I didn't go, just to help the streamer keep an eye on the little ones. The missing person is back. Please settle the childcare expenses." Seeing that this segment had a good effect, Huo Yu smiled and said, "All right, thank you all for your hard work. To reward everyone for helping me watch the kids, I've decided to treat you all to a barbecue feast tonight, held at the 249 research station in 10 minutes. Latecomers will not be served." Seeing Huo Yu taking advantage and still acting cute, the audience immediately lost their composure. "What? 10 minutes? I wouldn't even make it to the north of the city. You want me to go to the Arctic? Is this what a person would say? If it weren't for my little fish cub and little bear cub stopping me, I would have unfollowed long ago." Sure enough, spending too much time with dogs makes a person act like a dog. After making a joke with the fans, Huo Yu felt even happier. He picked up one of the little ones and, with his long arms, wrapped both furry little snowballs in front of his chest and walked outside. The two little ones were suddenly lifted from their dreams, startled awake. And when they realized it was Huo Yu holding them, they calmed down. The little white bear, not used to such affectionate interaction, nervously clung to Huo Yu's arm with its limbs, its eyes tightly closed and not daring to let go. The little fish was much bolder, squirming restlessly in Huo Yu's arms and excitedly sticking out its tongue. Once outside, the little fish immediately spotted a huge deer leg hanging on a wooden rack, its skin slightly yellowed from roasting, continuously dripping with fat. This time, Huo Yu didn't use the sliced grilling method, but instead employed a method similar to roasting a leg of lamb. The whole leg of deer was placed on the grill, creating a visual impact much stronger than grilling slices of meat. This grilling method emphasizes eating meat layer by layer. After the surface is brushed with spices and cooked, the cooked slices are cut off for consumption, while the inner layer of uncooked meat remains on the grill, brushed with another layer of barbecue sauce for further roasting. Huo Yu placed the two little ones beside the grill and wiped away the crystalline tears from the corners of their mouths, smiling as he said, "Look how greedy you two are. There's a portion for both of you, but you have to wait a bit. The first layer of meat has been brushed with spices and is not suitable for you to eat." Huo Yu said this because the seasoning contained a lot of salt. Animals can eat salt, but it must be in moderation. Salt itself is not harmful. The dangers from excessive salt intake are indirect. Take dogs. For example, dogs can eat salt because it mildly stimulates their stomach lining, encouraging the secretion of stomach acid and enhancing their ability to digest food. However, dogs shouldn't consume too much salt, as it can lead to hair loss, and in severe cases, cause skin diseases or even damage to their kidneys. But skin diseases are not directly caused by salt. Rather, excessive salt can increase the amount of sweating in dogs. And since dogs only sweat through their tongues and paw pads, and not through their skin, this can easily lead to skin issues. In the wild, many animals supplement their salt intake by licking mineral sources containing salt, but at other times, they completely avoid salt. The two little ones were still too young and in a growing phase, so Huo Yu made sure to control their salt intake in their daily diet to ensure proper balance. After hearing Huo Yu's words, the little fish immediately quieted down, ran to Huo Yu's side, curled up, and nestled against him, looking like a good baby. Meanwhile, the little white bear stood dazed and motionless, staring at the deer leg in front of it. Not eager to eat, there was clearly something wrong. Huo Yu sighed. Apart from the chicken breast he fed the little white bear that morning, this little one probably hadn't eaten for a long time. No wonder its size was similar to that of a 1-year-old Arctic bear cub. It was clearly malnourished. Chapter 46 First direct confrontation with the audience. The surface of the deer leg quickly became grilled. Huo Yu first placed the seasoned layer of meat slices onto a plate and kept it warm by the campfire. Then he cut off 2 equally sized pieces of blood-streaked deer meat and handed them to the two little ones. The appetites of the two little ones must be different. The little polar bear's intake should far exceed that of the little fish. However, Huo Yu insisted on evenly dividing the food, as it was an unshakable principle. When feeding his pets, he worried not about the quantity but about fairness. The portions for the two little ones must be equal. Otherwise, They might not be dissatisfied with their owner, but could very well spark conflicts between them. When the little fish could no longer eat, but the little polar bear could still take more, it would be fine to give the deer meat to it later. The pieces of deer meat were very fresh. Huo Yu learned how to preserve them from the Inuit. When storing meat, the Inuit dig a deep pit in the snow and bury the caught fish, sea mammals, and wild animals inside, allowing for very long preservation without spoilage. In the Arctic, nature serves as a natural refrigerator, and it does not cause food contamination. It was amusing yet heart-wrenching to see that the two little ones had almost completely opposite eating habits. Although the little fish was an Arctic wolf, it had been carefully taken care of by Huo Yu since it became aware, and although it ate quickly, it did so in an orderly manner, like a reserved gentleman. In contrast, the little polar bear ate in a completely gluttonous manner. Huo Yu had never seen it chew food, as it simply tore off a large chunk of meat and swallowed it whole, while the little fish had only eaten half of its meat. The little polar bear had already consumed an entire chunk. Perhaps the term gobbling was more suitable to describe the little polar bear. After finishing its meat, the little polar bear lifted its head and stared at Huo Yu, its black bear eyes revealing its craving for more meat. Huo Yu sighed helplessly and cut two equally sized pieces of meat to place in front of them. The little fish merely glanced at the meat in front of it and continued to focus on the meat it was eating. The little polar bear, however, excitedly called out and rushed over to continue gobbling down the food, its rough eating actions causing the white fur on its face to become stained red with blood and meat. Eating quickly is a common issue among wild animals, but due to long periods of hunger, the little polar bear's eating actions were rather too fast. This behavior needed to be corrected gradually. Huo Yu, fearing that he might disturb the little polar bear while it ate, spoke softly to the camera. Now I suspect that this little one indeed has some psychological issues. A young polar bear's nature is usually lively and curious, yet I see no signs of liveliness in it, only a docility that is heart-wrenching. Since the first time they saw the tragically faded yet still well-behaved little polar bear, the viewers in a live stream had deeply fallen in love with this child. At this moment, upon hearing Huo Yu express doubts about the little polar bear having psychological problems, they couldn't help but speak up. Can animals really suffer from psychological issues? Is that true? It is true. After my grandmother passed away, her dog refused to eat or drink, listless every day. The pet doctor said it was because it missed my grandmother too much and had developed a serious psychological disorder. It's all that big polar bear's fault. How despicable. Yes, the father killed its own bear mother and may have even eaten its siblings. How can such a small heart withstand that? The streamer should not have helped that bad polar bear pull out the arrow. It should have just killed it. Huo Yu frowned as he read the comments condemning the polar bear father. Although I also dislike the behavior of that big polar bear, I still need to clarify a fact. Do not attempt to interpret an animal's actions through human thinking. As a human, I find it hard to accept the cruelty of that polar bear, but if I were an animal, I would understand and respect its actions. Once Huo Yu said this, the comments exploded like they had been ignited, with countless viewers quickly rebutting. What is the streamer talking about? The little polar bear has been harmed to this extent, and you still respect and understand that bear-killing monster? Fish Grandpa, I have always agreed with your actions, but this time I absolutely cannot agree with your viewpoint. A murderer who kills their mate and offspring deserves no respect. I really can't watch this anymore. I started watching your live streams since you first arrived at the 249 research station, and I haven't missed a single one. But now your words really make me consider unfollowing you. You are supposed to be the ice brother of the righteous and orderly camp. How can you speak up for that scumbear? I'm out of here. There's nothing to see. I'm really disappointed. Huo Yu scrolled through a few comments, almost all expressing opposing views to his statements, and the screen was filled with misunderstanding that seemed ready to overflow. This was Huo Yu's first direct confrontation with the audience since starting his live stream. He understood the viewers' anger, but still persisted in his opinions. During these days in the Arctic, sometimes unable to sleep at night, Huo Yu often pondered. He was very clear about the responsibilities of being an ice guardian. But what is the responsibility of a streamer? Should a streamer really only bring entertainment to the audience, creating fresh and exciting actions, constantly generating strange tales and entertainment gimmicks to capture viewers' attention? If that were the case, then entertainment has become the media hegemony of this era, no matter the method. It is only to bring a smile, and artistic value and ethical morals can be set aside, allowing the so-called entertainers to rule the world. Those bloggers, streamers, video creators, and even web writers would also abandon their own principles and bottom lines to cater to the audience's psychology, and the content they spread would have nothing worth contemplating. After the laughter, all that remains is emptiness and numbness. But you did not want to become such a streamer. The term entertainment to death is not merely a reminder for the audience. The first to be killed by entertainment are those creators who spread cheap and hollow entertainment content. Huo Yu slowly lifted his head and calmly said to the audience, "What do you consider life to be? When a lizard encounters danger, it will break off its own tail to escape. Gorillas will kill and eat the young of their kind to gain more territory and female partners. Male bees die after mating with the queen to reproduce. Except for humans, every animal struggles hard in nature. What we experience every day is life. While they experience survival every day, human behavior is driven by desires, ideals, and emotions, which are higher-order elements, but animals are only driven by their instincts. Having morals is proof that we are more advanced than beasts. Because of this, we should understand and not excessively interfere with other lives, rather than using human moral views to bind animals that exist solely on survival instincts. Any creature that resorts to any means to survive, you may despise their actions, but their efforts to survive deserve our respect." After Huo Yu's words, the live stream room fell silent. Chapter 47. Inventory of scumbags in the animal kingdom in the imperial capital. At the Huaguosho Bingren Research Center, the elderly Xie, with his white hair and youthful face, was lowering his head to look at his phone, where the screen prominently displayed Huo Yu questioning the audience. At that moment, Xie wore a smile, savoring Huo Yu's seemingly unconventional words. As a biologist, he understood that someone who could express such thoughts must have a unique perspective on animal behavior. Do animals have emotions? The answer is undoubtedly yes. However, in the words of zoologists, the fundamental characteristics of animal emotions have yet to be thoroughly revealed, but it is certain that they differ significantly from human emotions. Forcing human emotions onto animal behavior is an incredibly foolish act. Huo Yu's blunt words undoubtedly struck the audience like a wake-up call. Apart from a small number of stubborn viewers unwilling to accept other viewpoints, most rethought and understood Huo Yu's perspective. At that moment, the chat in the live stream became peaceful again. "I understand what Fish Grandpa said. Just like Wheezy said, if you're not a fish, how do you know if a fish is happy or not? Sisterly, it really is sisterly. That polar bear is just a wild beast. It simply doesn't want to starve to death. Perhaps it doesn't even understand what being a father means. Though hard to accept, I have to admit Fish Grandpa is right. Our anger stems from the polar bear's actions not aligning with our values. But it's a polar bear. Why should it conform to human values? Sorry, Fish Grandpa, we shouldn't have said that. Ha! I knew from the start that Fish Grandpa wouldn't be talking nonsense. He must have his reasons. But after hearing Fish Grandpa say that, it seems the chimpanzees aren't good either. I've realized there seem to be many scumbags in the animal kingdom. Can Fish Grandpa give us a rundown of scumbag behaviors in the animal kingdom?" At that moment, Huo Yu was cutting the third piece of deer meat for the little white bear, which had already eaten quite a bit. Yet there were no signs of it being full. Despite this, Huo Yu decided to stop feeding it meat to avoid affecting its gastrointestinal function. Glancing at the chat, Huo Yu smiled slightly. Reviewing scumbag animals was a good idea. It could enhance the show's effect and ease the tension with the audience. Huo Yu cleared his throat and began. "When it comes to scumbags in the animal kingdom, we must mention a certain scumbag bird that is very subtly scumbag to the point that it has become a symbol of love, and that is the mandarin duck." Mandarin duck? Is that true? Aren't mandarin ducks a symbol of beautiful love? To become a pair, one must die together. To wish to be a mandarin duck is to not envy immortals. Has Lu Xiaolin deceived me? Ha! The mandarin duck has finally been exposed. Host, tell us more. Huo Yu smiled mischievously and continued to tear away the beautiful veil surrounding mandarin ducks. The reason why this scumbag bird is seen as a symbol of love is that the mandarin ducks people see are always in pairs. But did you know that only during the mating season does the male mandarin duck guard the female? Once the eggs are laid, the male will go off to seek the next target, abandoning the family, leaving without a word, seeking flowers and willows. This kind of behavior can be said to perfectly exemplify the scumbag behavior code of casting a wide net. The male mandarin duck's attitude towards love is worlds apart from the albatross, which only protects one partner for life. The abandoned female mandarin duck, left with no sense of responsibility from the male, can only choose to live strong, foraging alone, laying eggs, hatching, and raising chicks. During the growth of the chicks, she has to face countless natural enemies alone. This way of raising chicks by female mandarin ducks has been sadly criticized by zoologists as widow-style parenting. The chat erupted in an uproar. Ha ha! Male mandarin duck, your scandal has been exposed. Come with us. Damn, I thought you were a loyal one with your thick brows and big eyes. Didn't expect you scumbag to be so thorough. Lu Xiaolin, I'm sorry. Had I known the male mandarin duck was like this, I would have ripped up my poem and not praised it. Huo Yu picked up a piece of deer meat, tasting it while continuing to speak with great interest. Having talked about scumbags in the animal kingdom, we must also mention scumbags in the female category. In the northern regions of America, there lives a bird called the North American yellow-bellied sapsucker. This seemingly unremarkable bird can mate 365 times in a week, reaching a peak of 3 matings per hour. The female actively chooses her favorite male during her fertile period. Here comes the key point. This favorite male is not just one. Each female will look for 2 or 3 males from her territory or nearby areas, while the males will also mate with several nearby females. These males will find the females they mate with most frequently and help them feed the chicks in the nests, naively believing these chicks are their own flesh and blood. This feat once made me want to rush to America to dye their crowns green. Huo Yu smiled meaningfully at the camera and continued. Besides these two, there are many other familiar animals such as elephants, chimpanzees, dolphins, lions, and even in the polar regions where I'm currently located, there are seals, sea hares, and polar bears, all exhibiting some scumbag behaviors. Interested viewers can look up related information themselves. Oh, by the way, the otter that becomes prettier after applying perfume before bed is actually a certified domestic abuser. However, compared to humans, the scumbag behavior of animals is driven by the justice of reproduction. The already limited time is especially precious to them. Humans think about such matters almost 365 days a year, but animals only have such thoughts during the mating season in spring. Outside of that, trying to force themselves can lead to rejection and beating. And our national treasure, the giant panda, is of the highly abstinent type. Their mating period lasts only a short 2 to 3 days. This is also one of the reasons for their dwindling population. The interaction in the chat gradually became lively. Viewers had seen plenty of hosts driving, but it was their first time seeing a host drive animals. Huo Yu casually picked up the little white bear beside him and mischievously said to the camera, "Speaking of which, we haven't held the initiation ceremony for the little white bear yet." The little fish beside him turned away, unable to bear it, as if recalling a shameful incident from their naive past. If possible, the little fish wished they had never used the bloodline factor, so they wouldn't feel ashamed. "Little fish, I can't bear to look, can't bear to look." Huo Yu held the little white bear up to the camera so that the viewers could clearly see. "Our little bear cub is also a boy." The little fish let out a shameful hum. The host was great in every way, but occasionally revealed a hint of his bad humor. "Ha, little white bear, do you need legal assistance?" "Hey, little white bear, when can you stand up? We also have privacy, you know?" The silly little white bear exclaimed, "Wow, holding high." "Fish grandpa, the little fish cub has its own name. Give the little white bear a name too." Huo Yu looked thoughtfully at the slightly thin little white bear in his hands. "As for the name, let us call it Little Tuan." The viewers looked speechlessly at the little white bear in Huo Yu's hands. To be honest, the bear looked even thinner when picked up and did not resemble the plump little dumpling at all. They completely couldn't understand why Huo Yu gave the little guy such a name. Only a small portion of the audience, including Xie, understood the deeper meaning of the Huo Yu. One of the most important principles that Chinese parents follow when naming their children is to include their hopes and expectations for them. Little Tuan, I hope you recover your health soon and become a true little Tuan. Chapter 48. The blizzard approaches as night fell. Huo Yu ended his live stream early. He had already streamed for a long time today and experienced many events. Now he needed a good rest. After securing the door of post 249, Huo Yu casually checked the indoor and outdoor temperatures. The indoor temperature remained a constant 15 degrees Celsius, while the outdoor temperature had surprisingly dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. This temperature wasn't just low. It was too high, considering that the minimum winter temperatures in northeastern Hawaii are much lower than this. In 2020, the Ice Guardians and the United Nations World Meteorological Organization jointly issued a statement that the highest temperature in the Arctic region had reached 38 degrees Celsius, setting a historical record. The following year, in 2021, global temperatures reached another historic high. Huo Yu sighed deeply. The ever-changing climate of Blue Star had sounded the alarm for humanity. The Ice Guardians were the pioneers sent by humans to combat this challenge. However, freezing 3 feet is not accomplished in a single day, let alone the fact that the Ice Guardians had to freeze the entire polar regions and even the whole Earth. Huo Yu collected his thoughts and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, 2 fluffy little creatures rushed over. Little fish, with a face full of excitement, was sticking out its tongue, while its front paws were continuously tugging at Huo Yu's pant legs. Little Tuan was even more straightforward. After stumbling over, it directly hugged Huo Yu's leg, showing a clear unwillingness to let go. Huo Yu bent down and gently patted the heads of the 2 little creatures, unable to resist giving little fish's tuft of hair a little rub. Next to Huo Yu's sleeping bag in the bedroom, there were already 2 luxurious dog beds, one large and one small. One was obtained from the polar gift package that little fish had given him, and the other had just been opened from Little Tuan's polar bear cultivation gift package. This confirmed Huo Yu's previous speculation that the first items the 2 little ones had commissioned the system to gift were based on their innermost desires and needs. The top items in the gift packages included a den, luxurious dog bed, food, Huo Yu milk, bamboo shoots, honey, and protection, low-level polar combat suit, specially made bows and arrows. Perhaps because they trusted Huo Yu, in their subconscious, they believed that to receive better protection, they needed to enhance Huo Yu's strength. Fortunately, these 2 little creatures were not in their mating season. Otherwise, who knows what ridiculous things they might have asked the system to gift. A little female wolf? A little female bear? Perhaps even an animal plane. Huo Yu looked at the 2 identical luxurious dog beds, just differing in size, and pondered. Once the 2 little ones' intelligence increased a bit more, he could try to guide them to determine the types of items they should commission for gifting. Little ones, your dad lacks nothing but a partner. Can you see if you can? All right. Huo Yu picked up one little snowball and said, time to sleep. We have work tomorrow, and you 2 will have to help your dad. With the blizzard approaching, Huo Yu planned to stabilize the building and check for any deficiencies tomorrow. In the Arctic, no blizzard should be taken lightly. It is a true natural disaster that can easily claim lives. After placing the 2 little ones into their respective dog beds, Huo Yu found their adorable sleeping postures amusing. You're clearly a majestic Arctic wolf and an imposing polar bear. Why do you prefer to sleep in dog beds? Shaking his head in disbelief, Huo Yu turned off the lights and crawled into his sleeping bag. Fighting with the polar bear during the day had consumed a lot of Huo Yu's energy. As soon as he got into the sleeping bag, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and soon his eyelids began to droop. In a daze, Huo Yu felt a furry creature squeeze into his sleeping bag, creating warmth on his chest. Forcing his eyes open in confusion, he saw little Tuan curled up on his chest, its body gently rising and falling. Huo Yu's heart softened. According to the knowledge from beast taming, allowing animals to approach sleeping areas like sleeping bags and beds can hinder establishing one's leadership position. However, thinking of how the little creature had just lost its mother and how its biological father had tried to eat it out of hunger, it was merely seeking the embrace of a family. With that in mind, Huo Yu couldn't bear to chase it away. He gently lifted little Tuan and placed it in the gap of his sleeping bag beside him, then fell into a deep sleep. Attention all research stations. Attention all research stations. This is Base Station 009. The area overseen by Station 009 is about to face a blizzard. We are notifying all subordinate research stations to prepare for the blizzard. All outdoor tasks are suspended. Please stay indoors until the blizzard passes. From now on, the emergency communication channel will be activated. No speaking in the channel unless it's an emergency. If any research station encounters a situation it cannot resolve independently, it may request assistance on the emergency communication channel. End of notification. All research stations, please respond. Station 099 received. Station 041 received. Station 052 received. Station 249 received. Director Huo? After all the research stations replied, Su Peipei's voice came through the communicator. I'm here. Station 249 situation is complex, and the equipment is insufficient. If danger arises, Director Huo must seek our help. We will dispatch the nearest Ice Guardians research station for support. As soon as Su Peipei finished speaking, Bai Xiaoma's lazy voice followed. That's right. Well, little brother, if there's danger, just tell your sister. She'll definitely come to help you right away. Thank you, thank you. But Station 249 is very safe right now and will not be destroyed by the blizzard. Su Peipei said softly. All right, then Director Huo, please stay safe. Bai Xiaomo replied somewhat displeased. Men are just so proud. Forget it. If you encounter danger, just come to me. I'll cover you. And that little white wolf. Huo Yu smiled and said, Okay, I promise. After hanging up the communicator, Huo Yu turned to look at the corner of the room. Two exquisite white cute beasts like plush toys were playing and frolicking, occasionally letting out happy sounds. Huo Yu looked at the two little creatures playing fondly, finally focusing on little Tuan. It had been 4 days since he rescued little Tuan, and under the tight and systematic rehabilitation plan he devised, little Tuan's body had already recovered from malnutrition. However, little Tuan had been too weak before, and the lost weight wouldn't be easy to regain. It would take some time to return to the normal weight of a 2-year-old polar bear. After several days of streaming, Huo Yu had accumulated enough recognition points. And today was the day to use the bloodline factor on little Tuan. Chapter 49, upgraded 10 consecutive draws. Huo Yu closed his eyes and began to communicate with the system in his mind. Current recognition points, 3, 11 million. The popularity of his live broadcasts had remained high over the past few days. But Huo Yu knew very well that although his live room was in a rising phase, once the popularity reached a certain level, it would enter a bottleneck period. Achieving freedom with recognition points was still a long way off. Opening the system mall, Huo Yu decisively exchanged for a basic animal strengthening bloodline factor. Seeing 2 million recognition points being deducted from his account, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. That was 2 million recognition points, equivalent to his salary for a week. Although it hurt, this investment was necessary. Huo Yu glanced at the little fish beside him. After using the bloodline factor, the little fish's size and intelligence had been steadily increasing. Now, the little fish was about the size of a corgi, and its intelligence was astonishing, almost capable of understanding any simple command from Huo Yu perfectly, even comparable to the smartest dog breed, the border collie. Moreover, Huo Yu could feel that the reason why the little fish had previously obeyed him was largely due to the Arctic wolf's instinctive obedience to its leader, Wolf King. Now, the little fish truly had emotions, treating Huo Yu as its family and partner, transforming from mere obedience into loyalty and trust. Huo Yu took out the exchanged bloodline factor capsule and waved it at the two little creatures. The bloodline factor was applicable to any type of animal. One only needed to inform the system which type of animal it would be used on before purchasing, and they would receive the corresponding bloodline factor capsule. The capsule in Huo Yu's hand was the basic animal strengthening bloodline factor, polar bear version. When the little fish saw the capsule in Huo Yu's hand, a complex expression suddenly appeared in its wolf-like eyes. It blinked its blue eyes and pretended not to see, turning away. Huo Yu chuckled. Having too high an IQ wasn't necessarily a good thing. It seemed he would need to put some thought into using the intermediate animal strengthening bloodline factor on the little fish next time. The intermediate bloodline factor was an upgraded version of the basic one, with strict usage conditions. First, it required the prior use of the basic bloodline factor, and the body had to be in a healthy state. A weak, sub-healthy state like Xiaowan's was definitely not suitable for use. Furthermore, the recognition points needed to exchange for the intermediate bloodline factor were shockingly high, a full 10 million recognition points. Currently, Xiaowan was different from the little fish. The little guy still seemed a bit silly. When it saw Huo Yu waving at it, it immediately stumbled over. In the next moment, the little guy bumped into Huo Yu's calf with a himf and turned into a leg accessory. Huo Yu bent down and placed the capsule near its mouth. Xiaowan looked at the capsule blankly, then raised its head to blink at Huo Yu, its little mouth slightly open, looking like a curious and confused child. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. There was a flaw. He swiftly stuffed the capsule in Xiaowan's slightly open mouth. Xiaowan smacked its lips and, before it could taste anything, fell over and fell asleep. The little fish, watching the commotion, shook its head helplessly. This silly bear, does it have no cunning at all? Huo Yu calmly grabbed a blanket nearby and wrapped the sleeping Xiaowan up, then shot a glare at the little fish, who was peeking with its beady eyes. The little fish, aware of its guilt, shrank its neck and began to pretend to chase its own tail. Huo Yu sighed. What was this? Just because of a disagreement, it started acting like a fool, carrying Xiaowan to its dog bed in the upstairs bedroom. Huo Yu rubbed his hands and touched the lucky ring that the little fish had given him. It was time for a wave of 10 consecutive draws to reward himself. Huo Yu looked at the big spinning wheel of the system after the update. Since the probability of winning prizes had increased and the price returned to the original cost, he hadn't drawn any prizes. The reason was simple. The lottery was simply too expensive, costing a whole 100,000 recognition points for a single draw. White items had a 40 chance, green items 30, purple items 25, and golden items 5. The current probabilities looked promising, making it hard for Huo Yu, who had some spare money, to control his trembling hands. A snowstorm was about to arrive, which meant he and the 249 research station would face new challenges. It seemed reasonable to draw a prize to enhance his strength, right? After convincing himself, Huo Yu silently thought, "System, give me a 10 consecutive draw." Watching the big wheel start to slowly move, Huo Yu maintained a blank expression, simply playing with the lucky ring in his palm. A few seconds later, the pointer of the big wheel gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item. Portable space backpack, 2 cubic meters, upgradable, expandable, and transformable. Huo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this just storage space? What great start. Previously, the system warehouse could only store items purchased and obtained through draws, and once the items were released, they couldn't be recalled. This storage space was different. It was entirely like a game backpack, free to use as one wished. The lottery will continue to spin, with various lights flashing on it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, 1-layer research station room, simple version. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, paralysis arrows, 20 pieces. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, pet collar. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, 10 pounds of Biluacun tea leaves. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item, small research station monitoring system, upgradable. Huo Yu's eyes sparkled. Another purple item? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white item, a box of levofloxacin antibiotics. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden item, extinct creature pet egg. Huo Yu's pounding heart almost stopped. Huo Yu, what on earth is this? It's not that this item is bad. In fact, it's too good, almost too hot to handle. On Blue Star, there are tens of thousands of extinct creatures. Since the birth of life on Blue Star, countless species have gone extinct. The United Nations Biodiversity Conference once estimated the speed of species extinction, believing that currently 3 species go extinct every hour on Blue Star, which amounts to 72 species a day, or 280 species a year. While there is still debate over the exact rate of extinction, it is undeniable that most flora and fauna on Blue Star are in dire straits. If you were to hatch a dinosaur, how would you explain it to the outside world? Dinosaurs didn't actually go extinct. They just hid deep in the Arctic? That would be a bit far-fetched. Huo Yu couldn't be bothered to check the remaining draws and immediately focused on the pale blue pet egg. Extinct creature pet egg requires hatching. The hatching time increases according to the genetic complexity of the extinct animal and can only hatch creatures that went extinct in polar regions within the last 1,000 years. Huo Yu let out a long sigh of relief. If it was just extinct creatures from the polar regions, then that was still acceptable. The mysteries of the polar regions have yet to be fully uncovered by humans, and many scientists within the Ice Guardians believe that there are still many undiscovered species and known extinct species hidden deep in the polar regions. There are many extinct animals from the polar regions within the last 1,000 years, such as the stellar sea cow, the Antarctic wolf, the Greenland reindeer, and the great auk that has been mentioned before. Hatching an extinct species would make a significant contribution to the biodiversity of Blue Star. It's important to know that the benefits of biodiversity are not just about having a variety of animal species. They directly help human survival. Taking a deep breath, while you continue to look down. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a green item, a box of pet nutritional paste. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple item, intermediate polar combat suit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden item, random special skill card. Huo Yu, double yellow egg. Chapter 50 Little Fish has been smart since childhood. Huo Yu looked at the results of the 10 consecutive draws with worry, feeling no joy in his heart. 2 golds and a double yolk. Has he exhausted all his luck in this lifetime? Should he go to the medical office at the 009 research station for a checkup? Should he just eat whatever he wants? Ding. 10 consecutive draws completed. Since this is the host's first full price 10 consecutive draws, the probability for this draw has been increased. The next draw will return to the original probability. The system mall has been updated, and items below gold obtained from the lottery will be available for purchase in the system mall. Huo Yu finally sighed in relief. This was reasonable. System. Use the random special skill card. Ding. Skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive special skill, Child of the Snowfield. Check the effects of the Child of the Snowfield skill. Child of the Snowfield, while standing on snow, increases constitution by 20, reduces negative effects on the body, disease, injury, abnormal status, and decreases speed penalties caused by snow. Not bad, not bad. This passive skill effect is really good. Increasing constitution is a minor benefit, but the reduction of negative effects and speed penalties is the essence of this skill. After all, walking in the snow, especially in thick snow, is very exhausting. Anyone who has experience trekking through snow knows that every step sinks into the thick snow, and it takes a lot of effort to pull your foot out. With this skill, not only will walking in the snow be easier, but it will also be much more manageable. Suppressing the impulse to run outside and test the new skill, Huo Yu began to organize the other items obtained from the lottery. Items like by Luo Chun tea leaves, anti-inflammatory medicine, and nutritional paste were stored in the system warehouse for now, to be placed in the storage room or outdoor warehouse later. Huo Yu first tried the portable space backpack. Unlike traditional storage spaces, this space backpack looked like an ordinary black backpack. Even when opened, it appeared like a normal backpack. To activate the space function, Huo Yu had to communicate internally. Moreover, this backpack was just a carrier. As long as Huo Yu was willing, he could spend a small amount of recognition points to transfer the storage space to any object, even to Little Fish's doghouse. To collect an item, there was no need to put it in the backpack. Just touching the object with his hand was enough. Huo Yu was quite satisfied with this space backpack. This design had many benefits, as it concealed the process of taking items from the storage space and avoided the risk of exposure if others used the backpack. However, the 2 cubic meters of space was indeed not enough, but at least it was better than nothing. Anyway, Huo Yu didn't have any large items to store in the space backpack for now, and he could upgrade it later with recognition points. After fiddling with the space backpack, Huo Yu focused on the remaining items. First was the green quality pet collar. Pet collar. After putting this collar on your pet, you can check its location at any time, distance limit 10 kilometers, and the intimacy between the pet and you will increase at a very slow rate. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. This was definitely a great piece of equipment. It was equivalent to giving Little Fish a GPS locator, with an added effect of increasing affection. Huo Yu opened them all to check the price of the pet collar. 500,000 recognition points. That was acceptable. The only issue was that Huo Yu didn't like putting collars on his pets, as they only made the owner look good and provided no benefit to the animal, instead wearing down the fur on their necks. So, unless walking the dog or going out, it's best not to put collars or little clothes on pets. It really doesn't look good on cats and dogs. If other stray cats and dogs saw them dressed up, they would definitely laugh. After some consideration, Huo Yu decided to find Little Fish, who was playing alone downstairs, to give it a try. After all, it was a system product, and the items previously obtained had no negative effects. Perhaps the minor flaw of fur had already been improved by the system. Pushing open the control room door, Huo Yu immediately saw Little Fish curled up on his chair, looking like a plump, white dumpling. Upon seeing Huo Yu approach, it lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at him, and even pretended to nod its little head as a half-hearted greeting. Huo Yu couldn't help but smile at this little guy. Ever since it became smarter, its actions and behavior were almost the same as usual, clearly treating Huo Yu as a model to imitate. From the little guy's every move, if it weren't for the significant species difference, one could believe it was Huo Yu's biological son. Tiptoeing over, Huo Yu gently fastened the pet collar around its neck. The moment the collar was put on, it automatically expanded to fit little fish's neck size, looking very loose with no tightness at all. Checking little fish's state. The little guy didn't even blink during the whole process, as if it didn't have anything on its neck. Huo Yu, feeling uneasy, said, "Little fish, take a few steps on the ground. Is there anything uncomfortable?" Little fish lazily lifted its head, leaped off the chair, and walked a few steps with its paws behind its back. Huo Yu, use all four legs to walk properly. Ow, little fish muttered, finally putting its paws down and obediently walking a few steps. Huo Yu, seeing it show no signs of discomfort, asked, "Is there anything uncomfortable wearing this collar?" Little fish shook its head. Huo Yu's expression became strange, and he continued, "So, do you want to wear this thing? Not if you agree. Shake your head if you don't." Little fish glanced at Huo Yu and nodded its wolf head. Huo Yu looked at it with a complicated expression, pondering for a moment before saying, "Little fish, I know you've been smart since you were little and can understand what I say. Let's discuss something, okay?" Little fish nodded. "In the future, when there are no outsiders, you can do whatever you want, but when there are outsiders, or when that little black ball is activated, don't act so smart. Play them a bit, understand? Just pretend to be like a little dumpling." Little fish gave Huo Yu a disdainful glance and decisively nodded, its expression making Huo Yu doubt if it had entered a rebellious phase. Not wanting to bother with this little guy, Huo Yu closed his eyes to feel the effects of the pet collar. A black map appeared in his mind, with a yellow dot in the center representing Huo Yu himself and a green dot next to it representing little fish. Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Once he saved enough recognition points for the next broadcast, he would get a pet collar for Little Dumpling, so he wouldn't have to worry about the two little guys getting lost. Previously, both little guys were quite obedient and a bit silly, so there was no need to worry about them running off. However, after witnessing Little Fish's series of actions just now, Huo Yu immediately became alert. With how Little Fish was acting now, he would believe it could run away from home. Chapter 51. The blizzard has arrived after finishing the collar. Huo Yu walked out of the outpost with Huo Yu, hands behind his back. He was completely unaware that behind him, Huo Yu's pair of wolf-like eyes were gleaming with amusement, also with paws behind its back, moving forward step by step on its little feet. Fortunately, Huo Yu's bones have been modified by genetic factors, giving it great flexibility. If it were an ordinary Arctic wolf doing such movements, it would probably end up with broken forelimbs. Once outside, Huo Yu took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast, and the cold wind felt like it was tearing at his face, clearly a sign that a blizzard was imminent. Huo Yu continued to walk outside. As soon as he stepped into the snow, he felt an unprecedented lightness, as if his entire weight had been significantly reduced, almost like mastering the lightness skill from a martial arts novel. Huo Yu didn't hesitate any longer and silently thought, "System, use Level 1 Research Station, Simple Version, and Small Research Station Monitoring System. Please select the construction site for the station." A floor plan appeared in Huo Yu's mind, showing the current layout of Research Station 249. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu decided to place the new station beside the outpost, opposite the outdoor warehouse. "Please confirm the construction location." Confirmed. Boom! In the snow, a small station of about 80 square meters rose from the ground. The loud noise startled Huo Yu, who immediately put down its front paws and scampered over to Huo Yu. Huo Yu smiled as he picked up the little one, proving that an increase in intelligence had nothing to do with bravery. In less than half a minute, the new research station was completed. The building materials used for the station were composite panels commonly used by the ice guardians, lightweight yet sturdy, with good insulation properties. The entire building's foundation was deep, supported by columns, and stood about a meter above the ground. This was the standard configuration for research station buildings. The Arctic Environmental Protection Agreement limited the activities of research teams, including the ice guardians, in Arctic regions. It also restricted the construction of only recoverable and harmless buildings as permanent research stations in polar regions. Therefore, Only early research stations like Research Station 249 were built using wood or reinforced concrete, which did not hang above the ground. Huo Yu hugged Huo Yu and pushed open the door of the new research station. Looking at the empty interior, Huo Yu felt a bit disappointed. As expected, it was just an empty shell. No other equipment or devices had been loaded in. Ding. Small research station monitoring system has been loaded. For specifics, please check the control room. Detection has identified a new station and is currently loading the temperature control system, power generation device, and monitoring system for the new station. Huo Yu's expression immediately brightened. What a thoughtful system. All the various systems he had obtained previously could actually be loaded into the new station. This way, the new station wouldn't go to waste and could be put into use soon. Huo Yu decided to temporarily use the new station as a garage. His snowmobile had been left outside, exposed to the elements, relying only on a plastic cover for protection. Now with the garage, it finally had a home. Stepping out of the new station, the entire structure had already changed significantly after loading various devices. Multiple solar panels were neatly arranged on the roof, and the walls had been thickened to 10 centimeters using a sandwich design with thin steel plates on both sides and dense insulating material with small holes in the middle. As for the monitoring system, Huo Yu still hadn't figured it out. The little wolf gently touched Huo Yu's hand with its teeth, and Huo Yu immediately understood that the little one was hungry again. All right, I got it. Let's go eat. Huo Yu carried Huo Yu back to the outpost. Today, Dad brought you something called nutritional paste. You can try it later and see if it's tasty. If you like it, Dad will buy you more. Oh, woo. The next day, Huo Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, anxiously watching the sleeping Xiao Tuan in the large dog bed, while Huo Yu obediently stayed by his side without causing a fuss. After using the genetic factor, Xiao Tuan had been in a deep sleep for a day and a night without waking up. Perhaps it was due to its size and genes being different from Huo Yu, or perhaps it was due to its own physical condition. Huo Yu regretted having rushed to use the genetic factor on it yesterday. He should have first adjusted its body to the optimal state. Stretching his stiff legs, Huo Yu reached out to stroke Xiao Tuan's soft fur, letting out a deep sigh. Huo Yu tilted its head to look at Huo Yu, its pupils reflecting Huo Yu's image, and its blue wolf eyes appeared somewhat profound at that moment. Huo Yu thinks you are working hard, gaining 1139 recognition points. Huo Yu thinks it should share some of your burdens, gaining 2,120 recognition points. Huo Yu hopes you can get better rest, gaining 2,582 recognition points, and entrust the system to give you a set of luxurious furniture. Huo Yu heard the system's notification and looked curiously at the little wolf cub beside him. Huo Yu grinned and blinked at Huo Yu. Huo Yu smiled knowingly and picked up Huo Yu into his arms. You're so considerate now, even thinking of showing filial piety to your dad. Huo Yu rested its head on Huo Yu's shoulder and closed its eyes. Sigh. I really hope you can stay with me for a few more years. Huo Yu looked seriously at Huo Yu, who was sitting on his lap, and said, Did you know? Neutering can increase a wolf's lifespan. How about we give it a try? Huo Yu inexplicably felt a chill beneath it, struggling to climb off Huo Yu's lap and rolling away to hide behind Xiao Tuan's large dog bed. After teasing Huo Yu fell in great spirits and laughed heartily. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the alarm inside the outpost blared, and Huo Yu jumped up, shouting to the little wolf cub. It must be the monitoring system detecting a problem. I'm going to the control room. You stay here and keep your brother company. Huo Yu peeked out from behind the large dog bed and nodded slightly. Huo Yu quickly walked downstairs to the control room. He had mostly figured out the functions of the monitoring system. It was a massive setup consisting of dozens of cameras, thermometers, weather instruments, and more. Its purpose was to monitor various emergencies that the research station might face, including blizzards, avalanches, the alternation of polar day and night, and even enemy invasions. If one were to look down from the sky at Research Station 249 at this moment, they would see more than a dozen faint electronic lights glowing around the station. These were cameras hidden around the station, firmly welded into the deepest layers of ice, and even had the function of automatically removing snow that accumulated on the camera lenses. Well, you could sit in the control room and view the footage from the cameras all around on a large screen. Looking at the main control screen, the yellow light was shining brightly. The blizzard warning signal had 4 levels, represented by blue, yellow, orange, and red. Each level corresponded to different colors and degrees of severity. The current yellow light indicated that the impending blizzard was at least a level 3 blizzard. Chapter 52. The Missing Joint Team Without Hesitation. Huo Yu immediately took the following measures. 1. Closed the doors of the outpost and garage. 2. Activated the early warning mode, which would alert the control center in a timely manner if the blizzard intensified or if the stairs were damaged. 3. Reported to the 009 research station. After completing a series of actions, Huo Yu left the control room and returned to the upstairs bedroom. After Huo Yu left, Xiao Yu obediently lay next to Xiao Tuan's dog bed, not moving an inch. It only got up to greet Huo Yu when he returned. Huo Yu picked it up and walked to Xiao Tuan's bed. Whether the blizzard came too suddenly or Xiao Tuan had still not awakened after all this time, Huo Yu had an uneasy feeling in his heart, as if something bad was approaching. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu did not find any oversight on his part, so he decided not to dwell on where this ominous premonition came from. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. His current strength was not bad, and with special arrows, he could even fight a polar bear, although it was just a weak polar bear. And in a closed room at that, he could at least say he had half the strength of a bear now. Ruffling the fluff on Xiao Yu's head, Huo Yu went downstairs to the basement to start preparing lunch for the day. There was no kitchen inside the outpost, which was a big problem that severely affected Huo Yu's quality of life. When there was no blizzard, he could occasionally have a little barbecue. But now trapped in the outpost, he could only eat some instant food. Huo Yu and Xiao Yu had a simple lunch together. With Xiao Tuan sleeping like this, there was no way it could eat. Moreover, with Xiao Tuan in a coma, Huo Yu could not go live. God knows if the high-ups of the Ice Guardians would watch his live stream. If they saw their beloved little polar bear lying there like it was dead, he could forget about adopting Xiao Tuan for the rest of his life. With nothing to do, Huo Yu simply took out the PS5 game console that Xiao Yu had once entrusted the system to gift him. Before his transmigration, Huo Yu was also a gaming enthusiast, and his favorite games were various console games. However, after transmigrating, he became an Ice Guardian, and whether in training or performing station tasks at the 249 research station, he had never found time to play games, nor did he know what the gaming standards of this world were like. The system was very considerate. In addition to the complete set of gaming equipment, it also came with a monitor, headphones, multimedia remote control, and other external devices. After skillfully connecting the devices, Huo Yu excitedly hugged Xiao Yu as a pillow and took out the large bed from the luxurious furniture that Xiao Yu had just gifted him from the system warehouse. Comfortably lying on the large bed, holding the fluffy little wolf cub, Huo Yu began to experience one game after another. An hour later, Huo Yu threw down the controller and fell into contemplation. Were the games in this world really that bad? Playing around felt like the same old routine, fighting monsters, leveling up, buying equipment, and fighting monsters again. No leap of faith, no arrow to the knee, no wonders that ruin nations. Not even your horses died. Not even freaking plants versus zombies. Bored, Huo Yu lay on a large bed, arranging himself in H shape. After transmigrating, Huo Yu always felt that he had not left his original world because the two worlds were too similar, making him question whether this transmigration was just a dream he had. Only in moments like this could he feel the authenticity of another world. Different music, different Ice Guardians, different games. The essence of life often lies in the details. Just as Huo Yu was lying on the bed lost in thought, the warning sound of the early warning mode suddenly rang out. Huo Yu opened his eyes wide and jumped out of bed in a flash. After calming down the frightened Xiao Yu, he immediately ran to the control room. This alarm was not about the 249 research station being in danger. It was the emergency report sound from the communicator. Attention all research stations. Attention all research stations. An urgent task is being sent. Attention all research stations. Attention all research stations. The anxious voice of Su Peipei came through the communicator, and Huo Yu quickly leaned in. Just received instructions from above. A joint team of Ice Guardians and scientists from Maple Leaf Country has encountered a blizzard within the range of our 009 research group and has now lost contact. There is a seriously injured member in the team who requires medical assistance. The situation is urgent, and any research station capable of going out for a search mission is invited to volunteer and immediately launch a rescue operation. Su Liaison, don't be anxious. Please tell us the coordinates of the joint team when they lost contact, so we can decide which research station will be dispatched. Bai Xiaoma's voice was competent and steady, completely devoid of the usual casualness and laziness. Okay, let me check. Found it. The coordinates of the missing team are 8255, 1156, and the nearest research station is. Su Peipei's voice suddenly stopped, seeing the communicator fall silent. Bai Xiaoma hurriedly asked, Peipei? Peipei? Where is it? It's the 249 outpost level research station. A moment of silence fell over the emergency communication channel. All station heads knew that the 249 research station had only recently been reactivated, and there was only Huo Yu on duty. Peipei, besides the 249 research station. The nearest one is our 099 research station, right? Bai Xiaoma asked calmly. Yes, but the 099 research station is 240 kilometers away from the missing location. It can't make it in time. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoma fell silent for a moment. In this kind of weather, leading a team to trek 230 kilometers. Not to mention whether his team could safely arrive. Even if they did, the other members of the missing team might be able to hold on. But that seriously injured member probably had no hope of rescue. Huo Yu picked up the communicator and calmly said, How far am I from the missing location? Station Head Hua. Bai Xiaoma interrupted Huo Yu, saying that with the strength of the 249 research station, it is simply impossible to complete the rescue mission. And even Station Head Hua might not be able to survive a round trip through the blizzard. Not saving those in danger is not the way of the Ice Guardians. This is my responsibility. Huo Yu's voice was unwavering. That is not going to save anyone. That is going to get you killed. Bai Xiaoma exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Station Head Hua. By Station Head makes a good point. Think twice. Dear Hua, I admire your courage, but this is a mission with certain death. Don't act impulsively and lose your life. Station Head Hua. The 249 research station has just restarted and is not fully staffed, according to regulations. Such a research station does not need to participate in higher-risk tasks. The other station heads on the channel all spoke up to dissuade him. Everyone, please believe me. Huo Yu said with determination in his eyes, I may not be able to bring them all back, but I can at least bring that seriously injured member back to my research station. My station head can also go out. You're responsible for rescuing the entire joint team, while I am responsible for that injured person. We are Ice Guardians. As long as we work together, this blizzard will not take any lives. Chapter 53. Behind me are millions of people from Huagua. Bai Xiaoma is 28 years old this year. The Ice Guardians have been established for 3 years, and she's been an Ice Guardian for 4 years. Before the Ice Guardians were officially deployed and the entire plan was still in its infancy, she was one of the first batch of candidate Ice Guardians. Over her 4-year career as an Ice Guardian, Bai Xiaoma has seen many people like Huo Yu. They have the purest faith, fearless courage, and an unwavering determination to achieve their goals. Most of these people sacrifice themselves in this frostbitten land, some even leaving no remains behind. Bai Xiaoma once returned to their hometowns with their belongings and handed their personal items to their parents. Reporting the deaths of comrades is the task that Ice Guardians dread the most. Huo Yu, do you know that going there is a matter of life and death? Bai Xiaoma's tone calmed down, yet there was still a slight tremor in her voice. For some reason, she had never seen Huo Yu in person and did not know what he looked like. She had only heard his voice through the communicator. Yet, she inexplicably felt a deep fondness for this young Ice Guardian. Perhaps it was his courage to guard the remote 249 research station. Perhaps it was his compassion for adopting abandoned wolf cubs. Or perhaps it was the confidence in his tone over the communicator. These impressions led her to imagine Huo Yu as a sunny and handsome young man, always wearing a confident smile, with strong facial features full of spirit, holding a pure white Arctic wolf cub in his arms. What Bai Xiaoma did not know was that the image she had conjured in her mind was quite close to Huo Yu's actual appearance. I don't think so. Huo Yu's tone was completely relaxed. I have a strong physique and the ability to traverse blizzards. Huo Yu was speaking nonsense. Blizzards do not care about your physical condition. The confidence he had came from his passive skill, child of the snowfield. I also have a wolf cub. Its sense of smell is sharp and can help me locate the lost joint team. This was also a lie. Even the best-smelling Arctic wolf would find it as difficult as searching for a needle in a haystack to locate a few humans in a blizzard. If it weren't for the enhancement from the bloodline factors, Huo Yu wouldn't have even planned to take it with him. Moreover, My 249 research station is the closest to the lost location. Roughly calculated, it's only about 30 kilometers away. It can be reached in half an hour using a snowmobile. This statement was also half true, as the 249 research station was closer to the lost team. But using a snowmobile in a blizzard at even a slightly faster speed could lead to destruction. Half an hour might only get you to heaven. There was a moment of silence in the channel, and after a while a deep male voice sounded. Station Chief Huo, this is Su Jian. Station Chief Su, hello. Station Chief Huo, I heard everything you just said. Let's assume everything you said is true. I reviewed your information. Your resume and abilities are outstanding. But it seems you have not studied medicine. Huo Yu took a deep breath and said frankly, yes, Station Chief Su, I have only undergone basic first aid training and cannot handle complicated injuries. Thank you for your honesty. However, the situation of the severely injured member of the lost team is not optimistic, and there are no doctors stationed at the 249 research station. How will you rescue him once you bring him back? Station Chief Su, although I lack experience and ability to treat severely injured individuals, there are others at the 249 research station, and not just one. Su Jian's tone was filled with disbelief and confusion. There's only you stationed at the 249 research station. Who are you talking about? There's only me at the 249 research station, but behind me are millions of people from Huo. Among them, there must be experienced medical personnel who can provide me with remote assistance. The other station chiefs on the emergency channel were confused. Only Su Jian seemed to be pondering. Are you saying those viewers in your live stream? As soon as Su Jian said this, the people in the channel became even more puzzled. What live stream? What viewers? Have we been cut off from the world for so long that we can't keep up with the times? The other Ice Guardians at the research stations could not see Huo Yu's live stream, even though all research stations had satellite signal receivers that could connect to the internet. However, Ice Guardians worked in a semi-secret capacity, and going online required permission, which is why Huo Yu applied for live stream permission when he volunteered to come to the 249 research station. Moreover, the satellite signal was very unstable. Others did not have the system to strengthen the signal like Huo Yu did. Only high-ranking Ice Guardians like Su Jian had the authority to communicate with the outside world and even watch Huo Yu's live stream. All right, Su Jian seemed to have made a decision. Station Chief Huo, Station Chief Bai, I order both of you to lead teams to the lost joint team's location to search for and rescue the stranded joint team. Yes, but Uncle Su, Xiao Muntak, Su Jian interrupted. Please trust your Ice Guardian companions. I understand, Bai Xiaoma said in a low voice. I will set out immediately with my team. Huo Yu, I hope you can come back alive. Huo Yu softly replied, Station Chief Bai, don't worry. I will come back alive. After all, I have 2 fur babies at home that need my care. 2 fur babies? Bai Xiaoma asked in confusion. Did you not adopt just one Arctic wolf? A few days ago, I found another baby polar bear. Bai Xiaoma's breath hitched. Damn, what kind of luck is that? I've been an Ice Guardian in the Arctic for 3 years and haven't even touched a polar bear's fur. Haha, Huo Yu rubbed the ring on his finger. Perhaps my luck is indeed quite good. After hanging up the communicator, Huo Yu muttered, System. I remember there is a verification function in the live stream that can filter out officially certified professionals, right? Ding. The verification function has been activated. Each screening costs 10,000 recognition points. Once he received a positive response, Huo Yu did not delay any further. He ran back to his bedroom like the wind and put on his equipment. Fortunately, he now had the intermediate polar combat suit, which significantly increased his chances of success for this mission. The intermediate polar combat suit has a temperature regulation system that maintains body temperature and can withstand some of the harsh weather conditions, with high anti-stabbing capabilities and limited bulletproof capabilities. The entire combat suit is black, and both its craftsmanship and materials are far superior to the previous low-level combat suit. However, Huo Yu still packed the previous low-level combat suit into a space backpack as a backup, just in case he might need it later. In addition, Huo Yu took various search and rescue equipment from the outpost, a medical kit, a portable communicator, thermal imaging device. Although there were many items, most of them could fit in the space backpack, except for the portable communicator that needed to receive signals. This device was cumbersome but vital, as he would need to use it to try to contact the lost team, so it had to be kept on him at all times. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu glanced at the little fish nearby, and an immature idea appeared in his mind. Little fish, danger, danger, danger. With everything ready, Huo Yu donned his equipment and opened the live stream. Hello everyone, I am Ice Guardian Huo Yu. This live stream is different from the past. I need everyone's help. Chapter 54, Seeking Help from Medical Workers. Jiangnan Provincial First Hospital, Emergency Department. Ling Ran walked out of the operating room with a tired face and said to the nurse beside him, "Get 2 lidocaine and dilute it to 1. Also prepare some hydrogen peroxide and iodine complex." The little nurse nodded repeatedly. The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger. Once everything is ready, clean the wound for the patient. Let old Joe suture the tendon and then transfer to the intensive care unit. Got it, Director Ling. After the little nurse finished recording, she asked, "Director Ling, I've already warmed up your lunch for you. Remember to eat before going home to rest." Ling Ran nodded slightly at the little nurse and walked straight back to his office. Ling Ran, the youngest chief physician in Jiangnan province, returned to his hometown after graduating from a top medical school in the world. After joining the hospital, Ling Ran's performance was outstanding. Even the most critical senior doctors couldn't find fault with him, and it could be said that his medical career was smooth sailing. However, this rising star in Jiangnan's medical field voluntarily transferred to the most exhausting and difficult emergency department as an attending physician in his 2nd year of employment. Some doctors in the same hospital did not understand his actions and asked him why he would do something so self-destructive. He only said one sentence: "The best doctors should go to the positions that need excellent doctors the most." And the emergency department is clearly the place that needs excellent doctors the most. Working here requires not only superb medical skills, but also emergency responsibilities and strong psychological qualities. Ling Ran leaned back in his office chair, gently massaging his temples. The workload in the emergency department was too heavy, and Ling Ran liked to be at the forefront of work, which led to him feeling exhausted and drenched in sweat every day after work, just like today. Ling Ran closed his eyes for a moment of rest and then opened the live streaming app on his phone. Recently, he had discovered an outdoor streamer who resonated with him, and he was a researcher stationed in the Arctic called the Ice Guardian. Ling Ran yearned for the life of the Ice Guardian, and he even had a thought. In a couple of years, when he could no longer work on the front lines, could he transfer to the Ice Guardian organization? He just didn't know if they would accept doctors. Just as he opened the live streaming app, Ling Ran saw that the only streamer he followed was live. With a smile, he clicked into the live room, and moments later, Ling Ran's pupils suddenly contracted. Capital Medical University, Dean's office. A kind-looking old professor walked back to his office holding teaching materials. As soon as the old professor entered, he saw a female student with a worried expression sitting on the sofa. "Xiao Chu, you came to find me?" The university student named Xiao Chu quickly stood up. "Hello, Dean Zhang." Zhang Liming winked at her mischievously and asked, "Why are you so polite today? Do you have something to ask this old man?" Zhang Liming, the dean of the Emergency and Rescue Medicine College at Capital Medical University, is one of the most respected medical workers in the country. Xiao Chu quickly nodded. "Dean, could you spare some time to help me with something?" Zhang Liming walked over with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand in today's class?" Xiao Chu shook her head. "No, I understood everything in today's class. I came to see you about this." Xiao Chu handed over her smartphone to Zhang Liming. The old professor took it with confusion and saw a face with a determined expression on the screen, seemingly a live stream that young people like to watch. "Xiao Chu, you young people play with these things, this old man also." Zhang Liming's voice suddenly stopped. "This is the Ice Guardian?" Magic City Emergency Center, top floor conference room. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression stood under the large screen in the conference room and said with an unfriendly tone, "I have told you long ago that we are not an ordinary hospital. Everything is guided by the highest directive of saving patients' lives. A parked private car can block our dispatched ambulance. Why should it? You need to take this as a warning. The patient is lucky this time, and there was no problem. What if this emergency patient had a heart attack? What if it was a patient with cardiac arrest? You must remember, no matter what background these people who obstruct our emergency efforts have, or who is behind them, do not care. We have the state behind us. What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man walked angrily around the seats, and the other doctors below didn't dare to breathe. "Xiao Yang, notify the legal department." The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "No matter what methods they use, I want the owner of that private car to receive a subpoena from the court immediately. This is simply outrageous. Xiao Yang quickly stood up and agreed, and the large conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The next moment, a piercing mobile phone ringtone suddenly rang. The doctors looked up in confusion, searching with sympathetic eyes to see who the unlucky person was that received a call at this moment. Ahem. The middle-aged man at the front cleared his throat and took out his phone from his pocket. Hello, Dean Wong. What instructions do you have? That's right. Still in a meeting. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. The middle-aged man hung up the phone and said to the others, Don't disperse yet. There will be an emergency consultation shortly. Xiao Yang, go turn on the big screen. Xiao Yang hurriedly turned on the large screen behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man then opened the computer in front of him, entered the live streaming platform, and clicked into a live room. The face of Huo Yu appeared on the big screen. Hello everyone, I am the Ice Guardian Huo Yu. This live stream is different from the past. I need everyone's help. At the 249th research station, Huo Yu continued speaking to the camera. I just received notification that a joint team consisting of Ice Guardians and scientists from Maple Leaf Country lost contact with us an hour ago. Right now, there's a level 3 blizzard outside with strong winds, and there's a seriously injured person among the missing team members whose condition is unclear. I have been ordered to participate in this rescue mission, and the goal is to save that seriously injured person. But I have not undergone systematic training and find it difficult to treat this injured patient alone. Therefore, I hope that among the audience present, if there are professionals with emergency rescue experience working in major hospitals across the country, you can remotely guide me in saving this life. The audience in the live room had never seen such a scene and was in an uproar, with comments refreshing rapidly, but not a single useful piece of information emerged. Huo Yu, with a serious expression, continued, Because the situation is urgent, I need to rush to the missing location immediately, and the entire journey is expected to take about half an hour. I hope capable doctors can quickly authenticate your identity through the platform's backend. When I find the seriously injured person, I will select the successfully authenticated doctors to conduct a remote consultation with me via live connection. Dear medical workers, Ice Guardian Huo Yu, on behalf of every Ice Guardian fighting on the front lines in the Arctic, seek your help. Thank you. After saying the last sentence, Huo Yu put on his cold-resistant mask and bowed deeply to the camera. Chapter 55. The Wrath of the Poles. Huo Yu pushed open the door of the outpost, and the icy snowstorm rushed in with a howling wind, the force of it making him take a few steps back. The scene shifted, revealing a world outside blanketed in white, visibility reduced to less than 100 meters. Huo Yu took out the permanent pointer, turned his back to the audience, and input the coordinates 8255, 1156. The pointer trembled slightly for a moment before indicating a direction. He tucked the pointer into his coat and called out behind him, Xiao Yu, let's go. Before Huo Yu's words fell, the audience saw a small wolf pup, about the size of a corgi, bouncing down the stairs. A small communicator was strapped to the pup's back, making it appear somewhat bulky, and its expression seemed reluctant. Upon seeing the unwilling little worker, the tense atmosphere in the live stream lightened, and the audience began to tease. Ha! Humble Xiao Yu is online working. Xiao Yu replied, Master, I know I'm a dog, but you aren't necessarily human either. Look at its aggrieved little face. It's hilarious. Xiao Yu is finally grown up, able to help Grandpa. You carry things. Huo Yu glanced at the bullet comments, chuckled, and gently tightened the communicator on Xiao Yu's back. Xiao Yu, tell them you volunteered to help me carry the communicator, right? No one threatened you, right? Xiao Yu instinctively nodded, but suddenly remembered Huo Yu had told it not to appear too clever in front of outsiders, and quickly shook its head. The audience in the live stream had no idea of the reason behind this, and they burst into laughter, the show-s effect reaching its peak. Isn't anyone threatening you? The Arctic warlord Huo Yu is online, threatening the little wolf pup. Xiao Yu has been smart since childhood. This is hilarious, Grandpa Yu's iconic moment. Huo Yu encouragingly patted Xiao Yu's head, then turned his gaze towards the upstairs bedroom, feeling somewhat worried. He wondered if Xiao Tuan would wake up after he left, and if it did, would it be scared not seeing him and Xiao Yu? Although he was reluctant to leave Xiao Tuan, Huo Yu had things he needed to do. He left water and food beside its doghouse, hoping to return to the outpost before Xiao Tuan woke up. Suppressing his complex thoughts, Huo Yu stepped out of the outpost without hesitation. He wrapped himself and Xiao Yu tightly, keeping the little pup close to his chest to shield its wolf face. After doing all this, Huo Yu took a deep breath and rode off on the snowmobile. Vroom vroom. The snowmobile sped away, racing into the depths of the raging snowstorm. At this moment, the Arctic completely tore away its hypocritical veil, revealing its most cruel and heartless side to everyone. The blizzard had raged all day, and looking into the distance through the white snow, the familiar glaciers and snowfields were nowhere to be seen. The icy wind whipped up the snowflakes, swirling them in the air like ice blades, slicing through everything on this snowy ground. The north wind howled, and all Huo Yu could hear was the woo-woo-woo of the wind. Even the usual loud engine noise of the snowmobile was muffled by the storm. Viewers entered the live stream one after another, and upon seeing the vast expanse of white snow, they could barely make out Huo Yu's silhouette on the small motorcycle. Noticing this, everyone began to question, why is Grandpa Yu outside? Didn't he say he would stop the broadcast when the blizzard arrived? Traveling in such a huge blizzard. Is he trying to get himself killed? Oh my gosh, is that Xiao Yu in his arms? What is he planning to do? What on earth is happening? I would believe it if you told me it was the end of the world. Fortunately, early viewers actively took on the role of commentators, explaining everything that had happened that morning. It turned out Grandpa Yu was going to rescue other ice guards. Woo! Grandpa Yu is alone guarding the research station and still risking his life to save others. I'm tearing up, looking at the severity of the blizzard on the screen. It was clear that Grandpa Yu was playing with his life, not to mention saving people. It was uncertain whether he could return safely. Forget about all that. If Grandpa Yu chose to ignore the dying, he wouldn't be the ice brother we know. Grandpa Yu, please be safe. Huo Yu was now fully geared up, with no bare skin exposed to the wind and snow. However, to the audience, Huo Yu seemed somewhat miserable, covered in white snowflakes, silently persevering forward. In reality, Huo Yu felt quite comfortable, with the intermediate polar combat suit and Child of the Snow, reducing the negative effects of the blizzard. Aside from having some difficulty seeing the road, everything else was manageable. Moreover, with the permanent pointer, the issue of not seeing the road was resolved. He just needed to be careful not to crash into any obstacles. Even so, the frost and snow had already covered his cold mask. In such conditions, Huo Yu clearly couldn't interact with the audience. The blizzard grew fiercer. The biting cold wind brought down snowflakes the size of apricots, shaking the dead branches on the snowy ground, howling and crazily blowing away entire snowdrifts, lifting them into the air. The little black ball adjusted the camera angle just in time, making Huo Yu appear like a solitary boat bobbing on a turbulent sea. The raging wind and snow in the sky resembled a tsunami, changing direction unpredictably, determined not to stop until it flipped him over, sending chills down the viewer's spines. Under the wrath of nature, human strength seemed so insignificant. Even Huo Yu couldn't help but wonder from the bottom of his heart, when would he reach the lost contact point? When would the livestream platform verify his identity? At Jiangnan First Hospital, Ling Ran looked anxiously at the verification window of the livestream platform, refreshing it from time to time, then switching back to Huo Yu's livestream. 10 minutes earlier, he had retrieved his medical license and various certificates to verify his identity as a doctor. Ling Ran worked on the front lines for a long time, and all his certificates and documents were stored in his office, now proving useful. A little nurse walked in, and seeing the usually composed Director Ling pacing around the desk, muttering to himself, she became somewhat flustered. "Director Ling, are you okay?" Ling Ran looked up and waved. "I'm fine for now, but I will have a problem soon. What's wrong?" The little nurse seemed confused. "Are you talking about the same thing I am? I mean, if your brain is okay, hey." "Oh." Ling Ran seemed to realize what she meant and quickly explained, "I'm not in trouble, just trying to verify something. Time is tight, but it hasn't been successful yet." The little nurse walked over and saw the live stream platform's identity verification interface on his phone. Looking stunned, "Director Ling, you also stream live?" Ling Ran shook his head. "It's not me streaming. I'm trying to help someone save another person." Saying this, he switched the phone back to Huo Yu's live stream. The little nurse looked at Huo Yu in the snowstorm. "Surprise, Grandpa Yu? Isn't that my Grandpa Yu? What happened to him?" Speak, Director Ling. Ling ran. Chapter 56, Huge Tire Tracks in the Office of the Dean at the Imperial Capital Medical University. Zhang Limin sat beside Xiao Chu and asked, Girl, do you need any other documents? If you do, I can find them for you. Xiao Chu was focused on manipulating the certification interface on her computer and did not respond. Are you tired, girl? Shall I get you some water? Do you want plain boiled water or tea? He wondered if they would make it in time. That young guard looked quite capable and might already be receiving the injured. Old Li, Old Duan, they too, I've been messaging them for a while now. Why aren't they here yet? Xiao Chu put down the mouse, leaned back in her chair, and sighed. All right, please don't rush. The certification mechanism on this platform is quite stringent. Uploading takes time. Zhang Limin quickly leaned closer to the computer and asked anxiously, Is it done? Can I connect with that young man now? Xiao Chu shook her head. We VE handled everything here. Now we just need to wait for the platform to approve it. Zhang Limin frowned. How long will that take? That young man left 10 minutes ago. He'll be here soon. Xiao Chu reassured him, Don't worry, we should still make it. After saying that, she refreshed the page, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. In her experience, the review processes of these platforms were usually slow. 1 or 2 hours was common, and it wasn't impossible for it to take a day or two. Suddenly, Xiao Chu's eyes brightened. It's here. At that moment, in the review department of the live streaming platform, dozens of computers were running frantically, and the reviewers were busy checking and verifying numerous certification applications. The department head was moving back and forth in front of the computers when he suddenly stopped in front of one reviewer. His forehead was furrowed, staring intently at the content on the screen. The reviewer, a bit flustered, quickly asked, Director, is there something wrong? The director pointed at his computer screen and said harshly, Why are you in such a hurry to certify this idol group? The reviewer quickly responded, They're the champions of that popular talent show. They just debuted 2 days ago and signed with our platform. It was instructed that they must be certified immediately. Nonsense, the department head said sternly. I told you to prioritize the identity certification of those doctors. Is this how you complete the tasks I've assigned? But the reviewer hesitated. This idol group needs to be certified before the end of the workday. What idol? The director's tone rose. What do you even consider an idol? They are idols too? Seeing that the director was really angry, the reviewer dared not speak. The doctors in the Arctic are waiting for help. And you're here talking to me about idols? Let me make this clear today. Don't even say they're just a bunch of idols. Even if they were a herd of African elephants, they should wait. Human lives are at stake, and you still have time to think about these people? The director raised his voice to everyone in the room. I'm telling you, this live broadcast isn't for performance. It's not for popularity. It's for our conscience. If today, because of us, we fail to save the life of that seriously injured guard, then everyone here, including me, should just quit and go clean toilets with Aunt Lou. Do you hear me? We hear you. Everyone responded in unison. We pressed a brake and stopped in a snowy area. He took out the permanent pointer from his pocket. The needle pointed down, indicating he had reached the coordinates. Looking around, all he could see was a vast expanse of white, with no traces of human presence. In such fierce snow and wind, any trace would be erased in a very short time, making rescue efforts extremely difficult. Huo Yu checked the time. It had only been 27 minutes since he set out, and by Xiaomao and the others would still take a long time to reach here. He could wait, but the injured could not. From now on, he could only rely on himself. Huo Yu took out Xiao Yu and placed it on the ground, shouting, Xiao Yu, try to see if you can smell any strangeress scent. The howling wind roared in his ears, forcing the man and the wolf to rely on shouting to communicate. Xiao Yu struggled to steady itself, lowering its head to sniff the snow. Huo Yu did not disturb it. He stood in the direction of the wind, blocking some of the snow and wind for it. After sniffing for a moment, Xiao Yu hesitantly raised its head and looked in a direction. Huo Yu's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly asked, Did you smell something? Is it in that direction? Xiao Yu turned to look at him, its light blue eyes filled with hesitation and uncertainty. Huo Yu understood. Xiao Yu must have caught some sin in that direction, but was unsure if it was from the missing team. However, at this point, he could not afford any hesitation. Any doubt would be a disregard for the life of his seriously injured comrade. Let's go check that way. Huo Yu picked up Xiao Yu and got back on the snowmobile. It was better to try than to do nothing at all. The snowmobile started up and slowly moved in the direction Xiao Yu had detected the scent. To avoid missing any clues, Huo Yu deliberately slowed down, giving Xiao Yu time to pick up more sense. Unfortunately, little Tuan was still asleep and not here. If it were here, the chances of finding the missing team would be much higher. Polar bears have an incredibly keen sense of smell, even far superior to Arctic wolves. Their sense of smell is 7 times that of dogs, capable of detecting the breathing holes of seals from a kilometer away. Such sensitivity could be likened to a small radar. In Huo Yu's arms, Xiao Yu wrinkled its nose, carefully distinguishing every scent in the air. Suddenly, it let out an anxious howl and gently bit Huo Yu's collar with its teeth. Seeing this, Huo Yu immediately hit the brakes, allowing Xiao Yu to jump off the snowmobile while he closely followed behind. Xiao Yu stopped in a patch of snow, sniffing furiously at the ground. Huo Yu quickly followed to check. Gently brushing away the snow on the ground, a massive tire track appeared before Huo Yu's eyes. With a width of an astonishing 1 meter, a tire nearly a meter wide. What kind of monstrous vehicle is this? It's known that the width of a car tire determines its performance. Generally, the wider the tires, the better the handling and braking, as grip increases. Tire widths are measured in millimeters. For example, the tires of an ordinary family car price between 100,000 to 300,000 yuan are typically between 185 to 215 millimeters wide, while those priced between 300,000 to 900,000 yuan are usually around 215 to 255 millimeters. As for models over 900,000 yuan, they usually measure between 255 to 315 millimeters. The data may vary. Don't take it too seriously. It's a parallel world. A tire width of about 1 meter, in Huo Yu's impression, could only be barely reached by a few gigantic all-terrain vehicles. Who knows what these people were thinking? Driving such a gigantic vehicle deep into the polar regions. Aren't they afraid the ice will crack and drop them down? Huo Yu looked at the enormous tire track, lost in thought, ignoring the blizzard warning. They drove a massive all-terrain vehicle deep into the polar regions, further than the 249 research station. How could this joint team make so many basic mistakes? Chapter 57. Imperial Jade Liquid Wine? Finding the tire tracks made things much simpler. In this weather, as long as the team members were thinking clearly, they would definitely not stray a step from the all-terrain vehicle. Returning to the snowmobile, Huo Yu shouted at Xiao Yu, who was still sniffing beside the tire tracks. Get in the car, let's follow the tire marks forward. Xiao Yu perked up, turned, and jumped into Huo Yu's arms. As the snowmobile continued its journey through the blizzard, after driving along the tracks for just 5 minutes, a massive steel monster revealed its outline. Huo Yu frowned deeply. As a guardian of the ice, he immediately recognized the model of the all-terrain vehicle in front of him. Unimog 4000 all-terrain off-road vehicle. How impressive is this vehicle? The manufacturer claims, where it cannot go, tanks cannot go either. The U4000 model, representing high-mobility transport vehicles and super off-road equipment, is specifically designed for special applications worldwide. This steel beast can carry a maximum weight of 12.5 tons, and after modifications, it can reach 14.1 tons in specialized fields. Such a land war vehicle now lay helplessly in the snow, battered by the blizzard. Huo Yu took a brief look from the outside and saw no obvious external damage. This indicated either that there were internal problems, such as with the engine or hydraulic systems, or that it had run out of fuel and lost its power. Stopping the snowmobile 5 meters away from the U4000, Huo Yu drew his pistol and slowly approached the back door of the vehicle. He signaled Xiao Yu to stay put. In case any sudden situations trapped both of them, the wolf, he needed to keep some options open. He knocked firmly on the vehicle door and shouted, "This is the Arctic Guardian Ice Rescue Team. Is anyone inside?" After knocking, Huo Yu quickly took a small step back, aiming his gun at the vehicle door, calmly listening for sounds from inside. After a series of faint noises, a surprised and trembling voice asked in English, "Thank God. Are you here to rescue us? I'll open the door for you right now." Hearing the sound of the lock being opened, Huo Yu raised his arm, ready to shoot at any moment. There have been instances where poachers and polar pirates disguised as researchers had attacked guardians of the ice who came to rescue them. Although the probability was low, it could be deadly if it happened. Wait. The sound of the lock being opened was interrupted by another voice. "Brother outside, which department are you from?" Huo Yu smiled. It seemed there was still someone alert inside. "I'm Huo Yu, a guardian from the 249 research station, ordered to lead a rescue mission. How many of you are there? Huo Yu turned a glance at Huo Yu behind him and replied, "We're the advanced team, just 2 people in total, including me and a colleague from the research station." The voice inside continued to ask, "Which station does your 249 research station belong to? What is the name of the station master? Which country are you from?" 3 questions, seemingly random, actually held deep meaning. The first question was a trap. Only base-level and city-level research stations have subordinate bases, while station-level ones do not have this authority. The second question goes without saying. Every guardian should know the name of their direct research station's head. The third question was even more cunning. It was asked in Chinese. If Huo Yu were not from Huagua, no matter how fluent he was, he would inevitably have an accent. Our superior research station is Base 009. The station master's name is Su Jian, and you can rest assured, I am from Huagua. Are you really from Huagua? The voice in the vehicle sounded excited. Huo Yu understood why. Within the Guardians of the Ice, Huagua people are known for being reliable and law-abiding. Among poachers and polar pirates, apart from a few Huagua people who grew up in other countries, there are almost no native Huagua individuals. Imperial Jade liquid wine? Huo Yu helplessly responded with the password, feeling a bit embarrassed. The viewers in the live stream were confused, thinking, "You really are a genius. You can prove you are from Huagua this way?" To be honest, this method is quite reliable. 181 cups. The vehicle door was suddenly pushed open, and a young Huagua man with black hair and yellow skin poked his head out, laughing, "Ha, you really are a compatriot." Huo Yu helplessly holstered his pistol, complaining, "You are too cautious, even more timid than I am." The young man shyly smiled, better safe than sorry. Huo Yu was puzzled as to how such a cautious member could end up in this situation. Before he could inquire further, the young man suddenly sat back down in the vehicle, pointing behind Huo Yu and shouting in terror, "Watch out. There's a wolf behind you." Huo Yu turned to look and immediately saw Huo Yu's equally confused big eyes. It's okay, he asked my partner." Huo Yu gestured for Huo Yu to come over. Huo Yu obediently ran to Huo Yu's side, rubbing against his pants leg, looking like a good baby. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is your colleague?" Huo Yu nodded and then reminded, "Let's not talk too much. Didn't you say there are injured people? Where are they?" Upon hearing this, the young man showed an anxious expression and pulled Huo Yu toward the interior of the vehicle. "It's our captain. She has a serious gunshot wound." Huo Yu's gaze sharpened. Gunshot wound? Before he could ask for more specifics, he was already pulled into the vehicle. The interior of the vehicle was not too cramped. Including the young Huagua man, there were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman were both Caucasian, wearing white down jackets, their faces pale and filled with fear and tension. Huo Yu frowned. These 2 should be the so-called Canadian scientists, right? Wearing all white down jackets in the Arctic blizzard. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Were they afraid of getting lost? "Where's your captain?" The 2 Canadian scientists quickly moved aside, revealing a woman lying on a seat, breathing faintly. "Arctic Research Team, Intermediate Guardian Huo Yu." The woman slightly opened her eyes and weakly smiled at Huo Yu. Guardians of the Ice are divided into station personnel and field personnel, with field personnel frequently traveling between various research stations, and their work is equally tough. "This Captain Jiao, you should be a field personnel. Huo Yu, a junior guardian." Huo Yu quickly responded, stepping forward to assess the woman's injuries. Huo Yu's complexion was very poor, as pale as paper, draped in a black standard-issue warm clothing for guardians, with blood seeping from her abdomen, staining the black clothing with a large patch of reddish-brown. Huo Yu examined her wound expressionlessly, but secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, use the identification function to filter for certified emergency medical doctors among the viewers, and initiate a connection request to them. Ding! 10,000 recognition points have been deducted, filtering for the most suitable candidates. Chapter 58 Remote Consultation Recorded in History. I know you. Huo Yu weakly smiled at Huo Yu. Huo Yu had just finished communicating with the system and looked at her in surprise. Huo Yu pointed to the small black ball floating behind Huo Yu. Before coming here, Huo Yu had activated the hidden mode of the small black ball, making it indistinguishable from an ordinary drone. "I'm the Ice Guardian of the Scientific Expedition Team, and I can go online. I'll watch your live stream." Huo Yu winked at Huo Yu. "Oh, Will you smile back? It's my first time meeting a fan in real life. Where's your little white wolf? Will you brought the little fish in his arms to Jiao Yu. The little fish instinctively stuck out its pink tongue and licked Jiao Yu's finger. Jiao Yu reached out and gently stroked the little fish's chin, speaking weakly, "So nice. So cute. You must take good care of it and return it to its dad soon." Huo Yu's smile suddenly froze. In the next second, he quickly adjusted his expression and said to Jiao Yu, "I will, and you should take care of your injuries too. We'll return it to its dad together later." The little fish looked back and forth between their faces in confusion. "What is going on? I have a dad." Huo Yu silently examined her wound. It was a gunshot wound, and it was a penetrating injury, entering from the lower abdomen and exiting through the lower back. From the angle, it seemed to be an upward shot, likely from a small caliber shotgun. The wound was still worsening, accompanied by low fever, dizziness, and weakness, indicating that bullet fragments had not been removed. "Bro, don't you have a medical kit?" Huo Yu turned to look at the young man from Huahua. The young man said sheepishly, "We planned to bring one, but we had too many supplies and equipment, so we didn't." As he spoke, the young man occasionally glanced at the two scientists from Maple Leaf Country, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Huo Yu understood. An ice guardian accompanying scientists on a mission would only carry equipment. How could they bring medical supplies? "What's wrong with this vehicle?" The young man replied. "It's out of fuel. A group of people robbed the gasoline." Huo Yu asked, "What kind of people? Poachers? Arctic pirates? Or mercenaries?" The young man shook his head, indicating he was not sure. Seeing that he couldn't extract anything valuable, Huo Yu decided not to press further. Instead, he positioned his spatial backpack across his chest and took out the medical kit he had brought from the 249 research station. Go, go, go." Huo Yu nudged the little fish with his foot and glanced at the young man. "Go over there. This space is too small, and you're too big. You're delaying my treatment." The little fish silently got up and obediently laid down by the door of the vehicle, looking just like a harmless puppy. Everyone present failed to notice that while it lay quietly on the ground, its light blue wolf eyes were fixated on the young man's neck. Huo Yu took out a tablet from his backpack, connected to the system's network, and opened his live stream. The young man beside him said in surprise, "Wow, you can still connect to the internet here." Huo Yu pointed with his chin at the little fish by the door, saying, "It has a communicator that can connect to satellite signals." Seeing the young man instinctively glance at it, the little fish quickly averted its gaze, pretending to be busy fiddling with its big tail. The young man stopped talking, his expression becoming a bit unnatural. Ding! 12 candidates have been filtered, initiating a connection. Director of the Emergency Department at Jiangnan Provincial First Hospital, Ling Ran, joined the call. Dean of the Emergency and Rescue Medical College at the Imperial Capital Medical University, Zhang Limin, joined the call. Director of the Medical Department at the Shanghai Emergency Center, Chu Jianan, joined the call. Vice President of the Affiliated Hospital of Jixing University, Rin Yuanji, joined the call. In total, 12 medical experts joined this urgent rescue spanning thousands of kilometers, and they did so through a live stream connection, creating a historical moment for remote consultations worldwide. "Thank you all for taking the time to help us." Huo Yu slightly bowed his head toward the camera. "I want to say much in gratitude. Let us first take a look at the patient's condition." The camera zoomed in, revealing Jiao Yu's gruesome wound on the screen. The experts present all frowned. If the patient were in their respective hospitals, this injury wouldn't be too difficult to handle. But this was the Arctic, where conditions like temperature, lighting, and sanitation were inadequate, and they could only provide remote guidance for treatment through Huo Yu. From the wound, it appeared to be a penetrating injury from a small caliber bullet, with a radial pattern, indicating that bullet fragments were likely still lodged inside. Zhang Limin was the first to speak. "The patient's muscles are relaxed, and she has lost sensation, with a possibility of infection. I initially suspect the bullet fragments are made of copper. This situation is quite troublesome. She needs better treatment." Ling Ran politely waited for Zhang Limin to finish before asking, "Director Hua, what are the medical conditions like on your side?" Huo Yu surveyed the dimly lit vehicle and said helplessly, "Very poor, and we lack medical equipment. Looking at your surroundings, it seems you are inside a vehicle." Ling Ran continued to calmly inquire. "That's right. My suggestion is to immediately transfer the patient, first addressing her blood loss symptoms, and then moving her to a better environment for further treatment. The lighting here is dim, the air is polluted, and judging by your breath, the temperature is too low. All these factors are very detrimental to the patient's condition. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. I wonder what the thoughts of the seniors are. Zhang Limin immediately responded firmly. I agree with this young person's idea. It's simply impossible to perform surgery here. I have no objections. Agreed. We should transfer her, and it needs to be fast. The other doctors all voiced their support for Ling Ran's suggestion. Being recognized by the experts, Ling Ran remained humble and composed. Director Huo, there are several things to pay attention to during the transfer. First, keep her warm. Second, avoid excessive jolting. Third, don't waste too much time. You must be careful to avoid causing secondary injuries to the patient. Huo Yu nodded to indicate he understood. Seeing Huo Yu's serious expression, Zhang Limin quickly reassured him. Young man, you're doing great. Don't be nervous or afraid. I have nothing else to do today. I will be with you the whole time until this girl is out of danger. I understand. Thank you, Director Zhang. Huo Yu looked at the unconscious Jiao Yu, who had fallen into a deep sleep since the call began. Without hesitation, Huo Yu took out a basic polar combat suit from his backpack, preparing to put it on Jiao Yu to maintain her body temperature. Just as he was about to drape the combat suit over Jiao Yu, Ling Ran suddenly shouted, Be careful behind you, Yu. Huo Yu instinctively turned around, realizing that the young man from Huagua had somehow run behind him. The previously shy and delicate young man now had red eyes, gripping a sharp dagger tightly, lunging straight at Huo Yu. Chapter 59. The turn of events with Huo Yu's agility. He could easily dodge even the attacks of a polar bear, let alone the light strike from the young man. However, he was currently in a half-squat position, with Jiao Yu behind him, unconscious. If he dodged, and the young man couldn't control his strength, the dagger would inevitably stab Jiao Yu. Jiao Yu's injuries were already serious. If she sustained further damage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huo Yu looked at the opponent without changing his expression, showing no intention to dodge. As he watched the young man, mumbling nonsensically while the dagger swiftly approached him. The audience in the live stream and the doctors all felt a wave of anxiety for Huo Yu. The audience was somewhat accustomed to such scenes, but the doctors, unfamiliar with the situation, thought Huo Yu was scared, with some already closing their eyes in distress. In the next moment, the situation changed drastically. A white, ghostly beast shadow flashed out from behind the young man, aiming directly at the carotid artery in his neck. Little fish, don't kill him. Huo Yu's extraordinary vision quickly discerned that little fish intended to take the young man's life, prompting him to call out to stop it. Little fish paused slightly, but adjusted the direction of its wolf mouth in midair, biting down on the young man's upper jaw. The bite force of a polar wolf is already impressive, let alone that of little fish, who had been enhanced by genetic factors. The young man's heart-wrenching scream echoed within the vehicle, causing two Canadian scientists to tremble in shock, huddling on the ground like quails with their hands over their heads. Blood holes quickly appeared around the young man's upper jaw and nose, with the ones made by the canine teeth deep enough to see bone. Wolves are carnivorous mammals. Their teeth can be categorized into incisors, molars, and canines, with canines being the most lethal for tearing food. After sustaining such a heavy blow, the young man's arm went limp, and the dagger he held slowly slipped from his hand. Huo Yu maintained a neutral expression until the moment the dagger fell, at which point he sprang into action like a startled rabbit, seizing the dagger midair. With the dagger in hand, he advanced like lightning, raising his knee to deliver a strike to the young man's soft abdomen. The young man's screams hadn't yet ceased, and with little fish still hanging onto his upper jaw, he was suddenly struck by Huo Yu, causing him to vomit a foul substance. One could say that animals have a strong sixth sense. Little fish seemed to have sensed something was off and released the young man's upper jaw the moment Huo Yu struck, using the force to leap behind Huo Yu. Huo Yu never expected little fish to have this trick, and, caught off guard, his left arm was hit by the young man's vomit. After vomiting, the young man collapsed to the ground like a large shrimp, rolling in pain while holding his facial wounds and rubbing his abdomen. Huo Yu frowned and walked over to the male Canadian scientist, wiping the dirt from his sleeve with his pristine down jacket. Brother, Huo Yu asked while wiping, you haven't said a word since getting on the vehicle. Now that this has happened, won't you explain? I don't know what there is to explain. I'm not with him. The man looked pitifully at his once pristine down jacket, now soiled, speaking hesitantly. Huo Yu smiled and continued wiping. So you mean this is an internal issue among our Ice Guardians? There are 4 people in this vehicle. 2 Ice Guardians, 1 severely injured and unconscious, and 1 attacking his own people like a madman. You say you don't know? Ask the audience if they believe you. Seeing Huo Yu point to the camera behind him, the male scientist's face turned ashen. Oh God, only heaven knows why that Huo person went crazy in front of the camera. If I had known, I shouldn't have forced him to participate. Well, you could tell from the man's evasive eyes that the young man's attack on him was closely related to him. Just as he was about to continue pressing for answers, the female scientist beside him suddenly sprang up and dashed toward the vehicle door. Huo Yu's brows furrowed tightly, and he took an arrow from his backpack. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he threw the arrow, which sliced through the air and struck the fleeing female scientist in the back with pinpoint accuracy. The arrowhead pierced through her down jacket, breaking the surface of her skin and causing a small amount of blood to seep out. Huo Yu's strength was considerable, but couldn't compare to a bow and arrow. Even with all his might, he could only penetrate the down jacket and pierce her skin. But that was enough. The female scientist felt a weak stabbing pain in her back and turned in surprise to glance at Huo Yu. He flashed her a smile and gestured with his palm in a please motion. The woman, unable to spare a moment, turned to flee but suddenly felt her strength ebb away like a receding tide. M99 anesthetic in a small dose and low purity, but enough to incapacitate a human. Huo Yu wore a benign smile, though to her it appeared devilish. However, if you run again, I'll have to shoot you with another arrow. You know the power of this stuff. Even in small doses and low purity, it could cause irreversible side effects in humans. As he explained, he pulled another arrow from his backpack, weighing it in his hand as he stood up. Outside, it's a level 4 snowstorm, with no shelter, relying on your gear. If you can run 5 kilometers, I'll consider you impressive. Saying this, he suddenly plunged the arrow into the thigh of the male scientist beside him. The vehicle echoed with the screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. From then on, all 4 individuals in the vehicle had lost their combat ability. Looking at the miserable state of the 3, if the viewers hadn't witnessed everything firsthand, they might have thought Huo Yu was the real aggressor. Little fish, keep an eye on them. Huo Yu wasted no time and returned to Jiao Yu's side, preparing to help her stop the bleeding. Doctors, could someone please guide me? My first aid skills are rudimentary, and I don't know how to help Captain Jiao stop the bleeding. The doctors in the call finally regained their senses. Fortunately, the emergency doctors had seen a lot, and although Huo Yu acted decisively, the process of subduing the others was not excessively cruel. They had all witnessed scenes 10 times more brutal. Cough, young friend, your skills are impressive. Zhang Limin subconsciously changed how he addressed Huo Yu. This guy appeared humble and honest, but in reality, he was quite ruthless. Even Zhang Limin felt a sense of respect for a young person who acted so decisively. Then let the old man guide you. Prepare the gauze and alcohol. Huo Yu followed Zhang Limin's instructions and continued to work on Jiao Yu's wound. The injured trio obediently squatted on the ground, staring at each other wide-eyed, not daring to make a sound. A small, majestic wolf beside them glared with its wolf eyes at the 3, as if ready to pounce and leave 2 rows of blood holes on someone. For a moment, the vehicle was filled only with Zhang Limin's authoritative voice guiding the situation. The atmosphere gradually became eerie. Chapter 60. A lipogen, so there are no attackers. And the injuries on Captain Jiao were caused by you, right? Huo Yu was the first to break the silence. Jiao Yu's wounds have been treated, and Zhang Limin suggested that she take a short rest before heading to the 249 research station for further treatment. Meanwhile, the current situation also needed to be handled to prevent these bad actors from taking advantage when Bai Xiaoma and the others arrived. Seeing that the young man and the woman from Maple Leaf Country both lowered their heads in silence, Huo Yu focused his attention on the male scientist. From previous interactions, it was clear that this man had the weakest psychological defenses among the 3, so if he wanted to extract more information in a short time, he needed to start with him. Speak up. Are you mute? The man turned his head away, trembling all over like a sieve. Huo Yu sneered and controlled the little black ball to change angles. The audience was engrossed in the scene when suddenly the screen switched, and Little Fish's cute wolf face filled the entire frame. What's going on? Fish, what are you doing? Why did the camera suddenly change? All the little fish is adorable. We still want to see you interrogate the bad guys. Moments later, the audience suddenly heard the sound of slapping and beating from the live broadcast, mixed with the pained screams of a certain unwillingly unnamed man. Oh my God, it hurts so much. Stop hitting me, I'll talk. The camera shifted back, and Huo Yu and the man reappeared on screen. Huo Yu was gently rubbing his wrist while the man had collapsed on the ground, with visible bruises on his face. Huo Yu explained to the camera, "Sorry, this scientist accidentally fell, and it took me a bit of time to help him up." The audience in the live room fell silent. "We treat you like a brother. Why do you treat us like fools? Who falls and gets bruised all over their face? Suffering in pain? Who helps someone up for a full 5 minutes? Did this old guy fall into the Mariana Trench? Fish, while we support your actions. Aren't you just covering up the truth? This old guy is not a good person. Didn't you see how badly he hurt that Ice Guardian girl? Fish is justified in hitting him. Hey, upstairs, be careful. We'll sue you for defamation." That was a beating? It was clearly a fall. Exactly, I saw it too. It was a fall. I can prove it. I was there, it was definitely a fall. Watching the audience earnestly making excuses, Ling ran, who was connected with Huo Yu. "Couldn't he help but say seriously, from my years of medical experience, this is indeed a fall. Injuries from being hit don't look like this." Seeing even this handsome chief physician starting to help Huo Yu cover up the lie, the audience's comments suddenly turned unanimous, saying they didn't see anything, didn't know anything, just that it was a fall. The man lay on the ground with a face full of despair. "What kind of people are these? Who told me that the Chinese are the most honest? You call this honesty?" Huo Yu smiled at the camera, then turned to face the man, his expression immediately shifting from sunny to overcast. "Speak. What exactly is going on?" The man spoke in a barely audible voice. "They are not poachers, nor are they polar pirates. They are an illegal organization." Huo Yu's expression grew serious. Whether poachers or polar pirates, their ultimate goal is mostly monetary gain. But illegal organizations are different. They are the black hands of international politicians, ruthless villains who often aim not just for profit, but also to take lives. And him? Huo Yu pointed to the young man beside him. "What about him?" The man hesitated and quietly said, "He needs a large sum of money. We promise to give him a huge amount after the job is done." Huo Yu glanced at the young man, who sat silently on the ground, his expression calm, but his heart felt like a pile of dead ashes. "So, does he know about your collusion with the illegal organization?" The man nodded. "He knows. I spoke with him before we set out." Huo Yu turned his head and asked, "Do you really need the money?" The young man remained silent. "The Ice Guardian's salary isn't low, is it? Monthly income over 10,000 plus bonuses and allowances, that is several $100,000 a year." "Several $100,000? The young man scoffed coldly. "What can several $100,000 do? I can't even afford medical treatment." Huo Yu paused slightly. "Are you sick?" The young man lowered his head, eyes devoid of spirit, and said sadly, "It's my mother. She has a deficiency in lipoprotein lipase, a very rare congenital disease. So this illness requires a lot of money, doesn't it? Aren't you quite powerful? You can invite so many well-known doctors for a consultation. You can ask them how much the medication for this disease costs." The young man raised his head and laughed mockingly, not sure if he was mocking Huo Yu's ignorance or his own helplessness. Huo Yu looked at the screen, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhang Limin said, "The world's most expensive drug, a lipogen, has only been approved for sale in the EU, with no channels in the country, so there's no medical insurance to share the cost. As far as I know, one course of this medication costs about 762 million yuan, enough to buy a Rolls-Royce." The young man scoffed. "What a knowledgeable doctor you are, looking down from your high perch. You only know the official price of a lipogen. You have no idea that people like me can't afford the medicine on the market and can only trade in the black market, where the purchasing price is inflated by another 30%. A lipogen. The young man laughed maniacally, truly spending money like dirt. Huo Yu turned his head expressionlessly, no longer paying attention to the young man. "So, you colluded with an illegal organization, seduced the Ice Guardian with heavy profits, and attacked your own team, resulting in severe injuries to a junior Ice Guardian." The man's pupils dilated, looking at Huo Yu in disbelief. "What is your purpose? Do you know what crime this is?" The man stammered. You actually dare to exonerate him?" Huo Yu glanced at the young man, his tone unfriendly. His crimes will certainly be punished, but your sins are greater than his and deserve harsher punishment. The man was shocked. He attacked the Ice Guardian in front of everyone. Is this crime greater than mine? Is it? Huo Yu said softly, I didn't see it. Hearing Huo Yu's serious nonsense, the young man looked at his back in shock and confusion. Even so, is he still willing to protect me? Is it out of sympathy for my experience? Or simply because he, like me, is also Chinese? The man gritted his teeth. This is nonsense. You can do whatever you want. I won't say anything until my lawyer arrives. Huo Yu was directly amused by the man's words. Have you watched too many movies? This is the Arctic. He unsheathed a knife from his waist with a clang and pressed it against the man's neck, asking nonchalantly, That's a nice speech. Care to say that again? Chapter 61, The Truth of the Matter. The man could feel the sharp blade had already cut through his skin, a wave of immense fear rising within him. Yet he struggled to suppress his trembling body, afraid that if he slipped up, the knife would slice his throat. I'll talk. The man howled in a low voice, stifling his anger and fear. Huo Yu sneered contemptuously, spitting out 2 words, too late. After saying that, he turned around, looked into the young man's eyes, and calmly asked, He refuses to confess. Are you willing to cooperate? The man and the young man behind him were both stunned. Far away in the capital, Zhang Liming was the first to understand Huo Yu's intentions. The seemingly absurd behavior had a deeper meaning. First, he aggressively threatened the man and openly sheltered the young man, in order to provoke the man and make him unwilling to confess. Once that goal was achieved, Huo Yu immediately turned to interrogate the young man. If the young man began to cooperate, then Huo Yu would have a significant achievement in solving the case, which could lead to a proper reduction or exemption in accountability. This guy has a deep mind. Why help me? The young man looked at Huo Yu with a complicated expression. There is no need for so much nonsense. Don't you want to take care of your mother, who is lying sick in bed? Huo Yu said casually, criminals must face 3-fold punishment. The first is facing the law, the second is facing society, and the third is facing your own conscience. No matter what your intentions are, if you've done something wrong, you must face the first level of legal judgment. However, I can give you a chance to help you lessen or even escape the latter 2 punishments. I've extended my hand to you. Whether you want to come ashore is up to you. Huo Yu pointed to the camera behind him. The young man, bewildered, nodded. I'll tell you everything I know. At this point, even the dimmest person understood, and a man and a woman from Maple Leaf Country struggled to come forward, continuously shouting, I'll confess too. I'll cooperate with the investigation. Huo Yu sneered and casually pulled a rag from a nearby shelf and stuffed it into the man's mouth. A foul, rancid odor lingered in the man's mouth, nearly making him faint. Huo Yu glanced at the woman, giving a look at the man beside her. Do you want a rag stuffed in your mouth too? The woman instantly understood. This cold-hearted Huo Yu was determined not to let her be the first to confess voluntarily. To avoid suffering the same treatment as the man, the woman wisely shut her mouth. After handling the 2 troublemakers, Huo Yu signaled the young man to continue. These 2 found our team at the beginning of the month, saying they wanted to go to a certain location deep in the Arctic to carry out a meteorological observation mission. The young man calmly sat on the floor of the vehicle, narrating. According to his description, the 2 were indeed scientists from the Maple Leaf Country. They sought cooperation with the Ice Guardians for their observation mission. This Unimog U-4000 all-terrain vehicle was also applied for by them, and they ignored the blizzard warning, heading straight to a certain coordinate deep in the Arctic. Jiao Yu had repeatedly urged them to reconsider, but they remained indifferent, only stating that if a blizzard came, they would immediately head to the nearest research station for shelter. They spoke urgently, as if there was something they needed to handle immediately. During the journey, the female scientist eavesdropped on the young man's call home and learned about his mother's illness, using this to threaten and entice him to become their inside man and join their treacherous ship. At first, the young man firmly refused, even considering telling Jiao Yu about it, until the 2 scientists revealed their true purpose for this trip. It wasn't for meteorological observation, but to discover an undeveloped oil site. Discovering an undeveloped oil site would be a monumental achievement within the Ice Guardians organization, enough to directly promote 1 rank. If it were discovered by a certain country, it could bring immense wealth. Because the Ice Guardians were merely a joint environmental protection organization, they could not restrict other countries from exploiting resource sites, only ensuring that the extraction process was as environmentally friendly as possible. According to convention, whichever country discovers a resource site in the Arctic has the priority for development. The same applies within the Ice Guardians. The nationality of the member who discovers the resource site determines who gets to develop it. This new oil resource site was discovered by an illegal organization, which colluded with a certain country, prompting that country to send these two scientists to try to seize this new resource. The new oil reserves are vast. Even if this country and the illegal organization only offered the young man a tiny benefit, it would be enough to save his mother. What followed was a natural progression. After reaching the designated location, the young man was responsible for distracting Huo Yu, while the two scientists from Maple Leaf Country were to verify the authenticity of the oil site's reserves. Notably, the week before coming to the Arctic, these two Maple Leaf scientists had already changed their nationality. Their new nationality was that of the country colluding with the illegal organization. After the surveying was completed, the two secretly relayed information to the illegal organization, coordinating to ambush this joint team midway. Thus, out of the 4 members of the joint team, apart from the captain Huo Yu, the rest were all traitors. The gratifying part was that when the illegal team intercepted the Unimog U-4000, they took all their fuel and supplies, as well as their communication equipment. In such weather, without fuel for heating devices, without food and water, the only fate awaiting the entire team was death. It was pitiful that these 2 former Maple Leaf scientists, who worked so hard, even selling out their own country and conscience for money, ended up in a situation where the hunted became the hunted. If it weren't for Huo Yu risking her life to send a distress signal to the 009 research station at the last moment, all 4 would have silently perished in the blizzard. Huo Yu was also shot by the illegal organization because of this action, but fortunately, the young man, still possessing some conscience, desperately prevented them from finishing her off, thus saving her life. Perhaps these criminals didn't want to leave behind the heavy crime of killing Ice Guardians. Or maybe they believed these 4 would never survive anyway. In the end, they let the 4 go, only taking their supplies, equipment, and fuel. After finishing his story, the young man was kneeling in the vehicle, weeping uncontrollably. Huo Yu looked at him with sympathy, mourning his misfortune and angered by his lack of resolve. "Do you regret it?" Huo Yu asked softly. The young man stared blankly at the ground. Although he didn't say a word, everyone present, including those behind the camera, could see a deep sense of regret in his eyes. One cannot advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Although the young man had indeed committed acts of betrayal against the Ice Guardians and his country, no one spoke out to blame him at this moment. Huo Yu also reflected in his heart, wondering if he would have made the same decision if he were in the young man's position. Chapter 62. The Redemption Path of Wei Di. What is your name? The young man asked in astonishment. Wei Di. Wei Di? There was a hint of curiosity in Huo Yu's eyes. Which way? The way from the guards. A genuine smile appeared on Huo Yu's face. Due to the reasons related to his ancestors, Huo Yu had an inexplicable fondness for people with the Wei surname since childhood. Huo Jinghuan often boasted when drunk that he was a descendant of the champion marquis, which made Huo Yu, influenced from a young age, feel an exceptional pride in being a descendant of the champion marquis. According to his classmate Lao Hua, his father, who is also Lao Hua, educated him this way. Son, our family is descended from the champion marquis. Joining the military and serving the country is our duty. The Hua family has a martial tradition. An old Master Hua was a fierce general during the anti-Japanese war, also one of the first generals after the founding of the country. In Huo Jinghuan's words, it was said that the ancestors blessed them, so every child born into the Hua family would be good at fighting. If they lost a fight in kindergarten, they would have to face 10 military whips when they got home. Although Huo Jinghuan's old buddies scoffed at his claims, he remained undeterred. Wei Di, do you still consider yourself a guardian of the ice? Can I still trust you? Wei Di said resolutely, I am already a condemned person. If I can do something for you and for the guardians of the ice before facing legal judgment, I am willing to go through fire and water. Huo Yu smiled and said, It's not that serious. You don't need to go through fire and water. As you can see, Captain Zhao's injury cannot be delayed. I will take her back to the research station for further treatment. Wei Di lowered his head in shame. Jiao Yu's serious injury was closely related to him. But everyone here, including you, is a criminal and needs to face legal judgment. Huo Yu looked seriously into Wei Di's eyes. Another team will arrive shortly. They will be more numerous, and the captain is by Xiaomao, the head of the 099 research station, who is my friend. I hope that before Captain Bai arrives, you will guard these two scientists and not let them escape. Then, you must personally hand them over to Captain Bai and confess to him. Can you do that? Wei Di looked seriously at Huo Yu. His words were like the April sunshine, shining into the deepest, coldest despair of his heart. I'm willing now. I promise. Tears welled up in Wei Di's eyes. As a guardian of the ice, I will bring them, including myself, to justice. Huo Yu laughed happily and firmly pressed down on Wei Di's shoulder. Xiaohua, Zhang Limin, who was in the video call, suddenly reminded, shouldn't you reconsider? Be careful of raising a tiger for trouble. Zhang Limin, at an age of understanding, saw human nature more clearly than others. He knew that when a person is in a desperate situation, such promises lose all binding power. Huo Yu looked at the camera. Director Zhang, thank you for your reminder. Although I do not trust Wei Di, I believe in this Guardian of the Ice. At the swearing-in ceremony of the Guardians of the Ice, we all swore to hold fast to the polar region, trust our companions, and stay true to our hearts. Huo Yu looked at Wei Di and asked, is that oath still valid? Wei Di nodded vigorously. I have lost it once. I will never lose it again. Huo Yu smiled with relief. If you show kindness to the world, then the world will never abandon you. Your mother's illness may not be without hope. Huo Yu looked meaningfully at the camera beside him. Wei Di followed his gaze to the floating camera, as if grasping some thoughts. Xiao Yu, stop lying around. You haven't done any work. Why are you so lazy? Huo Yu gently nudged the little fish in the corner with his foot. Wei Di's expression was unusual. Haven't done any work? Then were these 2 rows of blood holes on my face. The little fish, who had been slacking off, reluctantly got up, carrying the somewhat heavy communicator, and followed Huo Yu's pace. Huo Yu turned around, picked up the unconscious Jiao Yu, and walked into the vast snow. The 2 scientists from the Maple Leaf Nation looked ashen. Their fate would be extremely tragic. If they still retained their citizenship from the Maple Leaf Nation, they could be extradited back to their homeland for trial, and perhaps, as scientists, they might find a way out. However, they were no longer citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation. They had defected to another country, but failed to do anything good for that country. Their fate was predictable. Those who are double-faced and indecisive will inevitably fall from the wall one day. This is cause and effect, and it is retribution. Huo Yu went outside, placed the little fish in the front seat of the snowmobile, and asked Wei Di to help securely tie Jiao Yu, who was on his back, together with himself. After doing all this, Huo Yu donned his gear and stepped back into the wind and snow, leaving behind a reliable silhouette for Wei Di. Tears streamed down Wei Di's face as he shouted loudly into the wind and snow, Captain Huo, when I am reformed. Can I go to your research station to start over? However, all that responded to him was the howling wind, as Huo Yu walked further away, disappearing into the blizzard. On the snowmobile, a smile appeared on Huo Yu's face beneath his cold weather mask. I'm waiting for you, Guardian of the Ice, Wei Di. At this moment, Jiao Yu felt something strange. She could sense her vitality slowly fading, the strength within her gradually dissipating. She could even hear the sounds from the outside world. She knew that Wei Di had betrayed her, but it was also Wei Di who had risked his life to save her in a critical moment. She heard Huo Yu revealing the conspiracy of the other 3 in just a few words and knew that Wei Di had embarked on the path of redemption under Huo Yu's earnest persuasion. At this moment, the sound of howling wind filled her ears, and she felt the cold snowflakes landing on the back of her hand. Yet all along, there was a warmth wrapping around her. The battle suit on her body had a pleasant fragrance, and smelling it made her naturally feel at ease. At this moment, only one thought lingered in her mind. This Guardian of the Ice must be using lavender-scented laundry detergent. It smells quite nice. Huo Yu drove the snowmobile at a moderate speed, trying to avoid jarring bumps that could cause Jiao Yu further injury. Half an hour later, he was able to discern his location based on the distribution of the surrounding snow-capped mountains and glaciers. Huo Yu felt the warmth of the body behind him. The heart that was leaning against his back was still beating. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching the 249 research station safely would be half a victory. The other half would be left to the 12 renowned doctors and himself to handle. In the blink of an eye, the outlines of 2 buildings appeared in the depths of the snowstorm. 249 research station, we've arrived. Chapter 63. My commander has everything. Breaking outside the wooden fence. Huo Yu didn't bother to park the snowmobile properly and rushed into the outpost carrying Huo Yu on his back. What medical equipment do I need to prepare? Huo Yu asked as he walked towards the stairs, addressing the 12 doctors behind the camera. Ling Ran immediately responded, first, lift the patient onto the bed. There are many instruments needed for the surgery, and you definitely have everything here. Let us see if we can find some substitutes. Huo Yu was stunned. We have to perform surgery? Who's going to do the surgery? The 12 doctors stared at the camera in silence, making the atmosphere awkward. Huo Yu felt uneasy. He had been focused on how to outsmart those 3 people and completely forgot about this aspect. He had learned first aid, but it was limited to performing CPR, stopping bleeding, and bandaging wounds. He had no experience with surgery at all. Noticing Huo Yu's discomfort, the elderly Zhang Limin spoke up to comfort him. Xiaohua, don't be afraid. Everyone has to have their first time. What do you young people say? A man can't say he can't do it. Huo Yu, old man, if you don't quite understand those phrases, you really don't have to use them. What kind of wolfish words are these? At the bedroom door, Huo Yu was struggling with the doorknob. Suddenly, the little fish jumped up from the ground and easily landed in front of the doorknob, using its front paws to nudge the knob. The door opened with a click. Huo Yu looked at the little fish with a complex expression. This little guy was getting smarter. The possibility of it running away was increasing. As he stepped into the bedroom, Huo Yu's first glance went to the small lump in the dog bed. The little guy was still sound asleep, and the water and food beside him hadn't been touched. Huo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and gently placed Huo Yu on his luxurious bed. Just as he settled Huo Yu, Zhang Limin suddenly shouted in astonishment, "What is that white fur ball?" With Zhang Limin leading the charge, the other doctors began to shout in excitement. Is that a polar bear? My God, a live polar bear? Is this the Ice Guardian? Damn, does the Ice Guardian accept doctors? Before he could finish, Ling Ran quickly interrupted. Everyone, let us first deal with the patient's injuries. We could discuss the rest later. Ling Ran wiped his non-existent sweat, nearly letting that old man steal the spotlight. If he wanted the Ice Guardian to be a doctor, where would that leave him? The 12 doctors were all treasures from their respective units, usually busy running around, and being older, they had naturally never seen Huo Yu's livestream. If it weren't for the urgent need to operate on Huo Yu, they would have insisted on Huo Yu bringing the sleeping lump in front of the camera for a closer look. Fortunately, Huo Yu had anticipated this. His bedroom was rarely shown in live streams, but this mission was special, so it was unavoidable to expose his bedroom. Therefore, he had already put away things that couldn't be shown, especially that pet egg. If someone saw it, how could he explain? Would anyone believe it was just a figurine? Seeing that his fellow expert's attention was drawn away, Ling Ran finally spoke up. Captain Hua, we need hemostatic clamps, tissue scissors, suture scissors, needles. Ling Ran rattled off a long list of professional instruments, making Huo Yu's scalp tingle. Of course, I know Captain Hua have all these instruments. You can look for them first. If you can't find what you need, we'll look for substitutes. What he said implied that this was a research station, not a medical station. I don't have a single one. Despite the complaints in his heart, Huo Yu still said earnestly, Dr. Ling, don't worry. I have everything you mentioned. That's good. Ling Ran clearly took a moment to process this. What? You have everything? Really? You can doubt me, but you can't doubt my commander. What doesn't my commander have? Huo Yu gestured for him to calm down and then walked out of the bedroom. Reaching a spot out of the camera's view, Huo Yu secretly communicated with the system to check his points. Current points, 157 million, with the points surpassing 1 million. Most of it was due to his Arctic rescue mission. The viewership in the live stream had exceeded 2 million, setting a new record, especially since the content involved rescuing in a snowstorm, which naturally caused a surge in points. After checking his points, Huo Yu didn't linger and immediately opened the marketplace catalog. Finally, in a corner of the prop section, he found what he wanted. Universal Serial Kit Asteroid. contamination-free surgical kit for any type of surgery, capable of switching between multiple modes. Surgical modes: limb surgery kit, childbirth surgery kit, extracorporeal circulation surgery kit. Abdominal surgery kit can be upgraded to unlock other modes. Price: 300,000 points. A perfect medical prop. The price of 300,000 wasn't too outrageous. After all, it was a life-saving item. Not to mention, it could be upgraded to unlock other surgeries. If it were a lottery item, it could even reach the level of a purple item. However, the item levels from the lottery seem to be calculated based on rarity, not practicality. Setting aside distractions, Huo Yu shifted his focus to the survival skills section in the system.S mall. He glanced at one skill and felt a bit conflicted. First aid surgery skill card, master level, price 2 million points. 2 million points, plus the cost of purchasing the universal surgical kit, would leave him with almost nothing in savings. After hesitating for less than a second, Huo Yu immediately chose to exchange it. Points could be earned back. It was just a matter of a few days of live streaming, but a life couldn't be brought back. Although there were a few top-level emergency medicine doctors guiding him remotely, it would be more reassuring for him to perform the surgery himself. Using the skill card, a vast amount of medical knowledge surged into Huo Yu's mind, as if he had received a divine revelation. Unlike before, when he used skill card for chess, music, and painting, the knowledge gained was limited, focusing mostly on solid fundamentals, since those were artistic skills that emphasized intuition and talent. But this time, the knowledge from the first aid surgery skill card was immense, ranging from the simplest appendectomy to the most complex heart suturing surgery. Encompassing both traditional and Western medicine, a sea of knowledge flooded into Huo Yu's brain, causing his consciousness to blur. After a moment, Huo Yu shook his head, and the first aid knowledge had completely merged within him. Extending his hands, Huo Yu observed them carefully. One word came to mind: steady. His finger control had significantly improved. Huo Yu had already mastered archery at a master level, giving him strong hand stability, and now, with the addition of the emergency surgery skill, his hands were as steady as a machine. After completing all this, Huo Yu took a deep breath, grabbed the universal surgical kit, and stepped into the bedroom. Chapter 64: First Surgical Operation. Huo Yu pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a large surgical kit. Here we go. Huo Yu placed the surgical kit beside the bed. I found a first aid kit downstairs. Most of the instruments are here. You can check if anything is missing, and I'll go look for it. Huo Yu unzipped the bag, revealing a gleaming array of surgical instruments. Ling Rant's pupils dilated rapidly. You call this a first aid kit? The instruments in the emergency department of a small county hospital might not even match what you have here. All right, little Huo, open this. First aid kit. Zhang Limin quickly directed. Check the medical instruments and sterilize them. Huo Yu immediately complied, laying a piece of pristine medical gauze on the bed, arranging the various instruments on top, and disinfecting them with alcohol. We previously agreed that I would be in charge of this operation, and the other doctors would only assist in observation, intervening only in emergencies. Zhang Limin continued. This is a very wise choice. Surgery, like military operations, can only have one commanding voice, and on the operating table, only the lead surgeon can give orders. All right, let's do another preoperative check, Zhang Limin said cautiously, checking for any large blast wounds on the back and for signs of infection at the wound site. The lighting in the carriage had been poor, and although they had already checked once, they could not afford to be careless. As is well known, bullets have tremendous inertia and lethality. Sometimes a small entry wound can cause a large exit wound after penetrating the body. In such cases, even in a well-equipped hospital, it would be hard for anyone to save the patient. Huo Yu gently turned Jiao Yu onto her side, noting that there were no large wounds on her back. He then carefully checked for any bruises or bleeding points. There was only one wound on the back, which seemed to be a penetrating injury, without a doubt. Seeing everything was normal, Huo Yu let out a sigh of relief. Good. The situation is better than we imagined. Don't be nervous. Zhang Limin was worried that Huo Yu might get anxious and patiently guided his emotions. Huo Yu took a deep breath, put on a medical mask and gloves, and said to the camera, I'm ready. Okay, try to make an incision in the patient's abdomen. Go slowly. You can make it a bit larger to facilitate your operation. To locate the bullet, the abdomen must be opened. Skilled surgeons will try to keep the incision as small as possible. Large incisions are not conducive to healing and leave unsightly scars later on. However, due to Huo Yu's lack of experience and the remote guidance he was under, Zhang Limin did not dare let him take that risk. It was better to make the incision slightly larger for easier subsequent operations. Before opening the abdomen, all viewers except for 12 doctors had their screens blurred by the system. This was not only to avoid an overly bloody scene causing discomfort to others, but also to protect Jiao Yu's privacy. After blurring the audience, Huo Yu wasted no time, picked up a sharp scalpel, and made a medium-sized incision on Jiao Yu's fair skin of her abdomen. As soon as Huo Yu made the incision, the 12 senior doctor's eyes widened. His hands were steady, as if he were an extremely experienced surgeon. Although opening and closing the abdomen is generally a minor task in surgery, usually performed by assistants, there's great skill involved in this small task. Huo Yu's calm and steady technique, making a successful incision in one go, is not something easily achieved without having performed dozens of abdominal surgeries. This level of skill could be expected from any of the 12 connected doctors, but it was surprising coming from Huo Yu, who was performing his first surgery. Zhang Limin frowned. That incision was perfect, neither too deep nor too shallow, neither too long nor too short. He questioned whether he could have done it any better himself. Now was not the time to dwell on that. Zhang Limin continued to issue orders. The lighting in the room is too dim. Turn on the lights. We must do everything we can to find all the fragments scattered inside the patient's body. Huo Yu found it inconvenient to signal with his gloved hands, so he subtly gestured to Xiao Yu. The little creature surprisingly understood Huo Yu's intention, jumping onto a stool by the wall and using its furry little paw to accurately press the switch. The overhead lights brightened instantly. Fortunately, the camera angles were focused on Jiao Yu, and the doctors did not notice this scene. Otherwise, Xiao Yu might have been taken away for violating the post-establishment prohibition against gaining sentience. As the lights brightened, the internal situation appeared before the eyes of the many doctors. There were many incisions, but fortunately, the organ damage was not severe. If the organs had been severely damaged, they would have had to be removed, which could not be done at this level of surgery. At the abdominal bleeding point, there is a fragment. Let's remove it first. Zhang Limin, although older, had keen eyesight. One could say he had eyes like fire. The 249 research station had no medical instruments, so all the remaining fragment locations had to be located by the naked eye, which tested the doctor's vision. Most fragments are hidden within the flesh, and doctors can only judge the presence of fragments by observing the damage to the tissue. Zhang Limin continuously pointed out the locations of the fragments within Jiao Yu's body, and Huo Yu kept extracting fragments from the places he indicated. The entire process was steady and precise, but not aggressive. Advanced emergency surgical techniques involve a vast amount of knowledge without any showy elements. In emergency surgery, everything revolves around the patient's life as the top priority. Clink, clink. As fragments were extracted from Jiao Yu and hit the metal tray beside the bed, they made a clanging sound. Huo Yu's forehead was covered in small beads of sweat. He quickly turned away to wipe it with his sleeve, fearing that he might accidentally let a drop fall into Jiao Yu's incision. The physical effort required to perform a surgical operation is not much different from fighting a polar bear. After the last fragment was removed, Huo Yu let out a sigh of relief and then looked at the camera. Zhang Limin nodded and asked the other doctors, "The old man has done his best. Everyone, please help check if there are any remaining hidden fragments." The other doctors did not hold back and immediately conducted a thorough check. Now was not the time for modesty. Any remaining fragment could endanger Jiao Yu's life. A few minutes later, they confirmed that there should be no remaining fragments. Looking at Jiao Yu again, her brow was tightly furrowed, and she was mumbling meaningless words, clearly showing signs of waking up. Zhang Limin thought for a moment and said to Huo Yu, "Little Huo, you did well. Close the abdomen." Chapter 65, by Xiaoma. Meanwhile, inside the U-4000 all-terrain vehicle. "So, you just followed what that brat Huo Yu said and kept an eye on them until I arrived?" By Xiaoma, wielding a long knife, casually looked at Wei Di in front of her. The long knife was made by connecting a steel pipe and a blade, with a spiral joint that allowed the blade to be retracted into the pipe. This was not standard equipment for the Ice Guardians. Such weapons were typically used for street fights. Wei Di nodded. "I do not seek the organization as forgiveness. I am here to atone for my sins. Bai Xiaoma patted his shoulder and said, You're not bad. As an ice guardian, I cannot tolerate your betrayal of the organization. However, as a man, I admire you. You're a real man. Wei Di looked at her in confusion, feeling that something was off. Looking at the members of the 099 research station behind Bai Xiaoma, their expressions showed no change, giving off a sense of laid-back indifference. Why does the head of this research station seem a bit unserious? A man nearby, seeing that the two had finished talking, crawled over and pleaded in broken Chinese, Director Bai, can you let me go? My wife and kids at home are waiting for me to return. Bai Xiaoma glanced at him disdainfully and replied, Get lost. Don't make me do anything to you. The man didn't understand Bai Xiaoma's fluent northern dialect and continued to bow and plead, Director Bai, please be lenient. I'm good friends with Deputy Liu from your meteorological department and Deputy Park from the 007 research station. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoma's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically helped him up. Why didn't you say so? Aren't we all family? It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. The man didn't understand her idiom, but he could tell from her expression that there was hope, and he felt ecstatic. Wei Di frowned again, glancing at the silent members of the 099 research station behind Bai Xiaoma, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Bai Xiaoma smiled gently and continued to ask, Who else do you know? Which of our leaders do you recognize? The man didn't dare to be negligent and immediately replied, Stephen from the logistics department at the Polaris research station, the meteorological team leader from the 003 research station, Murakami, and the Polar Peacekeeping Navy S. I see. I know this one. They're all good brothers. With each name the man mentioned, Bai Xiaoma's smile grew warmer, and she kept echoing him. Seeing the hope of escaping punishment, the man spoke faster, listing names of various big shots to gain favor. Bai Xiaoma didn't stop him, even pulling out a notebook from behind to quickly jot down the names. Is that all? The man, feeling a bit dry-mouthed, nodded. That's all. That's all. Bai Xiaoma slapped Wei Di's thigh excitedly and exclaimed, Good, you old man looks pretty ugly, but I didn't expect you to be quite loyal. Ignoring Wei Di's grimace, she continued to drag him along. Little Wei, I told you, this foreigner is decent. I haven't even interrogated him yet, and he has already given up all his accomplices. The Ice Guardians behind finally couldn't take it anymore and reminded her, Director, being friends with him doesn't mean he participated in this matter. It still needs to be verified by the organization. Come on, what good person can associate with scum like this? Bai Xiaoma rolled her eyes. Taking all these people down could lead to wrongful accusations. There's bound to be some fish that slipped through the net. Then came a series of remarks like asking for a beating, Pess. And I can take on 10 of you by myself, which made the Ice Guardians in the vehicle chuckle, filling the cabin with a joyful atmosphere. At this moment, the man finally sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Director Bai, what do you mean by this? Are you not giving face to my friends? Bai Xiaoma shot him a glare, and a 1-meter-long pipe knife was suddenly pressed against the man's neck. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The man waved his hands in panic, not daring to speak. What have you guys done to my colleagues? Seriously injured and unconscious, their lives are hanging by a thread, and you bring up people to me? The man was on the verge of tears. He had just been threatened by Huo Yu with a dog-leg knife at his neck. And now, this ruthless female director had a big knife at his throat. This is my neck, not a knife rack. Seeing the man's legs trembling as if he might wet himself, Bai Xiaoma finally withdrew the pipe knife. This thing is really good. It's great for intimidating people, though not very practical. Who knew someone would bring such a useless knife to the Arctic? She glanced at the female scientist in the corner. Who had spoken since they got on the vehicle? Bai Xiaoma didn't bother with her, whether she was human or ghost. Once they returned to the research station and handed her over to headquarters, someone would deal with her. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoma stepped on the ground and said to the young man behind her, Little Liu, this vehicle is nice. It's mine now. Fill it up with gas. We're leaving. Little Liu's face darkened, and he said, Director, this is the organization's vehicle. According to regulations, it should be returned to the organization, including all the equipment and supplies we collected, and that knife in your hand. Bai Xiaoma waved her hand nonchalantly. I know, I'm just having a little fun. After saying that, she twisted the pipe knife and retracted it into the steel pipe, pretending nothing happened as she hid it in her backpack behind her. Having witnessed the entire process, little Lu's mouth twitched, and he decided to ignore it and quickly ran to the driver's seat. After filling up with gas, the members of the 099 research station, along with Wei Di and the two scientists from the Maple Leaf Country, embarked on their journey back. Bai Xiaoma sat in the passenger seat with her legs crossed, chewing bubblegum. After a moment, she suddenly straightened up and asked curiously, "Where are you driving to?" Little Lu glanced at his station head and replied irritably, "Director, you're confused. Isn't this the direction back to the 099 research station?" Bai Xiaoma was not angry. She sheepishly raised her voice. "Who told you we're going back to the 099 research station? We're going to the 249 research station to meet that Huo Yu and check on the injured. Plus, I want to pet that little wolf cub." I've been eyeing that fresh little polar bear for a long time. Little Lu was momentarily speechless, struggling for a long time before saying, "According to convention, Ice Guardians need to notify each other in advance for mutual visits, and during special periods, they must report to the organization." "Report what?" "Well, on the outside. The command doesn't apply here." But what? You've been cooped up in the research station for so long. Don't you find it annoying? Going out for a stroll isn't a bad thing. Little Lu fell silent instantly. "When has going out with you ever been a good thing? Having such a station head, I must have taken too many bamboo shoots from the pandas in my previous life." Chapter 66. Those who lack virtue cannot be doctors. A pair of long, slender hands danced with needle and thread, but what was being sewn was not fabric, but a lifeline. Under the watchful eyes of 12 top emergency doctors from Huo Yu performed an almost perfect abdominal closure once again, leaving many doctors in the audience considering taking him on as an assistant. As the final stitch was completed, Huo Yu calmly cut the suture and looked at Jiao Yu's face. Her still pale complexion was tinged with a hint of color. Her breathing, though still weak, had begun to stabilize. A life had finally been snatched back from the brink of death. Speaking of which, Captain Jiao was the first human guest at the 249 research station, though she had come in on a stretcher, putting down the scissors and thread. Huo Yu took Xiao Yu back to the control room. Jiao Yu needed rest, and it was best not to disturb her. Upon arriving at the control room, Huo Yu looked at the camera, which had returned to its small black ball form, and deeply bowed. "On behalf of all the Ice Guardians, I thank you all. You have saved the life of an Ice Guardian, and I will report this to headquarters. They will certainly reward you. Being a doctor is a sacred profession, and Huo Yu has always respected doctors. Those who lack virtue cannot be doctors, and those who are not close to immortals cannot be doctors either." The few doctors who were already top tier in the country not only maintained a constant connection with him throughout the process, but also waited behind the camera for several hours. They accurately assessed Jiao Yu's injuries through experience and found every fragment with precision. These are truly accomplished doctors worthy of entrusting one's life to. Huo Yu raised his head, winked at the camera, and smiled. "The rewards from headquarters are just some bonuses and certificates. I personally assure you all that I owe you a great favor. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to come to me." Owing a favor has its nuances. The several doctors who assisted remotely were not doing it for Huo Yu's sake, but for the Ice Guardian organization and the millions of viewers in the live stream who were concerned about the matter. However, by saying this, Huo Yu turned it into a personal favor owed to the doctors, thus establishing a connection and bond. In relationships between people, the side that gives more often cherishes the relationship more. By saying this, Huo Yu could comfortably ask these doctors for medical help in the future. After Huo Yu finished speaking, Zhang Limin laughed heartily. "You sly kid, what could we possibly need? In the future, if anything like this happens again, just come to me. Protecting the Arctic is your duty. Saving lives is ours. It's our responsibility, and we won't hesitate." Huo Yu smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Ling Ran, standing aside, added humorously, "Exactly. Besides, even if we had trouble, it wouldn't happen in the Arctic." "Was station chief, how could you be so ungrateful?" "Ha ha ha." Huo Yu laughed heartily. "Now, Ling Doctor, that is not right. How can I not help you in the Arctic?" Ling Ran asked in confusion. "But I'm not going to the Arctic now. How can you help me?" Huo Yu smiled slyly and shouted at the camera, "Come on, brothers of the Yu family army. Give Ling Doctor some attention." As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of viewers clicked on Ling Ran's profile, frantically following him. In less than a minute, a doctor with over 100,000 fans had just emerged. Ling Ran was both amused and exasperated by Huo Yu's antics. What good is it for me to gain followers? I'm not a streamer. Then he thought, with so many new followers, he could hand the account over to the hospital's publicity department tomorrow, which could help raise more funds for the DOOMSDAY Foundation. Then thank you, was Station Chief. When you return from the Arctic, you can come travel in Jiangnan, and I'll treat you to drinks. Huo Yu smiled, definitely, definitely. Seeing that the two had finally finished joking, Chu Jianan from the emergency center in Magic City anxiously spoke up, was Station Chief. Do you have any plans to become a doctor? You could consider our Magic City emergency center. It will be a shame not to use your talent as an emergency doctor. As soon as Chu Jianan said this, the other doctors scolded him for being sly, openly trying to recruit someone. They had originally planned to talk to Huo Yu privately after the live stream, but did not expect this old fellow to get ahead of them. Zhang Limin watched Huo Yu on the screen with great interest, curious how this young ice guardian would respond. Huo Yu pondered for a moment and politely declined. Director Chu, thank you for your favor, but I must refuse. Being a doctor is to save lives, and being an ice guardian is also to save lives. Since both are about saving lives, it doesn't matter where I work. Just as Chu Jianan was about to persuade him further, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Limin. All right, Huo Station Chief has been busy in the snow all day. Let us allow him to rest. The responsibilities of an ice guardian are significant, so you guys should stop trying to poach him. Chu Jianan's lips moved a few times, but he ultimately remained silent. Although he usually acted decisively, he didn't dare to breathe in front of the elder Zhang Limin. Zhang Limin had taught for many years, and Chu Jianan was one of his students. Chu Jianan's mentor when he first started was also taught by him, and many of Chu Jianan's juniors were taught by the old man, making the teacher-student relationship quite complicated. Little Huo, the old man is signing off now. Let us keep in touch when you have time. Huo Yu quickly thanked him, not daring to be negligent. Huo Station Chief, I'll take my leave too. I'm your fan, so I'll see you in your live stream later. Ling Ran smiled and waved goodbye to Huo Yu. Huo Yu smiled back. He had a very good impression of this young emergency doctor. Goodbye, Huo Station Chief. Captain Jiao is in your care. All right. I've been watching this live stream for so long, my old back can't take it anymore. The 12 emergency doctors all logged off, and the viewers in the live stream continuously thanked and bid farewell to them. Some suddenly recalled that a previous streamer had cried on camera about how hard they worked every day, streaming for hours to sell products. Seeing the current scene, some couldn't help but compare the hard-working and dedicated streamer with the 12 doctors. Both stood in front of the camera for hours without moving. The streamer complained about how hard it was to earn money selling products, while these time-sensitive doctors saved the life of an ice guardian without earning a single cent. Yet no one heard a complaint from them. The difference in character was evident. After bidding farewell to the doctors, Huo Yu chatted with the viewers for a bit before ending the live stream. This live stream was originally for a remote consultation. Now that everything was settled, Huo Yu no longer felt like continuing. As soon as he turned off the stream, fatigue washed over him. Huo Yu silently turned and walked toward the storage room. Xiao Yu, who had been lying on the ground, looked up at Huo Yu and curiously followed him. Seeing Huo Yu rummaging through the storage room, Xiao Yu tugged at his clothes, her big eyes filled with curiosity. What is up? Xiao Yu blinked at Huo Yu. Dad, what are you looking for? The bed is occupied by Captain Jiao, so of course, I'm looking for a sleeping bag. Huo Yu replied irritably. Am I supposed to squeeze into a doghouse with you? Xiao Yu instinctively took 2 steps back. To be honest, it felt like Huo Yu really might do something like that. Chapter 67. Are you fighting with 2 furry kids for milk every day? In the early morning, Xiao Yu slowly opened her eyes. She was lying on an incredibly soft, large bed, and what greeted her was a simple yet clean bedroom. She tried to turn her head. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and memories from before her unconsciousness surfaced. On the floor of the bedroom lay a black sleeping bag, inside which a young boy was sound asleep, his chest rising and falling gently. The boy had a handsome and resolute face, and he was holding a small wolf cub that was sprawled out and sleeping. Behind him lay a cute little white bear in a large dog bed, looking like a stuffed toy. Was this the frail little white bear rescued during the live broadcast? How did it become so fat? It seemed to sense Jiao Yu's gaze, as the little white bear blinked at her and subtly twitched its mouth. Jiao Yu was stunned. Was this little white bear smiling? Although it was adorable, she redirected her gaze to assess the furnishings and environment of the bedroom, a habit formed from years of fieldwork. The bedroom had no unnecessary decorations, except for the large and small dog beds that were very close to the sleeping bag. No one and no animals made any sounds, but Jiao Yu still felt a warm and safe atmosphere. After looking around, she seemed to remember something and used all her strength to lift the lavender-scented blanket slightly. Glancing at her abdomen, her waist was wrapped in a layer of pure white bandages, with only a small amount of blood seeping through. It took Jiao Yu a while to realize that she was only wearing that layer of bandage around her waist, with no other clothing, and her face instantly turned bright red. Just when Jiao Yu was feeling shy by herself, a lazy yet surprised voice suddenly came from beside her. "You're awake?" Jiao Yu quickly lowered the blanket and looked at where Huo Yu was. She saw Huo Yu rubbing his blurry eyes, looking happily at, the little white bear? "Jiao Yu, there's such a big person still here, hey?" The little white bear happily made a sound and joyfully bumped into Huo Yu's arms. "Haha, let me see you, kid. You look so malnourished. Did you eat the food I left for you? That big bowl of special dog food and beef jerky. Did you finish it all this morning?" Huo Yu said with a smile, playing with the little bundle in his arms. Jiao Yu heard this clearly and instantly felt overwhelmed with information. Watching Huo Yu and the little bundle's affectionate interaction, she smiled like an ant, joyfully watching the playful banter between the two. After a while, Huo Yu, who had been knocked down by the little white bear, finally noticed the beautiful figure on the bed. Seeing Jiao Yu curiously observing him with a smile, Huo Yu awkwardly scratched his head. "You're awake. How is your wound? Is there any discomfort?" Jiao Yu smiled and shook her head, just a bit of pain. Huo Yu patted the little white bear in his arms, then stroked the little fish that had been woken up, struggling to stand up. "That's a normal phenomenon. There are painkillers at the outpost. I'll get some for you later." Jiao Yu smiled gently and nodded. Feeling uncomfortable communicating with him while lying down, Huo Yu hesitated. "You've been lying down for a while. Do you want me to help you sit up?" Jiao Yu's face flushed again, and she quickly shook her head. Huo Yu then remembered that during the surgery, in order to save time, he had cut her clothes open with scissors. After the operation, to prevent infection, he had also taken off her dirty clothes, so she was probably only wearing underwear on her upper body now. "Cough, are you hungry?" I forgot you're supposed to fast after surgery. I'll go get you some water." After saying that, Huo Yu picked up the little fish and ran down the stairs like the wind. It couldn't be blamed on Huo Yu for feeling awkward. He had had 2 girlfriends in his life, and combined, they didn't add up to the number of fingers on one hand. He couldn't help it. He had never been good at talking to girls since childhood. Huo Yu strongly suspected that his straight male attributes were hereditary. Hadn't his ancestors been noble and still not married? Upstairs, Jiao Yu and the little bundle exchanged glances. The little bundle hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile at Jiao Yu on the bed. The crooked-mouthed battle bear of the Arctic ice guardian. It wasn't he that Huo Yu favored one over the other. The little bundle was much quieter and more obedient than the little fish, so keeping it upstairs could accompany Jiao Yu. As for the little wolf cub in his arms, it was quite mischievous. Huo Yu was worried it might cause trouble for Jiao Yu. Running to the storage room to pick food, the supplies were stacked in boxes on the floor, and Huo Yu simply categorized them by expiration date. Beef jerky, seasonal fruits, special dog food, soda, and milk. After messing around last night, he took out the sleeping bag and fell asleep hugging the little fish, and now it had been almost a day without food. This nutritional paste looks good. The little bundle hasn't tried it yet, so let us bring it for it to taste. And there's a box of peanut milk. Jiao, you should be able to drink this. I'll take it. After grabbing a bunch of big and small bags. Even 2 bottles of peanut milk were hanging around the little fish's neck. Huo Yu finally walked back upstairs to the bedroom with satisfaction. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, he saw the little bundle leaning against Jiao Yu's bedside, its small eyes gleaming as it looked at her. Jiao Yu wanted to touch it, but she couldn't muster the strength and could only gaze longingly at the little bundle's adorable appearance. This was surprising. She initially thought this little guy was afraid of people, but it had become bolder after using its genetic factors. Seeing Huo Yu walk in, the little bundle immediately rushed over to act cute and claimed his leg, walking into the room with a furry leg ornament. Huo Yu was somewhat worried about what would happen when this little guy grew to hundreds of pounds and still jumped on him for a bear hug. "You'd better not eat anything right now, not even liquids. I'll just dab a bit of water on your lips to moisten them. You can drink something around evening. Huo Yu explained to Jiao Yu as he reached the bed. Jiao Yu looked enviously at the little ornament hanging on Huo Yu's leg and softly said, "It's okay. This is good enough. Would you prefer mineral water, peanut milk, or this milk? This milk is pretty good. I drink it every day, and you probably haven't had it before." Jiao Yu hesitated, wanted to say that it wouldn't matter since she couldn't taste it anyway, so mineral water would be fine. But looking at Huo Yu's excited recommendation, she resignedly said, "Then let us go with this, peanut milk." "Okay," Huo Yu replied happily. Good things should be shared with others. Mainly, this peanut milk was really delicious, fresh and tasty, with a sweet aftertaste and no hint of milkiness. Jiao Yu watched as Huo Yu carefully applied the milk to her lips. A sweet, milky fragrance mixed with the lavender aroma filled her nose, making her blush again. After applying it, when Huo Yu walked away with the milk bottle, Jiao Yu noticed the two little guys behind him staring at her, their expressions quite resentful. Unable to help herself, she asked Huo Yu, "What is wrong with them? Why are they looking at me like that?" Huo Yu glanced at the two little guys in confusion. "It's nothing. They might be upset because that bottle of milk is for them. They're guarding their food." Jiao Yu instantly froze. "You, a grown man, are fighting with two furry kids for milk every day?" Chapter 68. Jiao Yu's request. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. "Wei, how is he?" Jiao Yu to ease the tension. He turned himself in. With his merits, he should be able to fight for a reduced sentence. Jiao Yu's face showed a look of sorrow. "It's not his fault. If I had known about his mother's situation earlier, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with you. It's his own choice," Huo Yu said, taking a sip of milk. "Wait, how do you know about his mother? Weren't you unconscious at that time?" Jiao Yu nodded. "I couldn't open my eyes, but I could hear. My consciousness was half asleep." "How did you get shot then?" Jiao Yu said with fear. "I was hiding in the blind spot of the criminal's view, sending an emergency message to the 009 research station. But I didn't expect there would be guards outside the car. They saw me and shot. That shot was aimed at my heart, and fortunately, Wei Di pushed me away, so it didn't hit a vital spot." Huo Yu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't heard Wei Di mention this. The beauty of humanity does not lie in those superficial noble qualities, but in that moment of kindness. That kid Wei Di still has hope. Jiao Yu hesitated. "I remember you said there might still be a turn for Wei Di's mother's illness. Were you just comforting him?" "Of course it's true," Huo Yu said, biting into an apple. "He's already turned himself in. Why would I lie to him?" "What turn of events? Are you going to pay for his mother's treatment?" Huo Yu decisively shook his head. "It's not impossible to pay for Wei Di's mother's treatment. It's just a few million. My relatives who do business could easily provide that. But he won't do that." Huo Yu could persuade him to turn himself in and redeem himself, but he couldn't pay to save his mother's life. That's two different matters. Moreover, after the situation escalates, his mother's illness will be taken care of by the people of Huagua and the Guardians of Ice organization. He wouldn't be needed at all. Seeing that Huo Yu wasn't very interested, Jiao Yu stopped bringing up the topic. As an external guardian of ice, she dealt with various people from different countries every day, and her emotional intelligence was naturally quite high. "Where did those criminals come from?" "I don't know," Jiao Yu said with a frown. "But they didn't bring supplies and came on snowmobiles, so their hideout shouldn't be too far from here." Huo Yu also frowned. If Jiao Yu's guess was correct, then the 249 research station would be in trouble. To be honest, he would rather face a whole pack of wolves than run into a criminal organization. Noticing Huo Yu's silence, Jiao Yu kindly reassured him, "Don't worry. You saved my life, and I won't stand by. Once we return, I'll apply to the organization to send the peacekeeping navy here to eradicate the criminal organization. Then I'll trouble you with that." Huo Yu smiled. "But my outpost is too small and not very valuable. I don't think the criminal organization would target us. It would be pointless to provoke the Guardians of Ice." Jiao Yu nodded in agreement. Although criminal organizations are brutal, they wouldn't easily target the Guardians of Ice. Just like even the most vicious wanted criminals wouldn't dare to attack the police. After all, the Arctic Peacekeeping Navy is not to be trifled with. They are all elites selected from the best troops of various countries, serving only 3 years before being rotated back home. All young and strong elite forces. However, the Peacekeeping Navy's base in the Arctic is quite far away, and the headquarters is set up outside the Arctic Circle, so there are times when they are out of reach. To strike iron, one must be strong oneself. It's time to accumulate some recognition. At least to exchange for that, eagle-eye bow, so that I have the ability to fight back. If I can wait for Huo Yu and Xiao Tuan to grow up, then I'll be happy to show those intruding criminals what cruelty really means. Oh, by the way, Huo Yu seemed to think of something and excitedly asked, I see that there's only you at your research station. It's not fully staffed. Have you considered me? What do you mean? Huo Yu hesitated. You want to come to our research station? Yes, yes. What do you think? Huo Yu's eyes curved like a crescent moon as she looked at him hopefully. You can still be the station chief, and I can be the action team leader. You can manage the station while I go out on missions. But I'm just a junior guardian of ICE, and you're already a senior guardian with rich field experience. Isn't that selling yourself short? Huo Yu's promotion notice hadn't come down yet, and the internal promotion process for the guardians of ICE was very strict. They preferred quality over quantity. So he didn't even realize he was already a senior guardian. It's okay. I wanted to find an interesting research station to settle down for a long time. These past few years, I've either spent my days on a ship or in a vehicle. It's too tiring. Huo Yu was speaking the truth. If the greatest enemy of the guardians of ICE stationed at the base is loneliness and being out of touch with society, then those external guardians fear instability and being adrift. Moreover, Huo Yu is a decent person with abilities, and he has two adorable little beasts. Although the 249 research station is just an outpost, the conditions are unexpectedly good, which made Huo Yu quite tempted. Huo Yu fell into deep thought and consideration. In fact, his research station needs to be expanded and upgraded, so recruiting other guardians of ICE is inevitable. The functionality and responsibilities of an outpost-level research station are limited. He can manage it alone. Once it is upgraded to a station level, or even a base level, he will need his own armed team, supply team, contact personnel, etc. It's impossible for one person to handle everything. Moreover, Huo Yu is an experienced and excellent guardian of ICE. Getting along with her is comfortable, and she is a rare talent. So it would be a lie to say he's not tempted. I'm sorry, Captain Huo, but I currently have no intention of expanding the team. After much thought, Huo Yu chose to refuse. He has too many secrets, and even if he really wants to recruit other team members, it would have to wait until the 249 research station is upgraded to a station level. Only then will he have more personal space to conceal the existence of the system. Huo Yu felt a bit wronged and disappointed, but still gently said, It's fine. I just mentioned it casually. Station chief who doesn't need to worry about it. But Huo Yu looked up and made eye contact with Huo Yu. If my research station expands in the future and needs other guardians of ICE to join, you'll be the first person I invite. If at that time you don't mind the dilapidated state of the 249 research station, then come be my partner. Huo Yu smiled beautifully and asked seriously, Are you speaking the truth? Not just brushing me off? Huo Yu replied earnestly, I never lie to my partners. He then added, If you have no missions in the future or pass by here, you can come here to rest and visit. The 249 research station always welcomes you. It's a promise? It's a promise. The two exchanged smiles, and the earlier awkwardness vanished, making their relationship more familiar. Just then, the sound of a vehicle suddenly echoed outside. Almost simultaneously, the monitoring system of the 249 research station began to alarm again. Huo Yu abruptly stood up. The blizzard hasn't stopped. Are there really people coming? Could it be that criminal organization? Chapter 69. Stealing children without even a bag? 3 vehicles were parked outside the wooden fence of the 249 research station. Bai Xiaomo rubbed her sore shoulders as she got off the U-4000 all-terrain vehicle. You drove all night for less than 40 kilometers? Xiao Lu's face darkened. Station chief. If it weren't for your wrong directions, we would have arrived last night. Bai Xiaomo glared at him sharply, not expecting Xiao Lu to glare back without hesitation. Feeling a bit guilty, she quickly shifted her gaze. Hey, this wooden fence is quite well made. We should get one when we go back. Seeing Bai Xiaomo getting playful again, Xiao Lu quickly shot her down. Our station doesn't have a carpenter. We can't make such a beautiful wooden fence. Bai Xiaomo immediately shut up, a bit confused. Does the station chief know carpentry? Just as she was admiring the wooden fence, a young man rushed out of the sentry post with a composite bow, followed by a clawing little wolf cub and a timid-looking little white bear. Bai Xiaomo's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the 2 little creatures on the ground. Station Chief Bai? Huo Yu approached the group, tentatively asking Bai Xiaomo. Bai Xiaomo was quite good-looking with a nice figure, but she couldn't see her toes when she looked down. You are Huo Yu? Yes, that's me. You are so cute. Huo Yu shivered all over, nearly dropping the composite bow. When he focused, he realized Bai Xiaoma was starry-eyed, crouched down, petting the little bear. A young man behind Bai Xiaoma covered his face in exasperation and quickly explained to Huo Yu, "Sorry, Station Chief Hua. Our station chief is just like this. I'm Lu Zhe, the deputy station chief of the 099 research station." Huo Yu felt greatly relieved to finally have a normal person to talk to and shook Lu Zhe's hand. "Deputy Station Chief Lu, welcome." "How? As the injured person?" Lu Zhe asked with concern. Bai Xiaoma also withdrew her gaze, looking worriedly at Huo Yu. "Don't worry, they're out of danger and resting inside." The two finally let out a sigh of relief. As they helped a few people open the wooden fence, Bai Xiaoma's eyes never left the two little creatures. Huo Yu hesitated and said, "How about letting you hold one?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaoma nodded repeatedly like a bobblehead. She looked down at the two little creatures. Little Fish had a mischievous look in its eyes, while Little Bear still had that natural dumb look. After thinking, Huo Yu decided to let her hold the less rebellious Little Bear. Who knows what bad intentions Little Fish might have? He picked up Little Bear and handed it to Bai Xiaoma. Bai Xiaoma trembled slightly and carefully cradled the little white bear as if it were a priceless treasure. "It's so soft, so comfortable." Bai Xiaoma's face was filled with obsession. In the next second, she suddenly changed direction, running back while holding Little Bear. "Huo Yu, is this so blatant? No bag needed at all?" The others from the 099 research station looked helpless, and Lu Zhe reached out to grab Bai Xiaoma by her collar, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Station Chief Hua. Our station chief isn't quite normal." Bai Xiaoma was held by the nape of her neck, helplessly shouting, "Let go of me, I'm calm now." Huo Yu warily took Little Bear from her arms. Bai Xiaoma stood awkwardly in place, and Lu Zhe felt a bit embarrassed too. "Don't just stand outside. Come in to talk." Huo Yu smiled at them. "Station Chief Hua, we won't go in. We originally wanted to drop by, but the snowstorm was too heavy, and it only started a lesson this morning, wasting too much time." Lu Zhe explained softly to Huo Yu. Huo Yu looked around. The wind and snow had indeed decreased quite a bit. According to Lu Zhe, this blizzard could have been level 4 all night, and without permanent markers, getting lost was normal. To cover over 200 kilometers and reach the missing point with just one coordinate was already quite difficult. Huo Yu advised, "No matter what, you guys have to come in for a meal. You can't go without food after a day and night of work." Lu Zhe's expression showed difficulty, but he still cautiously asked, "Station Chief Hua, how about we skip the meal and ask you for a favor? You say it. As long as I can help, I won't refuse." Lu Zhe hesitated a bit. "We need to escort these 3 suspects to the 009 research station. The journey is long, and we didn't bring enough supplies. It would take too long to go back to the 099 research station, and we won't make it in time. What do you think?" As Lu Zhe spoke, he felt quite conflicted. He knew the 249 research station had recently opened and was likely short on supplies. So asking was indeed a bit unfair. Who would have thought? Huo Yu quickly agreed. "No problem. I have plenty of food, fuel, and medicine here. I just don't have weapons in stock since this is a sentry-level research station." Lu Zhe waved his hand repeatedly. No, you are too kind. Just providing us some food would be enough. Next time we come to visit, we will definitely return the favor." Bai Xiaoma muttered aside. "Return the favor? This guy has more supplies than we do." Huo Yu and Lu Zhe chose to ignore Bai Xiaoma in perfect harmony. "How about this?" Huo Yu said to the ice guards, "Everyone come in for some hot water. I'll take Deputy Station Chief Lu to the warehouse to see what food you need." Lu Zhe saw that Huo Yu was indeed warmly inviting them, and refusing again would be a bit disrespectful. "All right, Station Chief Hua, sorry for the trouble." The group walked from outside the wooden fence into the courtyard of the 249 research station, thanking Huo Yu before entering the sentry post. Wei Di was among the group. Bai Xiaoma and the others treated him well, not even putting handcuffs on him, just assigning an ice guard to follow him closely, including Wei Di and 2 scientists. The team from the 099 research station had a total of 8 people, just enough for 1 guard per suspect. As Wei Di passed in front of Huo Yu, he gave her a deep look filled with gratitude and hope. Huo Yu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. "Captain Jiao is out of danger. She's upstairs. Do you want to go see her?" Wei Di's expression was complex. "Forget it, Station Chief Hua. I don't have the face to see her right now." Huo Yu nodded slightly and didn't say more. The ice guard from the 099 research station were very polite before entering the room. They all cleaned off the snow and water from themselves before stepping into the sentry post. Everyone sat on the floor of the first floor, speaking softly, knowing there was an injured person resting upstairs, afraid of disturbing Jiao Yu. After settling everyone down, Huo Yu signaled by Xiaomao and Lu Zhe to follow him. He led them outside to the warehouse and opened the door. Boxes and boxes of supplies filled the entire room, leaving no space to stand. By Xiaomao and Lu Zhe. You tell me this is the warehouse of a sentry-level research station? Are you hoarding goods for the year here? Chapter 70. The free is the most expensive compressed biscuits, canned food, self-heating meals. Huo Yu pointed at those boxes as if they were treasures, saying, "These were sent to me last month by the Ice Guardian's brothers, and the dates are very fresh. Let's take a few boxes of each." Bai Xiaomok and Lu Zhe looked on in astonishment. Those were snacks and drinks, not military-grade supplies, and their shelf life wasn't that long. "You should take more with you," they said. Bai Xiaomok and Lu Zhe fell silent. "These are all fuel, tools, and various survival supplies. Take whatever you need. No need to be polite with me," Huo Yu added. Bai Xiaomok and Lu Zhe looked despondent. Noticing their unusual reactions, Huo Yu asked, "What's wrong with you two? If you need anything, just say it so I can have the brothers come over to move things." Bai Xiaomok helplessly replied, "What's the relationship between the commander of the Ice Guardians and you?" Huo Yu looked confused. "Who is the commander?" he asked. Unlike other organizations, the top leadership of the Ice Guardians operates under semi-secrecy, with designated leaders responsible for external communication and media interviews, while the highest leader, the commander, never appears on camera. This is because both the North and South Poles hold too many secrets, and some foreign tycoons firmly believe that the ultimate secrets of the world lie deep in the Arctic, referred to as the ultimate of the world. Of course, this is just a rumor and should not be taken seriously. Nevertheless, every year, tycoons fund and send people to form expedition teams to delve into the North and South Poles, attempting to uncover the ultimate secrets of the world. This situation improved significantly only after the establishment of the Ice Guardians, as clear regulations and supervision began to be enforced in the polar regions. "The commander is a foreigner. He probably has nothing to do with you," Bai Xiaomok said, rubbing his temples. "What about the deputy commander? What's his relationship with you?" Huo Yu still looked puzzled and asked, "Who is the deputy commander? What's his name?" "The deputy commander is Wu Song, Principal Wu," Bai Xiaomok replied. "Oh, I know him. He's my professor for my major in college," Huo Yu said calmly. After a long time, the warehouse was silent. Huo Yu looked at the two, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost. The old man is also an Ice Guardian. Huo Yu's face showed a look of reminiscence. "Brother Huo." Bai Xiaomok leaned in mysteriously and asked, "Principal Wu is your teacher? What's your relationship like? Was he good to you in school? Is he nice?" Huo Yu distanced himself from Bai Xiaomok with a look of disdain. "Principal Wu is very nice. His personality is gentle, and he has never lost his temper with me. Very kind." Huo Yu recalled the memories of his interactions with Wu Song. He remembered how Wu, back in the day, argued with Huo Yu over an academic viewpoint, his old face turning as purple as an eggplant, and how he chased Huo Yu down a corridor, cursing while holding a shoehorn. That old man is really very gentle. I never saw him smile in 4 years of college. Huo Yu continued, "You don't have to be formal when you meet the old man. He likes people with character like you. Principal Wu has a particularly good temperament and never gets angry when discussing any issues." Bai Xiaomok looked doubtful. "Really? I heard the commander is very decisive and has a strong personality. Even the higher-ups of the Ice Guardians are afraid of him. That's in public." Huo Yu asserted privately, "Principal Wu is very gentle and loves to discuss issues with juniors. The more you refute his viewpoints, the happier he becomes. Brother Huo is really loyal." Bai Xiaomok said gratefully, "If I meet Commander Wu in the future, will mentioning you help?" Huo Yu nearly jumped, quickly stopping him. "Never mention me. The old man hates that kind of networking. If you bring me up, he will blacklist you immediately." Okay, Bai Xiaomok said excitedly, shaking Huo Yu's hand vigorously. "Thank you." Huo Yu calmly pulled his hand back. "This kid isn't very bright, is he? As you can see, I really don't lack supplies." "Hurry up and take what you need," Huo Yu said. Lu Zhe sighed and patted the nearby cardboard box. "Captain Huo, This is too embarrassing. Before Huo Yu could respond, Lu Zhe quickly ran out of the warehouse, shouting to the ice guardians inside, "Brothers, come quickly to move the supplies." 3 ice guardians inside stood up and rushed out, dragging the 2 Canadian scientists along. "Take 3 boxes of those compressed biscuits. For boxes of the canned food." Huo Yu watched Yusha, who had just been so polite, now leading 3 ice guardians, moving boxes into the vehicle while shouting slogans. Suddenly, he felt a bit overwhelmed. "You guys came to resupply, not to stock up. And what does that mean by Captain moving a box of sanitary napkins into the vehicle? Wait, which little genius sent me these sanitary napkins for the research station?" Huo Yu thought. Actually, he didn't mind them taking the supplies. There was enough for him to last for years, and if anything went past the expiration date, it would just be wasted. Moreover, Lu Zhe and the others were quite particular. They took only the supplies with the most recent expiration dates, leaving the fresher ones for Huo Yu. Furthermore, he had 3 warehouses filled like this. Most of what Bai Xiaomok and the others took were supplies sent to Research Station 249 from other research stations, while the really good stuff he had extracted from the system was hidden in the storeroom and basement of the outpost. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 snowmobiles brought by the 099 research station, along with the U-4000 behemoth, were nearly full, and the warehouse's inventory had decreased by about a third. "Thank you so much, Captain Hua," Lu Zhe said, gripping Huo Yu's hand tightly and not letting go. "Giving us so many supplies has been a huge help. Since the 099 research station is close to you, if you need anything, just communicate with us. We are always available." Huo Yu smiled and replied, "No problem. Just remember to return the favor." Liu Zhe's smile instantly froze. God knows why he said that. If he had known Research Station 249 was so wealthy, he could have just come over to take advantage of it. Lu Zhe forced a stiff smile. Definitely, next time for sure." Huo Yu smirked, treating it as a joke. He didn't want Lu Zhe and the others to repay this favor with supplies. He was not lacking in that area. Besides, they were all ice guardians from Huagua. What did it matter if he gave them away? The 099 research station was the closest to the 249 research station, and they would inevitably need to communicate in the future, making it hard for them to refuse when bigger matters arose. Little did he know, the free is the most expensive. After the supplies were moved, Huo Yu also prepared a bottle of warm peanut milk for each ice guardian to drive away the chill. Amidst Lu Zhe's endless thanks, the group said goodbye to Huo Yu and loaded Wei Di and the others into the vehicle. Salute! The 4 ice guardians from the 099 research station stood in a row, saluting Huo Yu in unison. Huo Yu quickly stood tall and returned the salute solemnly. Chapter 71. Words of a tiger and a wolf after sending off the team from Research Station 099. But you returned to the outpost and let out a long sigh. Bai Xiaomao, sipping on peanut milk, asked, "Are they all gone?" "All gone, it's quiet again. With such a heavy snowstorm, who knows when they'll be back?" "Yeah, who knows?" Huo Yu's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Bai Xiaomao, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Bai Xiaomao glanced at him, puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you stuttering? Why are you here?" "Hey, let me tell you, go to Research Station 009 is so boring. The journey is far. It's much more comfortable here with you." Bai Xiaomao enjoyed her peanut milk, adding, "Besides, if I'm not here, you can stock up on more supplies." Opportunities like this to take advantage of big shots are rare. Huo Yu felt a headache coming on, unsure of what to say. One Jiao Yu was already troublesome enough, and now another one had come. Women only slow down my streaming pace. All right, I discussed it with Lu Zhe. Don't underestimate me. I'm one of the best fighters among the Ice Guardians. Bai Xiaomao put down her peanut milk and struck a strong pose. Huo Yu was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized Bai Xiaomao and the others must have known that there were illegal organizations operating nearby, which was why she stayed to protect herself from any unforeseen events. They were indeed people worth getting close to. "So when do you plan to stay until?" "I'll leave once my people return." "Where will you sleep then?" The bed in the upstairs bedroom was given to Jiao Yu, so I only have a sleeping bag. Bai Xiaomao looked at him oddly. "I brought my own sleeping bag." "Of course, I'll sleep by myself." "Are you suggesting we sleep together?" Bai Xiaomao teased with a flirtatious smile. "Huo Yu, what kind of tiger wolf words are these? This woman is too scary." "Stop. I didn't mean that." Huo Yu raised his hands, crossed them over his chest. "What I meant is, if you have nowhere to sleep, you can squeeze in with Xiao Tuan. Its doghouse is big." Bai Xiaoma suppressed the urge to give him a good slap and gritted her teeth. You think I wouldn't dare? Huo Yu and Xiao Tuan synchronously took several steps back. To be honest, with this woman's personality, she really might dare. All right, but you have to help me with work. Bai Xiaoma rolled her eyes. I'm here to protect you, and you want me to help you with work? Huo Yu laughed. Are you sure? The food here is much better than at your research station 099. Bai Xiaoma struggled for a second, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Fine. How much work can there be in this small place? Tell me, when do we start? Huo Yu's face turned pale. Watch your wording. Is she usually this brave? Not to mention the routine maintenance and inspection work. You should be more familiar with that than I am. The patrol tasks are yours since you're more active anyway. And you have to feed the two little ones every day and take them for walks. They're well-behaved and never run around. So that's also your responsibility. Cooking is another issue. There's no kitchen in the outpost, just a stove. If you want to eat hot food, you'll have to set up a grill for barbecuing, which is also up to you. From time to time, I'll also be streaming live. Since you want to help, I can't do anything about it. You just need to appear on camera and tell them stories, share some knowledge about the Arctic. Oh, right. Huo Yu, the injured Ice Guardian captain. You also have to help take care of her. After all, you're both girls, and there are some things I can't do. I'm counting on you. And after a barrage of requests, Bai Xiaoma was left dizzy and quickly called for a stop. Stop. You said so much. Does that mean I'm doing all the work? What are you doing? Huo Yu looked innocent. I'm in charge of supervising you. You better know your limits. Bai Xiaoma said angrily, reaching out to give Huo Yu a slap. Huo Yu smiled, skillfully dodging her attack. Oh, Bai Xiaoma was surprised. You're quite nimble. Huo Yu laughed. See, I can go toe-to-toe with polar bears. Keep dreaming, take this. Bai Xiaoma's expression turned serious as she threw a punch at Huo Yu. Huo Yu remained calm, dodging effortlessly and standing there with a sly smile. Bai Xiaoma, unable to contain her anger, launched a flurry of quick jabs. It must be said, this girl was quite skilled. Although they were just play fighting, it could at most be considered sparring, but Huo Yu could still see that she had some real skills. After exchanging blows for a while, Bai Xiaoma sat down on the ground, panting, no more. You're as slippery as an eel. I can't beat you. Huo Yu's face darkened. This girl just couldn't say anything serious, could she? Where did you learn to fight, Bai Station Chief? This doesn't seem like the military's combat style. Huo Yu handed Bai Xiaoma a bottle of soda, curious. Huo Yu asked this because Bai Xiaoma's punches were quite structured, unlike the combat techniques taught in the military and among the Ice Guardians. You see, military combat skills are either killing techniques or methods of defeating an enemy. With little focus on technique, they emphasize a single decisive blow rather than countering moves. Huo Yu's skills were passed down through his family, taught by his grandfather when he was a child. If you had asked Huo Yu 10 years ago whether this skill was useful, he would have definitely shook his head. Practicing martial arts since childhood only meant he had better physical fitness than others, able to take a few hits during fights, but ultimately relying on brute force. However, since he gained the physique of a special forces soldier, the techniques his grandfather taught him became exponentially more powerful, even without real combat experience. Huo Yu could feel that it was only now that the skills he learned could truly be called martial arts. The truth tells us that brute strength can break through many techniques. Even the most intricate moves require a powerful physique to execute. Otherwise, they just become fancy moves without substance. Oh, you have this kind of good stuff. Bai Xiaoma happily took the soda. I learned it from my master, who runs a boxing gym. Huo Yu nodded thoughtfully. How about it? Are you convinced now? Bai Xiaoma casually patted Huo Yu's shoulder. Convinced. You're quite capable. I like people like you. I'll work with you. Huo Yu had already developed immunity to this girl's tiger wolf words. No matter how united the Ice Guardians were, there was still healthy competition. Most of the Ice Guardians came from military backgrounds, so there was naturally a culture of admiring strong individuals. Huo Yu providing supplies to Bai Xiaoma and her team only earned their gratitude. But Huo Yu being able to outshine Bai Xiaoma in martial arts turned that gratitude into recognition and respect. But you can't push all the work onto me. It's half and half. Okay. Huo Yu readily agreed, adding, you have to help me with the streaming. I'm not doing it for money. The gift-giving channel is closed. This is a big deal for promoting the Ice Guardians. Bai Xiaoma replied without hesitation. Deal. Chapter 72. Abandoned military base. The next morning, Huo Yu, Yu, and Bai Xiao and Mo sat around a table, with Xiao Yu lying in Huo Yu's arms and Xiao Tuan lying at Jiao Yu's feet. The two humans and two beasts stared blankly at Bai Xiao and Mo, who was enjoying a large tongue-shaped ice cream in each hand. The table was from the furniture gift pack that Xiao Yu had given, and Huo Yu had taken out while Bai Xiao and Mo wasn't paying attention, claiming it was from the warehouse. Oblivious, Bai Xiao and Mo didn't notice anything amiss. Jiao Yu's injuries had healed well enough that she could walk with assistance and eat less liquid food. Eating ice cream in the Arctic. Your thought process really isn't like that of a normal person. Huo Yu commented helplessly at Bai Xiao and Mo across the table. What do you know? Bai Xiao and Mo licked the bright red ice cream with her pink tongue, saying, "We northerners have geothermal heating in winter, and the indoor temperature is even higher than in summer. It's the perfect time for ice cream." Jiao Yu looked at Bai Xiao and Mo eating the ice cream with envy. Is this thing really that delicious? Even if it's good, you can't eat that much, right? Huo Yu glanced at the half-empty box of large tongue ice cream beside him, saying, "Since I told you there's ice cream at the outpost last night, your mouth hasn't stopped." Bai Xiao Mo's big eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Huo Yu. "This is ice cream. I haven't had this since I came to the Arctic. Even if it makes my stomach hurt, I would accept it. Is it another case of being able to eat anything without gaining weight?" Jiao Yu frowned in envy again. After finishing the last bite of ice cream, Bai Xiao and Mo leaned back against the bench, and her fair little hand thudded heavily on her flat stomach. I'm full." Xiao Yu in Huo Yu's arms turned her wolf eyes and imitated her, leaning back and patting her furry belly with her paws. Jiao Yu and Bai Xiao and Mo looked over in astonishment. Is it learning from me?" Bai Xiao and Mo pointed at Xiao Yu, her voice trembling. Huo Yu grabbed the little wolf's paws to stop her from moving around. No, she might have stomachache. Bai Xiao and Mo looked skeptically at the harmless little wolf cub in Huo Yu's arms. How could such a cute little wolf cub have such bad intentions? Did I misunderstand her? Sorry, Xiao Yu. Bai Xiao and Mo apologized as she patted the little wolf's head, saying, "It's my misunderstanding. I'm sorry." Xiao Yu closed her eyes in enjoyment, a mischievous smile on her sharp little mouth. Huo Yu quickly changed the subject to prevent Xiao Yu's wolf persona from collapsing. All right, now that we're full, it's time to work." Huo Yu stood up and placed Xiao Yu on the ground. "I'll help Captain Jiao back, and you just focus on washing the dishes. Wash them several times, and don't be lazy." Bai Xiao and Mo glared at him. "Why can't I help Captain Jiao? And you wash the dishes instead. I still need to check her wounds, and you don't know medicine." Bai Xiao Mo's face darkened, and she obediently started to clear the dishes and ice cream wrappers from the table. Huo Yu carefully assisted Jiao Yu, while the two little ones followed closely behind, with Xiao Yu's front paws hovering as if she wanted to walk upright. But after thinking for a while, she put them down. "I can't be too naughty. If I am, Dad will really punish me." Xiao Tuan looked at the little wolf cub in confusion, his round black eyes full of bewilderment. Hey. At least leave one little fur ball to keep me company." Hearing Bai Xiao Mo shout from behind, the two humans and two beasts exchanged glances and quickly quickened their pace. In a remote and hidden military base in the Arctic, a dilapidated and heavy door creaked open, and a burly man with a full beard walked into the base. The interior was sparsely furnished and outdated, resembling a military base from the Cold War era. The man passed through rows of wooden ammunition boxes, which contained large quantities of old rifles and yellowing bullets wrapped in oil paper. This was indeed an abandoned military base of a certain country in the Arctic. Along the way, armed personnel of various skin tones stared expressionlessly at the man, with a cold and oppressive atmosphere lingering in the base. Deep inside the base, there was a small, independent room. The man swallowed nervously and pushed the door open. The room was dark, with only a faint candlelight providing a glimmer of brightness. Behind the candlelight was a face with a cold expression. The man approached cautiously and said, "Boss, we failed. The 4 people were rescued by the Ice Guardians, and the oil point coordinates are likely exposed." The man hidden in the shadows made a nasal sound, which was his response to the man's words. The man continued, "The brothers are very dissatisfied. The Ice Guardians spoiled our plans, and everyone wants to retaliate." The man raised his head, revealing a delicate Asian face. "Dawson, I remember I told you long ago that we failed from the start when you shot that Chinese female captain. If I hadn't stopped you from killing those 2 Chinese, You would be lying in the cemetery where your grandmother is buried right now. The man named Dawson bowed his head like an ostrich, afraid to speak. I told you long ago not to provoke the Ice Guardians lightly, especially not the Chinese Ice Guardians. The man's voice was low, requiring careful listening to hear in the narrow room. Our organization can infiltrate any country in the world, but in China, every brother we sent and lost contact within a month. Dawson fell silent, his body trembling slightly. Why didn't you listen to what I said? The man's tone suddenly rose, making Dawson jump and kneel on the ground in fear. Are you still thinking about revenge? Still thinking about occupying the oil point? Still thinking about getting rich? Just wait for it. Wait for China's retaliation. Previously, our brothers in Africa killed a few Chinese civilians, and the next day, they sent warplanes to bomb us. The African base was flattened overnight. Not to mention, you shot a Chinese Ice Guardian? You better start praying now. Pray that the female captain is not dead and was rescued by the Ice Guardians. Otherwise, everyone in this base, including myself, will have to accompany her in death. Dawson said with a sob, I'm sorry, boss. I tried to stop him, but I was in the car and he was on the ground. It happened too fast, What good is saying this now? The man's voice grew irritable. What you need to do now is to quickly find out the location of the Ice Guardians who rescued them. They couldn't have gotten their comrades out in such a short time if their base wasn't close by, and their numbers won't be small. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Dawson scrambled out of the room, cold sweat soaking his back, clinging tightly to his skin. Wait. The man's eyes glinted coldly in the dark. The fact that our spies can't infiltrate means there must be an insider among us. Tell them to keep their eyes open and report any anomalies to me immediately. Understood. I'll notify them right away. The man retracted his cold gaze and waved his hand at Dawson. Dawson closed the door and left, plunging the room back into darkness. The man's face flickered in the candlelight as he fiddled with the flame, muttering softly to himself in Chinese. When will the organization call me back? In a few years. I'll be the highest leader of an illegal organization. I really want to eat spicy hot pot, snail noodles, sour and spicy noodles, and oil splash noodles. Chapter 73. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits him, recovering well, but still don't move around too much, don't expose yourself to cold wind, and stick to liquid food for another couple of days. Huo Yu helped Jiao Yu cover with a blanket, meticulously listing precautions. Jiao Yu's face turned slightly red, nodding occasionally in response. Later, I'll go out on patrol with Captain Bai, leaving these two little ones here to keep you company, so you won't be bored. A spark of surprise flashed in Jiao Yu's eyes as she nodded vigorously twice. Huo Yu took a few steps out with the first aid kit, suddenly turning back to say, well, the little group is quite obedient, so you don't need to worry too much about it. This little wolf cub is a bit mischievous, so be more tolerant. Jiao Yu looked puzzled at the little fish beside her, who was behaving well, and asked, Is it? The little fish is quite obedient, just a bit lively, so don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Huo Yu's mouth twitched. It's active and a bit too lively. Besides, am I worried about it? I'm worried you'll get upset with it. After rubbing the heads of the two little ones and giving a warning glance to the little fish, Huo Yu finally left the bedroom. Going down the stairs, Bai Xiaoma had already tidied up the table and was boredly playing with a pipe knife in hand. Huo Yu walked over, puzzled. You're also an old ice guard now. What do you need this for? This thing looks good, but is useless. This was confiscated from that U-4000. I forgot to return it, Bai Xiaoma said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Huo Yu curiously asked, Can I take a look? It's not a precious item or anything. Just take it, Bai Xiaoma replied. Huo Yu took the pipe knife, examining it carefully. He was no stranger to this thing. Back in his youth, he secretly bought one to scare off the little punks he had conflicts with outside of school, only to get a good beating from Huo Jinghuan when he found out. The pipe knife in his hand was much more refined than the one he had bought before, with a sharp edge, unlike his previous one, which could barely be called semi-sharpened. It was hard to even chop a watermelon. How could this thing appear on a joint squad's vehicle? Huo Yu wondered. It looked more like a standard weapon for low-level gang members. Bai Xiaoma blinked. Could it be left behind by that illegal organization? Huo Yu shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. After thinking for a while and finding no clue, he had to say to Bai Xiaoma, Can you give this to me? Although he had no leads, Huo Yu felt this item was not simple. Perhaps he could find some clues from it. Bai Xiaoma waved her hand indifferently. Didn't I say it's not a precious item? Just take it. I'm not taking it for free. Huo Yu took out the multifunctional survival knife from his waist, saying, "Here, this is for you. I used it to subdue a polar bear." This dagger was a white item he won from a lottery, and its quality was quite good. However, since he stabbed a polar bear with it, perhaps because it still had the scent of polar bear blood, the little group trembled in fear whenever it saw the dagger. Huo Yu thought it better to give it to Bai Xiaomo. With her identity and skills, it wouldn't be a disgrace for the dagger. Bai Xiaomo took the dagger with a grin, her eyes lighting up. What a good knife. She tried to use the dagger to cut off a strand of hair from her forehead, and with a flick of her hand, the hair fell. Huo Yu watched with his scalp tingling. No matter how much hair there is, it shouldn't be wasted like this. What if she went bald when she got older? Bai Xiaomo smiled at Huo Yu. What do you think this is? A token of affection? Huo Yu retorted, "Stop it. Don't get it back to me." Bai Xiaomo secretly laughed. Indeed, the dialect from northeast China is contagious. Then I'll accept it. In light of you giving me a good knife, I can agree to one excessive request. Bai Xiaomo said enticingly, glancing at Huo Yu. Huo Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Anything excessive is fine? Bai Xiaomo was taken aback. Not expecting Huo Yu to be so bold today, she still managed to nod. Anything excessive is fine. Huo Yu sincerely asked, "Can you sleep in the control room tonight? You're snoring so loud at night that I couldn't sleep well. Didn't you see that this morning? Both the little fish and the little group were covering their ears while sleeping. That was indeed a bit excessive." Bai Xiaomo. Godi. Outside, the 249 research station on the ice surface. Just insert it and you can know the depth. This thing is really well made. Bai Xiaomo looked at Huo Yu in shock. Huo Yu's expression was numb. He had deeply realized that this girl couldn't help but say something outrageous. It's just a measuring rod. Why act like it can't be seen without spending money? It's not inserted that deep. Is it really okay? Are you feeling shy? If not, let me insert it. I have strength. Bai Xiaomo fired back, her words hitting Huo Yu's head like a wheel. "Captain Bai, how many years has it been since you participated in a patrol mission?" Huo Yu looked at Bai Xiaomo speechlessly. Bai Xiaomo counted on her fingers and replied, "It must have been 3 years." Huo Yu was shocked. "How old are you?" Bai Xiaomo glared at him. "Is a girl's age something you can ask casually? So you know you're a girl? Are you some hidden boss?" Huo Yu looked at her with curiosity. The ice guards had been established for 3 years, and she hadn't patrolled in those 3 years? Has she been a commander since her induction? "No, but I did learn how to measure ice thickness 4 years ago, but back then the technology wasn't as advanced. The measuring rod had to touch seawater to work. For years? You were one of the first batch of reserve ice guards?" Bai Xiaomo nodded. "Let me think. The age limit for reserve ice guard for years ago was over 20, so you must be at least 24 now, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Xiaomo's face darkened. Huo Yu felt a chill creeping up his back and quickly backtracked. "But you still look quite young, at most like a well-developed 18-year-old girl." Feeling the chill behind her ease a bit, Huo Yu let out a sigh of relief. This woman's mood is more changeable than the Arctic weather. Pulling out the measuring rod from the ground, under the influence of the ice layer stabilizer, the thickness of the ice around the 249 research station remained constant. "Phew, that's done." Huo Yu wiped the cold sweat from his face and said, "Let us go. I need to tidy up and get ready for the live broadcast." "Oh," Bai Xiaomo said, her interest waning. "By the way, what are you live streaming for?" Didn't I tell you? To promote the ice guard career. It's a good idea, but it's tough. The threshold for becoming an ice guard is too high." The two walked side by side towards the 249 research station, leaving a series of closely spaced footprints in the snow. They completely failed to notice that in the sky not far away, a miniature drone's camera was aimed at them, circling and recording from above. This miniature drone was also unaware that more than a dozen cameras were hidden in the snow around the 249 research station, capturing every move they made. Chapter 74. Swedish Torch. The blizzard had completely passed, and the sky was a bright blue. Huo Yu sat in the courtyard of the 249 research station, asking the nearby Bai Xiaomo, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Bai Xiaomo clenched her small fists, cheering herself on. Huo Yu took out a camouflage version of the small black ball from his backpack, controlled it to rise into the air, and connected it to his tablet to start the live stream. A large number of viewers flooded in, and the barrage of comments on the tablet screen refreshed continuously. The sheer volume making it impossible for any single comment to stay on the screen for even a second. Huo Yu felt uncomfortable looking at the tablet. Previously, The comments had appeared as a transparent screen right in front of his eyes, and this was the first time he was using a tablet to view them. The fish army has arrived. Master Fish, how is the injured Ice Guardian's sister? Master Fish, you're the best. Grandpa, I finally waited for Master Fish's live stream, and I've completed what you asked me to do. Sassy dula, dealing online. Huo Yu's expression darkened, and he said irritably, where's the moderator? Kick this one who is advertising out. There had never been a moderator set up in the live stream room. Kicking or muting had always been done solely by the system. However, today, with Bai Xiaoma by his side, Huo Yu had to cover up a bit. Everyone, don't worry. Thanks to your help, the treatment went smoothly. Captain Zhao has already left the danger zone and is resting upstairs. A few emergency doctors who had been quietly watching the screen smiled with relief. Captain Zhao is still recovering, so let us not disturb her. Today we have a guest in the live stream room, Bai Xiaoma, the station master of Research Station 099. Huo Yu turned to Bai Xiaoma. Xiaoma, say hello to everyone. It was Bai Xiaoma's first live stream, and she was somewhat nervous. A stiff smile appeared on her face as she seriously addressed the camera. Hello everyone. I am Bai Xiaoma, the station master of the Ice Guardian station at the Arctic 099 Research Station. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Bai Xiaoma appear on the screen, the fans erupted in excitement. The screen is so sweet, don't stop me. Damn, how does that old thief Huo have such work benefits? Sister, how did you manage to be perfectly aligned with my aesthetic? I don't know why, but I think what Station Master Bai said makes sense. Beauty has its reasons. Huo Yu looked at Bai Xiaoma beside him with a puzzled expression. Did she really look that good? Apart from not being able to see her toes when she looked down, he couldn't see anything special. Don't tease Station Master Bai. Those saying they want to lick the screen, pay attention, Huo Yu said with a serious face. Station Master Bai has been on the job 4 years longer than I have, so everyone needs to respect her. Bai Xiaoma's expression stiffened beside him. Huo Yu's live stream room was already a top-tier platform, and with the news of the Blizzard Rescue event from yesterday gaining traction, the popularity of the live stream easily surpassed 1 million right after starting. All the viewers in Huo Yu's live stream room were real people. There wasn't a single bot. Well, except for the system. All right. Huo Yu saw that the number of viewers had increased enough and said, today, to welcome Station Master Bai to the 249 Research Station, we will have a bonfire party tonight. There is still a little less than half of that deer left. Station Master Bai has a big appetite, so let us try to finish it all today. Bai Xiaoma. That sounds great, but don't say it next time. Since there were 2 guests at the 249 Research Station, today's method of starting a fire was somewhat special. I plan to use a fire-starting method widely used by wilderness survivalists, the Swedish torch fire-starting method. The Swedish torch fire-starting method is known as the light of camping and is an extremely efficient cooking bonfire. The Swedish torch method was first used by the Swedish Army during the 30 Years' War. This type of bonfire only requires 1 log as a material, and it can be used normally even if the ground is wet or covered with rain or snow. In the wild, when wood resources are limited, this is a highly cost-effective cooking bonfire. Huo Yu took out 3 logs the thickness of a basin from behind him. Bai Xiaoma exclaimed in shock. Where did you get so much wood? Seeing Huo Yu sneak a guilty glance at the wooden watchtower behind him, Bai Xiaoma was taken aback. Did you take apart the research station just to have a barbecue? Huo Yu chuckled awkwardly. He found it difficult to explain to Bai Xiaoma. These logs were actually leftover building materials from when the system remodeled the watchtower. Huo Yu thought it was a shame to let these materials go to waste, so he picked out some usable wood. Don't worry about those details, Huo Yu said with a stern face, changing the topic. The most important thing about building a Swedish torch is to use dry wood. Freshly cut wood is full of moisture and hard to burn. The ones I selected are perfect. Huo Yu placed the logs in front of the camera and took out a short-handled axe. First, stand the log upright and use the axe to cut it into quarters or 6. Do not cut all the way to the bottom. Leave some distance at the bottom to keep the log intact. This makes it easier to transport and maintains its original structure, making it more convenient for the flames to burn. As Huo Yu explained to the viewers, he used the short-handled axe to evenly cut the circular cross-section of the log into 6 pieces. This step sounds easy, but is actually quite difficult to execute. Most people use a chainsaw for cutting because of insufficient strength. Using the axe, chop the inner edges of the wood into rough shavings. When burning, the embers will fall into the wood, and these rough wood shavings will serve as natural accelerants. to prevent the wood from breaking due to the heat of the flames. It's best to wrap the top of the log with wire. Once the logs are secured with wire, a simple Swedish torch is complete. In the wild, although there are many ways to make a bonfire, the Swedish torch has its unique advantages in cooking. During use, the wood can burn efficiently, and simple processing of the logs can produce directional flames that burn from the inside out. Huo Yu quickly processed the 3 logs in the same way, neatly arranging them in front of him. Bai Xiaomao blinked her big eyes, curiously watching Huo Yu. Even though she was experienced, she didn't understand this interesting fire-starting method. Mainly, the instructors of the Ice Guardians would never expect that someone would take apart the wood inside the house just for a barbecue. To avoid smoke pollution to the Arctic caused by the burning flames, I will use this portable smoke machine for the barbecue. Huo Yu pointed to the machine beside him and explained to the viewers. This smoke machine was also exchanged from the system, and it wasn't expensive, costing 50,000 recognition points, with excellent performance. Barbecuing is one thing, but damaging the Arctic environment for personal gratification would be counterproductive. All right, back to the point. Now, let us try to light the fire. Huo Yu stuffed some wood shavings and fire fluff into the gap in the middle of the Swedish torch and carefully ignited it with a windproof lighter. The orange-yellow flames soared up with a whoosh. Chapter 75. Don't ask, just crave. One after another, 3 Athens torches were lit, and from a distance, they looked like 3 burning Olympic flames, which makes their name quite fitting. Wow, it really caught fire. So cool. Uncle Yu has such a wealth of knowledge. Before I met him, I thought we would have to start a fire by drilling wood in the wild, until he took out a lighter, and it was windproof. Am I the only lazy one who finds this troublesome? Looking at Sister Bai's astonished expression, so cute and adorable, I really want to take her home. Am I the only one who thinks Uncle Yu and Director Bai are a perfect match? Bai Xiaomao occasionally glanced at the barrage and unknowingly turned a bit red. What kind of people are these? Indeed, whatever kind of streamer they are, that's the kind of fans they attract. No, if Huo Yu had even a fraction of the ability to have these fans, he wouldn't still be single. Huo Yu was completely unaware of Bai Xiaomao's unusual behavior and continued explaining to the audience. I plan to use 2 of these Athens torches to roast deer meat, and the last one to make soup for the patient. He took out a whole piece of bright red thawed deer meat from the outpost. Although the deer had been dead for a while, its meat remained fresh and unspoiled. The muscle was bright red and shiny, with a slight yellowish tinge to the fat. The muscle structure was tight and firm, with strong toughness in the muscle fibers. Bai Xiaomao glanced at it and immediately recognized that this was definitely a piece of fresh, high-quality deer meat. She sneakily glanced at the camera and leaned closer to Huo Yu, whispering, "Dude, tell me the truth. You didn't shoot this deer with a bow, did you? Do I look like I could do that?" Huo Yu looked at her strangely. "I found this deer, and there are hundreds of thousands of viewers who can attest to that. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Bai Xiaomao wiped the corner of her mouth, her tone dripping with jealousy. "You found this? What kind of luck is that? Your connection with animals is too good, right?" Huo Yu was slightly taken aback. Speaking of his luck, it indeed seemed a bit outrageous, especially after Little Fish gave him the lucky ring. His experiences during this period could fill a novel. Sigh, I wonder what kind of handsome author could write a protagonist as handsome as me. Just look at your outpost-level research station. Whether it's resource reserves, hardware facilities, or combat capability, it's almost catching up to my research station. Bai Xiaomao's eyes were filled with a sense of confusion. And let's talk about that little wolf of yours. It looks harmless and cute, but when it gets fierce, it really is fierce. Did you not see the 2 rows of blood holes on Wadey's face? Those kinds of wounds will probably leave scars. And look at your hardware. The building looks brand new, and the wooden fences, garage, and storage are all well maintained. Making me suspect if you can perform magic? Huo Yu calmly replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm just a bit luckier. Plus my brothers support me with supplies." Seeing that Huo Yu didn't want to elaborate, Bai Xiaomao also fell silent. Huo Yu knew very well that the changes at the 249 research station could fool the audience, but they could never fool a seasoned ice keeper. He had only been in the Arctic for a month, and he had developed an abandoned research station into its current state. Saying it out loud was indeed a bit shocking. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yu leaned closer to Bai Xiaomao's ear and whispered, "I'll tell you the truth, but don't let it out." Bai Xiaomao felt the warmth on her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she forced herself to nod calmly. I'll tell you, I have a system, the kind that can strengthen when recognized by others, plus a system all. Bai Xiaoma shot him a sideways glance. Annoyed. Do I look like a fool to you? Huo Yu, do you think I haven't read novels? If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why make up a silly lie that even a child wouldn't believe? Huo Yu looked at her blankly. In this day and age, is it that no one believes the truth anymore? Bai Xiaoma mysteriously leaned in closer and continued. I know why you can't say it. Did you receive secret support from the country that needs to be kept confidential? I understand. The Ice Keepers are a United Nations-affiliated organization, and, theoretically, no national government has command authority over them. However, the Ice Keepers organization does not oppose the countries to which its members belong providing support to their Ice Keepers. After all, the Ice Keepers organization is stateless, but the Ice Keepers themselves have nationalities. And some powerful countries will secretly support their most talented Ice Keepers, which is a well-known secret within the Ice Keepers. Huo Yu looked at Bai Xiaoma with an odd expression. This girl is quite resourceful, and she has helped me come up with an excuse. To be honest, this reasoning is quite good. In the future, if the Ice Keepers ask, I'll hint that these supplies were sponsored by Huo Yu. After all, our country is great and prosperous. If the country asks, I'll say it was sponsored by the Ice Keepers because they see my extraordinary talent and don't want to waste a genius. Jumping back and forth between the two, secretly gaining advantages in the cracks. I'm really something. Sure. Huo Yu nervously pulled Bai Xiaoma aside. Don't be too obvious. Just understand what is going on. Bai Xiaoma made a gesture that said she would handle it, whispering, Don't worry, the Huo Yu Ice Keepers all know that I, Bai Xiaoma, have the tightest lips. If you don't believe me, just contact the 009 research station next time and ask Su Pei Pei. Huo Yu felt a strong, flag-raising vibe from Bai Xiaoma's words. All right. Huo Yu saw that it was a good opportunity to stop. Help me move the deer meat over there. If we don't cut it soon, it won't be fresh anymore. Okay. Bai Xiaoma rolled up her sleeves. Huo Di, if you have good things in the future, remember to think of your sister. If you eat meat, you have to let me sip some soup. Huo Yu glanced at her, asking with a nasal tone. Bai Xiaoma smiled flatteringly. Huo Gu, you must remember your little sister. She traveled thousands of miles to help you. This loyalty is as bright as the sun. Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction. The two of them moved the remaining small half-deer in front of the camera, and Huo Yu took out a small knife, carefully cutting the deer meat off the dead deer. Bai Xiaoma watched Huo Yu's technique a few times, slightly furrowing her brows, wanting to say something but hesitating. Huo Yu caught sight of Bai Xiaoma's behavior out of the corner of his eye and asked, What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Did you grow nails on your butt? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoma seemed to have switched on a switch and said in a rush, I mean, your technique is too poor. You completely don't understand cooking. You can't cut deer meat like this. It has chewiness, and slicing it this way makes it hard to chew. It should be cut across like beef, and look at the size. Huo Yu looked at Bai Xiaoma, who was talking nonstop, feeling a bit dazed. Why don't you do it? Bai Xiaoma immediately shut up, took the knife from Huo Yu's hand, and pushed him aside. With a few swift movements, she expertly cut the deer meat into evenly sized pieces, her technique incredibly skillful. Huo Yu stared in confusion. You learn to cook? Bai Xiaoma nodded without lifting her head. Didn't you become an ice keeper at 20? Where did you learn to cook? Bai Xiaoma was already immune to Huo Yu's habit of exposing her age and calmly replied, Isn't there a holiday? Huo Yu asked in surprise. The Ice Keepers only get 1 or 2 months of rest a year. You didn't take the time to relax. But learn to be a chef? Don't ask. Bai Xiaoma skillfully divided the deer meat, just craving. Chapter 76. You are the chef. You call the shots, I have to say. Bai Xiaoma's cooking skills are quite impressive. I don't know if she learned from Xindong Fang, but at least her tuition wasn't wasted. The audience watched as she cut the venison into appropriately sized pieces with distinct grain patterns and skewered them for later use. Although they hadn't tasted it yet, just from the presentation, it looked much more delicious than the barbecue that Huo Yu had made earlier, making people's mouths water. Huo Yu couldn't help but ponder if he should prioritize finding a chef when he recruits team members. He would need to find a chef, a doctor, a liaison, a musician, a scientist. The Arctic King, he was determined. What are you standing there for? Bai Xiaoma shot Huo Yu a glance, telling him to quickly go upstairs and bring down those 2 little fur balls. Huo Yu looked at her oddly. Fur ball was such a strange term. not wanting to argue. He got up and walked toward the outpost. Upon reaching the second floor, he pushed open the bedroom door. The two little fur balls were lying on either side of Huo Yu. Little Fish had her eyes closed, her small body gently rising and falling, clearly already in a deep sleep. Little Tuan, on the other hand, was staring blankly at the ceiling with his big, shiny eyes. When he heard Huo Yu enter, he sat up excitedly and stuck out his tongue at him. Huo Yu couldn't help but smile sincerely, the cold air from outside dissipating in an instant. Baby animals truly are a balm for the soul. They can heal your mental fatigue and wounds without you even realizing it. Hearing Huo Yu's footsteps, Huo Yu opened her eyes and smiled beautifully at him. Huo Yu nodded to her and softly said, "I'm here to take the two little ones to eat." When Huo Yu said, "I'm here to take the two little ones," Little Fish still looked like she was sleeping soundly, as if even thunder wouldn't wake her. But as soon as eat was mentioned, her pointy wolf ears perked up, her wolf eyes widened instantly, and saliva started to pool in her mouth. Huo Yu couldn't help but laugh at the little one. She must have been a starving wolf in her past life. Huo Yu smiled gently and patted the little wolf cub's head. "Quick, take them to eat. They've been with me all day and must be starving." Huo Yu and Bai Xiaoma were two completely different types of people. Huo Yu looked youthful and lively, like a sporty, energetic girl. Yet her personality was very calm. She was the type who didn't speak much, but would listen to you gently, like a caring older sister. Bai Xiaoma, on the other hand, had a very mature and sultry appearance, with a sexy figure and a seductive voice. But as soon as she opened her mouth, her image collapsed, behaving like a husky that had entered a tidy house. As for who looked better, Huo Yu really couldn't tell. To him, they were pretty much the same. However, he did enjoy their company. If he didn't have so many secrets, he would definitely invite them to be teammates. After all, having two beautiful women at the research station was a sight for sore eyes. Well, you might be face blind, but he wasn't blind. Bai Xiaoma is making venison soup downstairs. Do you have any dietary restrictions? I can let her know. Huo Yu shook her head. We're all ice guardians. Having something to eat is already great. What dietary restrictions could there be? All right. Huo Yu helped Huo Yu check her wound, but unfortunately, her injury hadn't healed yet. She was afraid of the cold and movement, so she couldn't join them for the barbecue. Once you're fully healed, we can hold another barbecue. Feeling the contact between her skin and Huo Yu's fingers, Huo Yu's face flushed slightly. It's okay. You've taken good care of me already, and I like drinking soup. While Huo Yu was checking Huo Yu's wound, Little Tuan tightly hugged his arm, refusing to let go. Seeing the little one's adorable state, Huo Yu and Huo Yu exchanged smiles, easing the awkward atmosphere brought by the wound check. Then you rest well. Huo Yu picked up Little Fish, who was on the verge of drooling, and hung a little white bear pendant on his other hand. I'll take them out now. We'll be downstairs. Call me if you need anything. Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Huo Yu nodded. Carrying and hanging the two little fur balls, Huo Yu walked out of the outpost. The camera turned, capturing Huo Yu's image as a doting father figure. All rise. The little cuties are here. Little fish, may you have abundance every year. Little Tuan, may you be reunited every year. Ha, the two little ones have gotten so much fatter. Fish Daddy is raising them really well. They're so plump and cute. Woo, I'm so envious. Carrying a wolf and a bear. What a divine life. Once he placed the two little ones on the ground, they didn't cause any trouble, sitting side by side with their round, shiny eyes fixed on the pieces of venison in Bai Xiaoma's hands, looking like a pair of twin brothers. Bai Xiaoma couldn't stand the eager gazes of the two little ones any longer. She took two pieces of venison off the skewers, each the same size, and handed them to them. Little Fish and Little Tuan were drooling, but still glanced back at Huo Yu for confirmation. Huo Yu smiled and said, "It's fine. Go ahead and eat." With Huo Yu's permission, the two little ones wasted no time and eagerly dug into their pieces of meat. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoma looked at Huo Yu with a hint of envy. How do you train them? They're so obedient, even more so than my Alaskan. Huo Yu shook his head helplessly, not as obedient as your sled dog trio. He smiled lightly. If you train them with care, they will naturally repay you with care. Bai Xiaoma nodded thoughtfully. Of course, Huo Yu didn't explain that to train Little Fish and Little Tuan to this level, simply being caring wasn't enough. First, you needed to have orange-level beast taming skills Second, you needed custom bloodline factors. And finally, you had to have at least one Arctic bear or Arctic wolf. In other words, such smart and well-behaved little ones are rare in the world. Just these two, unique and unmatched. While the two little ones were enjoying their meal, Bai Xiaoma placed the skewered venison on the wire rack over the Swedish torch. She also blanched a few slices of relatively tender venison in mineral water to remove any gamey flavor for the soup for Huo Yu. Bai Xiaoma's grilling skills were much better than Huo Yu's. She didn't need to brush oil on the surface of the venison, just relying on the fat that the meat itself secreted and her skilled control of the heat. She managed to grill the venison skewers to a golden brown in just a few minutes. Does Captain Jiao have any dietary restrictions? In the midst of her busy work, Bai Xiaoma took a moment to ask Huo Yu. None. I have no restrictions, Huo Yu replied, looking at the fragrant venison skewers on the grill, swallowing his saliva secretly. Then let us add some potatoes and seasonings. The potatoes will meld into the soup, making it richer. All right. You're the chef, you call the shots. Chapter 77. It's not easy for Li Shizhen. The deer meat skewers were sizzling on the grill, and Bai Xiaoma sprinkled some cumin powder and barbecue seasoning on them, flipping them over and grilling for a few more minutes. Wow, your seasoning is really comprehensive. Bai Xiaoma's eyes lit up as she took a small bottle of soy sauce from the spice box. For this first batch of skewers, let's grill one with our hometown's soy sauce. Soy sauce skewers are a specialty of the Northeast, usually made with fatty or tendon-rich beef for better taste and higher nutritional value. Of course, the two only had deer meat on hand, but luckily, there are also fatty parts of deer that can substitute. Bai Xiaoma evenly brushed the soy sauce on the skewers, sprinkled sesame seeds, fine salt, and cumin grains, and the soy sauce skewers were done. The surface of the deer meat skewers was a dark brown soy sauce color, and a rich soy aroma mixed with the scent of cumin wafted out, creating a unique flavor. Huo Yu tried to pick up a skewer and took a big bite. The fragrant taste was incredible. So delicious. Huo Yu casually snatched a large handful of soy sauce skewers from Bai Xiaoma's hand, signaling for the next batch to be grilled the same way. Bai Xiaoma wasn't angry. For a chef, seeing customers enjoy their cooking is more satisfying than eating themselves. This charcoal is great. I'll take a bag when I leave. To make grilling easier, Huo Yu added crushed charcoal to the Athenian torch, as barbecue tastes much better with charcoal than with an open flame. There's still several boxes in the warehouse. Take as much as you like. Huo Yu was enjoying the skewers so much that he agreed without thinking. Bai Xiaoma blinked and continued to ask, do you have any more of that spice box? Can you give me one? This spice box was exchanged from the system store for a few hundred recognition points, but for other Ice Guardians, it's a rare item. Take it. You're not bad yourself, little wolf cub, when I leave. That's enough. Oh, while the two were bickering, the deer meat had already been blanched to remove the blood, and Bai Xiaoma took the deer meat out, prepared fresh water, and officially started making soup. Just as she was finishing up the task at hand and thinking about having a soy sauce skewer, she looked over at Huo Yu and found that his hands were empty, and he was cutting raw deer meat to feed the two little ones. Did you not think of leaving me a skewer? Bai Xiaoma asked angrily. Huo Yu scratched his head awkwardly. The Arctic weather is too cold. I was afraid the deer meat skewers would get cold, so I figured I'd keep them warm. Keep warm? Where did you keep them? Huo Yu pointed to the empty Athenian torch. I was actually putting them there. So where are the skewers? Let them be made. Huo Yu decisively pointed to the little fish who was focused on eating. Little fish? Bai Xiaoma shook her head helplessly and picked up another handful of skewered deer meat, placing them back on the grill to roast again. Watching the two bicker and play around, the comments were refreshing more joyfully. Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that these two are flirting? Clearly, it looks very enticing. But why do I feel full? Little fish, you went out and brought back a mom for me? This wave of profits for Fish Lord is great. Director Bai is right. Bai Xiaoma's little face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. This deer meat soup needs to simmer until it's tender. It's good for replenishing energy and blood. Don't rush to drink it later. Let Sister Jiao have some first. Huo Yu asked in confusion. Sister Jiao, aren't you supposed to be older than her? Bai Xiaoma pulled out the tactical knife Huo Yu gave her with éclat. Huo Yu expressionlessly lowered his head, patted Xiao Tuan's head, and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? Your sister Bai is the youngest, only 24 years old, and will be 25 next year. By Xiaoma. Little Fish looked sympathetically at the bewildered Xiao Tuan beside him. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. I don't know what is going on. Huo Yu clearly saved Jiao Yu, which counts as going through hardships together, but they are very polite or perhaps restrained in their interactions. On the other hand, with Bai Xiaoma, even though they had chatted in the communicator before, they could bicker and play around without any reservations after not having met for long. Huo Yu felt it was likely due to Bai Xiaoma's personality being very similar to his sister's, both being straightforward and easygoing types. The iron pot cooking the deer meat had boiled, and Bai Xiaoma added the already cut potatoes into the pot, along with dried tangerine peel, chopped green onions, sesame oil, fine salt, and monosodium glutamate for seasoning. Smelling the aroma of the deer meat soup, Huo Yu explained, "This deer meat soup is a good thing. It was used for medicinal purposes in ancient times." Really? You don't believe it? There is a medical book that records traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions called Qianjin, which clearly documents the medicinal use of deer meat soup. Huo Yu shook his head and said, "You need to use 4 pounds of deer meat, 3 tails of dried Rehmannia, 3 tails of licorice, 3 tails of chuanxiu." Seeing Huo Yu rattle off a long list, Bai Xiaoma was half convinced and asked, "So what does it use to treat?" Huo Yu looked a bit embarrassed. "It treats postpartum weakness and fatigue." Puffed. Bai Xiaoma laughed out loud. "You know quite a bit of this random stuff. You can't even use this postpartum recovery prescription. How do you remember it so clearly?" Huo Yu helplessly said, "My grandpa was a famous doctor in Jiangnan years ago, while others were learning with 3 character classic and 100 family surnames. I was learning compendium of materia medica and treatise on febrile diseases." What Huo Yu said was indeed true. Although he could recite prescriptions, he didn't understand the principles of medicine, so he couldn't use traditional Chinese medicine to treat illnesses. "Then recite a passage from compendium of materia medica for me to listen to. I won't make it hard for you. Just recite the part that left the deepest impression on you." "Are you sure?" Huo Yu's expression was extremely complex. "Stop stalling, hurry up." After saying that, Bai Xiaoma took a spoon and scooped a small spoonful of deer meat soup to taste. Human feces, also known as human dung, excrement. Taste, bitter, cold, non-toxic. Main treatment, for seasonal hot frenzy, detoxifying various poisons, crush into powder, boil in soup for oral administration. For febrile heat toxicity, drink it with water. It is effective. Bai Xiaoma spat out a mouthful of deer meat soup. "What on earth are you reciting?" Huo Yu looked aggrieved. "Didn't you ask me to recite the part that left the deepest impression on me? This is the part that impressed me the most." Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xiaoma gagged. "Is this compendium of materia medica? Can human feces be used as medicine?" "Yes, compendium of materia medica, human section, records all these things. And there are also random hair, head scabs, earwax, knee scabs, nails, teeth." Huo Yu had a look. "Of course it's normal if you're interested. I can tell you more." Before Bai Xiaoma could respond, the comments quickly rejected it. "Fish Lord, spare us. No need for that. Stop reciting. We are all on the same side. Those studying medicine can tell you that what Fish Lord said is true. Strange and useless knowledge one." Bai Xiaoma looked at Huo Yu with a complex expression and finally uttered one sentence. "It's not easy for Li Shizhen either, even the taste." Chapter 78. The expedition team is about to depart. Gudu, gudu, gudu. The venison soup bubbled with transparent bubbles, and when they burst, a rich aroma spread. The chunks of potato had melted into mashed potatoes, dissolving in the broth. Bai Xiaoma scooped a spoonful, and the soup had become thick and clear. The meat was tender, and the soup was fragrant. Venison is rich in protein, fat, as well as calcium, phosphorus, iron, and vitamins, all melted into the soup, extracting its essence. However, everything in moderation. Venison soup is high in purine, and the longer it is cooked, the higher the content becomes, making it unsuitable for those with high uric acid levels. The soup was ready, and I first served myself a bowl to taste. Bai Xiaoma casually picked up an iron basin from beside him, filling it with a bowl of milky white thick soup. That is, upon seeing the bowl Bai Xiaoma held, Huo Yu hesitated to speak. Bai Xiaoma shot him a glare and said irritably, "What's wrong? You already ate the soy sauce tendon. Can't I have some soup?" "Hey, isn't this like a dog biting El Dongbin?" Seeing this, Huo Yu gave up on persuading him. just as Bai Xiaoma raised the bowl to his mouth. The little bear cub, who had been lying beside Huo Yu, immediately stood up and anxiously circled around Bai Xiaoma. What's wrong? Bai Xiaoma was puzzled and completely did not understand the behavior of this polar bear cub. Huo Yu remained silent, secretly chuckling to himself. Unable to understand the situation, Bai Xiaoma simply picked up the iron basin and took a big sip of the venison soup. Ah, it's really delicious. The little bear suddenly tugged at Bai Xiaoma's thigh and called out pitifully, with a pair of glossy black eyes glistening with tears, staring directly at the iron basin in Bai Xiaoma's hands. Bai Xiaoma paused in his actions and, confused, asked Huo Yu, "What's wrong with the little cub? Did someone bully it?" Huo Yu held back his laughter and explained, "The iron basin you're using for soup is the one it usually drinks milk from." Bai Xiaoma was silent for a moment, then quietly placed the iron basin on the ground for the little bear. "It should be fine for it to drink this soup, right? You didn't put in much salt, so a little one tea hurt." The little bear leaned close to the iron basin and licked a bit of the venison soup with its little tongue. Bai Xiaoma watched expectantly from the side. The little polar bear smacked its lips, hesitated for 2 seconds, then disdainfully turned and walked away to play with the little fish. Bai Xiaoma widened his eyes, looking at the little bear's back, his voice trembling slightly. "What does this mean? Even the bear won tea, drink the soup I made?" Huo Yu took the iron basin, tasted a small sip, and the rich meaty aroma burst in his mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. He set down the basin and said seriously, "The soup is quite good. I think the reason it didn't tea drink is simply because you've had it and it thinks you're dirty." Bai Xiaoma, "None of you three are good people. You can drink it. I'll go serve a bowl to Sister Jiao." Bai Xiaoma took out a ceramic soup bowl again, filled it with venison soup for Jiao Yu, and picked out a few pieces of venison from it. He shot Huo Yu a fierce glare, then turned his gaze to the little fish and little bear cuddling together, and Bai Xiaoma instantly changed his expression to a gentle smile as he walked towards the outpost. Huo Yu saw this and exclaimed, "Good guy. If you don't perform face-changing at this year's Spring Festival Gala, a 1T watch." Watching Bai Xiaoma's puffed-up back as he walked away, Huo Yu picked up the little bear's milk basin and took a sip of the venison soup, pleasantly closing his eyes. So delicious. In the capital, at the Huo Ice Guardian Research Center, Xie finished a day's work, holding a bowl of instant noodles sent by his apprentice while watching Huo Yu's livestream. Upon seeing Huo Yu savoring the venison soup, he instantly felt that the old pickled vegetable instant noodles in his hand were no longer appealing. There was a knock at the door, and the apprentice walked in. "Master, there's a task dispatched by headquarters that requires our biology department to send a professor to the Arctic for a trip. The minister asked me to check with you if you're interested." Xie impatiently said, "At my age, what trip? No way, no way." This apprentice was sensible, but a bit slow-witted. Although Xie had told him he could eat anything, that didn't mean he should feed his master instant noodles every day, and it was always the same old pickled vegetable beef noodles, day in and day out. He really didn't understand what was so good about those old pickled vegetables. The apprentice looked troubled and explained softly, "The minister said that all the qualified professors in the department are already working, and if you don't go, we'll have to send those foreigners." Xie looked at the apprentice in confusion. Under normal circumstances, taking such an external task shouldn't be based on nationality, unless this task had substantial benefits or could provide significant help to the Huo Ice Guardians, in which case the department would prioritize sending domestic researchers. The Ice Guardians from different countries were quite united, but that was relative. They wouldn't typically trip each other up, but they would still compete for benefits. Xie chewed on the pickled vegetables in his mouth and swallowed before asking, "What is the task? Why the fuss? Which research station are we going to?" "Research Station 249. 249? Xie felt this number was particularly familiar, and after a moment's recollection, the old man nearly jumped up from his chair. "Are you sure it's Research Station 249, not 250 or 248? The young man shook his head repeatedly. "Research Station 248 is the American Research Station, while Research Station 250 is ours. But because that number is so inauspicious, no one was willing to go, so it was abandoned." Xie snatched the task briefing from the young man's hands and quickly scanned it. "Intermediate Ice Guardian Award Ceremony. Not bad. This is a good opportunity to do a favor. Granting a wildlife adoption permit for the adopted Arctic wolf? Isn't that referring to the little fish? Go to Research Station 249 to assess the overall situation, check the health of the polar bear cubs, and determine if the Ice Guardian has the conditions to adopt the polar bear cubs. Escort supplies to replenish the inventory at Research Station 249 and deliver? This kid's warehouse is about to burst. Go tell the minister that this old man is taking this job. Xie waved his hand and dismissed his apprentice. The apprentice cast a resentful glance at the screen of the phone on the table, showing Huo Yu. Master, you've changed. Ever since his master watched this kid's livestream, he didn't praise his own excellence anymore. Damn it, other people's children. After reading the task briefing again to confirm there were no omissions, Xie placed it beside his old pickled vegetable beef noodles. The old man squinted his eyes and looked kindly at the Huo Yu on the phone screen. Good kid. Let you stream every day? You're in trouble now. I'm going in with an official sword, letting you cook 2 barbecues to bribe me. No problem, right? Of course. Huo Yu in the video couldn't hear Xie's thoughts. He was busy putting Bai Xiaoma's marinated venison skewers on the charcoal fire to roast. Seeing a large batch of venison skewers sizzling and oozing oil over the fire, Xie couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. You kid, eat less. Leave some for me. Chapter 79. Fire it up, fire it up. Teacher, the plane is about to arrive. We can get ready to depart. Haha, come and see these two. They are too ridiculous. Xie smiled as he looked at the phone screen, waving his hand at his disciple. The disciple curiously leaned in. On the screen, Huo Yu was riding a snowmobile with Bai Xiaomo behind him, speeding along. The wind kicked up by the snowmobile formed a small snowstorm, scaring the surrounding polar snow rabbits into a frenzy. The comments on the screen were flying, and from the viewers' words, it was clear this was not Huo Yu's first time causing trouble. Since Fishmaster went to the Arctic, the rabbits there Haven Tea had a good day's sleep. Rabbit, do you think you're funny? Ha ha ha, look at that rabbit cursing, it's killing me. Rabbit, you old six. Stop watching behind the screen and call the police for me. After watching for a while, the disciple hesitantly said, Teacher, do you think this rabbit can handle the stress? Huh, not at all. Rabbits aren't that fragile. Just as he finished speaking, the camera panned. A poor snow rabbit was flipped over by the blast from the snowmobile, tumbling onto the ground, its legs kicking, completely dazed. Xie. Huo Yu and Bai Xiaomo on the screen also noticed the rabbit's condition. It didn't even hit it, and it's already playing dead? Huo Yu stopped the snowmobile and walked over with some ill intentions. The rabbit lay motionless in the snow. What to do? Did it really scare it to death? Huo Yu reached out to poke the stiff rabbit. Bai Xiaomo helplessly said, It was all your idea. It has nothing to do with me. Huo Yu darkened his face. You were the one laughing the loudest just now. Why don't you try giving it mouth to mouth? I have no grievances with you. Why treat me like a fool? Huo Yu reached out to check the rabbit's breath, confirming that it was indeed scared to death. Phew. Luckily, the polar snow rabbit is not a protected species. Otherwise, this would be a huge problem. Bai Xiaomo muttered to himself. Hearing Bai Xiaomo's mumbling, Huo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. If it's not a protected animal, can't we? The polar snow rabbit species only gives birth once a year, but each litter has at least 2 to 5 young. The baby rabbits can see as soon as they are born, and they have a strong survival ability. Although this type of rabbit has a lower reproductive rate compared to others, the survival rate of the young rabbits is high, making them quite abundant in the Arctic. Due to their high survival ability, rabbits rarely become endangered species. Even though they are not endangered, the low reproductive rate of the Arctic snow rabbit leads to a limited population, which is even fewer than that of the Arctic foxes. Therefore, according to the Ice Guardian regulations, hunting or killing polar snow rabbits randomly is also prohibited. The problem now is that this rabbit was scared to death and was not killed by Huo Yu and Bai Xiaomo. Leaving it here for a wolf pack to take away would be a bit of a waste. The two exchanged a tacit glance and nodded in unison. Rabbit, can you do it? Of course, there's no ingredient I can't handle. All right. Huo Yu grabbed the rabbit by its long ears and walked off, saying, Tonight we'll have a little extra. Xie. Is that so reckless? But then he thought again. He really couldn't pinpoint anything illegal about Huo Yu's actions. The two stored the rabbit and got back on the snowmobile. Bai Xiaomo quietly asked, Just one? Isn't that a bit not enough to eat? Huo Yu looked at the group of rabbits running around and hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reason prevailed. Forget it. We're live streaming. That would be a bit too much. So after the stream, shoo shhh and the audience. So it turns out if you weren't live streaming, you want to scare a few more rabbits to death? The snowmobile drove straight ahead, leaving a trail in the snow. It stopped outside the wooden fence of the 249 research station, and by Shao, Missouri ran in with the rabbit, calling out loudly, "Sister Jiao, hurry up and start the fire." Jiao Yu, holding a well-behaved little white bear, smiled as she watched by Shao Mo rushing in. It had been 4 days since her injury, and Jiao Yu had recovered well enough to walk around and eat some light food. Start the fire, start the fire. We're having roasted rabbit tonight. Bai Shao Mo panted as she proudly held up the snow rabbit to Jiao Yu. This rabbit is quite fat. Jiao Yu looked at the rabbit swaying in by Shao Mo's hands with a puzzled expression. You two didn't set a trap to catch it, did you? That would be against the rules. Bai Shao Mo shook her head vigorously. Don't say that. This guy died of a heart attack, and we were afraid it would go to waste, so we brought it back. Rabbit, I don't even know what to say. After Huo Yu parked his beloved snowmobile in the garage, he walked over as well. Shao Bai, can you make spicy rabbit heads? I can. Bai Shao Mo looked at him like he was an idiot. But it's just one rabbit. Are you going to make just one? Who are you going to give it to? Huo Yu shot her a glance and helplessly said, then let us roast it. This little bit isn't even enough to get stuck in your teeth. Half an hour later, a familiar bonfire rose again in the courtyard of the 249 research station. Xie was at a loss for words. After so many years as a researcher and ice guardian, he had never seen anyone like Huo Yu who had a little barbecue every 3 days. One reason was that other ice guardians rarely had the kind of hardware that Huo Yu had, with smokeless charcoal and an exhaust hood. Others were afraid of causing secondary damage to the Arctic environment. Another reason was that ice guardians rarely paid attention to their quality of life. Most were so exhausted after work that they simply crawled into their sleeping bags. Huo Yu held a rabbit leg, eating while saying to the two, "Yesterday, Director su contactirme. In a few days, a research team will come over and take Sister Jiao away." Jiao Yu was a few months older than Huo Yu, and since she had a more stable personality, both Huo Yu and Bai Shao Mo referred to her as sister. Hearing this, Jiao Yu's expression dimmed. Bai Xiao Montak, seeing this, comforted her understandingly. It's okay, Sister Jiao. Once you recover from your injury and handle your matters, you can come back. Jiao Yu looked into her sincere eyes and returned a gentle smile. Huo Yu glanced at her and couldn't help but hit her with the truth. Director Su also said for you to hurry back to the 099 research station. Lu Zhe and the others have been back for 2 days. What is the meaning of you, a station leader, staying at the 249 research station? Bai Xiao Montak pouted, her expression equally dim. Huo Yu saw that his two remarks had left them speechless and suddenly felt a bit awkward. You guys eat first. I'll go check the control room. Saying this, Huo Yu stood up. Seeing Huo Yu get up, the two fluffy little ones immediately stopped their roughhousing and rushed to follow him with little steps. You two stay here and keep the two sisters company. Huo Yu quickly stopped the little ones. After all, they wouldn't be seeing each other in a few days. As soon as he said this, the two women looked at Huo Yu with even more resentful eyes. Chapter 80, Polar Nature House Blueprint. Detecting that Huo Yu had arrived at the control room and taken a seat, the screen automatically opened, displaying the monitoring system page. System. Retrieve the monitoring footage from the past 2 days. Ding. Retrieving. Please select filter weights. Filter for any objects that have been spying on the research station recently. Filtering. 12 segments of monitoring footage have been retrieved. Please check host. The 12 segments of footage were displayed in a 3x4 grid on the large screen in the control room, each segment featuring a miniature drone. Huo Yu furrowed his brows, his expression serious. With the continuous advancement of technology, drones had evolved from being rare to being widely used across various industries. The technological tree of this world was slightly different from that of his previous life, with drones being developed and applied at a much faster pace, boasting not only ultra-long remote control distances, but also extended flight times. Drones serving different fields had vastly different models and performances. Just the standard drones used by the Ice Guardians organization numbered in the dozens. However, the miniature drone in the video was definitely not controlled by the Ice Guardians. Its model and type did not match any drone Huo Yu remembered. Suddenly, Huo Yu's gaze sharpened, and he commanded the system, zoom in. I want to see the underside of that drone. The other 11 images vanished, leaving only an enlarged image of the drone on the large screen. This time, Huo Yu could clearly see that the underside of the drone had a dark red logo resembling a small flame. He casually took out the tube knife that Bai Xiao and Mo had gifted him from his spatial backpack and flipped it over. Sure enough, an identical flame logo appeared before his eyes. The case was solved. The drone spying on the 249 research station and the perpetrators who attacked Huo Yu and the others belonged to the same organization. This organization was not small and harbored ill intentions. Being able to scout the 249 research station right under Huo Yu's nose indicated that their hideout was likely not far away. They were bold enough to launch a covert attack on a joint team of Ice Guardians and had not hurriedly fled. Did they believe that the Polar Peacekeeping Navy couldn't spare the time to deal with them? Could there be their undercover agents within the Ice Guardians? A strong sense of unease arose within Huo Yu. If this illegal organization did not come to him soon, then sooner or later, he would lead his companions and Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yu to sweep away their hideout. How could he allow others to sleep soundly by his bedside? Huo Yu walked to the window, watching the two women playing with Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan outside, and sighed deeply. Yesterday, Su Jian had called, intending to keep Xiao Yu and the others at the 249 research station for a few more days, citing a recent shortage of personnel within the organization, making it a waste of manpower to pick them up. However, Huo Yu had politely declined. It was no longer safe here. While Bai Xiao and Mo was skilled, Xiao Yu was injured. If the illegal organization were to attack, it would be difficult for Huo Yu to care for them, so sending them away early was the best choice. As for seeking help from the higher-ups of the Ice Guardians, Huo Yu had considered it. Currently, the Ice Guardians were experiencing severe personnel loss, and every research station faced issues with inadequate staffing. If he explained the situation at the 249 research station to them, it was highly likely that he wouldn't wait for reinforcements, but would instead receive an immediate order to evacuate. The Ice Guardians had numerous wealthy backers and were not concerned about the loss of a single research station. The life of an experienced and skilled Ice Guardian was worth 100 times that of a research station at the outpost level. Huo Yu had invested too much effort into the 249 research station. There was no way he would leave. The polar glaciers defended by the Ice Guardians were many, but none were superfluous. System, check my remaining recognition points. Current recognition points, 2. 88 million. Indeed, having beautiful women on screen was beneficial. In just 3 days, by live streaming some eating and drinking activities with Bai Xiao and Mo, he had earned nearly 1 million recognition points daily, something Huo Yu had never achieved alone before. Huo Yu sighed. He always wanted to save up his recognition points to buy the Eagle Eye Bow, but every time there was an emergency requiring him to use them. First, he bought bloodline factors for Xiao Tuan. Then he purchased a first aid kit and emergency surgery skill card to save Xiao Yu. Now, facing an external threat, Shun Ti, he also tries luck with a draw to enhance his strength. After much thought, Huo Yu decided to spend 1 million recognition points on a lottery draw, saving the rest for special situations. After all, recognition points were like RMB. Using them to exchange for items was what made them currency. If you didn't T-spend them, they were just a number. System, initiate a 10 draw. Ding, 10 draw has been activated, with an extra draw opportunity included. This time, at least one purple item will be drawn. Watching the wheels spin, Huo Yu rubbed the lucky ring on his finger, chanting, Bala Bala energy, woohoo la hoo. May the European Emperor descend, and the non-emperor scatter. I am willing to exchange 30 years of life from the leader of the illegal organization for a golden item. Congratulations, host. You have received a white item, a box of adrenaline. Congratulations, host. You have received a white item, a box of invigorating coffee beans. Congratulations, host. You have received a green item, a pet collar. Congratulations, host. You have received a green item, a multifunctional survival axe. Congratulations, host. You have received a purple item, random pet skill book. Congratulations, host. You have received a purple item, air cannon. Congratulations, host. You have received a white item, outdoor barbecue grill, large version. Congratulations, host. You have received a green item, ice wall. Congratulations, host. You have received a white item. High-end wooden guitar. Congratulations, host. You have received a green item. Random survival skill card. The 10-draw extra reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a purple item. Polar Nature House Blueprint Ding. Detected that the host has obtained the first blueprint item. The system will begin updating and maintaining for 24 hours. The technology interface will open after maintenance is completed. Huo Yu was baffled by the system's prompt and immediately set aside the other items to check the purple item called Polar Nature House Blueprint. Polar Nature House Blueprint. Description: according to the blueprint instructions, a polar house that requires no maintenance or energy supply can be constructed. Function: it can withstand heavy snow and low temperatures, endure some bullet impacts, maintain a uniform temperature throughout the year, and reduce ultraviolet radiation. All resources required for the house are supplied by solar energy. Structure: the entire structure is a transparent semicircle with a diameter of 15 meters, composed of 360 glass panels and 832 recycled aluminum frames, with a lifespan of 100 years and no need for regular maintenance. Reference price: $250,000 meters of gold. Price fluctuates with material costs, for reference only. Structural diagram. Click to expand. Chapter 81. Being an undercover agent is too difficult. A high-tech, semi-transparent house appeared before Huo Yu. The entire exterior of the house was transparent, while the outer circle of the interior was a pure natural fruit and vegetable garden, with other rooms wrapped in greenery at the center. At first glance through the glass, one could see the vibrant green, which is exactly why it was called a nature house. The internal rooms were divided into 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms, excluding the 5-meter-wide surrounding garden. The internal space still measured 314 square meters. The internal space was extremely spacious. Although the optimal occupancy was 3 people, it would be no problem to squeeze in 7 or 8. Huo Yu grew more excited as he looked at the blueprint. This reward was different from previous ones. Previous items were good, but they could only be purchased with recognition points and could not be mass-produced. However, this blueprint was very generous, coming with a thick manual. As long as he mastered the manufacturing methods in the manual and had the necessary resources, he could mass-produce this black technology house. Just from the introduction, it was clear that the performance of this house far surpassed that of the current Arctic research station. However, the corresponding price had also increased significantly to 250,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 1 million Huaxia coins, which posed a cost issue that needed to be resolved. This blueprint was too important. It could even impact the future development of the Ice Guardians organization, so he couldn't rush it. Huo Yu carefully put it into his space backpack. If possible, after taking a vacation and returning to his home country, he planned to establish a technology company to cleanse the source of this blueprint and then produce samples to hand over to the Ice Guardians organization. This technology company had to be managed by someone he trusted deeply, so that in the future, no matter what black technology the system produced, it could be covered up by this company. After securing the blueprint, Huo Yu began to examine the other items he had drawn. This time he had drawn 2 weapons, 2 skill cards, and a wall, which temporarily compensated for the lack of defense at the 249 research station. Huo Yu first looked at the air cannon he was most interested in. Air cannon. Description: a magical gadget from the popular manga Doraemon, cylindrical in shape, hollow inside, with decent power. Usage instructions: put it on your hand and shout bang to launch an invisible air pressure attack on enemies. The energy of this weapon is limited, but any energy source can be used for recharging. Huo Yu looked at the black-gray air cannon in his hand with a conflicted expression. It was a good item, but having to provide the sound effect every time he fired it felt a bit too childish. Although the power of the air cannon seemed average in the manga, those who understood knew that the characters in the manga world had physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. For example, Nobita, a child of over 10 years old, fell from a height of over 10 meters when his bamboo copter malfunctioned and only experienced slight dizziness before getting up. Is that something a human can do? In the real world, being hit by this air cannon would likely result in serious injury or even death for the unfortunate target. The most important thing was that this item needed no bullets. With full energy, it could fight against illegal organizations for an hour without issues. Huo Yu stored the air cannon back in his space backpack. He needed to keep it as a trump card. System. Activate the random survival skill card and random pet skill book. The most dreaded silence suddenly enveloped the air. Huo Yu suddenly remembered that after drawing the blueprint, the system had upgraded. Fortunately, during the upgrade, aside from the system being unable to help him operate, other functions were still normal. With no other choice, he took out the purple pet skill book and silently recited, "Activate. Skill name, bite. Description, use sharp teeth to bite the opponent, with a chance to put them into a state of fear. Usage conditions, the pet must have teeth." Huo Yu fell in a deep thought. Who should this skill be given to? Little fish? Little group? Or by Xiaoma? After much consideration, Huo Yu ultimately decided to give this skill to Little Fish. Little Group was cute and adorable, but it was a polar bear, the largest land carnivore. In the animal kingdom, size determines fighting power. No matter how much fans of lions and tigers argue about which beast is stronger, let them try it out in the Arctic. A single blow from a polar bear could knock their brains out. Of course, this would have to be during the polar bear's prime, before hibernation. Those emaciated polar bears would struggle against lions and tigers. Moreover, polar bears have diverse fighting techniques, whether slapping, hammering, or biting, all of which possess considerable lethality. Even a simple squat could crush a large area. Little Fish, on the other hand, was strong, but being a smaller canine and a social animal, its individual combat ability was quite limited. Its only attack method was biting, making the bite skill perfect for it. As for giving it to Bai Xiaomao, that was out of the question, not to mention whether humans could use pet skills. Teaching her bite would be too dangerous. She could actually bite people. After securing the skill book, Huo Yu took out the random survival skill card and chose to activate it. Upon closer inspection, it was an advanced swimming skill card. While it was better than nothing, Huo Yu likely wouldn't swim in the Arctic. It was too dangerous. However, having it was better than not having it at all. Most of the remaining reward items were resources and items not convenient to use at the moment. But there was a pet collar that was just right for Little Group to wear, preventing Bai Xiaomao from putting it in a sack. Satisfied with the powerful items that had increased in his space backpack, Huo Yu nodded. Now he finally had a better chance of fighting against illegal organizations. However, these rewards were good, but still didn't yield any gold items. Was the sacrifice of the life of the illegal organization leader unreliable? No. Could it be that the leader of the illegal organization had already suffered too much loss and wouldn't live for 30 more years? Yes, that must be it. It seems he should sacrifice him for fewer years next time. In a dark little room, a man was hiding under the table, secretly doing things that should not be seen by his subordinates. A sneeze suddenly escaped him. Snap! He loosened his grip, and the cream cake in his hand fell to the floor, landing on the cream side. The man looked despondently at the cream cake on the floor. Why was today so unlucky? Is someone cursing me? The man sighed lightly and returned to his seat. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on his face, making it appear dim and bright. He wondered why he had chosen to act so pretentiously. Instead of using a good electric light, he insisted on using candles in the room. This trick had frightened quite a few criminals, but his own eyes were starting to suffer. Sigh. The man slumped over on the table. And that station chief at the research station wasn't any better. He had already sent drones to hover around there for several days. Wasn't it obvious enough? He was just one step away from personally whispering in the guy's ear at night. Be careful. You are being targeted by an illegal organization. How could this kid still be indulging and feasting every day without noticing anything unusual? He should either run away quickly or call the Arctic Peacekeeping Navy. Wasn't this simply a pig teammate? Sigh. Being an undercover agent is too difficult. Chapter 82 Night Talk After Dinner. It was a long time before nightfall finally arrived. The days at Research Station 249 were getting longer, which indirectly indicated that the polar day was approaching. Compared to the dark and oppressive polar night, the polar day was quite beloved in the Arctic. The closer the research station was to the North Pole, the longer the polar day lasted. In the summer of the Northern Hemisphere, the daytime near the North Pole could even last for half a year, and Research Station 249, being further north, had at least 3 months of polar day. When the polar day arrived, the temperature in the Arctic would rise, and research teams from various countries would start frequently entering the Arctic Circle. Huo Yu also preferred the polar day, but it was too bright, making it hard to sleep. In the bedroom on the second floor, two sleeping bags, one black and one white, were laid out parallel on the floor, separated only by two dog beds. At the strong request of Huo Yu and by Xiao and Mo, Jiao Yu still lay alone on the bed, occasionally allowing Xiao Tuan to come up and keep her company. In the darkness, the breathing of the three people and two animals rose and fell. "Are you guys asleep?" Bai Xiao and Mo suddenly spoke up. "Not yet," Huo Yu replied. "I'm already asleep." "Owo, owo." As soon as the words left her mouth, 4 voices sounded in succession. Bai Xiao and Mo laughed foolishly and sat up from her sleeping bag like a zombie. "Huo Xiaoyu, how can you respond if you're asleep?" Huo Yu poked the little fish beside her. "Hey, she is calling you." The little fish looked at Bai Xiao and Mo in confusion, its wolf-like eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Bai Xiao and Mo picked up the little fish and put it into her own sleeping bag. "Aren't you going to say something?" "I'm leaving tomorrow," she said. "Xiao and Mo, have a safe journey." "I knew it. Didn't you see how happy I was to eat 2 extra bowls of rice tonight?" "Owo, owo, owo, owo." "Huo Yu, what is your little fish saying?" Huo Yu replied helplessly. "It says it's about to be squished to death by you." Bai Xiao and Mo looked down at the little fish that was making a fuss in her chest, her face turning slightly red. "Pervert," she whispered, taking the little fish out of her embrace. Huo Yu and the little fish exchanged glances in the dark. "She is talking about you, Dad's son." Sigh. Research Station 099 is really boring. It's the same work every day. I'm still the station master and can't slack off. As she spoke, she casually patted the little fish on the ground. "Speaking of which, Huo Yu, what made you want to become a station master?" "I didn't want to either, but I've been here the longest. Apart from Lu Zhe, everyone else in the station has been with the ice guards for less than a year. If I don't take the position, who will? Is a manpower for the ice guards really that scarce? Our outdoor ice guards are worth 2 regulars each. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be me and Wei Di going on missions." Jiao Yu, who was on the bed, spoke up. "It's indeed very short on people right now, especially in the Arctic, where the danger level is higher than in Antarctica. Most new recruits have applied to go to Antarctica." Huo Yu nodded slightly. If it weren't for the shortage of personnel, the organization wouldn't have agreed to let him stay alone at the northernmost research station. "And you two? Why did you come to this place to be ice guards?" Bai Xiao and Mo asked. After a moment of silence in the room, it was Jiao Yu who spoke first. "I graduated from university and couldn't find a job. I saw the ice guard were hiring, so I applied with the mindset of giving it a try. That's a bit rash, but it's okay. After becoming an ice guard, I feel this job is quite meaningful and the treatment is good. I've never regretted it." "And you?" Bai Xiao and Mo kicked Huo Yu's sleeping bag with their toes. "Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you I have a system? Speak human." "I had a fight with my dad, and in a fit of anger, I came here." Bai Xiao and Mo instantly became interested. "I've never heard you talk about your family. How is your relationship with your dad? Why did you fight?" Huo Yu scoffed. "How is the relationship?" "The relationship between us can be summed up in one phrase. A kind father and a filial son. Let me tell you a heartwarming little story about my dad." As soon as she said this, Bai Xiao and Mo and Jiao Yu sat up, and even the 2 half-asleep little ones perked up their ears. "Dad's dad?" The little fish and Xiao Tuan asked. "What does Dad's dad call?" "Once, my dad told me a historical story about Liu Bang being chased by the enemy and escaping in a carriage. To lighten the load, he kicked off his own children 3 times, and each time they were picked up by the driver, Xia Hoang. My dad admired Liu Bang's actions, believing he was a person who could achieve great things, not nitpicking about small details. Young Mi couldn't accept this and directly retorted, "That's because Liu Ying is incompetent." Bai Xiao and Mo curiously asked, "What did your dad say?" "My dad asked me, if you were Liu Ying and I were Liu Bang, what would you do?" I said, "If it were me, I would kick you out of the carriage." I would kick him out, and Xia Hoang would have to get out to pick him up. Then I would kick him out again. The room fell silent. Huo Yu continued, "My dad laughed heartily, and right then it became a big joke. Do you know how much psychological damage that can cause to a kid in their teens?" In the darkness, Bai Xiao and Mo and Jiao Yu exchanged glances. This was definitely a hilarious filial piety story. Jiao Yu chuckled lightly on the bed. "It sounds like you have a good relationship with your father." Huo Yu was taken aback for a moment and casually replied, "It's all right. We've made it through all these noisy years. The old man is stubborn and unreasonable. He beat me a lot when I was little, but he stopped when I grew up. Bai Xiao and Mo asked curiously. Why didn't Ti beat you when you grew up? Isn't that giving you face? No, Huo Yu shook her head decisively. When I grew up, he couldn't beat me anymore. Bai Xiao Montag. Sai, I miss home. I wonder what my parents are doing right now. Bai Xiao and Mo hugged her legs and sat on her sleeping bag, sighing. Huo Yu rolled her eyes and casually threw the little fish over. Stop thinking about it. You're not around. Your parents are definitely very happy right now. Who said that? I can't sleep just thinking about you leaving tomorrow. I figure your parents should feel the same way. You. Watching the two of them bicker, Jiao Yu couldn't help but smile. Hey, amid the noise, Bai Xiao and Mo spotted Huo Yu's guitar casually placed in the corner of the room. You can play guitar too? Jiao Yu added from the side. I've seen Huo Yu's live stream. He sings really well, and he can write songs too. Bai Xiao and Mo was surprised. You can do that? Come on, show us both. Jiao Yu almost fell off the bed. Has this girl never studied language? Pay attention to your wording. Huo Yu had a black line on her face. I have a lot of talents, but I need to sleep. I have to get up early every day. Cut out. Bai Xiao and Mo crawled back in her sleeping bag. So stingy. Not long after, a loud snoring filled the room. Huo Yu helplessly glanced at her side and took out a pair of earplugs to stuff in her ears. Chapter 83 Farewell the next morning. It's so early, Fish Grandpa. Are you broadcasting this early today? Fish Grandpa's smile is so bright today. Is there something happy going on? Where is Station Master Bai? We want to see Station Master Bai. I didn't notice before, but why is Fish Grandpa holding a guitar? Sitting on the roof with a guitar? Is he going for a campus vibe? Huo Yu, holding the guitar and sitting on the roof of the garage, smiled at the camera and said, Today there is good news. Station Master Bai Xiaomo is finally leaving, and I am ready to ring the bells and beat the drums to send her off. Hypocritical. To be honest, Fish Grandpa, if you were holding a swana, I would believe it, but the key is you're holding a guitar, ringing bells and beating drums to send her off. Will my Station Master Bai is leaving just like that? Huo Yu fell silent, his gaze shifting to the distance. Outside the 249 research station, Lu Zhe was driving a snow jeep, parked outside the wooden fence. Bai Xiaoma and Jiao Yu were hugging goodbye beside the jeep. Sister Jiao, when you recover, you must come visit the 099 research station. It's much bigger than here. Jiao Yu smiled. Okay, I will definitely go. Bai Xiaoma glanced inside the station and casually asked, Where's that guy? I'm leaving, and he doesn't even know to send me off. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan are better at this. Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan, lying on either side of Bai Xiaomo, exchanged glances upon hearing her words and decisively chose to remain silent. If it were anyone else who dared to scold their dad, the two little ones would have already bitten back. But Bai Xiaomo is different. They swore with their enhanced brains that there was definitely something between her and their dad. Huo Yu went on patrol. With his personality, he definitely doesn't like this kind of scene. Jiao Yu gently helped Huo Yu save face. Bai Xiaoma silently nodded, her eyes revealing deep disappointment. Then I'm leaving? Jiao Yu gently nodded. Bai Xiaoma squatted down, patted the two little ones, then turned to get in the car. Zing zing zhong zhong. A delicate and full guitar prelude interrupted by Xiaoma's action of opening the car door, and she looked curiously towards the source of the sound. Huo Yu sat on the roof, a finely crafted wooden guitar resting on his lap, the sunlight shining on him, making his shorter bangs glow golden. The guitar's prelude was melodious and tinged with a hint of sadness, like the sound of spring breeze brushing against the earlobes, like the gentle sound of wind chimes swaying, even more like the sound of a shepherd's flute on the grassland. The prelude was short, and between pauses in the music, Huo Yu's warm and sorrowful singing voice resonated in this icy land. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky. The evening breeze brushes the willows. The flute sound lingers, the sunset beyond the mountains. As the song began, everyone present couldn't help but fall into a state of ethereal immersion. The melody was beautiful, the lyrics even more beautiful, giving a sense of ancient poetic style. Lu Zhe instinctively pulled out the key and turned off the jeep, afraid the sound of the engine would disrupt this heavenly voice. Bai Xiaoma's eyes widened, staring intently at the figure on the roof, her mind replaying the fragments of their days spent together, roasting deer meat together, chasing rabbits together, bickering together, having deep conversations together. They had once run freely across the snowy plains with a wolf and a bear, and also argued endlessly at night about who should wash the dishes. This guy really knows this skill? The 249 research station has a kind of magic. It makes everyone living here forget they are in the Arctic. In the evening, the wine pavilion is at dusk. The cloud sail post returns. The wild seagull cannot rise. The river rain is frozen and hard to fly. Farewells are always sorrowful, and throughout history. Only Gao Sure has been able to express that one can have no worries about the road ahead without a friend, and who in the world does not recognize you. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, half of the close friends are scattered. A cup of murky wine ends the remaining joy. Tonight's dreams are cold. Yilwan leaned as close to the computer as possible, carefully listening to every word in the lyrics, jotting them down with paper and pen. She suddenly remembered that in a previous live stream, a viewer had asked her son, "Fish Grandpa, station master by is leaving. Don't you feel sad?" Huo Yu replied, "Sad?" The Ice Guardians never bid farewell, yet they are saying goodbye every day. At that time, Yilwan did not understand. What is it that they say goodbye to every day? Now she understands why Huo Yu said such a thing. When the Ice Guardians leave home, they bid farewell to family, to friends. When they take up their duties, they bid farewell to comrades, to colleagues. When the polar day and night arrive, they bid farewell to the sun, to the moon. When they run across the snowy plains, they bid farewell to glaciers, to the snow. Clearly, they are the guardians of the ice, the protectors. Yet they are always experiencing separations. Farewells are a sorrowful memory for ordinary people, but for them, it is merely a part of daily life. Having realized this, her eyes gradually turned red. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky. I ask you, when will you return? Do not linger on the way back. The little fish on the ground whimpered, its light blue eyes misting over. Xiao Tuan sat pitifully in the snow, its dark eyes revealing the same sadness as Huo Yu. Animals empathize the most. Just like us humans, animals have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They can feel fear and anxiety. Unlike humans, who rarely empathize with others' emotions unless they are very close, animals' emotions are mostly determined by their owners. When you are sad, your pet is also sad. When you are happy, your pet becomes happy too. Their feelings are completely determined by you. Your world has flowers and grass, family and friends, and everything. Yet their world has only you. This is also why more and more scientists say that interacting with animals is beneficial for human mental health. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, half of the close friends are scattered. Life is hard to come by for gatherings. Only partings are many. As the song ended, the world fell silent. This song is called Farewell, written by a musician named Li Shutong in 1915 while studying in Japan. The musicality of this song is evident from its widespread popularity in Huo Yu's previous world. This sad song has been sung for over a century. Countless people have wept for it, been moved by it, and even wished to die for creating such lyrics and music. Just as Pu Shu said, if a person can write such lyrics in their lifetime, they can die without regrets. Huo Yu on the roof put down a guitar, still wearing a smile that held the sunlight, and waved his arms vigorously towards Bai Xiaoma in the distance. Bai Xiaoma stared blankly at that figure, and by the time she came to her senses, she was already in tears. Huo Yu, Bai Xiaoma said hoarsely goodbye. Huo Yu on the roof smiled gently and said in a voice only he could hear, Xiao and Mo goodbye. Chapter 84 Communication from Home. Watching the jeep that Bai Xiaoma was riding disappear into the snow, Huo Yu felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. This was the first time he had bid farewell to a friend at his research station, and the feeling was profound but absolutely not pleasant. Humans are social animals. Staying alone at the 249 research station seemed quite comfortable on the surface, but in reality, it went against human nature. Communication is the cornerstone that allows humans to break free from the shackles of lower animals and become higher beings. Sitting on the rooftop, Huo Yu gradually felt himself being overwhelmed by sadness. Still sitting up there? It's time to eat. Jiao Yu called out casually as she passed by the garage. Okay. Huo Yu decisively got up and went downstairs, picking up the two little fur balls on the ground and heading toward the sentry post. What is more important than feeling sad? Eating. Yi Luan's delicate fingers danced over the keyboard, continuously typing the lyrics she had written down on paper into a computer document. After finding a song copyright website and uploading it, Yilwan stared blankly at the computer screen, her eyes red. Not long after, the door to the room was opened, and Huo Jinghuan walked in casually. At first glance, he saw his wife sitting at the computer desk, looking as if she had just cried. Huo Jinghuan immediately got angry. "Wife, what happened? Who bullied you? I'll tear them apart." Yilwan wiped her tears, stood up to help Huo Jinghuan take off his coat, and gently said, "No one bullied me. I just heard a good song and felt a bit sad." Huo Jinghuan gently hugged his wife and softly asked, "Are you thinking about the kids again? How about giving Huo Yu a call?" Yilwan shook her head gently. "Huo Yu is studying here, and we can see each other on weekends. I miss Huo Yu, though." Huo Jinghuan frowned slightly and then sighed. "That kid has gone to the Arctic, and it won't even be 4 months. The rules for ice keepers say family members can only call 3 times a year." Yilwan didn't respond, just looked at him with big, pitiful eyes. After being married for over 20 years, Huo Jinghuan dreaded this tactic from his wife and immediately gave in. "If you want to talk to the kids, just do it. But you have to apply in advance. Their procedures can be quite troublesome." Yilwan smiled gently and pushed him lightly. "All right, I'll go apply. You wait here." Huo Jinghuan helplessly took out his phone and ran to the study, muttering, "This little rascal, running off to the Arctic and not letting me have any peace." "It's time to eat." Huo Yu placed plates of canned meat, snacks, and biscuits on the dining table, while Huo Yu and the 2 little ones looked sad around the table. Huo Yu glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. Huo Yu sighed, "I miss the venison soup that Xiao Mo made. Little fish, oh, I want a hug from Sister Xiao Mo. Little Tuan, ow, roar. Time to eat. Time to eat. It's time to eat," Huo Yu said again. Only little Tuan excitedly dashed forward, while the other 2 remained still. "What is with you guys? Why do you look so down?" Huo Yu covered his face helplessly. "So lonely. Oh, I want a hug. Ow, time to eat. Time to eat. If you miss that girl so much, you could just knock Luze out and force her to stay. Violentman. Oh, barbarian. Ow, time to eat." Huo Yu's mouth twitched, and he drank a whole bottle of peanut liquor in one go. Ding, ding, ding. The communication bell in the control room rang suddenly. Huo Yu looked at the 3 little ones and sighed. "Hurry up and eat. I'll go answer the call." Entering the control room, he heard Su Peipei's voice on the communicator. "This is Research Station 009. Calling Research Station 249. Calling Research Station 249. Please respond." "Station Chief Hua. This is Research Station 009. Do you hear me? Calling. Is anyone there?" Huo Yu smiled, picked up the microphone, and said, "I'm here, Peipei. What's up?" "Station Chief Hua." Su Peipei's voice was cheerful, and Huo Yu could almost imagine a little girl smiling with a sugary grin through the microphone. "Have you eaten? Is Sister Xiao Mo there? How are the little wolf cub and little bear cub?" Huo Yu was momentarily distracted by the rapid-fire questions from the little girl and took a moment to respond. "I was just about to eat, by Xiaoma, just left, and the 2 little ones are eating, drinking, and sleeping well." "That's good," Su Peipei said, suddenly realizing, "Oh, we received a call invitation from home for you. The applicant is Huo Jinghuan. Do you want to accept it?" "Huo Jinghuan? My dad? What is going on? Shouldn't he be at the border of Huagua?" If it were Yilwan applying for a call, he wouldn't be so confused. His dad was not the type to call his son proactively. "Hello, Station Chief Hua. Are you still there?" Huo Yu was lost in thought for a moment until Su Peipei called him back to reality, and he quickly replied, "Ah, yes. Station Chief Hua. Do you want to accept the call invitation?" "Accept." "Okay." Su Peipei paused for a moment, then apologetically said, "Station Chief Hua. According to the Icekeeper confidentiality regulations, the first 3 private communications of a newly appointed Icekeeper require the presence of another Icekeeper to listen in. What do you think?" "That's fine. Captain Jiao is still in my research station. I'll ask her to come over." "Okay." Huo Yu put down the microphone and walked out of the control room. Huo Yu was resting her chin on her hands, looking listless at the table. The 2 oblivious little furballs were already devouring their meals. "Yo, yeah." Huo Yu hesitated, asking softly, "What is up? Could you do me a favor?" Huo Yu looked puzzled at his tone and asked, "What's going on? Why are you being so shy? You were bolder when you were undressing me back then." "Huo Yu, that was to save your life, okay? Have you been corrupted by Xiaoma? Bai Xiaoma, don't go. Give me back the normal Jiao, Jia. My family is calling me, but this is my first private communication, and I need an Icekeeper to listen in. Do you think you could help?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yu's eyes brightened like flashlights, and she nodded eagerly, of course. Of course. Oh, I'll go too. Ow, me too. After flicking the two little ones on their heads, Huo Yu heard Zhao Yu continue to ask, will your mom and dad be present? My dad will definitely be there, but my mom might not, Huo Yu answered suspiciously. TSK, and I need to make a good impression. Zhao Yu suddenly stood up. How do I look? Is my face too pale? Huo Yu felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart. So are we. Leaving now? No way. Zhao Yu's pitch rose at least 8 octaves. I need to put on some makeup. Zhao Yu hurriedly got up, muttering about how there were no nice clothes here as she headed to the upstairs bedroom, leaving Huo Yu alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. The organization is asking you to listen in to prevent me from leaking secrets, not to meet the parents. Chapter 85 Home Communication, Part 1. When they came out, it was just one person, but when they went back in, they were dragging the whole family with them. Huo Yu and Zhao Yu each carried a furry child and walked into the control room. The two little ones had been carefully nurtured by Huo Yu for a long time. Their size hadn't changed much, but their weight had skyrocketed. The little fish was fine. Along with the increase in weight, its muscle density had also improved, giving it a somewhat robust and chubby appearance. As for the little group, it had simply gained weight. Polar bears naturally have the ability to store fat, and now the little group really looked like a snowball, plump and round. However, due to the two little ones' extraordinary looks, even though they appeared considerably chubby, they were still handsome and cute, making one unable to resist the urge to pet them. With the two little ones' weight skyrocketing, it became difficult for Huo Yu to carry them both in one arm. Pei, are you still there? I'm here, Director Hua. Could you help me connect the communication? Sorry to trouble you. Sure. Is Captain Zhao beside you? Zhao Yu politely said, Hello. I'm Zhao Yu. Okay. Su Pei said seriously, Intermediate Ice Guardian Zhao Yu. Are you willing to listen in on Ice Guardian Huo Yu's first private call and guarantee that you will never leak any of Huo Yu's privacy or the content of the call? I am willing. Can you ensure to supervise Ice Guardian Huo Yu throughout the call to prevent any disclosure of Guardian secrets, violations of Guardian regulations, or revealing your exact coordinates? I guarantee. All right, Director Hua, Captain Zhao, I'll open the video channel for you now. Su Pei's tone returned to a relaxed state. Okay. Su Pei hung up the communication and began to transfer the domestic signal source. Seeing the words video connection appear on the large screen in the control room, Huo Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. After crossing over, he immediately embarked on the path of becoming an Ice Guardian, with almost zero communication with his parents in this parallel world. Even though the other party looked exactly like his real parents, with similar experiences and personalities, Huo Yu still worried whether they would notice something strange. If they noticed something, would they accept him? Would they think that his crossing over had erased their real son? When the familiar face of Yi Luan appeared on the large screen, Huo Yu's inner demons were instantly shattered into pieces. He was certain that the beautiful and kind woman on the screen was his mother, the one who truly loved him. Mom, are you doing well? Huo Yu's voice trembled a bit. Yi Luan did not reply, still wearing a smile on her face. Huo Yu instantly understood that it was because the video-audio quality was somewhat distorted, and it was difficult for his mother to hear what he was saying even with a hearing aid. Thinking quickly, Huo Yu started to gesture at the screen. Zhao Yu beside him was instantly baffled. What is going on? Sign language? According to the rules, using sign language during communication to hide from the listener was absolutely not allowed. However, out of trust for Huo Yu, Zhao Yu remained silent and continued to observe. I'm doing well. You don't need to worry about me. Yi Luan's voice was pleasant, but sounded a bit strange and disjointed. As soon as Yi Luan spoke, Zhao Yu suddenly realized. It turned out that this young and beautiful mother was actually hearing impaired. Hearing impairment can lead to difficulties in verbal communication. Some hearing impaired people may hear sounds through hearing aids, but still struggle to understand the meanings conveyed by those sounds and words. Yi Luan had worked hard to overcome this situation, but she still couldn't communicate like a normal person. Because hearing impaired individuals also hear their own speech as distorted and unclear, it leads to various pronunciation issues, which is why many hearing impaired people have difficulty speaking fluently. Will you complain about the unfairness of fate? There are some people who have to put in tremendous effort just to stay alive. Huo Yu smiled happily the moment he saw Yi Luan on the screen. His wandering heart found its home. Behind Yulwan, a middle-aged man in a white shirt was facing away from the camera, teasing the birds in a cage, appearing completely unconcerned. Huo Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This old man, no matter how many worlds he changes, still looks the same, proudly unyielding. "Dad, what are you doing over there?" Huo Jinghuan turned his head and shot a glare at the screen, saying irritably, "You brat, I don't have time to deal with you. Can't you see I'm feeding the birds?" Huo Yu teased, "Feeding birds? Just shoving seeds into their mouths one by one, and not even giving them some water. Their beaks are going to burst from eating so many seeds. Mind your own business." Huo Jinghuan scratched his head awkwardly and naturally sat down beside Yulwan. "You brat is doing pretty well, raising a whole bunch of cats and dogs." Yulwan tugged at Huo Jinghuan's sleeve and gently said, "Little fish, that girl behind you. Why don't you introduce us?" Huo Yu and the little fish in his arms instinctively turned to look, realizing that Yulwan was referring to Huo Yu. Both the person and the wolf exchanged an awkward glance. Hearing Yulwan's words, Jiao Yu quickly stood up. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Jiao Yu, Huo Yu's colleague." While Huo Yu translated Jiao Yu's word into sign language, he echoed, "Mom, Jiao Yu is my friend, one of us." Yulwan smiled more kindly. "Miss Jiao, please sit down. Thank you for taking care of our Huo Yu. This child has been smart since he was little, always good, just a bit mischievous." Huo Yu felt a bit embarrassed. His mom was great, but she loved to praise her kids everywhere. For over 20 years, she had found various ways to brag about him and his sister, and this habit had not changed. "Mom, let's not talk about that. You haven't met the little fish and the little group yet. Let me show you." To interrupt Yulwan's flow of compliments, Huo Yu gestured rapidly, like a flower shaking in the wind. Yulwan didn't say much more and nodded with a smile. "Huo Yu first picked up the little fish, Mom. This is your second grandson, named Little Fish. He is a 1-month-old Arctic wolf. What a cute little wolf cub." Yulwan pretended it was her first time seeing Little Fish and nudged Huo Jinghuan beside her. "Old Hua, look how beautiful this little wolf is." Huo Jinghuan looked up and said, "Not bad. This little thing is quite cute. Little Fish. I thought only my dad was really a dog. I didn't expect my grandpa to be just as bad. Is this hereditary?" Huo Yu was already used to his father's sharp tongue. He put Little Fish down and picked up the little group from Jiao Yu's arms. "Mom, this chubby one is your eldest grandson, named Little Group. He is a 2-year-old polar bear." Yulwan nodded with a smile, covering Huo Jinghuan's mouth. She had almost watched all of Huo Yu's live streams and really liked these two little guys. The Huo family had never prohibited their children from raising pets. When Huo Yu was little, he had raised hamsters, cats, dogs, parrots, golden pythons, and horned frogs. In the eyes of the Huo family, pets were also family. Especially the intelligent cats and dogs, and Little Fish and Little Group were clearly more sentient than ordinary pets. Don't be fooled by Huo Jinghuan's seemingly indifferent demeanor. He was the one who spent the most time at home with the cats and dogs. With a pot of tea, a drama, and a cat. He could sit there all day. Chapter 86 Home Communication, Part 2. For the next 10 minutes, Yulwan began to chatter away with Huo Yu about mundane family matters. For Yulwan, talking for an extended period was not easy. Some syllables needed to be repeated several times to be pronounced correctly. Moreover, she wasn't discussing anything significant, just small talk about whether they were living well, eating well, and if the Arctic was cold or not. Nevertheless, she still made an effort to articulate her words clearly and thoroughly, asking about every aspect as if she were a normal mother leisurely nagging her son who was away from home. People like Yulwan, who are hearing impaired, often struggle to communicate in daily life, yet she managed to become a university teacher through her own efforts. Her determination was no less than that of General Huo Jinghuan. "Mom, I'm doing well. You don't need to worry," Huo Yu said, feeling heartbroken that his mother had spoken for so long. He quickly shifted the topic to Huo Jinghuan. "Dad, how is Huo Yu doing in school? Is anyone bullying her?" "Don't worry. Who would dare bully her? Besides, it's not like before. Xiao Yu is in college now. Do you still think it's middle or high school?" Huo Jinghuan's face immediately lit up with a smile when he mentioned his daughter. "Your sister is much easier to handle than you. Her grades are good, and she is interested in business. She plans to switch majors to management soon." Huo Yu nodded, thoughtful. It was good news that his sister wanted to study management. His parents were open-minded, encouraging their children to pursue what they wanted without the expectation of following in their footsteps. When they were younger, Huo Yu's sister was his little shadow, always following him around. Most of the fights Huo Yu got into were for his sister's sake. He had always been the kind of person who would fiercely defend her against anyone who bullied her. His sister was pretty, with a gentle and introverted personality, so it was common for some girls to be jealous and bring their so-called older brothers to bully her. During those times, Huo Yu transformed into a protective brother. Until the 6th grade, he had once chased a few middle school bullies down the street with a brick in hand, his eyes blazing with anger. The bullies ran, bleeding from the blows, and Huo Yu silently pursued them across several roads, causing them to seek refuge in a police station out of fear. That day, the police brought Huo Yu home, and when Huo Jinghuan learned what had happened, he casually told Huo Yu not to use bricks next time and let him go back to his room, even adding an extra chicken leg to his dinner. However, his little sister was obedient but lacked ambition. He had never heard her express what she wanted to do. It wasn't until high school that she finally started to stand up for herself, becoming a bit more lively, though still not as assertive as Huo Yu. Now that she was in college and had found something she liked, Huo Yu felt genuinely happy for her. Aunt and uncle both said that once Huo Yu graduates, she can work with them for a few years, and then they'll hand the company over to her. Huo Jinghuan continued. Your sister isn't keen on that. She wants to carve out her own path. Kids grow up so fast. Huo Yu listened patiently, and an idea began to form in his mind. He definitely wanted to establish his own tech company to research cutting-edge systems. However, managing the company would take too much time and energy, so he needed someone completely reliable. His sister Huo Yu was the perfect candidate. After chatting for a while longer, Jiao Yu behind him lightly cleared her throat. Huo Yu understood that over half an hour had passed, and the video call time was already up. Jiao Yu, fully aware of the pain of being away from home, didn't want to interrupt their family reunion, but she couldn't let it go on too long either. After all, the rules for the Ice Keepers were quite strict. He could communicate with the outside world via live broadcast because everything was public and transparent. The organization wasn't worried about him leaking secrets, which was why he was granted permission. However, private conversations would be closely monitored, and that was only right. There have been instances where Ice Keepers had leaked coordinates of natural gas resources during family calls, leading to a foreign country seizing those resources first. While losing a single resource point might seem trivial, the Ice Keepers managed many environmental projects and facilities, and if those were exploited by malicious actors, it could spell disaster for the entire blue planet, so the higher-ups had to be cautious. However, once the U.S. rank increased, policies would gradually loosen. Senior Ice Keepers would have access to more secrets and fewer restrictions. Dad, Mom, I have to go work now, Huo Yu said with a pained expression as he faced the screen. Huo Jinghuan was speaking when he suddenly paused. After a second, he impatiently replied, Go ahead. Your mom and I have nothing to do. It's just that your mom misses you. However, I need to remind you of something. Huo Jinghuan's expression turned serious. Since you become an Ice Keeper, you have to take it seriously. Protecting the ice is just like protecting our territory. It's a responsibility, and you have to face challenges head on. Don't worry, Dad. I understand, Huo Yu reassured him. Good, as long as you understand. Huo Jinghuan's tone softened. But be careful. Don't rush into danger blindly. Think twice before you act, and do your best to protect your safety. Like last time, that huge polar bear. Did you really dare to fight it? Realizing he had let something slip, Huo Jinghuan instinctively covered his mouth. Dad, how did you know? Huo Yu asked in surprise. Huo Jinghuan dodged his gaze. How would I know? Your mom told me. Huo Yu looked at his mother beside Huo Jinghuan. Yilwan smiled, but remained silent. Huo Yu suddenly realized he should have thought of this earlier. It must have been his mom who helped him register the copyright for insect flying, and that she had been watching his live broadcasts all along. Entering the wolf pack, battling polar bears, and outsmarting illegal organizations. She had witnessed all these dangerous situations. Huo Yu knew his mother's character well. They often said sons take after their mothers and daughters take after their fathers. But in the Huo family, it was the opposite. Huo Yu was like Huo Jinghuan, both mischievous and stubborn, not yielding easily. Once they made up their minds, not even 10 bulls could pull them back. Huo Yu's sister, however, was more like Yilwan, obedient and understanding, never causing trouble for others, willing to suffer in silence rather than hurt anyone else. For over 20 years, Huo Yu had never seen his mother and sister argue. They endured everything quietly. He couldn't imagine how much torment Yulwan felt watching him struggle on screen. Mom, I'll hang up now. I'll come back to see you during the New Year break, Huo Yu said, forcing back tears and pretending to be calm. Okay, don't worry about home. Just focus on your work. I'm proud of you, Yulwan said, her eyes slightly red as she gently urged him. Huo Yu, afraid he couldn't control his emotions, chose to end the call. Once the video call was disconnected, the room fell silent again. Jiao Yu, being considerate, didn't disturb Huo Yu and quietly took the two furry creatures out of the control room. Huo Yu sat alone in the center of the room, staring at the darkened screen, lost in thought. Chapter 87. Has he really run away from home? That night, Huo Yu lay quietly in his sleeping bag, his eyes wide open, not feeling the slightest bit of sleepiness. He was suffering from insomnia. For an Ice Guardian, habitual insomnia is a dangerous thing. Ice Guardians undergo systematic sleep training and can usually fall asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. This is to prepare for various sudden dangers in the polar regions, allowing them to respond immediately even in their sleep and seize fragmented time to catch up on rest. However, after talking to his parents today, his complicated thoughts became knotted, making it difficult for Huo Yu to fall asleep. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Huo Yu closed his eyes and checked the newly updated technology interface of the system. The technology interface is a completely independent interface. Although it also uses recognition points as currency, its functions are entirely different. Currently, the technology interface has 3 sections: All Blueprints, Blueprint Generation, and Blueprint Mall. All Blueprints contains all the blueprint-type items Huo Yu owns, and, at the moment, there's only one Polar Nature House. Blueprint Generation is more powerful. It can analyze any item Huo Yu has obtained from the system and then generate blueprints for mass production of that item. Of course, generating blueprints still costs recognition points, and the price is steep. Huo Yu tried to analyze the air cannon for blueprint generation, which required over 10 million recognition points. It must be said that obtaining the air cannon blueprint for over 10 million recognition points is worth it, but it is indeed very expensive. At least Huo Yu is reluctant to spend money on such things now. Isn't it better to buy directly from the mall? The Blueprint Mall is even easier to understand. It's a mall selling various high-tech blueprints. As for the prices, they're all in the tens of millions. The variety is dazzling, from high-tech weapons to multifunctional base vehicles. Any one of them could shock the tech world, making Huo Yu drool. This technology interface is the greatest gain Huo Yu has had since awakening the system. The previous items from his system only enhanced Huo Yu's own strength. Moreover, Huo Yu had to keep them hidden, fearing that others would notice their extraordinary nature and question their origins. But the blueprints from the technology interface are different. They not only solve Huo Yu's problem of explaining the origin of the items, but can also genuinely elevate the technological level of the entire Blue Star. It can be said that if used well, these blueprints are equivalent to recreating several Einsteins for Blue Star. Huo Yu closed the system, turned on his side in the sleeping bag, and finally felt a bit sleepy. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear a rustling sound coming from downstairs, as if someone was rummaging through things. Huo Yu suddenly woke up. He turned to look at the big bed in the room. The person was still there, breathing lightly. Then he looked at the 2 empty dog beds beside him. Where are the wolves? Where's the bear? Damn, that little wolf cub wouldn't he really have run away from home, would it? And it took the usually obedient little bear with it? Huo Yu was stunned for a few seconds, but then thought it through and relaxed. Although it was already spring in the Arctic, it was still below freezing outside, dark and cold with no good food. That little wolf cub was just one step away from becoming a genius. It naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to run away at this time. Huo Yu searched carefully in the bedroom before shifting his attention downstairs. The sound he had just heard might have been made by the 2 little ones. The noise from Huo Yu's search woke Jiao Yu, who groggily asked, Huo Yu, what's wrong? It's nothing. The little ones have run off, Huo Yu said with a wry smile. They probably went downstairs. You can keep sleeping. I'll go look for them. Jiao Yu immediately lost her sleepiness, put on her combat suit, and insisted on joining Huo Yu to search. Going down the stairs, Huo Yu led Jiao Yu straight to the storage room. There were 3 rooms downstairs: the storage room, the workshop, and the control room. The workshop had hardly been used, and the door was locked. The control room wasn't locked, but there was nothing there to attract the 2 little ones. Only the storage room had their favorite nutritional paste, beef jerky, and various snacks that Huo Yu usually didn't let them eat too much of. Huo Yu quietly pushed open the door to the storage room. In the darkness, two fluffy snowballs were huddled together, slightly trembling against the iron rack. Huo Yu's expression darkened, and he switched on the light with a click. The two little ones were in a pose resembling a human pyramid, and it was clear that the silly little round one was standing up, using the iron rack as a support, acting as a ladder for the bear. Little Yu was sitting on the little round one's shoulders, stretching his tiny hands to grab the nutritional paste on the rack. The two little ones turned their heads in confusion and made eye contact with Huo Yu and Jiao Yu. Oh, whoa! It was all Little Round's idea. Huo Yu instantly read the little wolf cub's intention from its sneaky eyes. Oh no, oh no. I want to eat. Little Round still looked silly, completely unaware that he had been sold out by his wolf brother. Huo Yu stepped forward and directly pulled the culprit, the little white wolf, down from his bear brother's neck. You're really something, Huo Yu scolded, fixing Little Yu in a standing position. It's one thing to be greedy yourself, but you also brought your silly brother along to steal food? Little Yu pretended to be helpless, trying to put his front paws on the ground. Don't even try. Huo Yu glared at him. You stood for over 10 minutes when you were learning from me, and I didn't hear you complain about being tired. Oh, whoa, I'm hungry. You just ate a bowl of dog food, and you have several bags of beef jerky. Oh, whoa, that stuff doesn't fill me up? Then why didn't you tell me? Why did you bring your bear brother to steal food? You're just bullying your honest bear brother. Oh, whoa, I was wrong. Don't think your bear brother is honest now. Wait a couple of years and see. When he stands up, he'll be taller than me, and you probably won't be able to feed him a meal. Let us see if you dare to bully him then. Oh, whoa, I won't dare. Jiao Yu watched the serious conversation between Huo Yu and the wolf, looking puzzled. Why does it feel like these two really can communicate? Seeing that the little wolf cub had already softened, Huo Yu shot a glare at the little bear cub. Little Round didn't wait for Huo Yu to speak and immediately laid down on the ground, whimpering. The action was incredibly smooth. With the commotion from the two little ones, Huo Yu completely lost his sleepiness. He asked Jiao Yu to take the two little ones back to the room while he prepared some supper for them. Children shouldn't be left hungry, but what they eat is entirely up to Huo Yu, since they made a mistake and were caught in the act. The nutritional paste definitely couldn't be given to them. There must be rules to maintain order. If mistakes are not corrected when they happen, these two little ones will become increasingly audacious, and it could lead to them completely ignoring his commands. Will you cut some fresh fruit for them? The fiber and moisture in the fruit can effectively enhance gastrointestinal function, and eating some fruit in moderation is beneficial for animals. The two little ones usually don't like eating fruit, so this was a good opportunity to let them supplement their intake. After bringing the cut fruit upstairs, he personally fed it to the two unwilling wolf and bear faces. Watching the two little ones' faces filled with disdain and reluctance, Huo Yu's previously gloomy mood improved significantly. No wonder when his old man was in a bad mood when he was a child, he would look for a reason to beat him up. The effect of improving one's mood is just too good. His father didn't deceive him. Chapter 88. Rear track all-terrain snowmobile. Get in the car. Huo Yu looked at the stubborn little wolf cub in front of the motorcycle. Oh, no way. This broken car is too small. You can't say that. Xiao He apologized to Xiao He. Oh, Huo Yu rubbed his face, wondering what kind of sin he had committed to be arguing with a wolf cub in the Arctic so early in the morning. Xiao Tuan sat on the back seat of the snowmobile, strapped in with a seatbelt, looking adorably confused as he watched his wolf brother and dad face off. The research team was about to arrive at the 249th research station, and Huo Yu planned to take advantage of this gap to explore and discover the 121st research station, bringing back some useful supplies. After all, the better the conditions and richer the resources at the 249th research station, the greater the chances of leaving Xiao Tuan behind. For this trip, Huo Yu had made more thorough preparations and brought along the two furry kids who already had some combat capability, determined to conquer the 121st research station. The only problem was that the two little guys were a bit too sturdy, and this snowmobile was a small model. Halfway there, the person wolf and bear were all squeezed together and had to get off to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, the little wolf cub refused to recognize the vehicle and absolutely refused to get back on the motorcycle. It's just a bit of your fluff getting messed up. Is it really that serious? Huo Yu picked up the little wolf cub and helped him fix his tousled hairstyle. In this freezing weather, if you won't sit on the snowmobile, are we going to walk back? Who knows if this little wolf cub is really starting to become sentient. Recently, he's been increasingly concerned about the tuft of fluff on his head, wanting Huo Yu to comb it for him 8 times a day. The little wolf's blue eyes darted around, not knowing what mischief he was thinking about. Huo Yu feels too tired, gaining recognition points 2,333. Huo Yu says he needs to rest, gaining recognition points 4,151. Huo Yu hopes your trip becomes easier, gaining recognition points 6,210. And the system rewards an item, a rear-track all-terrain snowmobile. Why is this little wolf cub so thoughtful? I sat on the little broken motorcycle. Cough, cough, cough. Huo Yu has gone out so many times without sending a car. Only when you feel cramped yourself do you start sending a car, right? No rabbit, no hable, eh? Huo Yu glared at the little wolf cub and finally spat out. Well done, my eldest son. Remember to send more next time. He once again tousled the little guy's fluff and picked up the still dumbly sitting little white bear on the snowmobile. Xiao Tuan, get down, we're changing vehicles. Just as he was about to put Xiao Tuan down on the snow, he found that the little guy was stuck to his arm and couldn't be pulled off. Huo Yu was at a loss. This kid was great in every way, except that he loved to be a clingy little attachment, like a stubborn plaster. Every time he tried to tear Xiao Tuan off himself, it took a lot of effort. Let it hang then. I don't have time to worry about these details right now. Huo Yu eagerly summoned the snowmobile that Huo Yu had sent him from the system warehouse. A pure black snowmobile about 4 meters long and over 2 meters wide appeared before him. Hey, little Yu is so considerate, knowing I like black, and sending me a pure black car. The vehicle had a simple structure, with 2 front seats and a storage compartment, and the rear was reinforced with rubber tracks, making it sturdy and durable. The snowmobile was also equipped with headlights, pulleys, and windshields, similar to those on the snow motorcycle. Snowmobiles emphasize being lightweight, yet sturdy, using lightweight materials, which is extremely important in the Arctic where the ice layer is less than 4 meters. After obtaining their snowmobiles, ice guards would often modify them by removing unnecessary decorations and parts to make the vehicle lighter and more durable. The huge all-terrain vehicles like the U-4000 used by the joint team were rarely used by ice guards due to their excessive weight. Only those 2 foolish former scientists from Maple Leaf Country would be so stupid. In Huo Yu's impression, this model of snowmobile before him should be a unique, modified version from the system. All right, it's time to get in the car. Huo Yu turned to the little wolf cub, squatting beside him, constantly fiddling with his fluff. Oh, he lifted the little Yu into the passenger seat, then pried the heavy little Tuan off his arm and placed it beside Huo Yu. Huo Yu looked at the abandoned snowmobile and felt troubled. If he drove off in the new vehicle, what would happen to Xiao He? He couldn't just leave it behind, right? Forget it. It's not far from the 249th research station. I'll find a rope to drag it back when I come back. If worst comes to worst, he could walk back and drive it again. After all, this little He was Huo Yu's first snowmobile, and he definitely wanted to keep it well. In such a large 249th research station, I can surely find a place to keep a small motorcycle. Sitting on the snowmobile, Huo Yu gently twisted the starter. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared, seemingly boasting its powerful horsepower. Buckle up. Huo Yu fastened the seat belts for the 2 little ones. Let's go. The snowmobile sped away, leaving a black streak across the endless white ice field. Only a lonely black motorcycle remained, standing still in place. Xiao He, you 3 are ridiculous. I've never been this speechless in my life. The snowmobile stopped at the 121st research station. Huo Yu opened the door and got out, removing the cold-proof mask from his face. A yellow, triangular warning sign with an exclamation mark was posted on the wall of the 121st research station, clearly left by ice guards wrapping things up. As if recalling some bad memories, Xiao Tuan began to tremble slightly, holding onto the little wolf cub beside him tightly. Huo Yu had an expression of impatience mixed with despair on his wolf face. However, he still did not push Xiao Tuan away. Instead, he reached out his little paw to touch the pair of bare ears on Xiao Tuan's head as a form of comfort. Huo Yu watched the interaction between the 2 furry kids with some worry and asked, Xiao Tuan, if you're scared, you can wait for us outside. It's okay. Xiao Tuan's bear-like eyes were filled with terror, but he stubbornly shook his head. Huo Yu let out a sigh. The little guy still had psychological issues, which was also why Huo Yu brought him here. The darkness within him was like a parasite. If it couldn't be dispelled, it would have to be faced. The 121st Research Station was the resting place of the little guy's mother and the source of his lifelong sorrow. And Huo Yu did not want him to be trapped in this dark memory forever. "Shall we go?" Huo Yu tried to ask. Seeing Xiao Tuan hesitantly nod, Huo Yu opened the car door and let the two little ones down. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yu shook off the snowflakes on his body and ran to Huo Yu's side, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. He remembered that there once was a fierce polar bear in this snowfield. Back then, he was still small and couldn't fight alongside his dad. But now it was different. He had become a little big wolf, his fangs sharper, and his limbs full of strength. Facing a polar bear, he wouldn't just turn around and run. At least he could. Feed it, the little wolf cub thought proudly. Chapter 89. Snow Elf set while the little one was getting out of the car. Huo Yu started the live stream. First, isn't this the abandoned research station where we found Xiao Tuan? Yi is really bold. Has he forgotten how he almost got killed by a polar bear? Why is he back again? Is Xiao Yu trying to pose? He looks a bit clueless. Yu, look, Xiao Tuan seems a bit scared. He doesn't even dare to get out of the car. As familiar, silly viewers enter the stream, Huo Yu waved at the camera. Sorry, I forgot to start the live stream earlier. Today, I plan to explore the 121 research station again. Don't worry. This time I have two little helpers with me. We won't run into the same situation as before. Their noses are very sharp. While Huo Yu greeted the audience, Xiao Tuan finally overcame his mental barrier and touched the snow with a small paw. Huo Yu watched as he cautiously got out of the snow vehicle, his little bear eyes wide open, facing the big hole dug out by his dad, which looked like a giant abyss ready to swallow him. Xiao Tuan stood up straight, tense all over. Unlike Xiao Yu's playful standing, the polar bear's upright posture symbolized his inner turmoil, curiosity, nervousness, fear, or vigilance. Huo Yu smiled slightly and stepped forward to gently hold one of Xiao Tuan's little paws. Amidst the fear, Xiao Tuan felt his small paw wrapped in a warm hand, the familiar scent calming him down. Thus, Huo Yu held the little white bear's hand and, imagining himself as a little wolf cub sacrificing to feed the bear, stepped into the 121 research station. Entering the research station, it was still dark. Huo Yu turned on a flashlight on his combat suit. The light illuminated the interior, allowing Huo Yu to finally see the layout. The dirty ground still had bloodstains, but the bodies of the big polar bear and the mother bear were gone, likely cleaned up by the ice guardian. Seeing this, Xiao Tuan, who was holding Huo Yu's hand, became much calmer. "Do you want to walk by yourself?" Huo Yu asked gently, as if coaxing a child. Xiao Tuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Huo Yu released his hand, and Xiao Tuan cautiously sniffed the ground before walking towards the spot where his mother once lay, his bare eyes filled with sorrow. Huo Yu did not stop him, only watching as Xiao Tuan took steps forward. The air still carried the scent of his mother, and the memories of being inseparable from her during his childhood resurfaced in Xiao Tuan's mind. When his mother died, he was still small and had not undergone the genetic enhancement of his brain, so he didn't understand what death was. It was only now that he comprehended. When something dies, there is nothing left. Before him was not darkness, but a void, devoid of any presence, surrounded by a deathly silence. Unknowingly, tears the size of pearls rolled down his small bare face, soaking his white fur and leaving it damp against his skin. Seeing Xiao Tuan like this, Huo Yu felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward, gently hugging the little white bear and softly stroking his round little head. "Don't cry. Your mother is very tired. Let her rest well, okay?" The little white bear turned back to look at Huo Yu, confused. "Ow, is my mother not dead?" Ignoring the mud on the ground, Huo Yu sat cross-legged and held the little one in his arms. In our human world, death is not the end. We believe that those who pass away transform into stars in the sky, guarding us in another way. Every snowflake in the Arctic, every wave in the sea, every breeze in spring could be your mother's embodiment, silently accompanying you. Gently brushing off the dirt on the little white bear, Huo Yu's tone softened. "Your mother has just left, but she hasn't disappeared. When you are in danger, it was she who called me here to take on the role of family in her stead. You should grow up happily with this bond to your mother. As long as you don't forget her, she will never truly die." The little white bear gradually calmed down in Huo Yu's gentle whispers. Leaning in Huo Yu's arms, he felt an unprecedented sense of safety and his bare eyes slowly closed. Hoo. Huo Yu smiled as he watched Xiao Tuan fall into a deep sleep. I hope that when you wake up, you can forget those sad memories and become a happy little bear cub. Xiao Tuan expresses unconditional trust in you, gaining 1,314 recognition points. Xiao Tuan wants to rest in your arms, gaining 2,351 recognition points. Xiao Tuan hopes you will never leave him, gaining 5,210 recognition points. The system rewards you with a special item, Soul Necklace. Huo Yu looked at the blue teardrop-shaped necklace in the system warehouse and immediately chose to check its attributes. Soul Necklace, a necklace formed from love, when worn, can establish a spiritual connection with animals that fully recognize you, allowing you to sense their emotions and states, significantly extending their lifespan. Ding! Detected that the host already possesses 2 pieces of accessory set equipment, unlocking the Snow Elf accessory set. Would you like to view the set effects? Accessory set? Huo Yu looked down at the lucky ring on his finger. The soul necklace and a lucky ring were gifts given to him by Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan under different circumstances, both possessing unique effects. Whether it was enhancing luck or sensing animal emotions and extending lifespan, these were effects leaning towards the mystical, especially the lifespan enhancement, which could be said to have resolved one of Huo Yu's major worries. He feared that due to the lifespan issues of the species, Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan would leave him early for Wolf Star and Bear Star. The maximum lifespan of Arctic wolves is 20 years, and for polar bears, a bit more, only about 30 years. Huo Yu, barring any accidents, should live to at least 80. By the time Huo Yu just stepped into old age, Xiao Yu and Xiao Tuan would leave him one after another. What a tragic thing that would be. Fortunately, this soul necklace perfectly solved this problem, just like the lucky ring. Both were completely extraordinary items. Huo Yu had tried to analyze the lucky ring, this blueprint using the blueprint generation function, but the answer was that special equipment could not be analyzed. This shows how unique this ring is, something even the system cannot fully grasp. View. Snow Elf set. 2-5. Ring. Lucky ring owned. Necklace. Soul necklace owned. Watch not owned. Earrings not owned. Brooch not owned. 2-piece set effect. Mammal affinity significantly increased. No animal of any kind will actively show malice towards you. Ineffective if animals lose their rationality due to external factors. 4-piece set effect. Not unlocked. 5-piece set effect. Not unlocked. Chapter 90. Is this little fur ball cursing? Strong. The effect is simply outrageous. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Huo Yu would have hugged the little wolf cub and the little polar bear and danced a social dance right there. Huo Yu's beast taming already has an affinity-enhancing effect, combined with the 2-piece set's affinity boost for mammals. Nowadays, if Huo Yu were to jump into the wolf, lion, or even tiger enclosures of the zoo, he believes those fierce beasts wouldn't attack him. They might even invite him to eat meat. As long as you're a mammal and have drunk milk, you should give Huo Yu a bit of face, a definite face fruit ability user in mammal form. Moreover, the effect that any kind of animal won't express malice is even more outrageous. Many animals lack emotions and only have the instinct to feed. Some cold-blooded animals like crocodiles, snakes, and lizards have a high probability of attacking other creatures. Any creature smaller than them could become a target. However, the 2-piece effect eliminates the possibility of Huo Yu being attacked by these animals. This effect is simply miraculous. Of course, it doesn't completely eliminate the possibility. If Huo Yu accidentally steps on a snake while walking in the jungle, the snake might still turn around and bite him. And this is just the 2-piece set effect. The 4-piece and 5-piece set effects have yet to be unlocked. If he can gather the Snow Spirit set, who knows what overpowered set effects he would have. Even Godzilla would have to call him brother. Calm down, let's not think about Godzilla. Who knows if that counts as an animal? Huo Yu doesn't want to tease Godzilla and end up having little fish and little Tuan eat his seat. The audience in the live stream doesn't know that Huo Yu is currently immersed in the ecstasy of obtaining an extraordinary item. They think he is deeply saddened by little Tuan's situation. They hurriedly comfort him. Fishmaster, little Tuan has fallen asleep. Don't be sad. Meeting Fishmaster is the greatest luck for little Tuan. Boo-hoo, little Tuan is so pitiful. We should reflect. If little Tuan can meet such a kind person as Fishmaster, what about the other polar bears? Fishmaster, don't cry, stand up and pet. Pet the bear. Huo Yu smiled knowingly and said to the camera, "Don't worry, little Tuan is my family. Taking care of him is my responsibility." And Huo Yu looked down at the little bear cub in his arms. It is a polar bear, not that fragile. Adjusting the camera angle slightly, Huo Yu put on the mind necklace in front of the audience. Instantly, he felt 3 emotional connections coming through. The first was from little fish, bored, wanting to play, wanted to eat a big chicken leg. The second was from the sleeping little Tuan, sad, missing dad, wanting to eat meat. As for the third, it seems to be far away in Huagua, possibly from that big yellow dog that grew up with him. So tired, back aching, wanting to protect the owner's safety, missing the little owner. Huo Yu's heart jolted. He suddenly felt a bit unsettled. The condition for linking with a mind necklace requires animals to completely trust and recognize him. And he hasn't seen the big yellow dog from his hometown in years. The big yellow dog is already over 10 years old, which is considered old in the dog world. Even so, its telepathic transmission still conveys a desire to protect its owner and miss the little owner. Huo Yu sighed. He must go back and see this big yellow dog when he has time. However, the mind necklace can extend lifespan, so the big yellow dog should still live for many more years. Suppressing his complex emotions, he held little Tuan in front of little fish and instructed, "You keep an eye on him. I'm going upstairs to take a look." Little fish reluctantly shouted at the ceiling, "Awoo, I want to go too." Huo Yu extended a finger. "1 frozen chicken leg." "Awoo, not enough. Needs more meat." Then add a piece of freeze-dried meat, but don't push it too far. No one to stop. "Awoo, deal." Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, beast taming allowed him to communicate simply with little fish through body language, which was already a very convenient skill. Now, with the passive effect of the mind necklace to sense emotions, communication with little fish has become even easier. Although it still doesn't reach the level of conversing like humans, simple communication is completely fine. After bargaining with little fish, Huo Yu said to the camera, "Everyone, please watch over the kids. I'm going upstairs to take a look." Upon hearing Huo Yu's words, the screen was instantly filled with question marks. The reason for not letting the audience see is that he is worried there might be some confidential information about the Ice Guardians upstairs that could be inadvertently leaked to the audience. Although the possibility is slim, it's better to be safe than sorry. After handling everything, Huo Yu stepped onto the creaky stairs leading to the second floor of the 121 research station. What came into view was a relatively spacious kitchen and living room combined, laid out similarly to a foreign fire station. Aside from some worn-out dishes, Huo Yu didn't find any supplies worth taking. Entering the side bedroom, a strong smell of rotting wood wafted in. To avoid gas poisoning, Huo Yu covered his mouth and nose, held his breath, and put on a cold-resistant mask before continuing into the room to explore. The cold-resistant mask contains activated carbon, which can barely prevent toxic gas poisoning. Inside the room, aside from a few corroded single wooden beds, there was nothing else. It seems the personal belongings of the unfortunate Ice Guardians had already been taken away and returned to their families. Huo Yu found a group photo on a wooden table in the bedroom. In the photo, 3 young people from Ross Country are holding an Alaskan sled dog, smiling sincerely. Huo Yu sighed, brushed the dust off the photo, and put it back in place. They must have wanted to continue accompanying this abandoned 121 research station in this way. Those rescue teams probably thought the same, which is why they didn't take the photos. Pulling open the drawer of the table, Huo Yu's eyes lit up. Inside the drawer lay a box of unopened glow sticks, which are good stuff. The glow sticks consist of plastic tubes containing different liquids and glass tubes, operating on the same principle as the glow sticks children play with. When using, you just need to gently bend the bottom of the glow stick to break the glass tube inside the plastic tube. Then gently shake the stick to mix the 2 liquids for a chemical reaction that produces light. Unfortunately, the Ice Guardians no longer use these glow sticks, mainly because these glow sticks contain chemicals that are harmful to humans and the environment, so the Ice Guardians gradually stopped producing and providing them. Moreover, the chemical properties of glow sticks can easily lose effectiveness in low-temperature environments, which is another inconvenience. However, unused glow sticks are not prohibited from being used. Huo Yu unceremoniously tore open the packaging, pulled out 2, and stuffed the remaining glow sticks into his backpack. Bending the bottom, the green light instantly illuminated the entire room. In the dark indoor environment, These glow sticks can illuminate an area of at least 10 meters. Holding the glow stick, Huo Yu carefully stepped down the fragile floor and stairs. Little Fish, who was resting beside Little Tuan, watched an unknown entity, glowing green, walk down the stairs and stumbled back in fright. Oh, what the hell is that? Don't come near. Huo Yu's face under the cold-resistant mask instantly darkened. Did I hear that right? This little fur ball just cursed, right? Chapter 91. Dark room. The miserable cries of Little Fish awakened the sleeping Little Tuan beside him. As the little guy opened his eyes, he was greeted by a humanoid creature resembling Green Lantern. How? What the hell is that? Little Fish's face darkened even further. Is this a joke? Seeing the terrified expressions on the two little ones, the audience in the live stream instantly began to tease them. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Little Fish's face is all twisted. Little Fish, what is this thing? Don't come near me. Little Tuan, it's green and slimy. You can't do anything. I've already used this to scare my dog, and it worked really well. No more talking. I need to go get a rabies vaccine. Ha ha. Too bad we can't see Grandpa Fish's expression. I bet it's turned dark green. Fortunately, the two little ones had keen senses, and the next second, they picked up a familiar scent from the Green Lantern creature. Little Tuan instinctively covered his mouth with his hands, then realized they were live streaming and quickly lowered his paws. Little Fish's expression changed dramatically, and he wagged his tail while whining, trying to please Little Tuan. Go away. Little Tuan pushed away that fawning wolf face with a look of disgust. At such a young age, you're already learning bad words? How? I learned it from Sister Mo. Little Fish gritted his teeth. White little Mo, how dare you lead our wolf astray? Not only the wolf, but you even corrupted our bear too? God have mercy. Our little bear is such an honest child. Looking at the slightly embarrassed little white bear in front of him who had just said a bad word, Little Fish sighed helplessly. Let's go. Come with me to check if there's anything left on the first floor. Similar to the structure of the 249 research station, the 121 research station was also built by the Russian Union years ago, after the dissolution of the Russian Union. It was inherited by the Ross country for use by the Russians, serving as ice keepers. The first floor consisted of 3 rooms, a hall, a storage room, and a control room. The absence of a standard workshop was due to the larger size of the control room, which also served as a workshop. Little Fish led the 2 little ones towards the storage room. He gently pushed the door of the storage room, but it didn't budge, taking the flashlight in his hand. Little Fish looked and saw that the door was frozen shut by ice and snow, making it difficult to push open with brute force. Without any tools to break the door, it was challenging to open the frozen door with bare hands. After stepping back 2 paces and thinking for a moment, Little Fish decided to try breaking the door using the inch punch taught to him by his grandfather. The inch punch is a striking technique from traditional Chinese martial arts, also known as inch force fist. The user needs to quickly punch within a short distance, unleashing all their strength to hit a target point. When punching, one must skillfully use external force from hip rotation and internal power to generate explosive force. The power of the inch punch depends on a force in traditional martial arts known as inch force. What Little Fish needed to do was concentrate the explosive force at a single point to break the ice that had formed in the door seam. The inch punch is indeed a technique that can be exaggerated, but depends on who uses it. For someone with an abnormal physique like Little Fish, who has practiced martial arts since childhood, its power is quite considerable. The audience watched as Little Fish took a horse stance, extending his right fist against the door seam. Some of them puzzled. Suddenly, Little Fish's 5 fingers straightened, then quickly closed together. His fist, initially vertical, lifted at the impact point and then thrust upward. Boom! The ice in the door seam suddenly cracked, and the long-neglected door was actually knocked down by the force of that punch, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The live stream instantly erupted. What the heck? How many years of skill did Grandpa Fish put into that punch? Grandpa Fish, you scared me. I was holding the smoke the wrong way and burned my mouth. Grandpa Fish has this hidden skill? How deep did you keep it? Mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. Oh no, I can't explain this to the foreigners. A moment of showing off in front of everyone caused the recognition points to skyrocket. Little Fish smiled and shook his wrist. Ever since the system granted him a powerful physique, the effectiveness of these martial arts moves had multiplied. This is trained, don't try this at home. Little Fish warned the camera, emphasizing that practicing martial arts shouldn't be done in isolation. It requires guidance, or it could cause irreversible harm to the body. Once the dust settled and stopped flying, Little Fish walked into the storage room with a flashlight. Boxes of supplies were stacked in the room. The storage room was not large, but the boxes were piled halfway up, indicating that the rescue team hadn't taken the supplies from here. Little Fish casually took the multifunctional survival axe he had just drawn in a lottery from his waist. This axe was extremely sharp and included various survival tools, offering great value. After all, it was a green item, and both the materials and craftsmanship were top-notch from Blue Star. The bottom of the axe could also be used as a crowbar. He pried open a resource box, which was filled to the brim with fluorescent lighting sticks. Little Fish nodded in satisfaction and pried open another box. This time, the box contained a whole box of flint. Little Fish simply placed the lighting stick on the ground and, like opening a blind box, pried open one box after another. Lighting sticks, flints, disinfection lamps, climbing ropes. Various supplies were opened in bulk, and because the door was frozen by snow, they were well preserved without any damage. Little Fish even found an unopened chainsaw and an old-fashioned telegraph machine in the corner. The only downside was that there was no food among the supplies, just tools. After checking these supplies, Little Fish picked out a few items that were scarce at the 249 research station, preparing to load them onto the vehicle. As for the remaining supplies, they could stay here for now. After all, they were just tools and had no expiration date, so they could be moved next time. After tidying up the storage room a bit, he closed the pried open boxes and covered the supplies he wasn't taking with the oil paper he had just found. After finishing these tasks, Little Fish began to move the boxes of supplies he decided to take to the snow vehicle outside. The storage compartment of the snow vehicle was not large, but surprisingly spacious. After moving all the supplies, it was not full, and there was still some space left. Now, the vast 121 research station had only the control room left to check. Little Fish took the two little ones to the control room, where the main door was not frozen shut and opened easily with a gentle push. The furnishings inside were still very simple. A control console, a large screen, a tool table. In the visible space, nothing worth taking was found. Just as Little Fish was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard Little Fish let out a suppressed growl at the wall. Little Fish, what's wrong? How? Dad, it's empty inside the wall. It seems like there's something. Little Fish walked over to the wall Little Fish was facing in confusion and knocked on it with his hand. Knock, knock, knock. The sound that came back indeed had a hollow feeling, as if there was really a space inside. Could it be a secret room? Little Fish, disregarding the dust on the wall, began to feel around on it. Sure enough, he found a hidden groove. After hesitating for a moment, Little Fish reached out and forcefully pried at the groove. After a while, a dull and rumbling sound of machinery echoed from within the wall. In the stunned gaze of the live stream audience, a 2-meter-tall secret door appeared on the wall in front of Little Fish. Little Fish put on his cold-resistant mask and merely glanced inside, his expression suddenly changing drastically. System, cut off the live stream signal. Immediately. Right now. Chapter 92, The Icekeeper's Diary. The live stream signal suddenly cut off, and every viewer's screen displayed the message the host has temporarily left. Although the stream was interrupted, Huo Yu's live stream room remained open, leaving confused viewers to flood the chat with messages. What's going on? Why did Lord Yu suddenly go offline? I don't know. I just saw him open a secret door and look inside, then the screen went black. Lord Yu wasn't attacked, was he? What the hell? Is something going to happen? This is too scary. Lord Yu must come back safely. At the 121 research station, Huo Yu looked at the cramped secret room before him, his expression growing serious. The secret room was small, less than 20 square meters, but given the limited space of the 121 research station, this was the maximum they could manage. The reason for Huo Yu's hasty departure from the stream was the row of AK rifles gleaming coldly before him. As a sentry-level research station, the 121 research station was not allowed to be armed. Even if exceptions were made, they would only provide low-powered self-defense weapons, like the pistol given to Huo Yu. The power of AK rifles far exceeded that of self-defense weapons. They were the true kings of rifles, capable of easily hunting polar bears. Moreover, the standard firearm for the Ice Keepers was not an AK rifle. So, the question arose, how did these weapons end up in the secret room? Huo Yu sensed an unusual conspiracy from the row of rifles. He slowly walked into the secret room, carefully scrutinizing every detail. Besides the row of rifles on the weapon rack, the secret room also contained 3 sleeping bags, several large boxes of old military green ammunition crates, and remnants of canned food and bottled water packaging. It was clear that someone had lived here for a long time. Huo Yu drew the axe from his waist and pried open one of the ammunition crates. A pile of yellow rifle cartridges came into view, reflecting a golden light that dazzled Huo Yu's eyes. Goodness, this is almost a small arms depot. Huo Yu pried open each box, and every crate was filled with 7 62 by 39 millimeters M43 bullets. The sheer quantity was enough for a small team to lay down full fire for an hour. Additionally, 2 smaller boxes were filled with green, cylindrical grenades. Influenced by Huo Jinghuan, and having served in the army for 2 years, Huo Yu was relatively knowledgeable about weapons from various countries. He immediately recognized that these grenades were the famous RGD-5 grenades. This type of grenade was developed by the Soviet Union after World War II, with Soviet forces beginning to equip this weapon in 1954, and they produced a massive quantity of RGD-5 grenades during the Cold War. Even today, many former Soviet republics and certain Asian countries still officially use the RGD-5 grenade. Both the AK rifle and RGD-5 grenade are classic weapons from the Cold War era. Could it be that the ice keepers at the 121 research station discovered a hidden Soviet military base in the Arctic? Suppressing his doubts, Huo Yu began searching the secret room for other clues. Unfortunately, the layout of the secret room was quite clear. Aside from these items, Huo Yu found no further clues. While he was pondering, Xiao Tuan suddenly stood up and tugged at Huo Yu's pant leg. Huo Yu looked down and saw that Xiao Tuan was standing on a leather-bound notebook. Huo Yu's eyes lit up, and he crouched down to pat Xiao Tuan's head, pulling the notebook out. The notebook looked old, and when opened, the pages had yellowed, but he could still make out the black ink handwriting in Russian. Russian was not a mandatory language for the ice keepers, but there were quite a few ice keepers who spoke it, as Russia is relatively close to the Arctic, with some of its territory even within the Arctic Circle. Therefore, a significant proportion of ice keepers spoke Russian. It was said that the Ice Keeper organization was preparing to include Russian as a necessary language for its members. Huo Yu had just joined the Ice Keepers not long ago. Although he knew some Russian, he was still far from being able to understand the messy handwriting in this diary. To clarify the situation, Huo Yu opened the system mall and spent 800,000 recognition points to exchange for a Russian proficiency skill card. After the exchange, he casually checked his remaining recognition points. Current recognition points, 5,230,000. A few days ago, he became an internet sensation by singing Farewell during a live stream, which provided him with a massive amount of recognition points. Music indeed has a strong ability to spread. Every time Huo Yu brought out a song from his past life that went viral, he gained a lot of fans and recognition points. After using the Russian skill card, Huo Yu felt a surge of clarity in his mind. He attempted to speak, and indeed, his Russian had become very fluent, even the harder-to-pronounce trills sounding perfect. He opened the diary and found that the first several entries were about the daily life of the diary's owner, and expressed longing for a girl named Alice. Huo Yu had no intention of prying into someone else's privacy, so he quickly flipped past these mundane entries. Finally, an unusual entry caught his attention. Today is a memorable day. While on a supply mission, we discovered a military base hidden in the ice fields. The station chief opened the base's large door with a jeep, and from the layout inside, it's clear that this was a base built by our former Soviet Union during the Cold War. I bet those foolish officials forgot about this military base after the dissolution of the Union. We took over a dozen rifles as evidence and brought them back to the 121 research station, reporting to our superiors. They seemed skeptical, but agreed to send a team to explore the abandoned military base. I don't know why, but I feel like this isn't a good thing. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Oh, my dear Alice, today I still miss your smile as always. The latter half of the diary was filled with the owner's obsessive longing for Alice. Will you stop reading and jump to the next page? Today, the research team arrived at the 121 research station. There are a total of 12 of them, all muscular men, strong enough to punch a bear to death. I hate these muscular men because my Alice always looks at them a few more times. However, this research team is different from the ice keepers we met before. Oh, I swear, it's not because I'm jealous of their muscles. The ice keepers we saw before were more like a combination of scholars and warriors, polite and kind. But this group of people exudes an aura that makes it hard to approach them. Their demeanor reminds me of mercenaries and illegal organizations. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Oh, my dear Alice, guess where my heart is? The left side. Wrong, it's on your side. Huo Yu. Are you sure this is a diary and not a collection of cheesy love lines? Do you know how easy it is for this to break the immersion? Chapter 93. The first shot fired. Forcing down his urge to complain, Huo Yu continued to look down. Damn illegal organization. How dare they attack the Ice Guardians research station? Fortunately, we found firearms from the military base, which gives us a chance to fight back. The communication asking for help from superiors has been cut off. Those damned criminals destroyed our signal tower right away. God knows how much longer we can hold on. The station chief has been shot, and Cabrifo is too scared to fire his weapon. We can only run into the secret room to avoid being hunted by the criminals. Thanks to the predecessors of the former Russian Federation's research team, it is this secret room you built that saved our lives. The foolish Cabrifo even wanted to report the secret room to the organization, but fortunately, the station chief stopped him. I apologize on his behalf. I am sure this attack was premeditated. The reason is that we discovered that damned military base. Because among the attackers, I saw members of the research team that came to the 121 research station a few days ago. Damn it, there must be a mole within the Ice Guardians. Dear Alice. Seeing the name Alice, Huo Yu quickly turned the page. Although the diary owner's narration was very plain, it still shook Huo Yu to his core. The reason the 121 research station went missing was actually due to an attack by an illegal organization. Where are the Ice Guardians now? Are they still alive? Have they been captured by the illegal organization? What shocked Huo Yu the most was that the research team sent by the Ice Guardians had actually turned into an illegal organization and attacked the 121 research station. To achieve this, it shows that this mole within the Ice Guardians must be holding a high position. The Ice Guardians had been established for 3 years, and there had never been a case of high-level betrayal. But at this moment, Huo Yu realized that the Ice Guardians were not a solid unit. There was even a mole among them. The Ice Guardians were established to protect all humanity, safeguard the polar environment, and protect Blue Planet. So what does this traitor count as? A human traitor, betraying family, betraying organization, betraying country. These can be said to be due to personal greed, and while equally disgusting, they can be reluctantly understood and still count as half a human. But a traitor to all humanity is not even human anymore, just scum of the human race. With many questions in mind, Huo Yu continued to read on. This is the 3rd day, trapped in the secret room. I write this diary with immense pain. Those damned illegal organizations have actually stationed themselves at the 121 research station. Fortunately, they have not yet found this secret room, so we are temporarily safe. The station chief's gunshot wound has healed a bit, and there is currently no risk of infection. But Cabrifo's condition is very poor. He often shouts in his sleep, and fortunately, I managed to cover his mouth in time, or those demons would have discovered us. We still have some drinking water, but the food has run out. If those illegal organizations don't leave soon, we will have to eat candles. I can hear those idiots sending people every day to search around the research station. But they haven't considered the possibility of a secret room. I don't know how much longer we can hold on, or if anyone will come to rescue us. Oh God, if you want me to die, at least let me see Alice one more time. After reading this section, Huo Yu's expression became complicated. As a fellow Ice Guardian, he empathized with the diary's author. The temperature in the secret room was very low, and the air was stagnant. Above him were the criminals who wanted to kill him, and beside him were his injured and broken companions. Food and water had almost been consumed, leaving only boxes of useless firearms and ammunition. In such circumstances, this Ice Guardian had not collapsed, but instead fought fiercely, silently confronting the illegal organization. He was a true Ice Guardian, a genuine tough guy. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yu turned to the next page, which was the last written page in the diary. This is my last diary entry. The food ran out yesterday. Those bastards show no signs of retreating. According to protocol, we have been out of contact with the 009 research station for over 10 days. and the weekly summary report has not been uploaded. I listen carefully every day for sounds from above, hoping someone will come to rescue me. But until today, no one has come to our aid, not even a small team to check on us. The station chief of the 009 research station is called Su Jian. He is a reliable person from Huan Nation, and I believe he would not betray us. Clearly, he has been kept in the dark by the mole within the high ranks of the Ice Guardians about our attack. I cannot sit idly by. The station chief's wound has worsened, Cabrifo has gone mad, and if this continues, I will go insane too. We have decided that tonight, after those damned bastards fall asleep, we will burst out of the secret room and catch them off guard. I will leave this diary here. If I manage to come back alive, I will take it with me. If someone finds this diary, it means I have died. We will not expose the existence of the secret room. It is still safe here. Please forgive us for violating discipline by not reporting this secret room. After all, we kept it only to secretly store some vodka. If you are an ordinary research team member, please leave the diary where it is and do not bring disaster upon yourself. If you're also an Ice Guardian, please take it, give it to a trusted high-ranking Ice Guardian, and tell them there's a mole within the Ice Guardians. However, I hope you remain cautious. Every high-ranking Ice Guardian could be a mole, even the commander of the Ice Guardians. Good luck, Ice Guardians. Yura. Up to this point, the diary of this Ice Guardian came to an abrupt end. Following this, there were 2 coordinate maps of the waters surrounding the Arctic with annotations beside them. Huo Yu brought the illumination stick closer and examined them carefully. His pupils contracted wildly. At that moment, he understood why a small research station like 121 had drawn such a significant response from the illegal organization. Their goal was not just the abandoned base discovered by the people at the 121 research station. It was likely for these 2 coordinate maps. Huo Yu set the diary down, unable to calm himself for a long time. Just as the diary's author said, if he were still alive, he would definitely take the diary and personally report to the organization to seek justice. However, Huo Yu had never heard of anyone reporting such an incident. Even the entire Ice Guardian team at the 121 research station was still recorded as missing in the archives. The mole hidden within the high ranks of the Ice Guardians was still living well, even shamelessly commanding other Ice Guardians under the banner of the Ice Guardians at some city-level research station. The attack on the 121 research station by the illegal organization was unheard of. He had never dared to believe that the illegal organization had such audacity until today. If they dared to attack the 121 research station, would they not dare to attack the 249 research station? Every year, many Ice Guardians go missing on this tundra, and many research stations have been abandoned for unknown reasons. How many of these research stations have disappeared in the polar regions because they were attacked by illegal organizations and their evidence destroyed by moles? Huo Yu slowly stood up. The yellow diary had already been stowed back in his spatial backpack. Perhaps at this moment, choosing to turn a blind eye was the safest option. The illegal organization was a tumor in the Arctic. They were brutal and ruthless, acting without regard, and even the Ice Guardians did not want to provoke them. Huo Yu had previously thought this way. If it weren't for the criminals being too close to the 249 research station, he wouldn't want to provoke these madmen either. But would turning a blind eye ensure peace? When they plotted against the research team members, I did not stand up because I wasn't one of them. When they destroyed the environment of Blue Planet, I did not stand up because Blue Planet was not mine alone. When they killed the Ice Guardians, I did not stand up because the ones being killed were not me. When their knives are placed on my neck, who will speak for me? Rather than this, I'd better stand up first and fire the first shot in the counterattack against the illegal organization by the Ice Guardians. Chapter 94, The Pioneer System, Expand Space Backpack. Expanding the space backpack requires 100,000 recognition points and can be expanded to 20 cubic meters. Do you want to expand? Expand. Expanded to 20 cubic meters. Further expansion will require 100,000 recognition points and can be expanded to 200 cubic meters. Expand again. 1 million recognition points deducted. And the space backpack instantly expanded tenfold again. 200 cubic meters is roughly equivalent to the capacity of a 100 square meter house, which is enough to store these weapons. Huo Yu nodded in satisfaction and put all the guns and ammunition on the ground into the space backpack. These items were too hot to handle. They couldn't be transported back by snowmobile, and certainly couldn't be left here to be damaged or rusted. The secrets of the 121 research station were too dangerous. Even Huo Yu couldn't reveal them, or would be harmful to her. The best course of action was to first store these weapons and take them out when the opportunity arose. Station-level research stations could form their own armed teams, but the guards only provided basic weapons, so any increase in combat effectiveness for the armed team had to be resolved independently. This batch of guns was in excellent condition and would be just right when Huo Yu formed his own armed team. After tidying up the guns, Huo Yu closed the secret room door and carefully covered his tracks before leaving the 121 research station. To prevent that traitor from noticing, the events at the 121 research station needed to be kept under wraps for the time being. Unless something unexpected happened, Huo Yu wouldn't come back here until that traitor was caught. Without restarting the broadcast, Huo Yu ushered the two little ones into the vehicle and drove the snowmobile directly towards the 249 research station. Upon arriving at the 249 research station, Huo Yu, hearing the roar of the snowmobile, came out early, looking bewildered yet alert as she eyed the unfamiliar pure black snowmobile. "What is this?" Huo Yu asked Huo Yu, who had just stepped out of the snowmobile, with confusion. "Oh," Huo Yu explained this vehicle. It was left at the 121 research station, which is now completely abandoned. So I brought it back. It can still be used after being left for so long. Huo Yu casually said they maintained it well. "Anyway, I'm going to get Xiao Hei back." "Xiao Hei is?" "That's the snowmobile." Huo Yu maintained a neutral expression and asked, "Do you need me to go with you?" Huo Yu gently shook his head. "It's fine, it's not far. I'll be quick. You help me keep an eye on the two little ones. I'll move these supplies when I return." Huo Yu nodded, not saying much more. After watching Huo Yu hurry away, she circled around the snowmobile for a check. Then, she picked up the little ball on the ground and murmured, "Your dad has a lot of secrets. I'm in the field. No one knows snowmobiles better than I do. This vehicle is as new as if it just came out of the factory. How could it have been abandoned for so long?" Looking down, Huo Yu saw the little ball blinking its eyes innocently at her. She couldn't help but poke the little ball's nose and said helplessly, "But who doesn't have a few secrets? You're just a silly little polar bear. Why am I telling you this?" The little ball continued to stare at her, as if it didn't understand anything. The research team's convoy formed a long straight line, with 4 lightweight snowmobiles leading the way, followed by more than 10 snowmobiles, jeeps, and multifunctional vehicles. Such a large research team naturally couldn't just visit the 249 research station to see a little polar bear. They had multiple tasks at hand, and the 249 research station was just one of them. Among the convoy was a massive vehicle, the base vehicle, Pioneer. The base vehicle was a high-tech product developed by the Ice Guard's technology department, its size even exceeding that of a double-decker bus. The entire vehicle was made of lightweight metal, with strict control over density and quality, and even the body material was of aviation grade. Even if the base vehicle fell into a broken ice layer, it could still float on water due to its sealed bottom and relatively low density. The Pioneer is a classic base vehicle, equipped with engineering devices such as an excavator, drill, and hook, as well as a heavy machine gun and 2 light machine guns, making it a mobile fortress in the polar region. Each base vehicle is unique, and only base-level research stations and certain station-level research stations can own one independently. So these base vehicles all have their own names. At this moment, Xie was sitting inside the Pioneer, looking out at the icy and snowy world. "Teacher, the next stop is the 249 research station," the team leader said. "The research team will stay here for 10 hours. Xie nodded slightly and leaned back in his seat to rest with his eyes closed. The manpower of the Ice Guards was already stretched thin, and with such a large research team on a mission, time had to be allocated reasonably. Having 10 hours for himself was already a sign of respect for his seniority. "Xiao, come to the observation window here. There's a situation." The voice of the research team leader came through the intercom. Xie opened his eyes, stood up, and quickly made his way through the interior of the Pioneer to the observation window at the top of the driver's cabin. The team leader was a senior Ice Guard who joined the Ice Guards in the same year as by Xiaomo. He was calm and reliable, having executed various research, exploration, and support missions multiple times, making him a top performer among the field Ice Guards. At this moment, this ace team leader was staring wide-eyed through binoculars at the scene outside. "Cold team leader, what happened?" Xie hurriedly walked up to ask. "Xiao, you're here. Look at this, the cold team leader said anxiously. I've never seen anything like this in my life. A polar wolf cub and a polar bear cub are chasing a man. CSC's expression froze, and he picked up the binoculars next to him to look outside. A man in a black combat suit was running ahead, closely pursued by a wolf and a bear. Due to the distance, the man's expression wasn't clear, so it looked as if he was being chased by two cute beasts. I've never heard of polar wolves and polar bears hunting together. The cold team leader said anxiously. What should we do? That man is about to be caught. Should we shoot these two beasts? But they are both protected animals. CSC's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly replied, Cold team leader, don't panic. That man is Huo Yu, the head of the 249 research station. Huh? The polar wolf and polar bear are both raised by him. Yes, just taking them for a walk. Walking a wolf and a bear. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Yu was tackled to the ground by the little fish and little ball that had caught up, and the three of them began to tumble in the snow. The cold team leader's eyes widened. Are you sure this is walking a dog? Because it looks like feeding dogs to me. Before Xie could respond, the cold team leader saw the man throw the little polar bear to the ground with a shoulder throw and then leap forward, starting to scratch the polar bear's belly. What kind of person is this? That's a polar bear, the strongest land carnivore. Not your pet dog. Ridiculous, Mom. The door is open. Chapter 95. The arrival of the research team in order to prevent Huo Yu and Xiao Tuan from losing their innate nature as beasts. Huo Yu plays simulated hunting games with them every day. In the animal kingdom, many animal mothers play such hunting games with their young. This serves as an introduction to hunting education for animal offspring, so that they can better adapt to the harshness of nature when they grow up. Especially among mammals and birds, their young spend a long time with their parents, usually just the mother, during which the parents teach them survival skills and hunting tricks. For example, a kitten just a few months old exhibits various behaviors that are meaningful. Pouncing, biting, sharpening claws. Everything is not to destroy your home, but to prepare for hunting. In the wild, these actions need to be taught by the mother. Huo Yu never expected that this daily parent-child game would be mistaken for a crime scene by a certain expedition leader. At this moment, Huo Yu was lying in the snow with Xiao Tuan as a pillow, gazing at the sky, while Huo Yu stood on his belly, pacing back and forth. You're almost 2 months old, and you're still nursing? Huo Yu teased. When you go out and see other Arctic wolves, won't they laugh at you? Huo Yu suppressed his voice and said, Oh, where did this sissy come from? Still nursing? We won't play with it. Oh, then I'll bite it. The little wolf cub replied proudly. Huo Yu laughed as he lifted the cub, holding it above his head to shield himself from the harsh sunlight, carefully examining the little guy. Under Huo Yu's care, Huo Yu had become remarkably strong, with a solid and compact body, and its wolf eyes sparkled as if radiating light. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and one can also see an animal's mental state through its eyes. Now, Huo Yu resembled that strong young wolf king in some ways, powerful and confident. Suddenly, Huo Yu was stunned by his own thoughts. Could it be that the young wolf king was Huo Yu's brother? Then the old wolf king would be its father? Another filial child. Why do all the animals I encounter seem so devoted to their families? Oh, whoa, something is coming. Xiao Tuan, who was resting under Huo Yu's head, suddenly alerted him. With its keen sense of smell, the little guy had detected the presence of the research team, initially thinking they would just pass by. It hadn't sounded an alarm, but now they were heading this way. Huo Yu quickly placed the little wolf cub on the snow, drew his handgun from his waist, chambered a round, and put it back in the holster, ensuring he could fire immediately if needed. Having indirectly witnessed the tragedy at the 121 research station, Huo Yu's vigilance towards the research team peaked. From a distance, he saw a black steel wave approaching. Huo Yu's palms began to sweat slightly. There were too many people on the other side. He had expected a small research team of just over 10 people, with only 2 or 3 snowmobiles. He didn't expect even the base vehicle, the king of the snow, to arrive. This was also the first time Huo Yu had seen a base vehicle. There was nothing so high-tech in his previous life. At a glance, its massive size brought an extreme sense of oppression, like a moving snow fortress. The convoy, which he couldn't see the end of, charged straight towards him, creating a visual effect comparable to facing a cavalry charge in ancient times. Huo Yu stood still, flanked by the 2 little ones. The first to arrive were the snowmobile riders. 4 fully armed knights came to a steady stop in front of Huo Yu. their 4 pairs of eyes scrutinizing him from behind their helmets. Guardian of Ice? One of the knights asked in a deep voice. Huo Yu nodded and replied, Junior Guardian of Ice, Huo Yu. The knight removed his helmet, revealing a young and handsome face. Junior Guardian of Ice, Wang Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Based on Wang Yu's demeanor, Huo Yu temporarily lowered his guard. As the diary's owner had mentioned, Guardians of Ice have a unique aura. They are young and inexperienced, wise yet bold, resembling scholars more than warriors. If one had to describe them, they would be a group of idealists. Wang Yu possessed this distinct aura. This at least indicated that this massive convoy was indeed a team of Guardians of Ice and not part of an illegal organization. You are Huo Yu from the 249 research station. I've heard about you, Wang Yu said, giving Huo Yu a thumbs up. You've held down the most northern research station alone. Well done. I admire you. Huo Yu smiled, extending his hand from the holster as he replied, You flatter me. Just youthful exuberance. Wang Yu shook Huo Yu's hand and curiously looked at Xiao Yu, asking, Is this your pet? It's my companion. The big one is Xiao Tuan, and the little one is Xiao Yu. Impressive, Wang Yu sincerely praised. I've been to so many research stations, and this is the first time I've seen someone adopt both an Arctic wolf and an Arctic bear. No wonder Wang Yu is so surprised. Arctic wolves and Arctic bears are at the top of the Arctic food chain, and almost all other animals in the Arctic are on their menu, except for those flying creatures. Can I pet them? Wang Yu asked cautiously. Huo Yu showed a difficult expression, saying, Well, I need to ask them. Before Huo Yu could inquire, Xiao Yu howled first. Oh, no way, it's not a sister. Why should I be petted? Oh, me too. Wang Yu looked bewildered at the 2 little ones and asked Huo Yu, What did they say? Huo Yu awkwardly scratched his head. They don't really like being touched by strangers. That's fine. Wang Yu laughed heartily. This is the true beast of the Arctic. You've raised them well, brother Yu. While the 2 were talking, the other vehicles in the convoy had already parked steadily on the snow. The massive Pioneer base vehicle lowered its ladder, and Captain Lung and Xie stepped down one after the other. Brother Yu, seeing the 2 walking towards them. Wang Yu leaned closer to Huo Yu and whispered, The cold one is our team leader. Don't let his serious face fool you. He is actually warm-hearted. Huo Yu asked curiously, What about that old gentleman? Wang Yu gave a strange expression. He is said to be the accompanying biologist. I don't really know the specifics, but the old man can eat a lot, even more than I do. Huo Yu was somewhat speechless. This kid's focus is really peculiar. As they were talking, the 2 had already reached Huo Yu. Captain Lung took the lead and said, Hello,